A transmigrator isn't supposed to start off as a near deity, surrounded by admirers, and rising to the pinnacle of life. Yet, he found himself as a pitiful soul being sold off on a pirate ship. The Hoenn region is a land of wonders, offering everything from tropical rainforests to vast deserts. But its most remarkable feature is the expansive waters that nearly rival the mainland in size. Scattered across the endless ocean are countless islands of varying sizes, accessible only by sea. Some special areas even allow for underwater exploration. The lush vegetation and pleasant climate make this region far warmer and more inviting than other continents. Unexpectedly, this vibrant expanse of water has become a paradise for pirates. Even the infamous and dreaded criminal organization, Team Aqua, runs rampant here, leaving the Pokémon League's enforcement teams powerless to stop them. Beyond them, many others, either exiled by the League's darker side or voluntarily choosing the pirate life, have joined the fray. On the pirate ship known as the Great Shark, a dozen or so teenagers crowded into the dim, cramped quarters, chatting cheerfully. For them, tomorrow marked the one-year anniversary of their arrival after being sold to the ship, a day that also signified their chance to finally receive their own Pokémon. From initial fear and unease to fully embracing their pirate identity, these youths had long since lost the ability to return to a normal life. Among the excited teenagers, a delicate-looking boy named Heiyu leaned against a corner, observing it all with cold detachment. The salty tang of the ocean mixed with the sweat of the youths hung heavily in the air. Heiyu frowned slightly. Even after more than a year in this world, he couldn't help but think of his past life on the Azure Star. As dawn broke, sunlight spilled across the sea. Heiyu rose early, stepping carefully over his still sleeping companions as he quietly left the cabin. He greeted the older crew members on the ship warmly, displaying a maturity beyond his years. "Good morning, Brother Mitsui. Brother Furatani, your Clawitzer looks stronger than ever." While assisting in observing the waves and wind, a deckhand came rushing over, breathless, to inform him that Madame Meta was asking for him. Heiyu quickly bid farewell and made his way to the upper cabin. Along the way, his polite and humble demeanor faded, replaced by his true, indifferent expression. It was thanks to his efforts over the past year that he had managed to secure a foothold on this perilous pirate ship. Through careful planning, he not only gained the favor of the crew but also earned the approval of the influential Madame Meta. Madame Meta's quarters were nothing short of exquisite. The luxurious sandalwood furniture and intricate artwork showcased her impeccable taste. Despite the fine lines of age on her face, her graceful demeanor was still captivating. While assisting her with the ship's ledgers, Heiyu keenly noticed anomalies in the ship's finances. Madame Meta used the opportunity to test his loyalty, subtly hinting that during the upcoming Pokémon selection, he should choose the one on the left. Her words left Haiyu's heart pounding. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. By noon, the scorching sun beat down on the deck. The newcomers stood in orderly rows, eagerly awaiting the moment they had long anticipated as First Mate Shin Nagata delivered a speech. The others were cheering excitedly, and even Haiyu's breath quickened slightly. This was his chance to finally own a Pokémon. A burly man in a short-sleeved shirt slowly pushed a small cart to the front of the crowd. It was Brother Gudien. Heiyu thought to himself. The others lowered their heads in silence, avoiding any eye contact with Gudien. Everyone knew that Gudien had spent his entire life at sea, never setting foot on land. His mastery of the waves and winds made him the eyes of the mighty shark. Because of this, the captain held him in high regard and was considering promoting him to the position of third mate. "Yeah, you rookies must be pretty excited, huh?" Gudien teased, but his words only heightened the tension in the air. Following his instructions, the group lined up in the order their names were called to pick a Pokeball. Gudien ripped the cloth off the cart, revealing 20 gleaming Pokeballs. The newcomer's eyes burned with anticipation, while Heiyu's gaze fixated on the 2 balls on the far left. Arranged in 2 rows of 10, the balls looked identical on the outside, leaving the selection entirely up to luck. Whatever Pokémon was inside the chosen ball would belong to its selector, with no room for negotiation. First up, Heiyu. As his name was called, envious murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the seasoned pirates watching from the sidelines seemed unsurprised. Heiyu walked to the cart, scanned the choices quickly, and finally picked the ball on the far left of the top row. "I hope this brings me luck," he murmured, clutching the ball tightly and silently praying. Next, Nagashima. As names were called one by one, more boys stepped forward to make their selections. Based on information from Madame Maida, the balls on the left were said to be better. Heiyu noted this, watching as a friend of his chose one from the right. He parted his lips slightly as if to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. Soon, all the Pokeballs had been picked. Heiyu could hardly wait to see what Pokemon was inside his. "Huh. From today on, you're no longer rookies. Complete the afternoon assessment, and you'll officially become pirates." The joy of receiving their Pokémon was short-lived as the newcomers felt a sudden weight in their hearts. With dismissal orders given, the veteran pirates returned to their posts while the rookies remained on deck, enjoying their brief moment of free time. "Come out, my Pokémon. Heiyu called out with anticipation. A flash of white light revealed a corfish standing before him. Huh. Heiyu smirked, secretly pleased. Around him, other rookies began releasing their Pokémon as well, though not all were met with success. Help! One boy collapsed to the ground, screaming as a Carvania clamped down on his arm, its sharp teeth and powerful jaws causing the others to recoil in fear. To them, Pokémon were supposed to follow commands, not attack their trainers. Heiyu paid no attention to the chaos. He quietly retreated to the back of the group and eventually disappeared from the deck. Moments later, he reappeared in the lowest level of the ship, where the rookies usually slept. His heart was full of anticipation. Come out, my very first Pokémon, he said softly. As soon as the lobster soldier appeared, it waved its claws, its expression full of wariness. Heiyu worked hard to maintain a gentle demeanor as he slowly pulled out a bright blue cube from his pocket. This was a water elemental beginner energy block he had painstakingly saved up for and purchased from Brother Gutian. Squatting down slowly, Heiyu smiled and said, "Come on, lobster soldier, have a taste. You must be starving, right?" He used food as a means to tame the lobster soldier, as he had no other choice in the current situation. Seeing the half-meter-tall lobster soldier with its massive claws, Heiyu dismissed the idea of using force to subdue it. The lobster soldier fixated on the enticingly fragrant blue cube. Eventually, its hunger for food overcame its fear of the unknown. With swift movements, it grabbed the energy block with its claw and popped it into its mouth, letting out a satisfied sound as it savored the taste. Seeing this, Heiyu flashed a confident smile. "Don't worry, lobster soldier. I have more of these. As long as you listen to me, you'll never run out of energy blocks in the future." He painted a picture of a promising future, and the lobster soldier looked at him with admiration. In its heart, it thought, "I will never surrender unless there's free food and lodging." The lobster soldier excitedly waved its claws, its spirit ignited. One day, we'll surely conquer the world. Heiyu's mouth was getting dry from all the talking, but seeing the admiration in the lobster soldier's eyes only made him more hopeful. "Lobster soldier, show me one of your special moves. Just be careful not to damage the ship's cabin," Heiyu commanded, beginning to assert his authority as a trainer. The lobster soldier's body emitted a white sheen, prompting Heiyu to exclaim, "That's hardened." Hearing its trainer's words, the lobster soldier raised its claw and snapped it shut with force. Heiyu praised, "Not bad, not bad. You've got talent." Heiyu didn't hold back on compliments for the lobster soldier, even though the move it performed was just a basic one. The lobster soldier jumped around excitedly and opened its claws, releasing a flurry of water blue bubbles. Heiyu swatted the bubbles away and thought to himself, "This must be bubble. If it were bubble beam, it would be much stronger." For now, the moves the lobster soldier had mastered were bubble, vice grip, and harden. The lobster soldier let out two eager cries, trying to catch Heiyu's attention. Following its lead, Heiyu saw the lobster soldier enveloped in flowing water, assuming a diving posture. Just as Heiyu's excitement peaked, the water slowly dissipated. The move had failed. Despite this, Heiyu was thrilled. It was clearly an inherited move, resembling a water jet attack. Aqua jet. Not bad, not bad. Lobster soldier, you've got real potential, Heiyu exclaimed joyfully. Together, we'll achieve greatness someday. He continued to describe a bright future, and the lobster soldier listened intently, its enthusiasm soaring. What it hadn't revealed to its new master was that there was still one technique lingering in his mind, yet it remained impossible to execute. That technique was far too bizarre. It required performing a peculiar dance. Heiyu felt puzzled as time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the morning had passed, and it was time for the afternoon assessment of the newcomers. The deck was once again filled with a group of young boys, though one seemed to be missing this time. Heiyu's gaze fell upon a faint bloodstain on the deck that hadn't fully disappeared despite being cleaned. The reddish mark lingered, a silent reminder of the boy defeated by the Sharpedo. Heiyu silently reflected. It seemed that boy hadn't survived. As the assessment began, the same officer, Nagata Shin, was in charge. He announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's unfortunate that one boy failed to tame even a single Pokémon and has already departed." Before the crowd could fully process the somber news, Nagata Shin's tone shifted sharply. "However, I believe this afternoon's assessment will see even more of you eliminated." His words startled everyone. Though the consequences of elimination remained unclear, his tone left no doubt that it would not end well. "All right, bring them up." With Nagata Shin's command, several seasoned pirates carried cages onto the deck. Inside the cages were various Pokémon, their hissing and growling filling the air. Familiar creatures from the Hoenn region like Zigzagoon, Wurmple, and Taillow were among them. "Your task today is to kill them," Nagata Shin declared before promptly leaving, showing no further concern for the newcomers. The veteran pirates watched the scene with amusement, even placing bets on who would stand out first. "I'll bet a bottle of beer. I'm putting up 3 packs of cigarettes." "Whoa, you're going all in. That'll cost you the whole month's stash." "Yeah, especially since we won't dock for resupply for over a month." Nearly all the pirates placed their bets on their favored boys, with Heiyu unsurprisingly drawing the most wagers. Heiyu stared intently at the Pokémon in the cages, his resolve unwavering. Around him, the other boys trembled with fear, too scared to step forward. Though they had been trained for a year, it mostly involved menial tasks and survival skills at sea. This was their first time being ordered to kill. As the tense standoff dragged on, Heiyu slowly pulled out a Pokeball and released his Corfish. The small crustacean darted forward and swiftly snapped the Wurmple to death with its claws. Heiyu's voice was cold, his expression emotionless. The Corfish hesitated for a brief moment, glancing back at its master with uncertainty. But ultimately, it dared not defy the command. It waddled to the cage on its 6 short legs, raising its proud pincers. A milky white energy began to gather, merging slowly as the Wurmple looked on in terror. Snap! The Wurmple's life force ebbed away. Haha, I won. I won. Hand over the cigarettes. One of the seasoned pirates laughed, mocking the scene without restraint. Heiyu withdrew his Corfish and quietly returned to the line, remaining silent. Gradually, other boys stepped forward, their voices trembling as they commanded the Pokémon they had only just begun to bond with. Some succeeded, while others failed. Those who failed had their Pokeballs confiscated and were demoted to the lowest ranks, destined to perform menial tasks. To the pirates, only those who completed the challenge were deemed worthy of being one of their own. No, no, no. Please, give me another chance. The boy's voice trembled, filled with desperation. At that moment, a pirate stepped forward and shouted angrily. Looking to die, are you? He kicked the boy away with force. Suddenly, a ferocious iron-clawed lobster emerged, its massive pincers rising slowly before slamming down with a brutal blow. In an instant, the boy's head was crushed, brain matter splattering everywhere, blood gushing uncontrollably. Ah! The newcomers screamed in terror. The iron-clawed lobster turned to glance at them, its fierce gaze freezing them in place. Terrified, they shrank back into silence, like a group of cowering quails, heads hung low. Black Feather silently observed the headless corpse, thinking to himself, here, the least valuable thing is a human life. Eventually, the lifeless body sank slowly into the ocean, becoming nourishment for the boundless sea. That night, in the lower deck of the ship, the boys chattered excitedly about the wonders of elves, while no one mentioned the death from earlier in the day, as if it were a forbidden topic. Black Feather wandered through the dining room, his eyes scanning the room as though searching for something. Suddenly, his gaze brightened. He picked up 2 bottles of wine and approached Gudien. Brother Gudien, I've come to drink with you, he said, setting the bottles on the table. Noticing the lavish spread of food, he couldn't help but comment, Brother Gudien, you truly live up to your reputation as the eyes of the great shark. The captain clearly values you. Look at this feast. Gudien chuckled at the young man before him and said, no need to be polite, Brother Blackfeather. Help yourself. The two uncorked their bottles and drank heartily, exchanging information and stories. On the resource-scarce sea, wine was a rare luxury and one of the best ways for men to bond. Brother, Gudien said, his tone slightly slurred from the alcohol. Has Lady Mida been particularly busy lately? I haven't seen her around. His words carried a probing undertone. Blackfeather's eyes flickered with alertness. Could he be scheming something? Not really. Lady Mida is just. Blackfeather trailed off vaguely, quickly steering the conversation in another direction. As time passed, the dining room gradually emptied, leaving only a few stragglers behind. By now, both Blackfeather and Gudien were heavily intoxicated, staggering as they left the room, supporting each other as they walked. At their parting, Gudien thumped his chest and promised, Brother, if you ever run into trouble or need help, just come to me. They'll take care of everything for you. He patted Blackfeather on the shoulder before turning and walking away. Blackfeather watched Gudien's retreating figure, a strange expression crossing his face. Unbeknownst to Blackfeather, after he left, the seemingly drunk Gudien was now walking with steady steps, his face devoid of any intoxication. Inwardly, Gudien was plotting, with my skills and experience, combined with my reconnaissance abilities at sea, I might just have a shot at becoming the third mate. His decision to befriend Blackfeather was a calculated one. Knew Blackfeather had the ear of Lady Mida. If Blackfeather could speak on his behalf at a critical moment, his chances of success in the competition would increase significantly. The sun rose in the east, and the sea breeze was biting. Endless waves crashed against the rocks, sending up sprays of foam. Water-type Pokémon poked their heads out, basking in the beauty of the early morning. Over the horizon, wind gulls soared across the sky, while a majestic pirate ship cut through the waves. The ship was massive and sturdy, its jet-black hull emblazoned with the fearsome insignia of a giant shark, a symbol that struck terror into all who dared to cross its path. The infamous Mega Shark. On the deck, burly pirates patrolled diligently, ensuring the ship's smooth operation. Their faces bore scars that made them look fierce and cunning, and some had thick beards with eyes gleaming with untamed wildness. In stark contrast to these hardened men stood a group of young boys with fresh, unweathered faces, busy commanding their newly acquired Pokémon. Among them, Heiyu directed his Corfish to launch an attack. Ha ha! With a leap, Corfish clamped down on a taillow that had already been weakened by relentless bubbles, leaving it exhausted. Perish! The taillow let out a pained cry as its body was caught in the powerful pincers, soon falling unconscious and losing all ability to fight. Well done, Corfish! Heiyu patted its tough head, his hand opening to reveal a deep blue energy cube as a reward. Over the span of 10 days, Heiyu had defeated all the other Pokémon in his group. His heart swelled with excitement. Madame Mida had not deceived him. This Corfish was undoubtedly the most exceptional among all the Pokémon. Through these days of companionship, he had gradually come to understand some of Corfish's traits. For instance, its ability was none other than the legendary hidden ability adaptability. This ability significantly boosted the power of moves of its own type. As such, the water-type move Bubble had become Corfish's signature attack. Especially against flying types like Taillow and Wingull, Corfish could repeatedly sap their stamina with this move. Time and again, it proved unbeatable, leveraging its higher level and outstanding potential to achieve victory after victory. Heiyu nodded politely to the patrolling pirates as he passed, making his way toward the top cabin of the pirate ship. Good afternoon, Madame Mida. He knocked gently on the door, waiting for permission before stepping inside. Madame Mida was as stunning as ever. Although in her 40s, she retained a graceful charm, her face reflecting the wisdom of her years. Heiyu, is that you? How is the Pokémon you received? She asked with a smile, setting down an antique book. Yes, madam. I'm very pleased. Corfish is an outstanding partner, Heiyu replied. Grateful for Madame Mida's assistance, he subtly moved closer, hinting at his desire to become one of her trusted confidants. Madame Mida, perceptive as always, easily picked up on his intentions. Her husband, the captain of the Mega Shark, had been gone for over half a year, his whereabouts unknown. While no rumors had surfaced among the crew, tension had been brewing among the high-ranking members. The two first mates were growing restless, and she urgently needed to cultivate new allies. For now, Heiyu seemed like the perfect candidate. You are quite impressive, smart, resourceful, and aware of your surroundings. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? Madame Mida's eyes gleamed with anticipation. She added, of course, there's no guarantee you'll become a breeder like me. It all depends on your own aptitude. Heiyu's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly said, Madame Mida, it would be an honor. He realized that to climb the social ladder in this world, two kinds of resources were indispensable. Tangible resources, such as high-quality Pokémon, money, and energy cubes, and intangible resources, like a broad network, information asymmetry, and monopolized knowledge. While the first type of resource could potentially be obtained through hard work, the second left Heiyu at a loss. Just as he was feeling perplexed, Madame Mida offered him an opportunity. From now on, you don't need to attend the daily training sessions in the mornings. Come directly to me instead, and I'll teach you the knowledge of Pokémon breeding. Her tone was gentle, as if she had already begun to bridge the gap between them. From that day on, Heiyu spent his mornings learning the art of breeding and his afternoons training his Pokémon, no longer participating in the ship's routine tasks. Many envied his new privilege. In the dining hall each morning, Heiyu no longer ate the unappetizing bread. Instead, a cup of Miltank milk became his staple, symbolizing his rising status aboard the ship. He was no longer just an ordinary pirate. He had surpassed many of the seasoned crew members. After breakfast with Brother Gutian, as usual, Heiyu would head to the topmost cabin of the ship, to Madame Mida's quarters. Heiyu, when your Corfish evolves into Crawdaunt, it will gain a dark type attribute and become more aggressive and irritable. You'll need to manage this in advance, Madame Mida patiently explained, imparting her knowledge about Corfish. Her expression was warm and kind, making it difficult for Heiyu to reconcile this version of her with the ruthless woman he had once seen commanding her Swampert to slaughter an entire ship of passengers. Heiyu, it's been a while, and you haven't had your Corfish examined yet, Madame Mida remarked, pulling a redanned white Pokédex from her pocket. A Pokédex? Heiyu's heart skipped a beat. Madame Mida scanned the Pokeball containing Corfish, and the device emitted a series of beeps. Corfish, the ruffian Pokémon. Water type. Ability, adaptability. Level, 12. Height, 0.7 meters, exceeding the average of 0.6 meters. Development is excellent. Currently knows the moves: Vice Grip, Harden, Bubble, Leer, Water Gun, Dragon Dance. As the Pokédex's voice concluded, the room fell silent. Heiyu stared at the device in astonishment, especially at the last phrase. Dragon Dance? He asked uncertainly, wondering if he'd misheard. Madame Mida shot him a glance and firmly replied, That's right. Why else do you think I recommended this Pokémon to you? At least one of the parents of this lobster soldier must have been a dragon blood elf. Even if it isn't a pure dragon type, it might belong to a subdragon species like Charizard or Gyarados, carrying a trace of dragon blood in its veins. Madame Mida had poured her heart into mentoring her new apprentice. Over the past half-month, she had been astonished by Heiyu's aptitude. The hefty introductory tome, which had taken her a full 6 months to master, was almost entirely memorized by Heiyu in just a little over 2 weeks. Because of this, Heiyu was no longer just a mere tool in her eyes but a true prodigy of an apprentice. After evolving, the lobster soldier would gain a dark attribute, so Madame Meta began training it in this area ahead of time. Its claws were also its primary means of attack. Before leaving, Madame Meta gifted Heiyu a rare bottle of bone powder. This powder, made from the ground bones of Cub 1, could be mixed into the lobster soldier's food to enhance its skeletal strength. Heiyu expressed his sincere gratitude to Madame Meta and performed a formal gesture of respect between teacher and student before quietly departing. A month passed quietly, and the sea remained calm. Though they encountered a few passenger ships during this time, the pirates aboard the Great Shark did not attack. Those passenger ships, in exchange for their safety, still paid protection fees. This opened Heiyu's eyes. It turned out that the business of a pirate ship wasn't solely about robbery. Piracy wasn't a clearly defined profession. The ship engaged in a variety of enterprises. As long as there was money to be made, anything was negotiable. Robbery was just one of their activities. Pirates also acted as smugglers, trafficking goods, Pokémon, and even people. For the right price, everything was for sale, including themselves. During conflicts between certain underground organizations, pirates would even temporarily accept offers to act as mercenaries. Over the course of this month, Heiyu observed that the pirates' most frequent activity was hunting rare Pokémon on the open sea and selling them to regions with scarce water resources. The Hoenn region was abundant in water sources, while their current destination was Kanto. Heiyu respectfully asked the burly man beside him, Brother Gudian, how much longer do you estimate before we reach land? Gudian, serving as the eyes of the Great Shark, could accurately determine their location even without a map. He raised a finger and pointed to the sky, seemingly using a unique method to discern direction. We should be about 3 days away from reaching Viridian City. While everyone on the ship envisioned the pleasant thought of reaching land to replenish supplies, no one noticed the school of ferocious Carvania circling beneath the massive pirate ship in the depths of the sea. During lunch, the crew gathered in the dining hall, their expressions brimming with joy. Suddenly, a pirate wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt burst in, shouting, "Something's wrong. The ship's bottom is under attack by Pokémon. We need backup immediately." The dining hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into a flurry of activity. Let's go. Another chance to earn some extra loot. These pirates, walking on the edge of a knife, danced between life and death without a hint of panic. Instead, their eyes glimmered with excitement. High risk, high reward. Heiyu descended slowly with the others to the combat deck. The entire ship was semi-automated, with a spacious combat platform extending outward. Even with over 100 people standing on it, there was still plenty of room. At that moment, a swarm of Carvania appeared on the surface of the seas, numbering over 100. The news brought back by the scouting Pokémon sent by 2 surveyors only heightened the crew's excitement. The first mate, Chong Xian, gave the command. All Pokémon capable of entering the water, dive in and attack. Those that can't, provide support from the deck. As the third-ranking officer on the ship, beneath only the captain and Madame Mida, Chong Xian's orders were naturally followed by everyone. Several high-level Pokémon leapt into the water one after another. Klotzer, Sharpedo, and Whiskash plunged in, sending up enormous splashes. Heiyu's lobster soldier remained on the platform, using bubble to provide support and maneuver strategically. Everyone, throw your Pokeballs. Release your flying Pokémon to retrieve them. As time went on, the lower-leveled Carvania couldn't hold out and were swiftly defeated, sinking unconscious into the water. To avoid disputes over the spoils, each Pokeball was marked with a unique name. Heiyu didn't have many Pokeballs she had saved up to purchase them. Although Madame Mida had given him a few rare ones, such as Ultra Balls and Great Balls, he wouldn't waste them on ordinary Carvania. Just as he was about to throw a ball, his gaze was drawn to one particular Carvania in the school. This one was different. It swam incredibly fast, its speed continuing to increase. Heiyu's heart raced as he thought. It has the hidden ability, Speed Boost. Seizing the moment, he excitedly threw a Pokeball marked with his name. The scene in the water was chaotic, with countless Pokeballs raining down, making it impossible to tell if his had hit the mark. Tylo and Wingull circled overhead, occasionally diving into the water to retrieve floating Pokeballs. Hurry, use the net to gather up those balls. At the command, 2 pirates quickly grabbed a net and began collecting the Pokeballs rolling across the deck, placing them into the net. As the sun set in the west, the Carvania attempted to sink the ship by gnawing through the hull, but their plan failed. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. Over half the swarm was captured. Without a replenishment of numbers, the remaining Carvania would likely struggle to survive in the vast ocean. But none of this concerned the pirates aboard the Great Shark. They were too busy reveling in their victory. Inside the cabin, a wild celebration was underway. Quick, take out the Pokeballs. This one's mine. Don't you dare take it. The crowd surged forward, like sharks drawn to blood. Thanks to Gution's help, Heiyu easily retrieved his pokeball. Instead of opening it in front of everyone, he quietly slipped away to the top deck of the ship. Heiyu, sounds lively down there. How was the haul this time? Madame Maida asked without looking up from a book about berries. Madame Maida, we ran into a school of Carvania this time. It was quite a fruitful catch. Heiyu replied, his tone lighter and more relaxed than before. Madame Maida, may I borrow your Pokédex? Without hesitation, she handed it to him. Carvania, the savage Pokémon. Water type. Its powerful jaws and sharp teeth are capable of breaking through a ship's hull. Many ships have sunk due to Carvania attacks. Level 11. Ability, speed boost. Height, 0.9 meters, above the average height of 0.8 meters. Weight, 22 kilograms, exceeding the average weight of 20.8 kilograms. Compared to Pokémon of the same level, its physical attributes are exceptional. Known moves: Leer, Bite, Rage, Focus Energy, Water Gun, and Psychic Fangs. Heiyu's eyes lit up as he examined the Pokeball. Not only did it have the hidden ability, but it had also inherited the rare move Psychic Fangs. This was a huge win for him. Evergreen is the eternal color of lush green. Evergreen City, a place where nature is cherished, boasts blooming flowers throughout the year, earning its reputation as one of the most vibrant cities in the Kanto region. The secret behind its allure lies in the nearby Viridian Forest. This endless sea of green, abundant with rare resources and elusive Pokémon, attracts countless adventurers eager to explore its depths. Considered one of the 3 major adventure destinations in Kanto, alongside Cerulean Cave and MT Moon, Viridian Forest's significance is unparalleled. Despite some risking illegal activities to capture and trade rare Pokémon, the profits from harvesting its rare medicinal herbs alone are enough to tempt many. At this moment, a man and a woman were walking side by side along Route 1. The elegant Madame Maida and the young boy Kuroha strolled through the wilderness. Kuroha, wearing a worried expression, asked, Madame Maida, can someone like me really walk freely in the city? After all, he was an undocumented individual, and Evergreen City was no small town. He had heard tales of the fearsome Officer Jenny family. Madame Maida glanced at the swallows circling above, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, and smiled. Don't worry, Kuroha. As my apprentice, I'll take care of your identity issue, she said confidently, her poised demeanor exuding assurance. The two continued along Route 1, but did not enter Evergreen City. Instead, they took several turns, heading deep into the forest. Madame Maida retrieved 2 small folded black squares from her pocket, which unfolded into long black cloaks. Kuroha donned his cloak silently, following Madame Maida closely. Eventually, they entered a massive tree hollow, which concealed an entirely different world within. After traversing a dark passage, they were greeted by the bustling and chaotic atmosphere of a hidden marketplace. Kuroha felt a brief moment of disorientation, as his year spent at sea had made him forget what such a lively scene was like. The black market. As the name suggests, it was an underground market shrouded in darkness. It operated outside the jurisdiction of the League, whose laws strictly prohibited the sale of Pokémon, including Pokémon eggs. Official purchases were only permitted through League-approved breeding centers. However, the lure of high profits drove some to take significant risks, giving rise to the black market. Over time, as the number of black markets grew, so did their scale, forming an entire industry chain and becoming a hub of illicit activity. Though the League did not officially endorse it, they turned a blind eye to its existence. After all, they needed to leave the lower classes with some semblance of hope and avoid pushing everyone to rebellion. Moreover, the black market's profits were immense, with even some high-ranking League officials secretly involved, sharing in the spoils. This is the black market. Speak as little as possible to avoid giving anything away. Those who survive here are all cunning and sharp. A single careless word can expose you, Madame Maida whispered to Kuroha, treating him as her true apprentice and offering him her guidance. The black market was divided into 2 main areas, the stall section and the commercial street. The former was bustling and noisy, with nearly half the people dressed like Kuroha, cloaked in black, and keeping their identities concealed. Each person was accompanied by a Pokémon, occasionally showing a fierce demeanor to intimidate others. It was rare for anyone to walk around without a Pokémon, as that would make them seem weak and easy to bully. As the two walked, Kuroba noticed a burly man provoking someone who didn't have a Pokémon by their side. While the onlookers assumed the unarmed individual was doomed, to their surprise, the man suddenly released a Nidoking, instantly killing the burly man and his Pokémon. Truly, the black market was full of hidden talents. Kuroba estimated that the Nidoking must have been at least level 30, silently marveling at its power. However, despite taking revenge on the provocateur, the man was unsurprisingly taken away by the enforcement team dispatched by the black market's overseers. Kuroba was puzzled as to why the man didn't resist and obediently followed. While pondering how the black market authorities would deal with him, he learned that the man only needed to pay a fine to be released. Though the black market had some semblance of order, profit was ultimately the priority, a lesson Kuroba was reminded of once again by Madame Meta's words. Kuroba and Madame Meta were accompanied by a Swellow, which was Madame Meta's Pokémon. Thanks to this, the two walked through the black market unbothered. After all, no one wanted to make unnecessary enemies in such a place. A vendor was shouting, "Pokémon eggs for sale. 50,000 each." After getting Madame Meta's approval, Kuroba approached the stall. He saw rows of identical Pokémon eggs displayed on the stall, over 30 in total. The crowd around the stall grew larger, and someone couldn't help but ask, "What kind of Pokémon are these eggs?" The vendor replied succinctly, "All Spearow. Standard black market price, 50,000 each, no bargaining." Feeling uncomfortable amidst the jostling crowd, Kuroba quickly stepped back. Madame Meta, standing nearby, remarked, "All Spearow eggs seems like this person raided an entire colony." While Kuroba was impressed by the vendor's capabilities, he was even more curious about why such ordinary Pokémon eggs were priced so high at 50,000 Alliance coins. Madame Meta patiently explained, "It's not surprising. While Spearow may have average potential, it evolves quickly. By level 20, it becomes Fearow, a very practical flying-type Pokémon. Many people raise one as a flying mount, and, even if they sell it later, they won't lose much value." Kuroba observed the bustling crowd as more and more people handed over money and walked away with eggs. Though he remained outwardly composed, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Flying has always been a human dream, and Kuroba was no exception. Owning a flying-type Pokémon as a mount or a scout would be incredibly useful for someone like him, who spent most of his time drifting at sea. "Do you want one? Then go ahead and buy one," Madame Meta said, noticing the envy in Kuroba's eyes. Her words made Kuroba feel a bit awkward, as he only had about 10,000 Alliance coins to his name, money he had painstakingly earned doing odd jobs for pirates and sailors. Others his age were in even worse financial straits, most of them completely broke. Sensing Kuroba's discomfort, Madame Meta chuckled softly and said, "Pick one. He'll pay for it." Kuroba was stunned and asked in disbelief, "Huh? Really? Are you sure?" On the surface, Heiyu appeared somewhat flattered, but deep down, he was already captivated. His eyes, hidden beneath his black cloak, unconsciously drifted toward the stall displaying the spirit eggs. "I came to the black market this time primarily to pick up a few things for you. As my apprentice, I wouldn't treat you poorly," Madame Meta said softly, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. In the end, Heiyu stepped forward and selected a spirit egg, paying an additional 5,000 Alliance credits to acquire a cheap incubator. Spearow was merely regarded as a logistical tool and wouldn't be a focus for training. By Chapter 50, it would no longer play a role in the story, so readers need not worry. Although spending 50,000 Alliance credits on a common Spearow might seem like a waste, it's important to note that Spearows are known for their aggressive temperaments and tendency to live in flocks. Imagine facing a group of a few Fearows and hundreds of hot-tempered Spearow show. Could an ordinary trainer possibly stand a chance? Capturing a Spearow alone in the wild would be an extremely challenging task. This also indirectly reflected the stall owner's strength. Being able to single-handedly take down a small, volatile flock of Spearows demonstrated that the seller was undoubtedly a powerful trainer. Moreover, wild Pokémon retained their untamed nature, making them difficult to train and prone to turning on their trainers. In comparison, raising one from a young age was far safer. Besides, with these blind box-style eggs, there was always the chance of getting a Spearow with excellent potential and inherited skills if luck was on your side. Afterward, the two quickly finished browsing the vendor area and arrived at a commercial street. Compared to the earlier noisy surroundings, this area felt much quieter, with only a handful of people entering and exiting the shops. However, the passers-by were undoubtedly of a higher caliber, and the Pokémon by their sides were nearly all above level 30, showcasing their formidable strength. Madame Meta turned to Heiyu and said, "Follow me. This time, we'll completely resolve your issue of being undocumented." She led Heiyu into a sparsely populated shop. The interior was cluttered, with cobwebs in the corners and dust drifting lazily in the air. Behind the counter, an old man with a white beard lounged in a chair, looking utterly relaxed. Madame Meta walked up to the counter and knocked lightly. "Take whatever you need. The prices are marked," the old man mumbled before closing his eyes again, as though he had no interest in conducting business. Madame Meta wasn't offended. She simply chuckled and said, "Take me to the second floor." The moment she spoke, the old man's demeanor changed. He immediately straightened up, abandoning his lazy posture, and respectfully led Madame Mita upstairs. A long while later, Heiyu and Madame Mita left the shop. Heiyu couldn't help but remark, "I never thought getting an identity would be this simple." In his hand was a card bearing the name Heiyu, officially marking him as a resident of the Alliance. From this day forward, he finally had a legitimate identity. Hearing Haiyu's comment, Madame Mita explained, "Even people from within the Alliance do business in the black market. The person behind this shop is likely a high-ranking official in the Alliance's population department." She glanced at the visibly delighted Heiyu and offered a timely warning. While this identity allows you to move freely within the city, it won't hold up under scrutiny from high-ranking officials or gym leaders. Haiyu's excitement dampened slightly at her words. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the identity was more than sufficient for his needs. Soon after, Blackfeather began assisting Madame Meta in selling a large amount of goods, including most of the water-type Pokémon and various rare medicinal herbs that could only be obtained from the sea. They took advantage of the differences between the two regions to trade Pokémon and resources. The Hoenn region was abundant in water sources and had vast seas, while the Kanto region was the complete opposite. Before leaving the black market, Madame Meta stopped at a stall and purchased a Pokémon Pokédex for Blackfeather. Although it wasn't the latest model, it was a third-generation Pokédex with most of the essential functions. Grateful, Blackfeather bowed deeply to Madame Meta. Viridian City. Madame Meta actually let me move freely. Does she not fear that I might escape? Although this thought crossed his mind, Blackfeather had no intention of running away. After all, he held leverage against her. Moreover, as an ordinary citizen, escaping would only limit his future prospects. Staying by Madame Meta's side, however, might one day provide the opportunity to become a Pokémon breeder. Over the past few days, he had learned that even a novice breeder could achieve significant social status. Blackfeather strolled through the city on his own, savoring the lively atmosphere. The long-missed sense of relaxation felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Towering buildings displayed various advertisements, with new energy cubes and wilderness survival kits catching the attention of passers-by. Blackfeather thought to himself, this spatial backpack is so expensive. Even the most basic model costs 200,000 Alliance credits. The exorbitant price immediately extinguished any desire he had to purchase one. Eventually, Blackfeather arrived at a Pokémon Center, deciding to rest there for the night. Good afternoon, Nurse Joy, he greeted without hesitation, showing no trace of guilt despite his pirate background. Nurse Joy, dressed in her elegant nurse uniform, wore a professional and warm smile. Her gentle demeanor was like a refreshing breeze. Good afternoon, trainer. How can I assist you today? She replied in her usual soft tone. Hello, I've just arrived in the Kanto region, so I'd like to register, Blackfeather said politely. His courtesy wasn't entirely genuine. It stemmed from his understanding of the special status of Nurse Joy and the influential Joy family within the Pokémon League. The Joy and Officer Jenny families were two powerful clans that held significant authority within the League. The Joy family monopolized healthcare, while the Jenny family oversaw law enforcement. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone active in any region would inevitably interact with these two families. In fact, they often had access to information even before it reached the League's official database. These families could also identify talented trainers early on and recruit them through mentorship or marriage alliances. You're applying for a Kanto Region Pass, valid for 3 years. Please remember to renew it when the time comes, Nurse Joy explained gently. Although Blackfeather didn't plan to stay in the Kanto region for long, traveling anywhere without a pass would be quite inconvenient. Kuroha spent another 200 Alliance coins to rent a small, cramped room at the Pokémon Center for the night. Sighing, he lamented his status as an ordinary citizen. If only he were an official trainer affiliated with the Alliance. Both treatment and lodging at the Pokémon Center would have been free. Gazing at the simple room, a wave of thoughts washed over him as he lay down and let his mind wander. The city of Viridian, where he resided, ranked only 11th in the Kanto region, far behind historically significant cities like Pewter and Cerulean. Even so, Viridian's ranking could largely be attributed to its gym leader, Sakaki, a legendary figure known as the man who never fails as long as he stands on solid ground. His immense popularity had greatly boosted the local economy. Notably, the actual governance of Viridian City was shared between Sakaki and the mayor, who was elected jointly by the citizens. In this world, every city operated independently, with the Alliance merely serving an advisory and supervisory role, lacking the authority to directly command cities. As a result, the path to power and resources was monopolized by local aristocratic families and influential figures, a reality Kuroha reflected on with a bitter heart. The current Alliance president, Damalanche, had also come from a humble background, representing the reformist faction. However, despite his efforts, systemic barriers often thwarted his attempts at reform. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Kuroha left the Pokémon Center. Before departing, he stocked up on supplies, including his favorite fruit wine and a variety of books to pass the time, such as the Encyclopedia of Berries, Adrift at Sea, and Customs and Culture of the Kanto region. After his purchases, he was left with 3,000 Alliance coins. Returning to the sea through special means, Heiyu gazed cheerfully at the pirate ship docked beside a desolate island. This trip not only resolved his identity issues, but also brought him unexpected gains, a flying spirit's egg and a spirit guidebook. It had been a fruitful venture. 2 days passed quietly, and the giant shark set sail once more, roaming the open waters. The recent land journey had been relatively smooth, with no issues arising in terms of logistical supplies, spirit trading, or crew changes. Haha. Heiyu, I heard Madame Maida has taken you as her apprentice. Congratulations. On board one of the pirate ships, Gudian and his crew approached enthusiastically to congratulate the new pirate. Heiyu quickly responded humbly, "Oh, not at all. It's only because Madame Maida chose to guide me. I'm just a newcomer and can't compare to you seasoned veterans." His respectful words gave face to the older pirates, leaving them quite pleased. Although Haiyu's status had risen, strength remained the ultimate measure. While the older pirates were outwardly polite to him, there was a subtle undercurrent of skepticism. Heiyu was well aware of this, so he pushed himself even harder in training. Every night, his and his lobster soldier's training could be seen on the deck. Lobster soldier, use bubble beam. Heiyu commanded as the lobster soldier fired at the sea. Countless bubbles struck the water's surface, creating splashes before being swallowed by the dark, endless ocean. Lobster soldier, compared to bubble beam produces more bubbles and is stronger. This training isn't quite right. You should focus on increasing power first, then gradually work on the number of bubbles. Heiyu followed Gudian's advice to guide the lobster soldier. After some encouragement, the lobster soldier became highly motivated, waking even earlier than Heiyu for extra practice. In contrast, the Sharpedo appeared much lazier. Growing up in a group, it hadn't faced the same hardships as the lobster soldier. However, Heiyu hadn't found a better training method for it yet. Aside from regular skill and physical training, he focused on honing Sharpedo's speed boost ability, which would be critical in the future. Each day, under Haiyu's orders, Sharpedo swam against the current, following the giant shark's stern. "Gudian, you'll need to trouble your crawdaunt to mentor my lobster soldier again," Heiyu said, offering a bottle of fruit wine he had purchased as he sought Gudian's guidance. "Haha, it's no trouble at all," Gudian replied generously, releasing his crawdaunt and signaling it to share its experience with the lobster soldier. Seeing its much larger counterpart nearly double its size, the lobster soldier grew excited, its eyes gleaming with determination. Its 6 small legs fidgeted as it circled the crawdaunt, silently vowing to train hard and evolve into a similar form in the future. "Haha, Heiyu, your lobster soldier is quite spirited," Gudian remarked, catching a whiff of the wine's aroma and already eager to taste it. "You're too kind, Gudian. Let's have a drink." The two foxes, one large and one small, exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's intentions. They were merely fulfilling their own needs. The air was thick with the haze of alcohol, and night quietly descended. Heiyu carried the lobster soldier back to the cabin. Ever since the news of him being taken on as an apprentice by Lady Maida spread throughout the pirate ship, his accommodations had improved. No longer did he have to squeeze into the dark, damp lower decks with the newcomers. Instead, he now had a small private room. Though the room was small and a bit cramped with just a bed and a desk, Heiyu and his elf managed to make it work. He even converted the bathroom into a large water tank to accommodate the piranha. The lobster soldier needed to be careful during training and avoid overexerting itself. Using a special massage technique he had learned from Lady Maida, Heiyu eased the lobster soldier's muscles. The little soldier let out a contented hum, its face reflecting sheer enjoyment. The technique was effective in relieving post-training fatigue. Heiyu marveled at the hardness of its shell. Just as his hands were starting to ache from the effort, the incubator by his bed suddenly emitted a bright white light. Startled, the lobster soldier leapt from Heiyu's arms, stumbling onto the floor. Heiyu's attention was immediately drawn to the incubator. He opened its lid and watched as cracks began to form on the eggshell over time. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. It was his first time witnessing an elf's hatching, and it was truly fascinating. As the white light gradually faded, a soft chirp broke the silence. Before him stood a small bird with fiery red wings and a tuft of brownish feathers atop its head. "Hello, Spiro. Welcome to the world." Heiyu greeted the newborn creature with a smile. Spiro squinted its tiny eyes and chirped happily. Although Spiro was known for its irritable temperament, it appeared unusually calm and lazy at this moment. This was not only because it had just been born, but also because most elves instinctively regarded the first creature they saw as their parent. Carefully, Heiyu extended his hand to gently cradle Spiro. He softly brushed through its damp and disheveled feathers. Newly hatched elves were extremely fragile, so he handled it with the utmost care. Soon, Spiro drifted off into a deep sleep again. As expected, newborn elves were always sleepy. As an apprentice breeder, Heiyu had learned a great deal about elves. Typically, a newly hatched elf's first meal was its eggshell, which was rich in nutrients. With this in mind, he meticulously collected all the fragments of the eggshell from the incubator, setting them aside to feed Spiro once it awoke. "Spiro, keep flying into the sea breeze." On the deck, Heiyu focused intently on the Spiro in flight. Battling against the wind, it flapped its wings with great effort, struggling to maintain its balance. Eventually, Spiro could no longer keep up and gradually slowed, returning to the pirate ship. It dove down, spotting Heiyu's shoulder, and happily landed there. Thanks to Heiyu's attentive care, Spiro hadn't exhibited its usual irritable nature. Or perhaps, The volatile tendencies innate to this species had been soothed by Heiyu's calming influence. Take it slow, there's no one here to fight you for it, he said gently. Kuroha took out a baby bottle filled with moo milk. This wasn't the cheap milk found in stores, but a specially formulated blend designed for newborn Pokémon, with a small amount of vitality powder mixed in, making it highly suitable for young Pokémon. Spearow had already passed its infancy stage, and its stats had stabilized. Kuroha retrieved his beloved Pokédex from his pocket, and the screen flickered with information. Beep beep beep. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokémon, normal and flying type, level 6, ability, keen eye, height, 0.3 meters, weight, 2 kilograms, development, normal, no abnormalities detected. Known moves, growl, peck, and leer. Looking at the details on the Pokédex, Kuroha couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. As expected, it didn't inherit any special moves, and its overall attributes were quite average. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, this was just a random gamble egg he had picked up without any intention of training it as a mainstay. Its purpose was simply to serve as a utility Pokémon for flying. Life aboard the ship remained monotonous. Every morning, Kuroha followed Lady Meta to learn about Pokémon care and cultivation, while also seeking advice from the elderly sailors about their experiences with Pokémon. The Corfish continued its training under the guidance of Gudiant's iron-clawed Crawdaunt. Spearow's task was to acclimate to the air and wind currents of the sea. After all, the ocean was vastly different from land, and the harsh storms here posed a significant challenge for Pokémon accustomed to terrestrial environments. Then, one day, an unexpected event shattered the ship's tranquility. Alert! A pirate ship spotted 10 kilometers ahead. The lookout, maintaining composure, announced the warning over the broadcast system. This news instantly ignited a surge of activity aboard the Great Shark. People gathered on the deck in an orderly manner, binoculars in hand, scanning the distant vessel. Kuroha was no exception. Gripping his monocular tightly, he stared intently at the pirate ship. Through his lens, he noticed that the enemy was also observing them. All eyes turned to Lady Meta, who, given the captain's mysterious disappearance, had become the de facto leader. However, as Lady Meta prepared to issue orders, Nagata Shin and another first mate exchanged knowing glances, a trace of delight flashing in their eyes. The two first mates spoke in unison. All crew members, return to your posts immediately. Those whose names I call, prepare to board the enemy ship and engage in combat. Before the crew could process this sudden turn of events, Lady Meta's expression darkened with fury, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yet, despite her evident anger, she chose not to voice her objections. Instead, she let out a cold huff, turned on her heel, and stormed off. The two first mates smirked triumphantly, their thoughts brimming with ambition. If they could seize the opposing ship, their prestige would soar, bringing them one step closer to gaining control of the Great Shark itself. Nagata Shin, envisioning himself as the future captain, couldn't suppress a shiver of excitement, his eyes glinting with ambition. As the crew braced themselves for the impending battle, Kuroha hurriedly followed the retreating Lady Meta. Those scoundrels! They must have uncovered something to act so boldly. From within Lady Meta's quarters came the sound of angry shouts, followed by the sharp crash of glass shattering. Before Kuroha pushed the door open, he could already sense the tension inside. Entering, he was met with the sight of a shattered teacup on the floor and a spreading pool of spilled tea. Seeing her apprentice, Lady Meta's anger subsided slightly, but her expression still betrayed immense frustration. Her husband had perished under the coercion of the ocean team, and although she had managed to conceal the truth by claiming she was in seclusion to train her Pokémon, the ambitious first mates had uncovered fragments of the truth. Now, their decision to bypass her authority and directly command the crew was undoubtedly a move to seize power. Heiyu remained silent for a moment before speaking firmly. Lady Meta, this might actually be an opportunity for us. A flicker of light appeared in her eyes as she responded gravely. You mean to take this chance to eliminate them once and for all? Heiyu nodded, a glint of cold determination in his gaze. Lady Meta shook her head, her tone stern. Regardless of their strength, can I, alone, take on the two of them? If they both die, the giant shark's overall power will plummet. That would be akin to cutting off our own arm. With the enemy right before us, how can we afford internal strife? It took a great deal of time and effort to train these two into such capable and experienced first mates. In just a few words, Lady Meta dismissed Heiyu's suggestion, but she felt a sense of relief at her apprentice's decisiveness and unwavering support. Since you are against such a plan, my lady, then it's time to go out there and fight alongside them, Heiyu suggested thoughtfully, continuing to strategize. After all, fighting together could earn her the goodwill of the common crew. If she allowed the two first mates to continue consolidating their influence, she risked losing control entirely. Lady Meta clearly understood the reasoning. Her earlier outburst had indeed alienated the crew. With her characteristic decisiveness, she stood up, grabbed a windbreaker, and swiftly made her way to the deck. By this time, All the crew members were in battle formation, some nervous, some exhilarated. Chaos was the ladder to power. Aggression was the quickest way to amass resources. In this naval battle, some would perish, while others would rise. Heiyu stepped onto the deck and noticed the wary glances directed at him. People who had once been warm toward him now distanced themselves, sensing the shifting tides. He sighed inwardly at the fickleness of human nature, but had no time to dwell on it. As the two massive ships were on a collision course, neither showing any intention of slowing down. Boom, boom. Two resounding crashes echoed as the ships collided violently. Attack! Charge, brothers! The cries of battle erupted in an instant as Pokémon from both sides clashed in close combat. Crawdonts, Corsolas, and Corfishes, known for their defensive capabilities, charged to the front lines, using their sturdy bodies to engage in melee combat. Jets of water, streams, and bubbles crisscrossed the air, while the crew members directed the battle from the higher levels of the deck. Leading the charge were a Swampert, a Blastoise, and an Octillery. The Swampert belonged to Lady Meta, while the Blastoise and Octillery were the trump cards of the two first mates. Lady Meta, it seems your Swampert has grown even stronger, Nagata Shin remarked, casting a wary glance at the elegant woman beside him as her Swampert held off two imposing Crawdonts. Lady Meta remained composed, observing the battlefield with a sharp eye. She replied coolly, "You'd better focus on your own Pokémon. Being beaten back repeatedly by two Kingdras doesn't exactly speak highly of their strength." Hearing Madame Meta's mocking words, the expressions of the two first mates darkened instantly. Their lips twitched slightly as if they wanted to argue, but in the end, they chose silence, their faces growing even more grim. Indeed, as Madame Meta pointed out, before Kingdra evolves using dragon scales, Seadra is purely a water-type Pokémon with base stats that don't even reach 500. Under such circumstances, being repeatedly defeated by the pirates on the opposing side clearly revealed that the two first mates were ultimately no match for their opponents. Even so, the two first mates stubbornly defended themselves, claiming that the two Seadra worked in perfect harmony and moved through the water like engines, making them incredibly fast. While our Pokémon were amphibious, they simply couldn't compete in speed. The three continued their verbal sparring, while the fierce battle raged on below. Pokémon were falling one after another, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. The water's surface in the surrounding sea had already turned a deep crimson. Flying Pokémon Squad, attack! The pirates on the opposing ship, realizing that prolonging the stalemate would lead to a Pyrrhic victory at best, decided to break the deadlock from the air. Swellow, Wingull, Pidgey, Spearow, and other flying Pokémon clashed fiercely in the sky. Skills erupted in all directions, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Crash! Pokémon could be seen plummeting from the sky from time to time. As the battle dragged on, a deadlock began to form, with both sides suffering heavy losses in this brutal confrontation at sea. Black Feather, heartbroken, recalled his severely injured Sharpedo, his gaze sweeping over some of his pirate comrades nearby. A trace of resentment flickered in his eyes. During the earlier battle, they had deliberately refrained from assisting him, resulting in Sharpedo's grave injuries. These pirates were indeed selfish and opportunistic, always prioritizing their own interests at critical moments. Black Feather thought bitterly to himself. Just moments ago, he had selflessly shielded some of their Pokémon from attacks, understanding the importance of teamwork in such battles. Now, seeing their true colors, he immediately ordered his Crawdont to ease up, to merely go through the motions and conserve its strength. Meanwhile, on the enemy pirate ship, a few sweat-drenched pirates rushed into the command room, reporting to the one-eyed pirate seated at the helm. "Captain, we can't go on like this. Their Swampert is too powerful, and we're taking heavy losses." A ruthless glint flashed in the one-eyed pirate's gaze as he replied, "It seems we have no choice but to use that move." As the battle intensified, Swampert gradually gained the upper hand against the two Crawdont. Just as Black Feather and his comrades began to rally with renewed confidence, the opposing Seadra pair suddenly gathered together, swirling around the seawater to generate an overwhelming aura. Roar! Deep purple energy began to coalesce, and the two Seadra unleashed powerful dragon-type energy from their sharp mouths. Under Black Feather's stunned gaze, the energies merged into a massive dragon-shaped head. The sheer force of the dragon-type energy made every Pokémon on the battlefield tremble, their bodies paralyzed with fear, unable to act rashly. This was the sheer dominance unique to dragon types. All eyes, friend and foe alike, were drawn to the scene. "It's Dragon Pulse," someone exclaimed, their voice trembling as they recognized the move. A massive dragon pulse surged toward the Blastoise and Octillery. Despite the two Pokémon bracing themselves in defensive stances before the attack was unleashed, they were ultimately struck down, losing their ability to fight. Boom! Gurgle thud! A deafening explosion rocked the entire shark cruiser violently. "Quick! Run for your lives!" someone shouted, causing chaos to erupt instantly. The crew scrambled, leaping off the deck into the sea, desperately seeking a way to survive. The dominant aura of the Swampert's earlier advantage vanished like smoke in the wind, leaving the entire shark cruiser shrouded in fear. The old adage echoed in their minds. As long as you live, there's hope for another day. Heiyu was jostled around in the panicked crowd, barely keeping his footing. Quickly, he recalled his corfish into its pokeball and hurriedly opened a door, slipping into the cabin to find some refuge. The moment he entered, Heiyu spotted an enemy pirate ransacking the room for valuables. "Corfish, use bubble beam," he shouted. The tentacle followed closely behind, unleashing a wave of water pulse. The pirate, clearly startled, hastily summoned his own Pokémon to fight back. Corfish's claws snapped open, releasing a barrage of bubbles that collided midair with a massive water ball summoned by the enemy. The clash sent droplets spraying everywhere. Heiyu brushed aside the foam obstructing his view with a sweep of his sleeve, revealing the chaotic scene. "Spearow, use Peck," he commanded. Spearow, still in fighting shape, darted forward with precision. This was where its agility and combat instincts thrived in such confined skirmishes. "I don't need to defeat your Pokémon. I just need to kill you." The enemy pirate broke out in cold sweat as he realized his disadvantage. He had two Pokémon, but one had already been incapacitated during the boarding, leaving him with only a tentacle, which was clearly outmatched. In the cramped space, Spearow flapped its wings furiously, speeding toward him. "Damn it!" The pirate cursed internally. The water droplets in the air blurred his vision, but relying on years of instinct, he rolled out of the way just in time. Spearow missed its target, but it quickly regained momentum, energy gathering in its sharp beak. It darted forward again, striking the pirate's blind spot with deadly precision, piercing his throat in an instant. Ugh! The pirate collapsed stiffly to the ground, clutching his bloodied throat as if trying to speak, but failing. Without its trainer's guidance, the tentacle already weaker on land was left disoriented and quickly defeated. Heiyu kicked the lifeless body aside and pulled a dagger from his belt. He tore through the pirate's clothing, searching for valuables. "No wonder so many people risk their lives to become pirates," he muttered, looking at the spoils. "Plundering really is the fastest way to get rich." Among the loot, he found a significant amount of Alliance currency, a journal-like notebook, and two poke balls, one of which contained another corfish. Click! He returned the defeated tentacle to its pokeball and locked it to prevent any further interference. Hearing the chaos of footsteps and battles outside, Heiyu cautiously approached the cabin door and turned the lock. Only then did his tense nerves begin to ease slightly. Feeling the intense pounding of his heart, Heiyu collapsed to the ground, stroking the panting lobster soldier beside him. His voice carried a tinge of guilt. "Lobster soldier, I'm sorry for dragging you into danger with me every day." The lobster soldier nudged Heiyu's pant leg with its hard head and replied, "I would never resent you, master. After all, we made a promise back Thento reached the pinnacle together, didn't we? Ha ha. Charge, brothers. The chance to strike it rich is right in front of us. Victory is within our grasp. Kill them all, and their treasures are yours." The one-eyed pirate leader stood atop a platform, shouting madly, his hands raised high above his head as he gestured wildly. His rallying cries further ignited the fervor of his crew, driving them to press their attacks with their spirits commanding greater ferocity. The pirates of the giant shark ship were beaten back step by step, especially after seeing the defeat of the first mate's spirits. Their morale collapsed entirely. "Run for your lives. Even the first mate's spirits have fallen, save yourselves," an experienced old pirate shouted loudly. Those who had been holding their ground felt their resolve waver at his words. In truth, some of the more cowardly pirates had already jumped overboard earlier, but in the water, they became sitting ducks, easily picked off by the enemy pirates' commanding spirits. This grim reality crushed any remaining thoughts of escaping into the sea. "Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm here. Rally to me, rally to me." Madame Maida's commanding voice rang across the battlefield, exuding an aura of leadership. The crew of the giant shark ship began retreating and gathering together at her call. Human nature often leans toward conformity. When one person acts, they may face skepticism, but when everyone acts, others naturally follow suit. On the enemy ship, a pirate turned to the one-eyed captain and said, "Boss, that woman seems to be consolidating their forces. We should stop her now." The one-eyed captain, brimming with confidence, replied, "No rush. Let her gather them all in one place. It'll make it easier for us to wipe them out in one fell swoop." The absence of top-tier combat strength left the crew of the giant shark ship cornered, barely holding on through their familiarity with the terrain. "Stop resisting. If you surrender, we'll treat you well and won't confiscate your spirits." The enemy pirates used a loudspeaker to amplify their words, employing psychological tactics. Some of the crew hesitated, and a few less experienced ones even showed signs of wavering. However, the majority clenched their fists in fury, though their true thoughts remained hidden within. "If you won't surrender, don't blame us for being ruthless." Seeing their words fail to sway the defenders despite their efforts, the enemy pirates decided to launch an all-out attack. Countless skills were unleashed in a barrage aimed at the defender's cornered position. Use wide guard, Madame Mida commanded sharply, her voice cutting through the chaos. The Swampert pounded its chest, letting out a hoarse roar as an invisible ripple emanated from its body. A massive, transparent protective shield materialized, enveloping their side and all their spirits. Water jets, foam beams, and countless high-speed star attacks relentlessly struck the protective shield, yet they failed to shake the formidable, wide-range defense. Inside the shield, the people and Pokémon finally had a moment to catch their breath. They quickly took out healing sprays and various recovery items, striving to restore their Pokémon's strength. A fierce battle still awaited them. Madame Meta thought to herself, wondering, is Heiyu still alive? Could he have died in the chaos already? What a waste of such a promising talent. I was hoping to pass on my breeder skills to him. As the enemy's attacks grew even more ferocious, the protective shield created by the wide-range defense was nearing its limit. It seemed she would have to resort to her trump card. Madame Meta forced herself to stay calm under the pressure, making a firm decision in her heart. Meanwhile, Heiyu was recovering his strength in a room, paying no attention to the enemy pirates broadcast outside. These pirates were utterly untrustworthy, and his past experiences had already proven that. If things truly became unbearable, he would have no choice but to jump into the sea to escape. Fortunately, there was a hatch at the bottom of the ship. He thought to himself that he was not someone who would die for blind loyalty. Staying aboard this pirate ship was merely to learn Madame Meta's breeder expertise. With his life now on the line, he had to plan his way out. Firo, Sharpedo, if things take a turn for the worse, I'll jump into the sea. You two must follow me immediately. Heiyu instructed his 3 Pokémon urgently. Firo, you scout from the air and find the nearest land. Sharpedo, you lead the way in the water for me and Crawdot. He knew that in a truly dangerous moment, sacrificing his Pokémon to save himself might be necessary. After all, once dead, nothing else mattered. He had no intention of perishing so soon after being given a second chance at life. After regaining most of his strength, Heiyu slowly stood up, opened the door, and peeked outside. The deck was now deserted, littered only with remnants of Pokémon and bloodstains. It seemed the enemy had already swept through this area and had likely moved to the rear. He rummaged through the pockets of the corpses and found a considerable amount of loot. Just as he was flipping over another body to search for more valuables, a sudden, thunderous dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth, sending a shiver down his spine. He followed the sound and saw a massive Gyarados soaring through the air. Its shimmering blue scales glistened under the sunlight. From its ferocious maw, it unleashed a brilliant white beam that instantly sank the enemy pirate ship. Heiyu's heartbeat quickened as the breathtaking sight left him momentarily speechless. Is this Gyarados on our side? The question flashed through his mind, but there was no time to dwell on it. The appearance of the Gyarados had undoubtedly tipped the scales of the battle. Heiyu quickly snapped out of his shock, abandoning his greed for more loot. He swiftly tied the spoils he had collected around his waist and moved along the edge of the deck toward the ship's cabin. The Gyarados continued its relentless assault, unleashing wave after wave of devastating attacks. With a sweep of its massive tail, a powerful tornado swept across the enemy fleet, demolishing another pirate ship. The air was filled with the screams of the enemy pirates and the sound of splintering wood. At this moment, the crew of the giant shark finally realized that the Gyarados was actually on their side. The 2 deputy captains, who had been preparing to flee, were now pale with terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. The captain is supposed to be dead, Nagata Shin exclaimed in panic. Their boldness in openly disrespecting Madame Meta and secretly rallying others to seize control of the giant shark was based on the belief that the captain had been killed by a powerful dark organization. But now, the appearance of the Gyarados reignited their fears. Calm down. Our information is absolutely reliable. This must be a contingency he left behind for that woman, the other deputy captain said, regaining his composure. Although his analysis brought them some relief, their faces remained grim. With such a powerful Pokémon on Madame Meta's side, and her gaining newfound respect and authority at this critical moment, their chances of reclaiming power in the future seemed slim. The mighty Gyarados unleashed its wrath, instantly overturning the enemy's pirate ship. The pirates aboard the Great Shark sounded their horn of counterattack. Chaos ensued, and the enemy pirates crumbled in disarray. Their top fighters were held at bay by Gyarados and Swampert, leaving no one to offer reinforcements. As the sun set, the crimson glow of the evening sky bathed the ocean, and the blood-stained deck of the Great Shark bore witness to the brutal and heroic clash between the pirate crews. The last enemy pirate fell, and the remaining pirates of the Great Shark erupted in cheers of victory. Undoubtedly, they were the victors of this bloody feast. Countless corpses and treasures lay scattered, the chaos serving as a stepping stone to their rise. Many knelt, weeping with their hands raised in the air, shouting in triumph. The golden rays of the setting sun fell upon them, as if celebrating their victory and adding a touch of grandeur. Kuroha, hearing that the battle outside had finally ended, quickly wiped the blood off his face and emerged from his hiding spot in the cabin, feigning exhaustion. After all, he had taken down one enemy himself. Portraying himself as having endured hardship and danger was always a safe bet. At that moment, Lady Meta stood at the bow, holding two bloodied heads in her hands, those of the ship's two first mates. The crew stared in shock at the cold, beautiful woman. The brutality of the battle had left them stunned, not only because of the carnage but also because the previously gentle Lady Meta had acted so decisively. She had slain the two first mates, who had harbored ill intentions and plotted against her, declaring her intent to rid the ship of threats. Lady Meta's tone was resolute, her gaze sharp with an aura of menace. The crew's earlier excitement froze in an instant, and they bowed their heads in silence, not daring to respond. Kuroha immediately raised his arm and shouted, "Lady Meta is unmatched in strength. We pledge our loyalty to you as the new captain. I, Kuroha, salute our new captain." His voice rang out, his face flushed with fervor. The others, grasping the change in power, quickly followed suit, chanting, "Hail Lady Meta! Hail the new captain!" Lady Meta stood tall, her cold eyes surveying the crew below. Kuroha looked up to see her figure silhouetted against the setting sun, exuding an awe-inspiring radiance. She slowly raised her arms, feeling the gusting sea breeze, her gaze unwavering as she declared, "I accept your allegiance. From this day forth, I will ensure the flag of the great shark sails higher across the seas. Long live Lady Meta." Kuroha once again played the sycophant, and the others echoed his cheer, shouting, "Long live." Beneath the setting sun, the sails of the great shark billowed in the wind, heralding a new journey. Before nightfall, the crew hurried to salvage goods from the enemy's pirate ship. Tonight would be a sleepless night, as everyone anticipated the distribution of tomorrow's spoils. Exhausted, Kuroha collapsed onto the bed in his cabin, while his Spiro stood vigil at the bedside. It had become a habit for the little bird in the month since its birth. The lobster soldier and the Sharpedo quietly stayed in a pool that had been converted from a restroom. Although both Pokémon were amphibious creatures, they clearly felt more comfortable in the water. As night fell, a heavy silence enveloped the pirate ship. Heiyu slowly got up, his mood relaxing as he found himself alone. He pulled out all the loot he had collected that day from his waist pouch and pockets, piling the items onto the small table. The first thing that caught his eye was a large stack of paper alliance currency. As a pirate, he was well aware that most of them were outlaws with sensitive identities, making cash their preferred means of wealth. Savings accounts were a rarity. Heiyu gathered the bills together, stacking them into a neat pile. Skillfully, he flipped through the notes one by one, taking some time to count them. To his surprise, it totaled 300,000 alliance credits. Truly, crime does pay, he thought with a mix of awe and irony. Aside from the enemies he had slain in the cabin, he had only managed to quickly loot a few ordinary pirates. "If only I could have searched every body," he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with a fiery ambition. A cool sea breeze drifted through the cracks by the window, snapping Heiyu out of his thoughts. Shaking off the absurd notions in his mind, he resumed sorting through the items. Among them were two Pokeballs, one containing a tentacle and the other a Corfish. TCH, as expected, they're both low level, he muttered, pulling out his Alliance Pokédex to scan them. The screen displayed their information, confirming his suspicions. The tentacle was level 16, and the Corfish was level 17. Setting the Pokeballs down gently, Heiyu thought to himself, although their levels are low, together they could fetch over 100,000 credits if sold. Perhaps I can sell them on the black market once I return to the mainland. As for keeping them, that idea never crossed his mind. They might serve as a stopgap in emergencies, but training them seriously was out of the question. Pokémon that already belonged to a trainer were notoriously difficult to tame, and few would bother raising them into a main force. After organizing the miscellaneous items, only a small notebook resembling a journal remained on the table. Heiyu opened it slowly, finding its contents unexpectedly intriguing. It turned out to be a comprehensive care manual for nurturing a Corfish. As he flipped through the pages, his eyebrows raised in curiosity. The manual covered everything from skill training and feeding to battle strategies, unique traits, and even emotional bonding. It was an exhaustive guide to every aspect of raising a Corfish, and Heiyu found himself completely engrossed. When he finally reached the last page, 6 bold characters stood out, produced by the Pokémon Alliance. It was only then that Heiyu realized this was an internal training manual from the Alliance, which instantly elevated its value in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder how such a precious item had ended up in the hands of an ordinary pirate. In truth, the pirate Heiyu had killed was once a direct-line trainer of the Pokémon Alliance. However, his parents had been caught on the losing side of a political struggle within the Alliance and had tragically met their end. To ensure his safety and avoid being held accountable, Heiyu decisively left the city he was in. Through a series of coincidences and unexpected events, he eventually became a pirate. This handbook on raising lobster soldiers was a valuable item he had purchased using merit points from the Alliance. Heiyu kept the handbook securely locked in a cabinet, as its contents were crucial to his future efforts in cultivating lobster soldiers. It was something he could not afford to lose. After counting his cash and organizing his loot, he removed his pirate attire, laid down on the bed, and gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, the cries of seagulls outside the window reached his room. After a deep and restful sleep, Heiyu woke up feeling refreshed and stretched, his entire body brimming with comfort. "Good morning, lobster soldiers," he said as he rubbed his sleepy eyes. He opened the cabinet and took out a box of general-purpose food for water-type Pokémon, along with a rare beginner-level energy cube. Considering the appetite of the lobster soldiers, just one cube was enough to fill most of their stomachs. Heiyu reflected on how profitable energy cube production was. Berries worth only a few dozen alliance coins could produce several energy cubes, each of which could be sold for hundreds of coins. Watching the Pokémon devour the food happily, he silently resolved to learn how to make energy cubes in the future. The breeder profession was quite unique, encompassing a wide range of fields. For example, the massage techniques of Pokémon masseuses and the emergency response skills of Pokémon medics were all part of what breeders needed to master. Beyond these, the two core tasks of breeders were devising training plans for their Pokémon and creating energy cubes. Seeing his Pokémon eat with such enjoyment, Heiyu began to feel hungry himself. He headed to the dining hall and ordered a simple curry rice. Even though he now had 300,000 alliance coins, he still didn't feel inclined to spend extravagantly. The only indulgence he allowed himself was adding some meat to the curry. As he took a bite, the fragrant and spicy flavors exploded on his tongue, prompting him to let out a satisfied exclamation. While he was enjoying his meal, a dish suddenly appeared on the seat across from him. The most eye-catching item on the plate was a small piece of slowpoke tail. Though it looked plain, its aroma suggested it was undoubtedly delicious. Heiyu looked up to see a burly man with a friendly smile sitting across from him. It was Gudian. "Hee. Heiyu, having such a small meal? I accidentally got too much food. Let's share it," Gudian said warmly, inviting Heiyu to partake in the lavish dish. Heiyu smirked and replied, "Brother Gudian, it seems you've hit the jackpot this time. You're being so generous. This slowpoke tail must have cost a fortune, right?" Without hesitation, he picked up a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The sweet flavor spread across his tongue, soft and tender, melting in his mouth and sliding smoothly down his throat. Heiyu couldn't help but feel grateful. It was thanks to the captain's decisive leadership in the past that they could now enjoy such comfort and leisure. Gudian, on the other hand, feigned casualness and responded nonchalantly. Heiyu quickly understood the subtle intentions of the other party and continued enjoying the delicious food without hesitation. At present, with both first mates on the ship deceased, Madame Meta, the new captain, needed to consolidate her authority by appointing a new first mate. Many experienced and capable senior pirates were eyeing this position. "Brother Gutian, to be honest, I've been struggling with cultivating sprites lately," Heiyu said, his sentence unfinished before Gutian caught on to his meaning. Gutian immediately pulled a small booklet from his pocket and slid it over to Heiyu. "Little brother, I don't have much to offer, but this is my personal guide on raising iron-claw crawfish. If your little crawfish soldiers have any issues, feel free to come to me for advice." Gutian patted his chest, making a firm promise. Heiyu casually tucked the booklet into his coat and, with a sly smile, said, "Brother Gutian, your contributions to the development of the giant shark are immeasurable. I'll be sure to put in a good word for you with my teacher." Although Heiyu was still an apprentice and had not officially taken a master, he shamelessly referred to Madame Meta as his teacher in private. Adapting his words to suit his audience, Heiyu had learned to leverage connections for his benefit. However, he was careful never to address himself this way in front of Madame Meta. "Thanks, little brother," Gutian replied contentedly as he left, adding a few more delicious dishes to Heiyu's table before departing. After finishing his meal, Heiyu strolled leisurely on the deck. Compared to the bustling activity of the other pirates, he appeared quite relaxed. The crew's numbers have dwindled drastically. Among my fellow recruits, only 2 of us are still alive," he muttered to himself. Wandering through various corners of the giant shark, he noticed many posts left unmanned. Most of his peers had perished in the brutal battle the previous day. Being a pirate was perilous, and Heiyu knew that in the future, he would have to return to the mainland and forge a new, legitimate identity. Heiyu remained on the giant shark partly because of his current circumstances and partly due to his responsibility as a cultivator. As he reached the deck, he noticed a group of about 10 pirates gathered together. Out of curiosity, he approached and discovered they were trading spoils of war. When pirate crews clashed, any loot obtained by killing an opponent became personal spoils. Even the captain couldn't claim it. However, shared ship resources and valuable treasures were distributed based on merit. This often led to situations where small spoils were traded among the crew. This tailo is on the brink of evolution. With a bit of training and cultivation, it will become a swallow, a young pirate announced, adding, "It has already learned aerial ace." Heiyu observed the scene attentively. The surrounding pirates were quite interested in the tailo, calling out their offers one after another. Perhaps due to the recent battle, many of their Pokémon had perished, and they were eager to replenish their teams. Heiyu joined the crowd, and the others quickly made space for him. He smiled politely and sat down slowly. Clearly, the crew was cautious not to offend someone so close to the captain. Ultimately, the Tailo, which was on the verge of evolution, was sold to a pirate for 140,000 alliance coins. This price seemed slightly low, considering the Tailo was already at level 20 and could evolve into a Swellow with just a bit of training to reach level 22. However, given the challenges of taming someone else's Pokémon, the price was reasonable. The risk of failure in taming made the cost appear lower. Note: to address readers' questions, the Carvania and Sharpedo species can indeed battle on land. For details, refer to the animated movie, Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel, where Sharpedo not only fights on land but also undergoes mega evolution. After completing several trades of spoils, Heiyu seized the opportunity to sell 2 captured Pokémon, earning approximately 140,000 alliance coins. The high price made him suspect that someone might be looking out for him, or perhaps Pokémon were simply scarce on the ship, and everyone was eager to bolster their teams. However, Heiyu didn't dwell on the reason. What mattered was that his wealth had surged again, with his total alliance coins nearing 440,000 enough to buy a quarter of a starter Pokémon. During the subsequent trading session, items such as training manuals and notes on breeding experiences were offered. Since these materials could be duplicated, they were sold at low prices, prompting many to make purchases. Although the content was disorganized and some of it speculative, Heiyu quickly realized how inferior these notes were compared to the comprehensive knowledge summarized by the Alliance. As a Pokémon breeder apprentice, his knowledge far surpassed that of the other pirates. After the trading session ended, everyone returned to their duties, while Heiyu went back to his room to browse through the books he had bought. He knew well that knowledge is the ladder of human progress. By midday, the sun was shining brightly, and the dining hall felt somewhat empty, with only about 100 crew members present. Just as everyone was preparing to enjoy their meals and revel in their newly fattened wallets, Captain Maida entered the dining hall. Despite being a woman, her words carried authority, and the pirates did not dare to underestimate her. They greeted her respectfully. "Captain Maida, good day, Captain Maida. Madam Maida, good afternoon." Captain Maida scanned the room, her gaze briefly pausing on Heiyu in the corner before moving on. She announced, "There are 2 matters today. First, regarding the distribution of resources from yesterday's takeover of the enemy pirate crew, I've posted the allocation notice at the exit of the dining hall. You can check it on your way out." At this, the room erupted in murmurs, excitement evident in everyone's eyes. The resources of the enemy crew were undoubtedly substantial, and each person's share was bound to be significant. The dining hall quickly became noisy with hushed discussions. "Silence." Captain Maida's stern voice cut through the chatter, and everyone immediately turned to the queen of the great shark with a mix of awe and fear, falling silent. "The second matter concerns the manpower shortage on the ship. Starting tomorrow, you'll need everyone to work a bit harder to keep the ship running smoothly. Once we dock at the next port, you'll arrange for new recruits to join us." As soon as she finished speaking, some of the more powerful crew members began to grow anxious, wondering why she hadn't mentioned promotions or the selection of a first mate. This question lingered in everyone's minds, especially for Gudien, who felt his chances of becoming the first mate were higher than anyone else's. After all, he was already a renowned expert aboard the ship. The ordinary pirates, however, paid no mind to such concerns and instead celebrated enthusiastically. Before leaving, Captain Maida turned to Heiyu and said, "Come with me." Under the envious gazes of the others, Heiyu rose without a word and followed her at a measured pace. On his way out, he gave a subtle nod to Gudien, who was watching him with hopeful eyes. Heiyu walked through the dimly lit corridor, closely following Lady Meta ahead of him. Before long, the two arrived at the door of the meeting room. As the door creaked open, the sight before him made Heiyu gasp in astonishment. "Oh my goodness." Piles of cash and baskets of Pokeballs were laid out on the conference table. Heiyu's heart pounded uncontrollably as he instinctively swallowed hard, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. As a young pirate, he had never seen such an enormous fortune. This must be worth at least tens of millions. And those Pokeballs, could they all be confiscated Pokemon? For a moment, Heiyu forgot the proper respect he ought to show Lady Meta and blurted out, "What's all this about?" Lady Meta didn't seem to mind his lack of decorum. A faint smile graced her lips, clearly indicating she was in a good mood. She had a soft spot for her young apprentice and was always willing to impart her knowledge. "Yes," she began, "the cargo hold of the opposing pirate ship was indeed hiding quite a treasure trove. Although we salvaged it in time, some of it was inevitably lost." Lady Meta stepped forward, picking up a stack of cash and bringing it to her nose for a light sniff, as though savoring the allure of wealth. "Heiyu, this is your reward." She handed him 2 stacks of cash, which appeared to amount to roughly 1,000,000. Heiyu respectfully accepted them with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Lady Meta's sharp observation caught the subtle change in how he addressed her. Her gaze deepened as she looked at him meaningfully. You have talent, she praised. Your memory and comprehension are exceptional qualities that are indispensable for becoming a great nurturer. However, her tone shifted as she added, but I hope you can make a clear choice. Will you strive to become a powerful trainer or an outstanding nurturer? Leaning back in her chair, Lady Meta crossed her long legs, the hem of her gown revealing a glimpse of fair skin. The mature woman exuded an air of elegance and charm. Embarrassed, Heiyu quickly lowered his head, not daring to linger on her appearance. He replied earnestly, Lady Meta, since you've called me a genius, I must live up to that title. Raising his head with determination, he met her gaze directly. I want to excel in both paths as a trainer and a nurturer. As your apprentice, I will always remember your guidance. Lady Meta studied his face, which bore a faint resemblance to someone from her memories, stirring a fleeting thought of the child she had lost in her youth. Collecting herself, she chuckled softly. You clever boy, you always know how to say the right thing. From today onward, you are no longer my apprentice, you are my student. Hearing this, Heiyu immediately performed a formal bow of respect. This student greets his teacher, he said sincerely. Lady Meta went to the bookshelf and retrieved an old, worn notebook. The handwriting was elegant, and the edges of the pages curled slightly, evidence of its age and authenticity. This is my personal notebook from when I was learning. I'm giving it to you as your ceremonial gift. Study it well, and strive to become a nurturer as soon as possible, she said. The two then discussed the challenges Heiyu had encountered in his recent studies and the difficulties in nurturing. Lady Meta patiently addressed each issue, and their bond as teacher and student grew stronger, evoking an image of mutual respect and care. After Heiyu left, Lady Meta sat on the long bench, gently resting her forehead in her hand as she murmured to herself, Gutian, perhaps he's a suitable candidate. He'll give it some thought. In the days that followed, the giant shark drifted through the waters of the Hoenn region on its way back. Occasionally, they encountered other ships, but due to a lack of manpower, they refrained from attacking. The crew aboard the ship was still immersed in the joy of their newfound wealth and victory, having long forgotten the deaths of their fallen comrades. On the vast deck, Heiyu was overseeing the training of the Pokémon. Crawdaunt was intently focusing on the power of water, striving to channel the flow. Heiyu watched it closely, his expression serious. As more water began to swirl around Crawdaunt's body, Heiyu suddenly shouted, Now, use water jet. Instantly, water enveloped Crawdaunt, and with the surge of its power, the small Pokémon leaped forward, charging toward the wooden target with unstoppable momentum. Crack! The target splintered on impact. Crawdaunt's 6 nimble legs landed firmly on the deck. Heiyu approached, showering it with praise. Well done, Crawdaunt. You've finally mastered Water Jet. Among the 3 Pokémon, Crawdaunt had made the most significant progress, having reached level 19, thanks in large part to the considerable resources invested in its training. To help it master the inherited move Dragon Dance, Heiyu had even shamelessly asked Madame Meta, his mentor, for a vial of Kingdra's blood. As a pseudo-dragon species, Kingdra's blood contained traces of dragon energy, which could stimulate Crawdaunt's sensitivity to dragon-type energy. However, the results were less than satisfactory, and Crawdaunt still couldn't grasp Dragon Dance, so Heiyu shifted focus to training its other inherited move Water Jet. The training for Carvania, on the other hand, emphasized its speed boostability. After a period of rigorous drills, Carvania could now accelerate at will. Though the rapid acceleration drained its stamina quickly, the trade-off was an almost lightning-fast speed. Among Pokémon of the same level, Carvana's swimming speed was unmatched. Spearow, too, had adapted to the ocean's winds, capable of effective reconnaissance within a 1-kilometer radius, and its level was steadily increasing. Despite their rapid progress, Heiyu knew it was still far from enough. The seas were fraught with countless hidden dangers, and beneath the calm surface, treacherous undercurrents lurked. Leaning against the ship's railing, Heiyu stared at the azure sea, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. No one could predict what perils lay hidden beneath the waves. It was time to start learning how to craft Poke Blocks. Heiyu had already made up his mind. Poke Blocks were among the most miraculous creations in this world, a concentrated energy form made by blending basic berries with rare medicinal herbs. These blocks could amplify ordinary energy exponentially, packed with immense nutrients, making them invaluable for Pokémon growth. Crafting Poke Blocks required intense focus and precision, down to 1,000th of a gram, and mastering the skill demanded relentless practice. Madame Meta placed a berry into a compact machine in front of her, her eyes fixed intently on the data displayed above. Her expression was stern, not allowing herself a moment of distraction. Standing obediently by her side, Heiyu listened attentively to her instructions. Every breeder capable of crafting Poke Blocks was essentially a walking fortune maker, and the Poke Block taking shape before their eyes was proof of that. What was once an ordinary berry worth only a few dozen alliance coins had, in the blink of an eye, been transformed into 5 yellow energy cubes, each valued at over 1,000 alliance coinsa, staggering profit. Heiyu's eyes gleamed with fiery enthusiasm as he thought to himself, if only I could learn how to make these, I'd never have to worry about funding for nurturing Pokemon again. No wonder books on breeders are nowhere to be found in the market. With profits like these, how could the powerful families allow commoners to access this knowledge? A flicker of frustration crossed Heiyu's gaze as he deeply felt the distorted societal structure of this world. Madame Mida softly spoke, try it. This is an energy cube I made using phoenix pear berries. It can enhance a Pokemon's physical strength. She carefully removed her gloves and used a pair of tweezers to pick up the small, delicate energy cube. Despite its tiny size, it was packed with immense nutrition and energy. Hee. Heiyu eagerly released his Crawdaunt. As soon as the Crawdaunt emerged from its pokeball, it caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Its senses were instantly captivated, and it stared longingly at the energy cubes inside the machine. Madame Mida noticed its reaction, and a fondness for the Pokemon welled up in her heart. Just then, the Crawdaunt swiftly grabbed one of the yellow energy cubes with its claw and devoured it in a single gulp. Hee. The Crawdaunt immediately displayed a look of satisfaction, its eyes narrowing in delight as it let out a contented sound. Smiling, Madame Mida said, from now on, this energy cube maker is yours. You can use it to train whenever you want. The materials are all in the storage room, just take what you need. As she left the room, she added, oh, and don't start with energy cubes that have special effects that are too advanced. Try practicing with the most basic ones first. Heiyu pulled out Madame Mida's handwritten notes from his pocket. The pages were filled with an endless trove of breeder knowledge, including dozens of energy cube recipes. Among them were basic recipes for restoring stamina and healing injuries, as well as special formulas like the one for enhancing a Pokemon's physical strength. This is incredible, Heiyu exclaimed with excitement. His eyes widened as he saw the final recipe, a formula that, with long-term use, could improve a Pokemon's potential. However, his excitement quickly faded as he scanned the list of hundreds of required ingredients. Of those, he could only recognize a few dozen, the rest were entirely foreign to him. Sigh, the path of a breeder is truly a long and arduous journey, Heiyu lamented. Meanwhile, Crawdaunt gazed up at him with a pitiful expression, its claws gesturing toward the energy cubes on the table, as if pleading, Crawdaunt wants more energy cubes. In the days that followed, Heiyu dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the art of energy cube creation, enduring countless failures along the way. It was no wonder that breeders capable of crafting energy cubes were so highly sought after and respected. Heiyu finally understood the challenges involved as he looked at the mountain of discarded materials piling up in the corner and the small, lumpy black cube on his desk that only vaguely resembled the desired result. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. His teacher had once said that, aside from talent, perseverance was the most crucial factor. Heiyu couldn't help but wonder how many failures his teacher had endured before achieving success. Feeling somewhat numb, Heiyu placed another berry into the small energy cube maker and began operating the machine. His fingers danced across the controls with practiced precision, the motions ingrained in his mind after thousands upon thousands of attempts. As the machine whirred to life, Heiyu focused intently, his eyes fixed on the tiny rotating needle above. Time passed slowly, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, dripping onto the table below. Then, in a fleeting moment, Heiyu's finger flicked lightly. Ding, a new, unfamiliar sound echoed. His weary eyes lit up with joy. A pure white energy cube slowly emerged in his palm, radiating faint warmth. Holding it up to the light, Heiyu could clearly see the jelly-like substance within, its surface smooth and polished, exuding a gentle, pleasant fragrance. It was a basic universal energy cube for stamina restoration successfully crafted. Standing on the deck of the great shark, Heiyu gazed out at the rolling waves in the distance, silently reflecting on his growth. Over the past 6 months, he had evolved from a fledgling apprentice into a semi-skilled cultivator capable of producing energy cubes with some consistency. Although he had yet to take the formal assessment from the Cultivators Guild, Heiyu could sense that he had taken his first real step into this field. Thinking back to the initial struggles, Heiyu couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. The failed products piled in the corner silently testified to the effort he had poured in. A cultivator truly is a money-making machine, he murmured to himself. But the investment is just as staggering. No wonder the teacher holds such a high status on this ship. Heiyu's thoughts drifted to Madame Mida. Even when the captain was still around, she had risen to a position of prominence aboard the Great Shark by monopolizing the production of energy cubes. In these vast seas, water-type energy cubes were invaluable, as practically everyone owned at least one water-type spirit, most of which were key to their training. On land, such energy cubes could only be found on the black market, where their prices were exorbitantly high. As news of Heiyu's success in crafting energy cubes spread throughout the ship, more and more people came knocking at his door. Their intentions were remarkably consistent. They all wanted to purchase energy cubes. Seizing this opportunity, Heiyu doubled down on honing his craft. From initially succeeding only once in hundreds of attempts, he had improved to achieving a stable success rate of 1 in 100, and on lucky days, even managing 2. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. The great shark had returned to the familiar waters of the Hoenn region, a regular territory for every pirate crew. Life on board began to settle into a routine, occasionally raiding tourist ships or capturing rare water-type spirits to sell on land. The crew's numbers were slowly growing, not significantly, but steadily approaching the goal of 200 members. Heiyu, well done, Madame Midas said, holding a pristine white energy cube between her slender fingers with an approving look. Your craftsmanship is becoming more and more refined. The purity of this energy cube is almost on par with my own work. Heiyu bowed respectfully and replied, it's all thanks to your patient guidance, teacher. I've just been a bit lucky. Despite his rising status, he remained acutely aware of his position. Whether for reasons of hierarchy or mutual benefit, maintaining respect for Madame Mida was non-negotiable. A faint smile curved at the corners of Madame Mida's lips as she responded, you always know how to say the right things. Clearly, she was quite pleased with her student. The two then delved into a deeper conversation. Heiyu candidly shared the challenges he had encountered during his recent studies and practice, humbly seeking advice. Madame Mida patiently addressed his concerns, occasionally nodding, sometimes frowning, and now and then offering unique insights. This exchange between teacher and student was not only a transfer of knowledge and experience, but also a further strengthening of their bond. Mrs. Meta, speaking in the tone of a teacher, patiently addressed the challenges Kuroba was facing. Back on the deck, Kuroba's gaze swept over the elves going about their daily training. Over the past 6 months, with access to abundant resources, especially the stable supply of energy cubes, the lobster soldier had advanced to level 24, while the Sharpedo had reached level 22, drawing closer to the level 30 evolution threshold. Spiro, you don't need to scout for now, Kuroba advised gently, extending his arm for the Spiro to perch on. Your level is nearing evolution. Focus on conserving your energy. He then glanced downward at a young boy, his face still tender with youth, his expression a mix of fear and excitement. Is this one of the new pirates? I hope they can endure. Manpower is scarce on the Megalodon, Kuroba remarked to a nearby pirate. Recognizing Kuroba, the man immediately straightened up and replied nervously, Master Kuroba, this batch consists of 27 newcomers. I'm in charge of introducing them to the sailor's duties. Here's the roster, would you like to take a look? By now, Kuroba had become an almost untouchable figure in the eyes of the ordinary pirates, not only because he was Captain Meta's protege, but also due to his ability to craft energy cubes, earning him considerable respect. Kuroba chuckled inwardly at the thought of being addressed as Master Kuroba. Taking the roster, he flipped through it casually, noting that most of the newcomers were street ruffians or individuals driven to piracy by desperate circumstances. A few, however, had clearly been captured and sold into this life, their fearful expressions betraying their thoughts as they avoided making eye contact with their surroundings. Kuroba's attention was suddenly drawn to a name on the list, Hoshino Yumi. What? This chubby kid is actually a direct descendant of the Alliance's trainers? How did you even capture him? Kuroba's tone carried a hint of reproach, knowing the potential repercussions if the Alliance found out. The pirate quickly defended himself, stammering, Master, we didn't capture him. He was purchased from the black market. At the time, we had no idea about his identity. It was only after the purchase that we learned he was an Alliance trainer. Through our inquiries and his own account, we discovered he comes from a prominent family. However, due to factional struggles, his family lost everything, and even he was sold into slavery on the black market. Hearing this absurd tale, Kuroba's lips twitched slightly as he processed the story, his disdain for the decaying Alliance growing deeper. No wonder the Alliance failed to eradicate these dark organizations. The internal strife and corruption within their ranks were likely far worse than anyone imagined. Kuroba pondered silently. As the two conversed, the chubby boy stepped forward from the crowd below, exuding an air of confidence. Bring your captain here right now. I want to buy my freedom. My family can pay him a lot of money, he declared boldly. Despite his youth looked no older than 11 or 12, his words carried a surprising self-assurance. Nearby pirates, however, reacted swiftly. One stormed toward him, delivering blows and kicks. Huh, what a joke. You think you're still an Alliance trainer? On this ship, you're nothing but a prisoner, the pirate sneered. The others paid little attention to the scene, as bullying newcomers was a common occurrence. The fact that this particular newcomer was an Alliance trainer only made it more satisfying for them to assert their dominance. The boy's earlier bravado quickly evaporated as he curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach and head, writhing and begging for mercy. Please, please stop. Let me go, he pleaded desperately. Meanwhile, the other 20 or so youths remained silent, none daring to speak up for him. Some watched in terror, while others avoided looking entirely, silently thankful that they weren't the ones being beaten. The chubby boy's gaze darted around, searching for any sign of support, but all he saw were indifferent faces. A wave of bitterness washed over him as he experienced, for the first time, the cold reality of human apathy. Heiyu stood by the ship's railing, looking down at the chubby boy below, whose face was bruised and swollen from a beating. He silently contemplated. I need to cultivate my own loyal followers aboard the great shark, and maybe this chubby boy could be of use to me. With that thought, a barely noticeable smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He walked steadily from the towering ship's deck to the spacious main deck and approached the pirates who were scolding the newcomers. In a low, commanding voice, Heiyu said, "That's enough. Stop hitting him. Take the rest of the newcomers below deck and get them settled, but leave this chubby boy here." Hearing these words, the pirates, who were about to continue their punishment, immediately dropped their menacing expressions and became respectful. They hurriedly responded and directed a few ordinary sailors to escort the group of newcomers into the cabin. Meanwhile, the chubby boy lying on the ground and groaning in pain noticed the shift in the atmosphere. Struggling to push himself up with his hands, his round belly quivered comically with the effort. He looked at Heiyu, a mix of confusion and fear flashing in his eyes. Are you the boss of this ship?" he asked cautiously. Perhaps the beating had stripped away his arrogance, as his tone now carried a clear note of flattery. Little did he know that despite being only 16, Heiyu had already faced life and death trials, exuding a sharp and intimidating aura that was enough to cow the pampered young boy before him. "What's your name?" Heiyu asked. The chubby boy raised his head, his plump face breaking into a fawning smile. "My name is Gong." 3 days passed quietly, and the newcomers had begun their work. Due to the lack of manpower, everyone was assigned a variety of grueling tasks, leaving the new recruits utterly exhausted. Yet, the memory of someone being thrown into the sea to feed the fish for slacking off sent shivers down their spines, forcing them to grit their teeth and endure. After all, no one wanted to end up as fish food. In the dining hall, Heiyu watched as the chubby boy before him devoured his meal with gusto. "Are you sure this kid is only 12 years old?" Heiyu asked a pirate beside him, who was in charge of keeping track of the crew's details. The pirate looked helplessly at the mountain of empty plates in front of them, almost on the verge of tears. "Sir, I swear I'm not lying. I had no idea he could eat this much." Heiyu glanced at the boy, whose mouth was smeared with grease, as another plate of fried noodles disappeared into his stomach. He thought to himself, Gong's appetite alone is worth 7 or 8 grown men. The chubby boy, oblivious to their incredulous stares, shouted again, "Chef, another plate of spaghetti." At that moment, Heiyu spoke up. "All right, from now on, you'll be running errands for me. I won't let anyone bully you on this ship." Gong patted his round stomach and grinned contentedly, though his mind was racing. He thought, if I don't play along, I'll probably end up back toiling away at those backbreaking tasks. Recalling the aches and exhaustion from just a few days ago, he shuddered at the thought of going through it again. As Heiyu was about to leave the dining hall, Gong suddenly said, "Sir, I come from the Shinya family. My family is one of the silent stakeholders in the Battle Frontier region." Kuroba casually said, "The Battle Frontier? Is that the one that's been trending in various regions lately?" His expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't hide his surprise internally. Although he had suspected that this chubby guy might have some family background, he hadn't expected it to be so extraordinary. "So how did you end up here?" Kuroba asked with interest. "There was some factional infighting within the Battle Frontier, and our branch was treated as expendable, essentially exiled." Gong whispered mysteriously, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Kuroba was momentarily speechless and thought to himself, wherever there are people, there's a struggle, and where there's a struggle, there's conflict. He glanced at Gong with a hint of pity, but patiently continued to listen. "Boss, I'll follow you as my leader. Please, just let me have a place on the pirate ship and a bite to eat. I swear I'll do whatever you say." Kuroba stopped walking and turned back to look at the pitiful chubby guy. He thought to himself, I could take him in as a subordinate, let him act as my proxy on the ship. Plus, with the Hoshino family's background, he might be useful in the future. From that day on, the pirates aboard the Great Shark noticed that Kuroba was often followed by a chubby guy. Whether it was dealing with people or selling energy cubes, the chubby guy was always the one handling things. It seemed that Kuroba had made him his spokesperson, and Gong quickly rose from being a bullied newcomer to becoming a notable figure on the ship. The lobster soldier excitedly swung its sharp claws, its gaze focused and sharp. With every swing, it accurately snipped the floating bubbles in the air, bursting them one by one. For the lobster soldier, this game was both entertainment and a daily training exercise. As a lobster soldier, its claws were naturally its proudest weapon. Kuroba understood this well, and specifically designed this training method to help the lobster soldier better master and utilize its claw techniques. With repeated practice, the lobster soldier's reaction speed and precision improved significantly. The lobster soldier performed impressively this time, bursting all 20 or so bubbles in midair before they could hit the ground. Kuroba couldn't help but praise it and casually tossed a stamina-restoring energy cube as a reward. The lobster soldier reacted quickly, catching the energy cube midair and immediately popping it into its mouth to chew, savoring its master's reward with joy. Seeing the lobster soldier's satisfied expression, Kuroba chuckled. Haha, when it comes to catching food, you never miss, do you? Clearly, he was very pleased with the lobster soldier's performance. During this period, Kuroba delegated all the errands and minor tasks to Hoshino Gong, giving himself more free time. Kuroba chose to spend this extra time diving into various books to expand his knowledge or honing his skills in crafting energy cubes. Day by day, Kuroba was making rapid progress. For pirates drifting across the vast ocean, time becomes a blur. Without alarms and calendars, they might have long forgotten the passage of time. Chubby, is this really necessary? Money is filthy, and yet you keep sniffing it all day. Kuroba looked at Hoshino with a helpless expression. The chubby man, instead of stopping, brought even more cash to his nose, savoring the distinct scent of money. These alliance coins were stripped from corpses. Be careful, they might carry bacteria, and you could end up dying from an infection. Kuroba sighed and shook his head. Heh, a few words of concern are no substitute for a big payout. Hoshino replied with a sly grin. Isn't the 5 commission enough? All I asked was for you to run an errand. Though Kuroba sounded dismissive, deep down, he had a lot of faith in Hoshino. After all, he had a knack for selling goods at prices far beyond their worth. A slightly higher commission was a small price to pay for the extra profit. Boss, when will the next batch of energy cubes be ready? Hoshino asked eagerly, his round face full of anticipation. You think I'm some tireless machine? Give me at least half a month. Kuroba retorted irritably, turning to leave the dining hall. Unlike Hoshino, who seemed to think only about food, Kuroba had other priorities. Meanwhile, Hoshino continued devouring his oversized smoked chicken. Out on the deck, Kuroba spread his arms wide, letting the roaring sea wind carry the salty, damp air to his face, the distinct scent of the ocean. Go, Firo, he said, releasing a pokeball. In a flash of white light, the Pokémon appeared. Firo spread its crimson wings, circling twice above the ship before gliding down to perch on the railing. Kuroba admired the elegant display, pleased with how well Firo had adapted to flying over the sea. If it could handle such challenging conditions, returning to land would be a breeze. Firo, same as always, catch some Pokémon over the water, Kuroba instructed. This was one of his unique training methods. Firo had the keen eye ability, which in simple terms meant its accuracy wouldn't be lowered. However, researchers had discovered that Pokémon with this trait often had exceptionally sharp eyesight, a hidden talent of sorts. Firo's keen eyes locked onto the calm surface of the sea. Kuroba didn't rush it, simply waiting patiently. Suddenly, in a flash, Firo launched itself with a powerful leap, wings slicing through the air as it dived toward the water. Firo used Fury Attack. Over time, Firo had mastered a variety of moves through rigorous training, and Fury Attack was one of its specialties. Its body glowed faintly as it attacked with its beak, claws, and even its wings in a seemingly chaotic yet rhythmic assault. Before long, a Pokémon corpse floated to the Surfacium Magikarp, with shimmering red scales and long yellow whiskers. A Pokémon even children could recognize. Known for their resilience, Magikarp could survive in the filthiest water and were exceptional jumpers. Not bad, Firo. You've earned yourself an extra treat. Kuroba watched his Firo, still full of energy after the battle, and felt a deep sense of pride. The Magikarp had almost no meat on its body, mostly scales and bones, but there was always a tiny bit to pick off, making for a decent snack. Kuroha ordered Firo to continue, and the bird swiftly dealt with the lifeless remains, its sharp beak stained with faint traces of blood. Hours passed slowly, and by the time Firo's training session ended, they had encountered dozens of Pokémon, though the majority were Magikarp. However, an unexpected catch of a Goldeen brought a pleasant surprise. Although it was low-level and of average potential, its cute appearance was highly popular among girls. Kuroha had no intention of keeping it for himself and decided to hand it over to Hoshino to sell to the pirates aboard the ship. Just as Kuroha was about to head back to the dining hall for dinner, a brilliant white light suddenly burst forth from Firo's body, enveloping it completely. Against the backdrop of the evening glow, the sight was particularly dazzling. Kuroha's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the telltale sign of evolution. Firo was evolving. Although he had anticipated this moment in his mind, he hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. Right at the end of their training session, as they were about to head back, this surprise unfolded before him. Kuroha watched the glowing light with eager anticipation. Before long, the light faded, revealing a massive bird Pokémon with a brownish body, an extremely sharp beak, and a cone-like crest atop its head. Firo had evolved into a Pidgeot. Amazing, Pidgeot! You've finally evolved. Can you take me flying now? Kuroha exclaimed with excitement. He had been looking forward to this moment for so long. After all, flying is the ultimate dream of humankind, and Kuroha was no exception. Scree! Pidgeot let out a thrilled cry. Despite its intimidating appearance and razor-sharp beak capable of piercing prey with ease, it remained gentle and obedient toward Kuroha, its trainer, who had cared for it since it was little. Kuroha climbed onto Pidgeot's back, feeling the warmth of its feathers beneath him. From his pocket, he pulled out his Pokédex, which began to beep and display information. Pidgeot, the bird Pokémon. Type, normal flying. Level, 20. Height, 1.3 meters. Weight, 40 kilograms. Exceeds average stats, indicating excellent development. Known moves: Leer, Growl, Peck, Pursuit, Pluck, Drill Run, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, Mimic. Hearing the Pokédex's analysis, Kuroha was overjoyed. Pidgeot had already learned Drill Run, a signature ground-type move with a power of 80, a remarkable achievement. Quickly snapping out of his amazement, Kuroha looked at Pidgeot with a fiery determination in his eyes. "Pidgeot, can you take me flying?" he asked eagerly. "Scree." Pidgeot screeched in response, lowering its wings to signal Kuroha to climb on. Once Kuroha was securely seated, Pidgeot launched into the air with a swift and powerful takeoff. While its flying speed and altitude might not rival other Pokémon, its acceleration was truly remarkable. As the ship, the Great Shark, shrank in the distance below, Kuroha's initial nervousness gradually dissipated. The wind roared past his ears, the rushing air resonating like an exhilarating symphony, capturing the pure thrill of flight. Heiyu couldn't help but let out an excited shout. Woo! His body soared freely through the air, experiencing an unparalleled sense of ease and liberation. All his worries and pressures seemed to have vanished into the farthest reaches of the sky, replaced by an indescribable thrill. He greedily inhaled the crisp, fresh air of the high altitude, his eyes fixed on the ever-changing clouds around him. The clouds in the sky shifted constantly, at times as light and graceful as sheer silk, at others as turbulent and powerful as crashing waves, an ever-changing spectacle that dazzled the senses. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, leaving a warm touch on Heiyu's skin. Occasionally, a few flying Pokémon glided past him, their forms gleaming enchantingly under the sunlight, creating a breathtaking dynamic painting against the backdrop of the blue sky and white clouds. Heiyu quietly admired the stunning scenery before him, his heart filled with an extraordinary sense of peace and contentment. This was the most relaxed he had felt since arriving in this world. There were no burdens or worries, only a deep, rising joy and tranquility within. Closing his eyes, he savored the sensation of the wind brushing against his face, as though he had become one with the sky itself. Meanwhile, on the roof of the cabin of the Great Shark, Madame Mida stood silently by the window, gazing at the figure flying freely in the sky. Her eyes held a distant look, her lips curved in a faint smile tinged with an almost imperceptible sadness. "Perhaps you shouldn't be like me, confined to the seas for a lifetime," Madame Mida murmured to herself. "Freedom on land is what truly belongs to you. President Damalanche of the Alliance is leading sweeping reforms. With your talent in nurturing Pokémon, you might truly soar to great heights and achieve incredible things." Hearing the distant cheers, Madame Mida's eyes grew misty. She thought back to the reason she had taken Heiyu as her apprentice. It wasn't just his talent that had caught her attention, but also his sharpness and wit, which reminded her of her son, who had passed away too young. Yet, after a year of living and teaching side by side, she had come to see Heiyu as family. A trace of self-mockery appeared on Madame Mida's beautiful face as she softly said, "For a ruthless pirate like me to feel emotions in my heart, it seems I've truly grown soft." Her voice carried a complex mix of emotions, satisfaction, reluctance, and a blend of hope and concern for what lay ahead. "Phew, it won't be long before we reach land. The Hoenn region is truly something to look forward to." Heiyu sat by the window, flipping through a book. Recently, Fearo's evolution seemed to have inspired both Crawdaunt and Carvanhathy had been doubling their efforts in training every day. This made Heiyu quite pleased, as his role was to ensure the Pokémon's logistical support. "Catch this." He casually tossed a bright blue poke block, and Crawdaunt's pincers shot out swiftly, catching the food with precision. "Burp, hehe." Crawdaunt let out a satisfied belch before energetically waving its pincers and resuming its training. Heiyu couldn't afford to relax either. He decided to continue learning new recipes. While reading through his teacher's breeding notes, he came across a formula for a beginner-level poke block called Wave. This particular poke block could enhance the energy-sensing ability of water-type Pokémon, helping them level up faster. Having already mastered several basic poke block recipes, Heiyu felt it was time to take on a more challenging one. He retrieved a compact poke block making machine from the cabinet and began preparing the ingredients: 1 aqua berry, a small segment of coral from a Solrock coral, and a few standard berries. Carefully removing impurities and preserving the core essence of each ingredient, Heiyu placed everything into the machine and began hand-cranking it to mix. Every quantity needed to be precise, and the timing and force of the mixing had to be just right. Due to the meticulous and complex nature of crafting poke blocks, breeders typically worked at a slow pace. Finally, he transferred the liquid mixture into a compressor, where it solidified before moving on to the drying stage. During this time, he could add a pinch of spices to make the poke block more appealing to Pokémon. Since the Pope blocks Heiyu made were for his own team, he focused on getting the taste just right, without worrying about overly complex aromas. After all, the natural scent of Pope blocks was already tempting enough for those little gluttons. To his surprise, he succeeded on his first try. Could it be that I'm a natural genius? Heiyu thought, smiling as he admired the small, sky-blue Pope block in front of him. However, the truth quickly surfaced: his initial success was likely due to sheer luck. The second, third, and even fourth attempts all ended in failure. I knew it was just luck earlier, he muttered. Still, managing a success rate of 1 in 20 attempts wasn't bad progress. He consoled himself, and promptly resumed crafting Pope blocks. For half a day, Heiyu locked himself in his room, working tirelessly. After over 300 attempts, he finally succeeded in producing more than 20 Pope blocks. The finished Pope blocks were a vibrant sky blue, releasing a faint salty aroma. When held under sunlight, they revealed subtle, flowing water patterns inside. Not bad, not bad, Heiyu thought to himself. I should ask for some guidance from my teacher. After giving instructions to his Pokémon, he left his room and leisurely made his way to the ship's deck. The summer sea breeze was warm and pleasant. It was midday, and the blazing sun had everyone prepared with sunscreen. Otherwise, by the afternoon, your body will take on a stark contrast of black and white. Heiyu approached the room and gently pushed the door open. This door was no longer unfamiliar to him, for compared to a year ago, he could now freely come and go from Lady Mida's room. The days of needing to knock and proceed cautiously were long gone. His status had significantly changed since then. Over this period, Heiyu and Lady Mida had developed a deep bond as teacher and student, and their relationship had grown increasingly close. At times, Heiyu would even crack small jokes, drawing light-hearted laughter from Lady Mida. With a smile on his face, Heiyu walked over to Lady Mida, who was seated at her desk. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Teacher, I've recently crafted a new energy block. I'd like to ask for your guidance." As he spoke, he slowly extended the box in his hands, eagerly awaiting her feedback. However, this time, Lady Mida didn't respond as warmly as she usually did. Instead, she asked in a low, serious tone, "Heiyu, what are your plans for the future? Do you intend to remain a pirate for the rest of your life?" There was a trace of concern and expectation in her eyes. Heiyu froze at her words. His hands, which were about to lower the box, stopped midair. Her sudden question left him speechless, unsure of how to respond. "With your talent, you shouldn't waste it here. Do you really want to die in some pirate skirmish, your lifeless body sinking silently into the sea?" Lady Mida pressed on, her voice cutting through his thoughts. She continued, "The Hoenn Alliance is said to be hosting a tournament in a year. It's the perfect opportunity for young people like you to make a name for themselves." Lady Mida slowly walked over to Heiyu, her eyes filled with a tender gaze as she studied him. At 17, Heiyu wasn't particularly tall, but thanks to the physical training and improved nutrition he had experienced recently, his posture was now relatively upright. Lady Mida's delicate hand gently brushed against Heiyu's cheek as she murmured to herself, "You look so much like him." Heiyu stiffened, lowering his head, unable to meet her gaze. "Heiyu, you should return to the mainland. That's where you can truly shine and realize your potential. You shouldn't be confined by the sea," Lady Mida said, turning to retrieve something from a safe. She held out an identification card and said slowly, "This is a forged identity card I've prepared for you. From today on, you are an official trainer of the Alliance. On the back, you'll find a detailed record of your new identity and experiences. Memorize it thoroughly, then destroy it." Heiyu hesitated as he reached out to take the card. Flipping it over, he saw a small piece of paper attached to the back, densely filled with information about his new identity. As he read through it, a complex mix of emotions stirred within him. He had once dreamed of leaving this place, but had always believed it was an unattainable goal. Yet now, Lady Mida was offering to help him leave. He felt both excitement and confusion, unsure of how to respond. "Teacher, what about you? Do you plan to spend the rest of your life living in fear and uncertainty?" Heiyu decided to probe Lady Mida's intentions. She chuckled softly, her graceful figure swaying as she approached him. With a slender finger, she tapped him lightly on the forehead and teased, "You little rascal, since when did you start worrying about your teacher?" Heiyu smiled sheepishly, looking earnestly at Lady Mida, awaiting her answer. She let out a gentle sigh, her eyes reflecting a hint of longing and hope as she said, "Perhaps in a few years, I'll find a peaceful village and open a small breeding house to live out the rest of my days." Heiyu stared at her in surprise. He had never imagined that this ruthless and cunning ship captain could harbor such a simple and serene dream. "Really, teacher?" Heiyu couldn't help but ask. Lady Mida nodded with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling as she replied softly, "Yes, my child. Sometimes, people need to let go of their past and seek true inner peace and tranquility." Heiyu quietly reflected on her words, beginning to understand that even the strongest individuals have a softer side. They, too, yearn for a peaceful sanctuary where they can escape the turmoil of the world. Changhua City, a place where humans and nature coexist in harmony. Heiyu stood on the bustling street, gazing absent-mindedly at the vibrant cityscape streams of cars and towering buildings stretching as far as the eye could see. He recalled the words of Madame Maida when they parted ways. "Hey you, my student, let go of the painful and muddy past. You have been reborn. One day, your name might be inscribed on the most glorious page of the League's history." Memories from the past year surged in his mind. Heiyu was no longer the naive child he once was. His personality had grown sharp and ruthless, cautious yet adaptable. The transformation Madame Maida had instilled in him was undeniable. If that day ever came when his name was etched into the League's history, Heiyu vowed he would never forget his mentor. Dressed in an ordinary adventurer's outfit, Heiyu wandered through the streets and alleys like any other pedestrian. To his surprise, the gym in Changhua City had not yet been established. It seems the timeline is still early, he thought to himself, glancing at the information on his Pokédex. After some contemplation, he decided to settle down first at the Pokémon Center. By evening, Heiyu was seated in a corner of the Pokémon Center's dining area, quietly enjoying his dinner. Beside him, Crawdaunt and Carvania were happily feasting on Pokémon food. Around him, several other trainers were accompanied by their own Pokémon, most of which were relatively small. After all, if someone brought an Onyx in here, Nurse Joy certainly wouldn't let them off easily. Now, Heiyu truly looked like a wandering adventurer. He savored the free meal before him, a privilege of his newly forged identity as a direct line trainer. This status granted him numerous benefits, including free meals and lodging at Pokémon centers, and even the ability to skip the line for treatment. Such was the privilege of being a direct line trainer. His fabricated identity was nearly flawless. His supposed parents were guardians of a small island where he had been raised in solitude. After dinner, Heiyu strolled into the bustling lobby of the Pokémon Center. The evening brought a steady flow of trainers seeking rest here. Just outside the city lay the renowned Changhua Forest, a hotspot for adventurers searching for rare Pokémon, hatchlings, and treasures. Heiyu approached a self-service machine, inserted his identification card, and the screen immediately displayed all his personal information details he had long memorized, leaving no room for suspicion. It was no wonder so many people went to great lengths to become direct line trainers of the League. Beyond the visible privileges, the hidden exchange system alone was enough to astonish the average person. Heiyu scanned the array of treasures displayed on the machine starter Pokémon, items, energy cubes, and more, an overwhelming selection. All of these were exclusive rewards for the League's direct line trainers, provided they had enough League points. And League points could only be earned by direct line trainers through completing tasks. As Heiyu browsed through the list, he found a specialized training manual for Crawdaunt, requiring 200 points. The price of an ordinary starter Pokémon on the black market is approximately 2 million. This price can fluctuate depending on inherited moves and individual differences, but it generally stays within this range. In the exchange list for direct line trainers in the Alliance, obtaining a starter Pokémon requires 2,000 points, which translates to 10 points equaling 10,000 Alliance coins. Heiyu suddenly realized why the Alliance's control was so unshakable. Was because it attracted civilian geniuses to strive for direct line status. However, civilians had no other choice, as the Alliance's monopoly on knowledge was overwhelmingly severe. Even if someone was lucky enough to capture a pseudo-legendary in the wild, without the proper training methods, the Pokémon's potential would ultimately be wasted. What truly controlled civilian trainers was that seemingly unremarkable training manual. This manual, containing the wisdom accumulated by the Alliance over hundreds of years, was something that ordinary civilians could never challenge. Even geniuses were powerless against it. Fortunately, Heiyu had managed to board the Alliance's big ship. Now, he needed to find a way to earn Alliance points to exchange for the training manual for his Carvania. Heiyu put away his ID card, placing it back into his Pokédex. As he left the self-service machine, envious gazes followed him. Was it because of his direct line Alliance status? Heiyu quickly deduced their thoughts. Keeping a calm expression, he walked to the counter and said, "Hello, Miss Joy. I'd like to apply for proof to challenge the Alliance." Miss Joy, wearing her signature pink and white nurse's outfit, smiled warmly as she took the ID card Heiyu handed her. She scanned it on the computer, completely ignoring another trainer who was in the middle of conducting their own business. Such was the privilege of being part of the Alliance's direct line. Those in line behind him were unfazed by this, offering no complaints. It seemed as if this was simply an accepted reality, their only response being envious glances cast toward Heiyu. "All right, esteemed trainer Heiyu, please fill out some information," Miss Joy said, extending her slender hand to gesture toward the screen. Name, Heiyu. Gender, male. Age, 17. Born in Littleroot Island, Hoenn Region. Age, 17. Current Pokémon, Corfish, Carvania. Travel range, Kanto Region, Hoenn Region. Heiyu deliberately left Fiero off the form, keeping it as a hidden trump card, a habit of his. He completed only the required fields, choosing to skip private information such as Pokémon levels and trainer rank. Miss Joy showed no displeasure at this, maintaining her gentle tone. Though she had the task of scouting talented individuals for her family, Heiyu's cautious approach clearly didn't align with her goals. But what did it matter? As long as Heiyu continued to rely on the Pokémon Center for treatment, he couldn't escape the vast information network established by her family. No matter the Pokémon or how quickly one progressed, it was impossible to evade the database of her family. This was the unshakable confidence of a family that would never collapse. Since the establishment of the Pokémon Alliance, countless families had risen and fallen. Though some had once been powerful, time eventually eroded their strength, leaving them to decline or fade into obscurity. Only the Joy and Officer Jenny families had remained perpetually strong. Esteemed trainer Heiyu, to qualify for the Pokémon League tournament hosted by the Hoenn Alliance next year, you'll need to collect 8 gym badges. Miss Joy explained with a warm tone that drew another wave of envious stares from those around them. While she also smiled politely at the other trainers, it was clear that such a gentle tone was reserved only for direct line trainers. After all, they were just ordinary civilian trainers. Heiyu proceeded to arrange accommodations for the night. Although he had a decent amount of Alliance coins, why waste money unnecessarily? The Pokémon Center's rooms were already far superior to most hotels. That night, lying on the bed, Heiyu couldn't help but think of the greedy, chubby boy from the Sharpedo ship. He mused to himself, without that little guy, Hoshino Gong, running errands for me, I'll have to handle everything on my own. With a heart full of anticipation for the future, Heiyu spent his first night on land. The next morning, at dawn, Kuroba slowly woke up and headed straight to the Pokémon Center's cafeteria to fill his stomach. Free food always seemed to taste better, and the curry meat sauce noodles before him brought a satisfied look to his face. The Alliance's preferential treatment of its elite trainers was evident in every aspect of life, from food to accommodations. Feeling a sense of pride, Kuroba glanced at Crawdaunt, who was waving its claws as usual. However, Kuroba's keen observation caught a hint of lethargy in its expression. Could it be that Crawdaunt was dehydrated? He gently touched Crawdaunt's body and noticed its shell was not as moist as usual, but instead felt slightly warm. It was indeed dehydration. Kuroba suddenly realized that although Crawdaunt was an amphibious Pokémon, it needed regular hydration to maintain its energy. Otherwise, it could become sluggish or even drowsy. These details were all outlined in the breeding manual, but for an ordinary trainer, it might take a long time to figure this out. Some less perceptive individuals might never notice at all. Kuroba quickly approached the front desk of the lobby and booked a bathing room for Crawdaunt to have a proper rinse. The sound of running water filled the air as Crawdaunt excitedly shuffled forward with its 6 stubby legs, waving its claws and looking eager to dive in. Kuroba crouched down and tapped Crawdaunt's claw, a unique greeting between the two of them. Crawdaunt looked revitalized, and Kuroba thought to himself that if he could find a few female Crawdaunts, perhaps they could raise some little ones. Crawdaunt, however, gave him a puzzled look, and Kuroba immediately decided to take it for a good battle instead. Returning to the Pokémon Center's main hall, the scene was a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the previous night. The hall was relatively quiet, with some people having already set out on their journeys, backpacks slung over their shoulders, while others indulged in laziness, still lost in sleep. Kuroba greeted Nurse Joy with a cheerful, "Good morning." "Good morning, Trainer Kuroba." Nurse Joy replied warmly, her sweet smile undoubtedly the cause of many admirers' infatuation. Kuroba leaned in slightly and said, "Miss Joy, could you help me find a sparring partner? Someone who's not too strong, preferably with less than a year of travel experience." Nurse Joy nodded with a smile and turned to operate the computer. The Pokémon Center was well equipped, including battle arenas. Regular trainers had to rent these facilities, and any damages incurred had to be compensated for. However, as a direct descendant of the Alliance, Kuroba was spared such formalities. All expenses were covered by the Alliance. "Trainer Kuroba, please wait a moment. At this hour, it seems no one is looking for a battle," Nurse Joy said apologetically, her hands clasped together. Kuroba wasn't bothered. He wasn't in a rush and saw this as an opportunity to chat with Nurse Joy and gather some information. As a respected figure, Nurse Joy was undoubtedly a fountain of knowledge. Drawing on the memories of his 2 lifetimes, Kuroba used his wit and humor to lighten the mood, teasing Nurse Joy in the process. "I never expected you to be so entertaining, Trainer Kuroba," Nurse Joy said with a soft laugh, her voice like the chime of silver bells. Sensing the chance to build rapport, Kuroba responded with a grin. "No need to be so formal, just call me Kuroba. By the way, I don't think I know your name yet." In the midst of a lively discussion, Joey Lin enthusiastically said, "You can call me Xiaoan." Just as the two were chatting happily, the computer suddenly blared with an alarm. "Ah, Kuroba, your opponent has been matched," Joey reminded him. Kuroba turned and scanned the hall, spotting a boy of similar age near a self-service machine. The boy's eyes glimmered with fiery determination. Following the directions on the broadcast screen, Kuroba arrived at an open-air battlefield. "You're my opponent, huh? Remember, the one who defeats you is me," the opposing trainer declared confidently. Hearing such a dramatic statement, Kuroba felt a twinge of second-hand embarrassment but refrained from commenting and simply initiated the battle. Go Zigzagoon. The opponent threw a Pokeball, releasing a Zigzagoon, a common Pokemon from the Hoenn region. Kuroba quickly pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the opposing Zigzagoon. The device instantly displayed information. Beep, 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 Zigzagoon, the tiny raccoon Pokemon. Normal type. Known for its curiosity, it often zigzags as it walks, taking interest in everything it encounters. Though the data was limited, fully understanding a Pokemon's details required inserting its Pokeball into the scanner for a close-range analysis. Clearly, that wasn't feasible now. Unfazed, Kuroba released his Corfish. With a flash of white light, the spirited Corfish emerged, proudly waving its pincers, its eyes brimming with battle spirit. Haha. The opposing trainer cast an envious glance at Kuroba's Pokédex. As a trainer from a humble background, he had to rely on his own efforts for everything. Raising Pokemon was already a financial strain, let alone purchasing travel gear. Corfish, use Bubble Beam. Kuroba commanded, launching a probing attack. The opposing trainer responded quickly, directing Zigzagoon to counter with Sand Attack. Sky blue bubbles shot out from Corfish's pincers, pop, pop, pop. Most of the bubbles were broken by the swirling sand, but a few managed to pierce through and headed towards Zigzagoon. Charge in with Headbutt and teach it a lesson, the opposing trainer ordered. Zigzagoon gathered milky white energy on its head and leapt forward with agility, charging at Corfish. Close combat, huh? Corfish, use Double Hit. Kuroba was a bit surprised but issued his command. Corfish reacted swiftly, deftly raising its sturdy pincers. It blocked Zigzagoon's headbutt with one claw, then struck a quick blow to Zigzagoon's side with the other. Yo! Zigzagoon cried out in pain, retreating several meters after the heavy hit, sliding to a halt. Don't give it a chance, finish it with Bubble Beam. Kuroba instructed coldly. Corfish immediately sprang into action, opening its pincers to unleash a barrage of dense bubbles, raining down on Zigzagoon and quickly overwhelming it. As the bubbles piled up, Zigzagoon's energy steadily waned. Zigzagoon! The opposing trainer let out a heart-wrenching cry, rushing to clear the mountain of bubbles and cradling the exhausted Zigzagoon in his arms. Kuroba walked forward slowly, glancing at his still-energized Corfish. He spoke softly. Don't worry, this was just a warm-up. I'll make sure you get plenty of excitement this afternoon. After defeating his opponent, Heiyu didn't leave the battlefield at the Pokemon Center. Instead, he wandered around the arena, observing other battles. Turning to Crawdaunt, he said, if you want to grow stronger, it's not just about gaining experience. You also need to learn from others. Watching other Pokemon battles will benefit you greatly. Crawdaunt listened attentively and nodded seriously, even if it didn't fully understand. Meanwhile, Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center was watching the surveillance monitor, which displayed the battlefield Heiyu had just used. She was surprised to see that he had defeated his opponent in only 2 moves. Pondering, she thought, could it be the adaptability ability? Her guess wasn't far-fetched, as the Pokemon's appearance provided some clues. Crawdaunt's other 2 possible abilities, Hyper Cutter and Shell Armor, usually manifest in distinct physical traits, bulkier pincers or a sturdier, smoother shell. However, Heiyu's Crawdaunt didn't exhibit these characteristics, leading her to deduce its hidden ability was likely adaptability. Hyper Cutter prevents attack reduction, Shell Armor guards against critical hits, while adaptability boosts the power of moves that share the Pokemon's type. Around noon, Heiyu had lunch at the Pokemon Center. He couldn't help but marvel at how ideal this place was, a haven with free food, lodging, and no worries. Afterward, he approached a self-service machine, inserted his ID card, and began browsing information on how to earn Alliance points. He discovered that the only way to earn points was by completing tasks issued by the Alliance. He came across several tasks. Task ID, 5655-758-6565. Requirement, collect various poison-type Pokemon materials, such as Venom, Poison Sacs, Poison Threads, and Poison Needles. Reward, 10,000 to 200,000 Alliance coins, evaluated by professionals with negotiable pricing. Long-term acquisition. Task ID, 858-3588-36869. Requirement, purchase a high-quality Tailo with at least 1 inherited move. Reward, 150,000 to 200,000 Alliance coins, negotiable. Task ID, 5503-366-9523. Requirement, guard a berry farm on the outskirts from Pokemon disturbances. Applicants must be strong and have at least 1 Pokemon above level 30, preferably a bird type. Reward, 30,000 Alliance coins or berries of equivalent value. As Heiyu browsed, he noticed that tasks were divided into 2 categories. The first type was open to anyone and typically offered Alliance coins as a reward. These tasks seemed to be privately issued, with the Alliance serving as a mediator. According to Alliance regulations, all Pokemon-related transactions had to undergo official review. The second type of task was exclusive to individuals with official Alliance credentials, usually rewarding Alliance points as compensation, indicating these were issued by the Alliance itself. One particular task caught his attention. Task ID, 862-6856. Requirement: assist local law enforcement in clearing a cluster of wurmple near the main road on the outskirts of Pedleberg Woods. Applicants must attend an interview at the police station after accepting the task. Reward: 10 to 200 alliance points. Heiyu pondered silently. The long-term task with ID 1828-686-8655 required the acquisition of high-quality evolution stones, which needed to be professionally appraised. The rewards for this task were calculated in points based on the quality of the stones. Meanwhile, task ID 3573-858-3387 involved the long-term acquisition of topographic maps of Pedleberg Woods, requiring machine verification, with rewards also calculated in points based on the value of the information. After much thought, Heiyu realized that such point-based tasks were extremely time-consuming and troublesome. He ultimately decided to take on the map drawing task and, at the same time, picked up a few other tasks to earn alliance currency. This way, he could train his Pokémon in Pedleberg Woods while completing the tasks. He thought to himself that he wanted to see how Corfish's battles on land differed from those on the water, while battles were much more direct and intense compared to indoor matches. After accepting 3 tasks, Heiyu realized that, aside from the alliance point-based map task, he had also taken on a task to collect toxins and another to capture Tailo, reaching the maximum number of tasks he could accept. Although some suggested that he first gather the required materials for his current tasks and then submit them before taking on new ones, he knew that tasks like capturing Tailo could easily be snatched up by others if he hesitated. Therefore, he needed to purchase some outdoor survival equipment first. After accepting the tasks, Heiyu didn't leave immediately. Surviving in the wild was no game, and he needed to be fully prepared. He opened his Pokédex to look for stores that purchased energy cubes, only to discover a frustrating truth. Such stores had long-established partnerships with breeders, and unless the cubes had unique effects, they were rarely accepted. While his energy cubes were of decent quality, they offered only basic effects like restoring stamina and accelerating growth. Frustrated, Heiyu walked out of the shop, feeling irritated. Would he have to resort to selling them on the black market? He hadn't expected to be dealing with the black market on his very first day on land. The black market was chaotic and carried certain risks. It seemed that producing too many of the same type of energy cube wasn't a good idea after all. Ultimately, he decided to head to the black market. He couldn't afford to let this batch of energy cubes go to waste. Though the black market was hidden, there were several ways to find it. Besides seeking introductions from underground contacts, the simplest method was to approach street thugs. These petty criminals were always well informed. Heiyu handed 200 alliance coins to one such thug and asked to be taken to the black market. He was led to a dimly lit alley, where he found a homeless man sleeping on the ground. The man gleefully agreed to help, thinking to himself, "This kid's all bundled up, but he sounds quite young, maybe I can squeeze some extra out of him." Heiyu noticed the other person's shifty eyes darting around, paired with a sly and suspicious demeanor. Instantly on guard, he quickly released his Pokémon. Crawdaunt swung its pincers with a sharp, whistling sound. People like this, lurking in the gray areas of society, only respond to strength. Showing some power was the only way to ensure he wasn't underestimated. Having studied under Madame Maida for over a year, Heiyu understood this principle well and immediately demonstrated his capabilities. The vagabond, realizing Heiyu was not an easy target, became cooperative without hesitation, leading the way without causing any trouble. When Heiyu brought a batch of energy cubes to sell on the black market, they were unsurprisingly in high demand. The prices offered were even 10-20 higher than what the city shops were willing to pay. As he was leaving, the shopkeeper enthusiastically said, "Respected breeder, if you have more energy cubes to sell, please consider our shop first. We guarantee you'll get the best price here." Heiyu simply nodded silently and left the black market without lingering. At this point, Heiyu's alliance coin balance had exceeded 1 million. It was time to consider purchasing a spatial backpack. Although the initial 1 million alliance coins Madame Maida had given him had dwindled significantly due to extensive practice in crafting energy cubes, Heiyu's wealth remained substantial. He stepped into a shopping mall and began a spree. Luxury pokeballs, a spatial backpack, a multifunctional folding bike, and a high-tech wilderness survival tin got them all. True to Devon Corporation's reputation, spending nearly 1 million alliance coins only earned him the lowest-tier membership card. As he exited the commercial building, Heiyu gazed at the exquisite membership card in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Since money was no longer an issue and he could now reliably produce energy cubes, he decided to provide his Pokémon with the best training environment possible. The Pedleberg Woods, located in the Hoenn region, lie adjacent to Route 104 and connect Pedleberg City with Rustboro City. The forest is home to a variety of low-level bug-type Pokémon, such as Wurmple. However, it was once a habitat for some rare Pokémon as well. Recently, someone posted on a forum claiming to have seen a Slacketh and Shroomish in the woods, along with a Corfish using Bubble Beam and a Carvania using Psychic Fangs. Firo, intercept from above and prevent it from escaping. Deep within the forest, the sounds of an intense battle echoed. A Firo burst through the trees, soaring into the sky with sharp eyes scanning the ground below. At that moment, a Taillow had just taken flight, thinking it had finally escaped the terrifying human pursuing it. But Firo's sharp beak suddenly struck, piercing one of its wings as blood seeped through. Known for its resilience, even Taillow couldn't help but feel the pain as it wavered and began to descend slowly. Go, Pokeball! Blackfeather's dark figure approached steadily, his gaze fixed on the Pokeball. Once, twice, 3 times ding. The Pokeball finally stopped shaking. Blackfeather let out a sigh of relief, stepped forward to pick it up, and took out his Pokédex to scan it. Beep, beep, beep. Taillow, the tiny swallow Pokemon, a normal and flying type. Height, 0.3 meters. Weight, 2.5 kilograms. Well developed. Known moves include Growl, Peck, Focus Energy, Quick Attack, and Supersonic. Taillow bravely challenges even the strongest opponents, showing determination that doesn't waver even in failure. When hungry, it cries loudly. Blackfeather's face lit up at the information on the Pokédex. He had already captured 4 Taillow, and this one had inherited the useful support move Supersonic, which emits special sound waves to confuse enemies. This Taillow would be submitted for a mission, while the remaining 3 could be sold on the black market. Placing the Pokeball into his spatial backpack, Blackfeather contemplated his next steps. This expedition was not only a chance to complete tasks for rewards and alliance points, but also an opportunity to train his Pokemon and improve their teamwork. Corfish scuttled over, its pincers raised as if asking for a reward. Blackfeather smiled faintly and reassured it. Don't worry, you'll get your share. He rummaged through his spatial backpack and pulled out a piece of jerky, a treat he had purchased from the marketplace, made with some unknown mix of ingredients. Corfish absolutely loved it, and it served as a snack for Pokemon. After instructing Firo to stand guard, Blackfeather began setting up camp nearby and sketching a map of the terrain. Although this outer area had mostly been mapped by others and submitting it wouldn't earn him any points, it was still better than nothing. It was also a good chance for him to improve his cartography skills. As the sun gradually set, the forest grew eerily quiet at night. Blackfeather retreated into his tent and fell into a peaceful sleep. He felt secure knowing his tent was incredibly sturdy, rumored to withstand attacks from Pokemon below level 40. As time passed, though damage was inevitable, Heiyu managed to buy enough time to make an escape. He had to admit, the tent was well worth its price. Not only was it sturdy, but it also had multiple functions, such as insulation, moisture resistance, and drying cold winds. He hoped tomorrow's mission would proceed smoothly. Heiyu's consciousness gradually blurred, and he slowly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, an ugly patterned Sevapur was locked in a fierce battle with a large white Zangoose. The two exchanged venomous glares full of hatred and enmity etched deep into their genes, and animosity carried through their bloodlines. Despite their injuries, neither backed down, continuing their relentless struggle. The next morning, Heiyu slowly woke up and greeted his companions. After preparing breakfast for several Pokemon, he began to enjoy his simple meal: biscuits, water, and a bottle of nutrient solution. This nutrient solution was a popular item in stores, a must-have for adventurers, as it provided all the necessary nutrients for an entire day. The Pokemon, meanwhile, happily devoured their food and energy cubes, replenishing enough energy to sustain them for the day. Heiyu began to pack up the tent. The convenience of technology amazed him. Just a press of a button, and the tent automatically folded itself for easy storage. Before leaving, he had a few of his Pokemon use their abilities on the surrounding ground to ensure that all traces of their presence were erased. Heiyu then instructed Firo, stay up in the sky to scout. If there's danger, come back quickly. Try not to stray too far from us. Firo acknowledged the command and swiftly took flight, disappearing into the distance. Heiyu walked slowly through the forest. At first, he could still hear the chirping of cicadas and birds, but gradually, the surroundings grew quiet. He realized he had entered the core of Pedleberg Woods, where the Pokemon were generally stronger than those in the outer areas. He needed to be extra cautious. Being on his first exploration adventure, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but seeing the excited Crawdaunt beside him gave him some comfort. Just as his nerves were stretched taut, a piercing bird cry suddenly rang out. It was Firo. Heiyu's spirits lifted as he hurried toward the source of the sound, soon spotting Firo, flying swiftly back. Firo dove sharply, stirring up a cloud of dust as it landed. Heiyu anxiously inquired about the situation. With animated gestures, Firo conveyed its message, and Heiyu roughly understood. There are 2 Pokemon ahead locked in a fight, and their levels are higher than mine? Heiyu deliberated. Although the 2 Pokemon were of higher levels, they were currently engrossed in a fierce battle. Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to intervene and reap the benefits? Even if things didn't go as planned, with the combined strength of his 3 Pokemon, surely he wouldn't have trouble retreating safely. The idea was tempting. Firo, lead the way. Keep your movements quiet and don't alert the battling Pokemon. Heiyu instructed, his spirits rising at the thought of possibly seizing a golden opportunity today. Pushing through layers of foliage, Heiyu followed Fiero's lead, the sounds of combat growing louder and more distinct. Finally, he caught sight of the two battling Pokémon. It was a Seviper and a Zangoose. The banded Krite and the Mongoose are sworn enemies, their instinctual battles etched deeply into their genetic memory, passed down through countless generations. Whenever they encounter each other, a fight to the death is inevitable. How to make these natural adversaries coexist has been a perplexing challenge for researchers for years. Kuroha felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing from past experience that neither the Krite nor the Mongoose ever backs down. Their battles always continue until one falls. At this moment, the banded Krite flicked its forked tongue, its sharp, venomous fangs dripping with toxins as it ferociously bit at the Mongoose. Its lithe body coiled like a steel whip, striking relentlessly. The Mongoose, however, showed no signs of submission. Its sharp claws gleamed ominously as it used its agility to evade the Krite's attacks. The battle grew ever more intense, with neither side yielding. The Krite's venom sprayed into the air, releasing a pungent odor that was nauseating. The Mongoose relied on its quick reflexes and remarkable speed to dodge attack after attack, countering whenever there was an opening. Kuroha felt certain of the outcome because he knew the Mongoose possessed two traits that made it highly resistant to poison-type creatures. Its innate immunity rendered it impervious to being poisoned, while its hidden toxin hormone ability allowed it to convert venom into attack power, boosting its physical strength. For the Krite, this was undoubtedly bad news. Despite accumulating more and more wounds, the Krite's resolve remained unshaken. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays mercilessly baking the earth. In the oppressive heat, both creatures were panting heavily, utterly exhausted, their wounds bleeding and soaking their fur and scales. Even so, their eyes still burned with determination and resolve. This battle would only end when one of them fell. Their mutual hatred had already become a part of their very being. Amid the tense atmosphere, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed through the forest, shattering the stalemate. A Fiero issued a command to the Krite: "Drill run." The unexpected order stunned both creatures, leaving them momentarily frozen. From the bushes, a dark figure shot out like lightning toward the Krite. It was a Fiero, its wings beating furiously, whipping up a powerful wind. Its sharp beak gleamed with a menacing light, charged with earthy energy that radiated immense power. The Fiero spun rapidly, forming a massive drill-like attack, barreling toward the already exhausted Krite at an astonishing speed. The Krite's eyes widened in terror as it tried to dodge, but it was too late. Thud! The Spearow let out a piercing cry, its deafening sound causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. Seviper was sent flying by the powerful sonic attack, crashing heavily into the trunk of a massive tree. Its body went limp as it slid to the ground, clearly unconscious. Zangoose, witnessing the scene, froze for a moment before quickly retreating. With a few swift leaps, it disappeared from the area. Black Feather chose not to pursue, understanding that reckless actions in the Pedleberg Woods could lead to dire consequences. Wandering off or stumbling into the territory of a powerful Pokémon would be a mistake he couldn't afford. Capturing this Seviper was already a stroke of luck. Restraining his greed was the mark of a true expert. Black Feather kept reminding himself of this. He tossed a Pokeball, easily capturing the Seviper. Beep, beep, beep. The Pokédex began its analysis. Seviper, the Fong Snake Pokémon, a poison type. It has been locked in a bitter rivalry with Zangoose for generations. The scars on its body are marks of fierce battles, and its sharp tail serves as a deadly weapon. Standing at 2.7 meters and weighing 50 kilograms, this Seviper exhibited average growth and development. Its ability was shed skin, and it had mastered moves such as Rap, Swagger, Bite, Lick, Poison Tail, Feint, Screech, Venoshock, Glare, Poison Fong, and Venom Drench. It also inherited Iron Tail as an egg move. Black Feather minimized the Pokeball and clipped it to the back of his Pokédex. As the scanning process concluded, the Pokédex announced the data. To his pleasant surprise, this Seviper was already at level 27 and came with the inherited move Iron Tilet could fetch a good price. A faint smile curved on Black Feather's lips, his mood slightly lifted. Pokémon like Seviper, known for their ferocity and ruthlessness, were often in high demand on the black market and typically commanded higher prices than other Pokémon of similar strength. Scanning his surroundings, Black Feather speculated that Seviper's nest was likely nearby. Perhaps he could find some shed snake skin. After all, he had taken on a task to collect various toxins, and killing the Seviper wasn't an option. Tasks involving poisonous substances rewarded in league currency, not points. If it had been points, he might have reconsidered, but for league currency, it wasn't worth it. Without hesitation, Black Feather commanded the Spearow to search the area. Sure enough, a few hundred meters away, it discovered a concealed cave emitting a pungent stench. Black Feather entered the cave and found two decayed snake skins alongside a relatively fresh one, clearly shed not long ago. Judging by its condition, this snake's skin was likely shed within the past 2 weeks. Examining the dark snake's skin, Black Feather made his assessment. Although he hadn't undergone professional certification, he prided himself on having enough theoretical knowledge to rival that of a novice breeder. It was time to leave and aim to return to the city before sunset. Exiting the cave, Black Feather glanced at the sun. With determination, he climbed onto Spearo's back, and with a steady flap of its wings, they took off towards the city. After a dusty and weary journey, they arrived at the Pokémon Center. Black Feather headed straight to his room, setting down his spatial backpack but refrained from resting. Sevapor's shed skin would lose its freshness over time, so it was better to submit it as soon as possible. Black Feather approached the self-service machine and selected the option to submit a task. The Pokeball containing the tailo was taken by the machine and transported somewhere unknown. Shortly after, the machine confirmed task completion and issued a receipt. The task issuer promptly transferred 180,000 league currency. Black Feather didn't bother negotiating further. The price was fair and aligned with his expectations. "Hello, I'm a Pokémon Center appraiser. Please follow me," said a staff member after Black Feather submitted the task for the toxins. He was led to a small room. This is snake skin. Judging by its appearance, it's from a Sevapur, shed within the last 2 weeks. Sir, your collection technique is impressive. The skin is completely intact. The appraiser donned gloves, carefully inspecting the skin while offering praise for Black Feather's skill. "Sir, we can offer you a maximum of 20,000 league currency for this snake skin. If that works for you, we can finalize the transaction on the spot." Black Feather nodded in agreement, securing another sum of league currency. Combined with the earlier payment for the tailo task, his earnings now totaled 200,000 league currency. The once thin wallet in his possession was finally plump again. Heiyu submitted the map he had drawn and surprisingly earned 10 points. He was slightly taken aback since the map he created was merely of the outskirts of the Changhua forest, which had already been submitted countless times and should hold little value. Could it be because of that hidden cave? The only thing that could be considered concealed was the cave of the Sevipura, place that was indeed hard to discover unless one searched carefully. After completing all his tasks, Heiyu began browsing the exchange list and flipped to the section designated for the Alliance's inner circle. The manual for training Carvania required 200 points, the same as the price for Corfish. He silently thought to himself that he needed to work harder to earn more. Heiyu decided to deal with the Sevapur he had on hand, donned his black robe, and headed back to the black market, relying on his memory from the last visit. In the market stall area, he spent 1,000 Alliance coins to rent a booth for an hour and couldn't help but marvel at how profitable the black market was. He thought to himself that he should open one of his own someday. Heiyu laid out a plain cloth on the ground and placed the Pokeball containing the Sevapur on it. Feeling it looked a bit too plain, he added a few Pokeballs containing tailo. He also spent an additional 100 Alliance coins to buy a wooden board and wrote on it, "Sevapur, level 27, Iron Tail inherited, 400,000 Alliance coins." He intentionally priced it this way to leave room for negotiation. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Heiyu's stall to attract attention, with people stepping forward to make offers. "How about 300,000? After all, Sevapur is naturally ferocious, and taming it will require some effort," a person in a similar black robe countered. After a brief consideration, Heiyu nodded in agreement. The price met his expectations, and there was no need to haggle over a small margin. Although the Sevapur was sold, there were still about 20 to 30 minutes left on the rented booth. Heiyu decided to wait it out, and eventually managed to sell one tailo for 90,000 Alliance coins. As for the 2 unsold tailo, he sold them in bulk to a shop. After completing his transactions, he quickly left the black market and returned to the Pokémon Center. "Good evening, Nurse Joy." Heiyu greeted Joy Lin, who was still busy at work, as he returned from the black market. After all, building a good relationship with Nurse Joy was always a smart move. He then headed back to his room, collapsed onto the bed, and fell into a deep sleep, exhausted from the day's activities. The following morning, Heiyu, as usual, enjoyed the free and delicious food at the Pokémon Center's cafeteria. He contemplated his next steps, thinking that at his current pace, his Carvania would evolve within half a year. However, without laying a solid foundation before evolution, even a Sharpedo would have limited potential. Determined, Heiyu resolved to continue earning Alliance points without slacking off in the slightest. Approaching the self-service task machine, he scanned through the options, only to find that the tasks were incredibly challenging. The ones that awarded Alliance points were either extremely time-consuming and tedious or highly difficult, far beyond his current level. With a furrowed brow, Heiyu pondered, "Do I have no choice but to venture into the dangerous core area of Changhua Forest and map it out?" It's not hard to guess that the Alliance's purpose is to encourage trainers to explore dangerous places on their own. Simply put, it's a strategy that risks lives to achieve results. It's an open secret, and the Alliance provides highly attractive rewards to entice participants. With that in mind, Heiyu decided to take on this group task, assisting the police department in clearing out the Wurmple infestation along the main road of Pedleberg Woods. Previously, Heiyu hadn't taken this task because it required solo completion, making it impossible to chain with other tasks. Once accepted, it would block him from taking any other missions. Ultimately, in pursuit of alliance points, Heiyu brought his printed resume and proof of task acceptance to the police department. What? Even a kid is applying now? Are we that short-staffed in the police department? A strikingly attractive officer, Jenny said bluntly, her tone tinged with surprise. Heiyu pressed his lips together, deliberately putting on a shy expression as he softly replied, "No, Officer Jenny. I'm here to take on the clearing task." His voice carried an innocent and pure tone that would naturally evoke sympathy. Having survived the trials of drifting at sea, Heiyu had long mastered the art of adapting his demeanor. He could quickly adjust his expressions and attitude to suit the preferences of different people. This time, he chose to portray himself as a bashful and simple young boy, hoping to catch Officer Jenny's interest. After all, everything was for the sake of alliance points. There was no shame in it. Heiyu carefully handed over his resume and proof of task acceptance, placing them gently on the desk in front of Officer Jenny. Only then did Officer Jenny slowly sit down, crossing her legs elegantly and leaning back slightly in her chair. Her toned, fair legs complemented by high heels exuded poise and confidence, making her quite captivating. Her emerald green hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, brushing against her fair skin and carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Her meticulously applied makeup, paired with her police uniform, especially the fitted skirt, perfectly highlighted her graceful figure. Heiyu keenly noticed the golden badge hanging on Officer Jenny's chest and thought to himself, "It seems this Officer Jenny holds a high position." As expected, coming from the esteemed Jenny family, she wouldn't start as a low-ranking officer. On the surface, Heiyu feigned a nervous look, which amused Officer Jenny. "Your skills aren't bad, but water-type Pokémon don't seem to have much of an advantage here," she said, shaking her head slightly, as if inclined to reject him. In the end, Heiyu refrained from mentioning his Fiero, and the task assignment didn't go through. He had no choice but to leave disappointed. Corfish and Carvania are fairly common Pokémon in the Hoenn region, but Fiero is from Kanto and isn't often seen here, Heiyu thought to himself. He always liked to keep an ace up his sleeve, and this time was no different. Fiero remained his hidden trump card. For the next few days, Heiyu stayed at the Pokémon Center. Aside from battling with other trainers, he also prepared some Poke Blocks for future use. It's time to take on a mission. Once I earn enough points, I'll exchange them for a Carvania training manual and leave Pedleberg City right away, Heiyu said to himself, taking a deep breath as a determined glint flickered in his eyes. After all, he still needed to collect gym badges, and lingering here served no purpose. His next destination was set, Rustboro City. There, he aimed to visit the renowned Devon Corporation, a company specializing in research, development, and production of Pokémon-related products. However, there hadn't been any news about Steven recently, Heiyu noted inwardly. He had heard that Devon Corporation had recently developed a new multifunctional Pokémon navigation device. Heiyu planned to check if there were any high-tech products suitable for him. Moreover, Rustboro City also housed a gym, the Rustboro Gym, which specialized in rock-type Pokémon, perfectly aligning with his interests. As Heiyu reviewed the Alliance's Pokédex for information, a satisfied smile unconsciously curved on his lips. At the edge of the Changhua Forest, a black-haired boy dressed in athletic gear was sprinting at full speed. Behind him, a pack of gray-furred, vicious wolves emerged from the bushes. It was a group of Maitena. These pack-dwelling wolf Pokémon are the nightmare of countless adventurers, attacking anything that moves without hesitation. They never relent in their pursuit until their prey is completely exhausted. Determination mixed with a hint of fear and excitement flickered across the boy's face as he ran. He turned his head and shouted, "Corfish, use Bubble Beam." The sky-blue beam of bubbles sparkled in the sunlight, radiating a rainbow of colors as it surged toward the Maitena, successfully halting their chase. Kuroha's figure darted through the forest, weaving in and out of sight, until he reached a main road where he finally stopped to catch his breath. "Starry Petal Flower, you're definitely worth the risk of sneaking into the mighty Ina's territory," Kuroha muttered as he slowly pulled a radiant flower from his pouch. Its 7 petals shimmered with star-like specks. To find such a rare medicinal herb on the outskirts of Changhua Forest was unexpected, but it explained why an entire pack of Maitena had been guarding the area. Kuroha's face flushed with exhilaration, a bright glint in his eyes. This starry petal flower was a rare and valuable herb he had learned about while studying under Madame Maida. It was worth at least 200,000 league coins, yet its rarity made it nearly impossible to find on the market. Kuroha had no intention of selling it. This flower was a critical ingredient for crafting high-grade Poke Blocks. Trading it on the black market through bartering would yield the greatest return. Carefully, Kuroha placed the precious flower into his spatial backpack. Although he had slightly damaged its stem in his haste to pick it, the harm was minimal and could be remedied with proper care over the next few days. Rising slowly, he slung the backpack over his shoulders and began walking along the outer road of Changhua Forest. This path was mostly developed by the League for adventurers venturing into the forest, but it remained sparsely traveled due to occasional sightings of Pokémon tribes nearby. These were often groups that had lost territorial disputes deeper in the forest. Even so, they were formidable threats to ordinary people. Most trainers preferred to stick to safer routes rather than take unnecessary risks. Of course, the League had implemented solutions to encourage exploration, such as their map drawing missions. Along the road stood signposts with a phrase widely known in the Pokémon world. True trainers are those who carve new paths in dangerous lands. It was undeniable that the League excelled at inspiring the younger generation. A hot-blooded youth might hear this and feel compelled to brave perilous areas, perhaps a certain reckless boy. But none of this concerned Kuroha. His venture into the forest was purely for profit. With such a successful haul, it was time to head back to the city and regroup. Tightening the straps of his spatial backpack, Kuroha quickened his pace. Just as he was about to leave the forest behind and relax, a series of frantic cries pierced the air. Help! Help! Daddy, please save me. Judging by the voice, it seemed to be a little girl. Kuroba, adhering to the principle of less trouble is better, was about to leave when he was startled to see a little girl running toward him. Behind her, several emerald-green figures darted through the air, their wings beating and kicking up gusts of dust. As the distance closed, Kuroba finally saw them clearly. They were Venomoth, the poison moth Pokémon. He cursed under his breath and immediately released his Fearow, ready to fly away. But then his gaze fell on the watch on the little girl's wrist, and he froze. The girl was dressed in luxurious clothing, and the watch was undoubtedly a new release by the Devon Corporation, a rare blue model worth at least $1 million Pokédollars. Kuroba's heart skipped a beat. This little girl was clearly the daughter of a wealthy family. A thought stirred within him. If he could save the girl, her parents might reward him handsomely. Quickly assessing the strength of the Venomoth, he determined that although his Pokémon were somewhat fatigued, he was confident they could handle the situation. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Don't be scared, little one. Big brother is here to save you." With that, he recalled his Fearow and sprinted toward the girl. His Crawdaunt immediately launched an attack on the Venomoth, following Kuroba's command. The Venomoth, already hesitant after leaving the forest, panicked at the sudden assault and quickly retreated back into the woods. Kuroba felt a surge of joy but kept his expression calm as he approached the girl. He smiled gently, patting her head and soothingly said, "Don't worry, little one. The bad Pokémon are gone now." The girl, tears glistening in her eyes, tried to hold back her sobs, her expression both stubborn and endearing. But as she heard Kuroba's comforting words, her emotions overwhelmed her. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam, and she began to wail loudly. "Wah! Woo!" She cried out with all her pent-up fear and frustration, her tears soaking Kuroba's clothes. Kuroba gently patted her back, speaking softly. There, don't cry. Everything is fine now. The bad Pokémon won't hurt you anymore." The little girl clung tightly to him, clutching the hem of his clothes as though she'd found a lifeline, unwilling to let go. Gradually, her sobs subsided, and she looked up at him with eyes full of gratitude. "Big brother, May is a brave girl. I wasn't scared at all," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Kuroba smiled, wiping the tears from her face with a tender touch. "May," he murmured, startled. Before he could confirm her name, a large group of people appeared in the distance, rushing toward them. Leading the group was Officer Jenny and a stern-faced middle-aged man. The moment she saw them, the girl's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "Daddy." She quickly wiped her tear-streaked face and put on a determined expression. The man's face darkened when he saw his daughter in the arms of a stranger. "Who are you? Let go of my daughter immediately," he barked angrily. The little girl panicked and waved her tiny arms, protesting. "No, Daddy, it's not like that. This big brother saved me and scared away the bad Pokémon." The man froze, his expression softening as he realized he had overreacted. "I see," he said, nodding quickly. "Thank you for saving my daughter. I'm Norman, by the way." Kuroba inwardly smirked but maintained a facade of sincerity. "It was nothing," he replied modestly. "I just happened to see May being chased by Pokémon, so I stepped in to help. It's no big deal." With that, he pretended to turn and leave. But just then, Officer Jenny, who had been scanning the crowd, spotted him. Her eyes widened in recognition, and she exclaimed, "Kuroba, Officer Junsha, do you know this young man?" Senri asked, cradling May in one arm while gently patting her back with his broad hand, comforting his precious daughter. Officer Junsha glanced at Kuroha, the boy she had crossed paths with once before, and spoke softly. "He came to our station earlier, wanting to join the cleanup mission. He's a shy and good kid. I suppose you could say we've met briefly." Senri nodded in understanding, his wary gaze toward Kuroha easing somewhat. Kuroha, standing not far away, overheard Officer Junsha's remarks and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A shy and good kid? His hands had been stained with the blood of both humans and Pokémon, and he had even been a pirate once. But those disgraceful memories had long been buried in the ocean by Madame Meta. Now, He was a direct descendant of the Alliance, a righteous and bashful young man. Yes, that's who he was now. Kuroha kept reinforcing this notion in his mind after all. To deceive others, he first had to deceive himself. Officer Junsha, it's nice to see you again. Are you here on a mission to clear out the Wurmple population? Kuroha asked bluntly, his curious gaze shifting to the large group of officers behind her. After all, he had previously applied for such missions himself. Junsha didn't find his inquiry unusual and replied, yes, we were initially clearing out Pokémon on the outskirts of Pedleberg Woods, but we didn't expect Senri's daughter to go missing, so we came here to help with the search. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Kuroha's lips. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. By deliberately presenting himself as a shy and innocent youth, he aimed to lower others' guard, earn their trust, and adapt to his new identity more quickly. Evidently, his disguise was working well. At least, it had fooled Officer Junsha. To be honest, Officer Junsha, I'd like to join this cleanup mission as well. I want to train my Pokémon, and I don't even need any compensation, Kuroha said with sincerity, stepping forward. Officer Junsha hesitated briefly before agreeing. All right, but this mission is no joke. Be careful and stick to assisting on the sidelines. As one of the highest-ranking individuals present, along with Senri, the Suntobe gym leader, Junsha had the authority to make the decision. Thank you, Officer Junsha, for giving me the chance to serve the Alliance. Kuroha's eyes lit up with excitement, his face beaming with joy. The others present looked at him with kind smiles, seeing him as nothing less than a well-behaved and endearing youth. A shy, upright young man loyal to the Alliance who wouldn't like him? Crawdaunt, Carvania, come out and get ready for battle. Kuroha released his 2 Pokémon and joined the Alliance's cleanup crew and a few direct descendants of the Alliance who had also taken on the mission. The Wurmple population nearby was mostly weak, as they were the losers in the territorial battles within the forest. Arcanine, use flamethrower. Officer Junsha commanded, her arm sweeping forward as an elegant, fiery orange Arcanine leapt out, unleashing a powerful burst of flames. The attack instantly took down the strongest Dustox and Beautifly among the Wurmple group. Kuroha stood frozen, watching the heroic and graceful Officer Junsha, a hint of admiration rising in his heart. Arcanine's base stats surpassed those of the starter Pokémon, making it truly impressive. Many years ago, Growlithe was once considered a legendary Pokémon. However, nearly all Growlithe are now under the control of the Jenny family, making wild Growlithe incredibly rare on par with pseudo-legendaries in terms of scarcity. If you're an ordinary person and happen to catch a wild Growlithe, congratulations. It won't be long before the Jenny family reaches out to you, asking if you'd like to marry into their family. This is a dream for most men. While the gentle and virtuous Nurse Joy is undeniably charming, Officer Jenny has an allure that ignites a stronger sense of conquest, doesn't she? Of course, if you decline the Jenny family's invitation, they will appear gracious and assure you it's no problem. But soon after, you might find yourself forcibly conscripted by the League and meet an accidental demise in a battle against the underground dark organizations. Historically, many trainers who refused the Jenny family's offer met their end in this manner. Vigoroth, use breakthrough. As Mr. Norman's Vigoroth defeated the final Pokémon, the cleanup mission officially drew to a close. Officer Jenny, with her long, elegant strides, walked toward the League trainers who had taken on the mission and handed them proof of their task completion. The group left cheerfully, likely heading to the Pokémon Center to claim their rewards. Trainer Kuroha, you contributed a lot to this cleanup mission. Consider this a small personal reward from me. Officer Jenny suddenly spoke, pulling a task certificate from her pocket and handing it to him. Kuroha didn't feign modesty or refuse. Instead, he accepted it without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Officer Jenny. I'm just glad I could help." Seeing Kuroha accept her reward so straightforwardly, Officer Jenny smiled in satisfaction. After all, she disliked people who pretended to be aloof or overly polite. And so, everyone was pleased, and the cleanup mission concluded successfully. Norman approached, carrying his daughter, May, in his arms. "Officer Jenny, this young man saved my daughter. Why not let him participate in the gym's inauguration ceremony?" Though Norman was ostensibly seeking her opinion, his tone carried a strong, undeniable suggestion. Kuroha thought to himself, as expected of the man considered closest to the Elite Four, the final glory of normal types. But outwardly, he remained polite. Mr. Norman traveled all the way from the Johto region to fulfill his duties as a gym leader. "Of course, you have the authority to make such decisions," Officer Jenny replied in her clear, pleasant voice, showing no trace of the arrogance one might expect from a prominent family. She treated Mr. Norman with great respect. "That's good to hear. Thank you for your understanding, Officer Jenny," Norman responded with a smile. He then turned to Kuroha. "So, young man, would you be willing to attend?" Norman's hopeful gaze rested on Kuroha. At that moment, little May, who had been quietly resting in her father's arms, suddenly looked up. Her big, sparkling eyes blinked as she eagerly stared at Kuroha, looking like a porcelain doll. Big brother, join us. Join us. Join us, she exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice. Kuroha looked at Mr. Norman and replied courteously, in that case, I humbly accept your offer. Thank you, Mr. Norman, for the invitation. Yay! May cheered, wriggling with joy in her father's arms, her tiny hands forming adorable gestures. Everyone exchanged smiles. It's hard not to be charmed by such a cute child. On their way back to the city, Kuroha seized the opportunity to ask about the gym, especially since Officer Jenny had brought it up earlier. Not asking would seem suspicious. Officer Jenny was happy to explain to the shy young man. Mr. Norman was invited by the deputy head of the Hoenn region to take up the position of gym leader in Pedleberg City, she said warmly. In the backyard of the Pokémon Center, Heiyu was focused on training his Carvania. Ever since he returned to the Pokémon Center a few days ago after completing a cleanup mission, he couldn't wait to redeem the Carvania training manual. Carvania's primary weapon was its sharp teeth, excelling in a range of bite-based moves such as Crunch, Ice Fang, and Psychic Fangs. Flipping through the manual, Heiyu carefully devised a training plan. Pointing at a massive rock in the corner of the pool, he firmly instructed Carvania. Today's task is to bite through this rock. In the pool, Carvania swayed its body continuously, seemingly protesting. Heiyu crouched down, gently reaching his hand into the water to stroke Carvania's rough skin, his tone calm and reassuring. Carvania, if you want to grow stronger, you must adapt. Even if your teeth break, with your regenerative ability, they'll recover in no time. Heiyu wouldn't go easy on Carvania's fear of pain. As his future seafaring mount and core Pokémon, Carvania needed to quickly adapt to the rigors of training. Carvania let out a small, pitiful splash of water, but ultimately, under the authority of its trainer, it resumed swimming around the rock, biting away at it relentlessly. Judging by the current pace of wear, breaking the rock within a short time seemed nearly impossible without at least half a day's effort. Heiyu walked over to another pond, watching his Corfish energetically training inside, feeling a sense of relief. Corfish had always been highly enthusiastic about training. Just as he was pondering over some training challenges, a soft, childlike voice called out behind him. Big brother, I came to play with you. Turning around, he saw a little girl with a ponytail, May, holding a giant stuffed toy and cheerfully waving to him from the edge of the pool. Heiyu sighed helplessly. May's family had recently moved to Pedleberg City, and with her parents busy settling in, she often came to the Pokémon Center to find him. Faced with such an innocent child, Heiyu had no choice but to set aside his training and books, taking a brief break himself. However, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. Being so young, May's worldview was still forming. If he could leave an important impression in her heart now, wouldn't that be? A bold idea sparked in Heiyu's mind. As someone with memories of a past life, his thoughts often wandered wildly, much like the Dark-type Pokémon he admired, fearless, daring, and audacious. He slowly approached, crouching down to meet May's gaze. Gently patting her hair, he asked with concern, May, have you had lunch yet? Want to join me at the cafeteria for something to eat? May seemed to enjoy the affectionate gesture, lightly rubbing her head against Heiyu's hand before responding with a smile. Nope, big brother. I'm here to invite you to my house. Mom's cooking lots of yummy food for lunch. She reached out her small hand, grabbing one of Heiyu's fingers, and started pulling him along. Resigned, Heiyu recalled his two Pokémon and followed May out of the Pokémon Center. As they passed through the lobby, he noticed several people casting envious glances their way. Recently, the establishment of the gym had drawn many visitors to Pedleberg City, and prominent families in the area were eager to pay their respects to Mr. Norman. Unfortunately, with Mr. Qianli's steadfast pursuit of immense power, he naturally wouldn't be held back by mundane matters. As a result, these people turned their attention to Mr. Qianli's daughter, Xiaoyao. She often came running to me, completely unaware of how many eyes were watching her, and even I ended up being dragged into this situation. Kuroba glanced down at Xiaoyao, who was clutching his finger tightly, and thought to himself with a sigh of resignation. Fortunately, these people didn't seem to harbor ill intentions, especially considering that the formidable Mr. Qianli was about to become the gym leader of this city. Beside an elegant and tranquil wooden house, a lush bamboo grove gently swayed in the breeze. Kuroba breathed in the fresh air and remarked in admiration, Mrs. Miko, you truly live up to being Mr. Qianli's wife. The harmony of this bamboo grove and the wooden house is absolutely stunning. Your design is simply breathtaking. Dressed in a simple yet elegant kimono, Miko blended seamlessly into the natural surroundings, exuding the grace of a refined lady. She smiled softly, her demeanor as warm as a spring breeze, and replied, Kuroba, thank you for the compliment. Xiaoyao must have been bothering you quite a bit these past few days, hasn't she? Hearing this, Xiaoyao immediately protested, puffing up her cheeks indignantly. No way, I haven't been bothering Big Brother at all. Xiaoyao is a well-behaved and obedient child. She pouted, her tone filled with grievance. Besides, it's your fault and Daddy's fault for being so busy these days and not playing with me. She clung tightly to Kuroba's finger, her small face full of righteous indignation as she accused her parents of their crimes. Miko frowned slightly, ready to scold her, but Xiaoyao quickly darted behind Kuroba, pleading, "Big brother, save me." While Kuroba stood there, unsure of what to do, Mr. Qianli entered the backyard of the gym. He looked at Kuroba and said seriously, "Kuroba, now that the gym is complete, I'll be relying on you to watch over Xiaoyao for the next few days. I remember you mentioned you're preparing for the Alliance tournament next year. How about a gym battle?" Interested, his words immediately captured the attention of all three. A spark of determination lit up in Kuroba's eyes, and he quickly agreed. "Mr. Qianli, it would be an honor to battle you." With the sound of machinery whirring to life, the match was about to begin. The referee raised their flag and announced, "The upcoming battle is a gym challenge with the gym badge at stake. The rules are simple. This is a 2v2 switch battle. The gym leader will send out their Pokémon first, and the challenger will choose their response. The challenger has the right to make the first move. During the battle, gym leaders are prohibited from switching Pokémon, while challengers are free to switch at will. The match ends when all of one side's Pokémon are unable to battle." Facing the middle-aged man standing opposite him, Kuroba felt an inexplicable pressure rise in his chest. This was not only his first ever gym challenge, but also because he retained memories of his past life, fully aware of the strength of the man before him. Known for his adaptive strategies and relentless pursuit of power, Mr. Qianli had gained fame in Kuroba's previous life for his creative use of Pokémon, such as Slaking, Vigoroth, and Slakoth, displaying versatile tactics and a perfectly balanced approach that left no room for exploitation. What a formidable opponent was his first gym battle destined to be against such a powerful adversary. Keeping his expression calm, Kuroba pulled out a Pokeball and steadied his nerves. With a flash of white light, he declared firmly, "Go, Corfish." Qianli raised an eyebrow, a confident smile spreading across his face as Ursaring charged forward, ready for battle. Seeing Qianli release his Pokémon, Heiyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, online, Qianli was famous for his mastery of the Slaking family, known for their versatility in combat, thanks to their unique three-stage battle strategies. Crawdaunt began with Harden, strengthening itself. Heiyu issued a cautious tactical command. Qianli smiled faintly and ordered, "Use Icy Wind." Although Ursaring's move pool was somewhat limited and it couldn't learn many techniques on its own, Qianli had taught it several ranged attacks to handle different situations. Crawdaunt's body briefly glimmered with white light as it completed its enhancement, and the icy wind swept over it. Though it shivered from the cold, it took no significant damage. "Hey you, it seems your Crawdaunt has excellent resistance to cold," Qianli remarked, still calm and composed even in the heat of battle. Heiyu countered, "Crawdaunt, use Bubble Beam." Crawdaunt shook off the frost clinging to its body, opened its pincers, and fired a barrage of bubbles. Ursaring nimbly leapt across the battlefield, dodging the oncoming attacks as it charged directly at Crawdaunt, preparing to use Headbutt. "Ursaring, use Headbutt." Qianli's steady voice rang out. A milky white glow began to form on Ursaring's forehead as it barreled toward Crawdaunt. Heiyu, surprised by Ursaring's quick reactions, quickly commanded, "Counter with Night Slash." "Quick attack," Qianli responded. Just as the two moves were about to clash, Ursaring suddenly veered to the side, dodging Crawdaunt's descending pincers and counterattacking swiftly, flipping Crawdaunt over from the side. "Charge up and get ready for quick attack," Qianli ordered. Heiyu's heart tightened as he urgently shouted, "No, Crawdaunt, use Protect quickly." Crawdaunt, rolling a few times on the ground, responded instantly to its trainer's command and conjured a protective barrier. Bang! Ursaring, with incredible speed, collided directly with the shield. "Block it with double hit," Heiyu commanded. Crawdaunt swung its pincers one after the other, using the force of Ursaring's own momentum to successfully deflect the attack. Heiyu keenly observed that Ursaring struggled with sharp turns. Its natural trait was to excel at straight-line sprints and short-distance maneuvers, but it was notably clumsy when it came to turning. Sure enough, after executing quick attack, Ursaring couldn't turn in time to escape, and its tail was caught by Crawdaunt's pincers, eliciting a pained cry. "Now, use Aqua Jet to finish it off." Heiyu's cold voice rang out. Water surged around Crawdaunt, enveloping its body before launching it forward in a powerful strike at the nearby Ursaring. Boom! Ursaring was sent flying, landing in the middle of the battlefield and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Heiyu held his breath, and even Xiaoyao, watching from the sidelines, puffed out her cheeks and focused intently on the center of the field. Ursaring lay unconscious in the middle of the arena, its eyes replaced by swirling spirals, unable to continue battling. The referee raised a flag and announced the result of the match. Qianli retrieved Ursaring with a Pokeball, recalling his fainted Pokémon. The Crawdaunt was truly remarkable, releasing its bubble beam with incredible speed. Its pincers, polished to perfection, demonstrated immense power, and its seamless skill combos were exceptional. Kuroba's ability to judge the flow of the battle was astonishing, completely unlike a rookie trainer. Senri couldn't help but praise him, showing no signs of disappointment despite his loss. As a gym leader, Senri's duty was to nurture the next generation for the league, which is why he chose Pokémon that matched Kuroba's level. Kuroba was well aware of this and humbly responded, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Senri, but all the credit goes to Crawdon's hard work. I wouldn't dare take the glory for myself." Then, with a smile, he added, "Besides, Mr. Senri, you weren't even fighting at full strength, were you?" Kuroba knew that the entire battle was more of a training session, and the Vigoroth Senri used probably wouldn't even make it into his second or third team. Senri smiled faintly, thinking to himself, Kuroba really is a promising talent. There's no fault in his words or actions. While the two exchanged compliments, Haruka and Mitsuko were enthusiastically discussing the match from the spectator seats. Haruka propped her small hands under her chin, her eyes sparkling as she watched Kuroba on the field with excitement. Mitsuko, wearing a gentle smile, encouraged her. "Haruka, you should learn from this. This is the first challenge match since our gym was established at its truly significant." The mother and daughter focused intently on the battle. "The next Pokemon will be you, Vigoroth." Senri tossed a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a lively and energetic Vigoroth appeared on the battlefield. The referee raised his flag and asked, "Will the challenger switch Pokemon?" Seeing that Senri had finally sent out one of his signature Pokemon, Kuroba grew serious, feeling the pressure mount. "Come back, Crawdon. Carvania, get ready for battle." Kuroba decided to preserve Crawdon's energy, as continuously using so many moves had taken a toll on it. This was a good opportunity to let Carvania adapt to fighting on land. As expected, the moment Carvania was released, it seemed as though it had entered a steaming sauna. Clearly uncomfortable, it hovered just above the ground, trying to find a pocket of cooler air, hoping for a hint of moisture. "Vigoroth, bulk up." Senri immediately commanded Vigoroth to strengthen itself in preparation for the upcoming clash. Upon hearing the command, Vigoroth became even more animated. Naturally hyperactive, it now leaped and bounded with heightened excitement. "Carvania, use Screech to stop it." Alarmed by Vigoroth's power-up, Kuroba quickly ordered Carvania to interrupt the process with Screech. Carvania opened its mouth and let out a sharp, grating sound that was deeply unsettling. However, Vigoroth remained unfazed. Its muscles tensed, and its fur stood on end, as if declaring its determination to its opponent. Gradually, a blood-red glow began to emanate from Vigoroth's body, a sign of its successful bulk-up. "Carvania, don't stop. Keep using Screech." Kuroba exclaimed anxiously. Carvania opened its mouth again, this time producing an even louder and more piercing sound that made even Haruka in the stands cover her ears. But Vigoroth remained undeterred, its body fully adapting to the disruptive noise as it maintained its focus on powering up. Finally, Vigoroth completed its bulk-up, its physique now visibly more robust, with defined muscles and a significant boost to both its attack and defense. Kuroha watched the energetic Vigoroth with a growing sense of unease. Vigoroth used Brick Break, and Senri immediately commanded it to launch an attack. With its powerful arms supporting its weight, Vigoroth leaped several times and landed right in front of Sharpedo. Kuroha quickly ordered, "Sharpedo, use Aqua Jet to get away." Sharpedo swiftly gathered water energy and darted around the battlefield like a speeding projectile. Kuroha continued to direct Sharpedo to evade repeatedly, attempting to buy time. Senri keenly noticed the change in Sharpedo's speed and thought to himself, "So, they're trying to stall and maximize Sharpedo's speed boost ability." Vigoroth, being a hyperactive Pokemon by nature, grew increasingly agitated as its repeated attacks were continuously dodged. Frustrated by the slippery, eel-like Sharpedo, Vigoroth pounded its chest and let out an enraged roar. Regaining its composure, Vigoroth used Rock Tomb. Following Senri's command, it summoned rock energy and hurled it toward Sharpedo. As expected, Rock Tomb restricted Sharpedo's speed, and the battlefield became cluttered with rocks, making it harder for Sharpedo to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Senri commanded Vigoroth to charge forward with Thunder Punch. Electricity coursed through Vigoroth's fists, crackling with thunderous power as it surged toward Sharpedo. "Sharpedo, use Psychic Fangs," Kuroha ordered. Surrounded by rocks, Sharpedo could no longer rely on its speed to evade, so it chose to face the attack head-on. With determination, Sharpedo launched a swift and fierce strike, its pink Psychic Fangs glowing brightly. However, the type disadvantage of water against electricity gave Vigoroth the upper hand. Sharpedo endured the Thunder Punch with all its might, but Vigoroth's other fist followed up with another attack. Senri confidently shouted, "Vigoroth, use Brick Break." Vigoroth's second punch struck Sharpedo squarely, sending it flying across the battlefield. Bang! Sharpedo struggled to rise with its last ounce of strength, but ultimately collapsed, its eyes swirling in defeat. The referee promptly announced, "Sharpedo is unable to battle. Challenger, please release your second Pokemon." Kuroha stared blankly at the scene, recalling Sharpedo to its Pokeball. He murmured softly, "You did your best, Sharpedo. Don't worry, I won't let your efforts go to waste. Taking a deep breath, Kuroha fixed his gaze on Vigoroth, narrowing his eyes as he slowly reached for another Pokeball. With a flash of white light, Crawdaunt appeared once more. Crawdaunt, he'll count on you again. The freshly revitalized Crawdaunt raised its pincers and let out a spirited cry. Showing no hesitation, it attacked with Bubble Beam. Crawdaunt opened its pincers, releasing a stream of bubbles that sparkled as they surged toward Vigoroth. Vigoroth, however, stood its ground, crossing its arms in front of its body to absorb the hit without flinching. Senri commanded decisively. Use Shadow Ball. Qianli crossed his arms, commanding the battle with precision. Although normal-type Pokémon typically lack type advantage, their diverse move pool made them formidable opponents. Slaking formed a dark energy sphere in its hands and hurled it like a basketball, transforming it into a meteor aimed straight at Crawdaunt. Witnessing the immense power of the attack, Heiyu felt uneasy and quickly shouted, "No! Crawdaunt, use Protect." A protective barrier quickly materialized, but the Shadow Ball's force was overwhelming, causing a thick plume of smoke to engulf the battlefield. Use Flamethrower immediately and sweep the field, Qianli ordered decisively. A column of fire roared across the arena, and from within the smoke came the anguished cries of Crawdaunt. Heiyu, growing anxious, quickly commanded, "Crawdaunt, surround yourself with water to block the flames." The sound of sizzling filled the air as water met heat, creating dense steam. Heiyu wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, the pressure mounting in his heart. As he stood frozen, unsure of what to do next, the smoke began to clear. In the center of the battlefield stood Crawdaunt, battered but resilient. Though its body bore numerous burns and scars, its sturdy form and intact claws radiated determination. Just as Heiyu's worry deepened, Crawdaunt's body began to emit a dazzling white light, the unmistakable glow of evolution. Heiyu was stunned, but his shock quickly turned to elation. Qianli, slightly taken aback, immediately commanded Slaking to cease its attacks, adhering to the League's rules that prohibited interference during a Pokémon's evolution. From the stands, Xiaoyao leaped to her feet, clapping and cheering with excitement. Her earlier fears of her big brother losing were now replaced with hope for a miraculous comeback. "Big brother, you can do it. Beat Dad," she shouted in her innocent, youthful voice. Qianli's mouth twitched slightly at her words, feeling a small part of his composure crack. Time seemed to slow as the radiant light dimmed, revealing a majestic Crawdaunt. Now evolved into a fearsome and striking figure, Crawdaunt stood proudly, its head adorned with a 5-point star and its claws more imposing than ever. "Crawdaunt!" Heiyu exclaimed in delight. The newly evolved Pokémon let out a powerful cry, swinging its massive claws with force. In the faint motion of its claws, a shimmering image of a Razor Shell technique emerged. "It's Razor Shell!" Heiyu exclaimed with excitement. "Razor Shell, Crawdaunt! Charge in for close combat." Heiyu's confidence surged as he directed his Pokémon into the fray. With its 120 base attack power, combined with its adaptability ability and same-type attack bonus, this move would be devastating. Though not as iconic as Crabhammer, Razor Shell's strength was undeniable. Slaking, use Outrage. Qianli issued his final command. Despite the reckless nature of Outrage, which would leave Slaking in a confused state, Qianli's decisiveness as a gym leader was unwavering. Crawdaunt surged forward, its claws brimming with water energy, attacking Slaking with relentless force. Each swing was packed with immense power and razor-sharp precision, pushing Slaking to its limits. Slaking retaliated with wild, unrestrained fury, its attacks growing more ferocious with each strike. It fought with no regard for defense, driven solely by its desire for victory and the thrill of battle. Pain was no longer a factor, it was consumed entirely by its fighting spirit. This intense and heart-pounding close-quarters clash reached its climax with Crawdaunt's triumphant roar. The battered and exhausted Slaking finally collapsed, while the panting but victorious Crawdaunt stood tall, its 5-point star gleaming brilliantly under the arena's lights. The hyperactive ape lost its ability to battle, and the Crawdaunt claimed victory. Challenger, Kuroba wins. The referee raised the red flag high, clearly announcing the result. Kuroba looked at Crawdaunt with relief and said with a smile, "You did great, Crawdaunt. Come back and rest well." He took out his Pokédex from his pocket, and with a beeping sound, Crawdaunt's information appeared on the screen. Crawdaunt, the rogue Pokémon. Water and dark type. The evolved form of Corfish. It has a violent temperament and often starts fights for no reason. No other life forms inhabit the ponds it resides in, eventually turning them into desolate places, the Pokédex explained. It further noted Crawdaunt's ability as adaptability, its gender as male, height at 1.3 meters, and weight at 40 kilograms. All its stats were far superior to its peers, indicating exceptional development. The moves it had mastered included Swift, Vice Grip, Leer, Bubble Beam, Harden, Bubble, Protect, Double Hit, Knock Off, Night Slash, Razor Shell, Water Jet, and Dragon Dance. Looking at the information displayed on the Pokédex, Kuroba sighed with emotion. It's been a year since we met, and you've finally evolved. That 5-point star of yours looks pretty good. While others might find Crawdon's appearance intimidating, to Kuroba, it was the coolest Pokemon of all. At that moment, Senri approached slowly with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Kuroba. This is proof of your victory over Meth Balance Badge." Kuroba accepted the badge with both hands, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. As Senri observed the talented young man before him, he grew increasingly impressed and felt compelled to share some advice. As a gym leader, the message I want to convey to challengers is the importance of balanced development. While most people would advise focusing on strengths and avoiding weaknesses, I personally prefer to train Pokemon in a balanced way. By honing a Pokemon's weaknesses to match the level of its strengths, it becomes flawless and invincible. Senri's words deeply resonated with Kuroba. Just then, Mei came running over with her short legs, exclaiming excitedly, Big brother, you won. You actually beat my dad, so amazing." Her bright, sparkling eyes blinked with admiration as she looked at Kuroba. He couldn't help but think to himself with a wry smile that this little girl probably believed he had truly defeated Senri, not realizing that it was just a challenge match, essentially a training session. If it were a real battle, with Senri's strength, only the Elite Four might stand a chance against him. Senri, standing nearby, felt a bit awkward. Watching his daughter celebrate Kuroba without sparing him a glance for comfort, he maintained a smile on the surface but was bleeding inside. Kuroba, dedicating yourself fully to the path of Pokemon is a tough journey. I hope to see you on the stage of the league tournament in the future, Senri said earnestly. Bowing deeply, Kuroba responded, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Senri." Senri nodded. "You're welcome. Don't forget to register at the gym's front desk before you leave." With that, Senri gave Mei a few brief instructions before turning to leave. The newly built gym required a lot of administrative work, leaving the battle-obsessed Senri somewhat overwhelmed. "Congratulations, Trainer Kuroba. Your battle record and video have been uploaded to the league's database. You can access them anytime through your trainer ID or Pokédex," a staff member informed him. The receptionist briefly confirmed the situation and then respectfully spoke. Kuroba raised the badge high, and under the light, the scale's emblem emitted a captivating glow. The Challenge League required collecting 8 badges, but the Hoenn League had far more than 8 gyms there, could be over 20. Among these gyms, some were officially recognized while others were unofficial, run by private individuals. Leaving the gym, Kuroba hurried toward the Pokemon Center. Luckily, the two buildings were not far apart, both located in the city center. Kuroba politely addressed Nurse Joy, "Thank you for your help." His Carvania had just been severely injured by a Vigoroth and remained unconscious inside its Pokeball. His Crawdon, though only lightly injured, had recently evolved and needed time to adjust to its new body. Thus, he decided to entrust them both to Nurse Joy for treatment. "Don't worry, Kuroba. Your Pokemon are in good hands," Nurse Joy Lin said gently. Beside her, a Chansey clapped its tiny hands, seemingly offering its support. Kuroba sat in the lobby, reflecting on the battle and analyzing his shortcomings. Self-review was an essential habit for any trainer aspiring to grow stronger. He pondered to himself, balanced development, so this is Mr. Norman's philosophy as a trainer? Before long, Nurse Joy returned. As a direct descendant of the league's official trainers, Kuroba received priority even in treatments. Watching him, Nurse Joy silently committed his name to memory and passed this information to the Joy family. If the family deemed him valuable enough to recruit, they might consider arranging a marriage between Kuroba and a branch member of the Joy family to secure ties with such a promising trainer. After all, this was a dream many male trainers secretly harbored. "Big brother, Dad is so useless to lose to you so easily," Mei said as she held Kuroba's hand, strolling through the bamboo grove behind the Pedleberg gym. Kuroba glanced back at the gym, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Mei, you shouldn't speak ill of your father. That's not how good kids behave," he gently reprimanded her. Mei pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking, "Mom and Dad are always so busy. Ever since we moved to the Hoenn region, it's only been Big Brother keeping me company. Mei, when I start my journey in the future, they'll become as strong as you. How about we travel together then?" Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement, a look that was impossible to refuse. Kuroba smiled, patting her head gently. "Sure, but I wonder which Pokemon you'll choose as your starter partner?" Mei paused, caught off guard by the question, and began to seriously contemplate her options. Torchic seems nice. Mudkip is pretty cute, too. But Trico, it's a bit too cool for me. I don't really like it," she said thoughtfully. Kuroba listened, his lips twitching slightly in amusement. He couldn't help but think, as expected of a gym leader's daughter, she's only considering the starters. So extravagant. He offered some advice at the right moment. Trico might not match a girl's aesthetic, but its overgrow ability is excellent. Mudkip has the advantage in terms of type, and its final evolution, Swampert, only has a quadruple weakness to grass. Torchic, on the other hand, with the speed boost ability, would be absolutely perfect. Mei listened to Kuroba's insights, stunned. She had never realized there was so much to consider when choosing a Pokémon. Her admiration for him deepened. A speed boost Torchic May murmured softly, as a seed of determination took root in her heart. Recently, Rustboro City has seen a surge of new buildings springing up, with the most prominent being the Rustboro Gym. Many wealthy merchants have flocked to invest, and the reason is simple: Norman. The economic benefits brought by this officially recognized gym are astounding. Over the past few days, Kuroha has often been pulled along by May to visit the gym. Faced with the requests of this adorable 3-year-old girl, he just couldn't bring himself to refuse. Big brother, look. This is the Pokemon climate-controlled room that my dad is building. It can simulate the jungle ecosystem, making it perfect for Vigoroth and its family, May said enthusiastically as she strolled through the gym's corridor, chatting animatedly about the other side of the glass doors. The jungle simulation room, which occupies a third of the gym's area, is designed to realistically replicate a wild environment. Many Pokemon live inside, most of them normal types. Through the transparent glass, Kuroha could see numerous rare Pokemon, and the one that stood out the most was undoubtedly the Slaking. He thought to himself, recalling rumors that Norman's ace Pokemon was indeed a Slaking that had overcome its truant ability. Noticing Kuroha's envious gaze, May innocently offered, "Big brother, do you want one of the Pokemon inside? I can ask my dad to give you one." Startled by her words, Kuroha quickly waved his hands and denied it. No, that's not it. I was just thinking that building a climate-controlled room like this must cost a fortune." He didn't want Norman to think he was a greedy opportunist befriending May for personal gain. Reputation, after all, was equally important, Kuroha thought to himself. "What? Norman, you're saying you want to invest in me?" Kuroha rushed over, only to hear something utterly shocking. Norman spoke seriously. "To be precise, this is an investment on behalf of the gym. In this world, families and organizations that have stood firm for decades or centuries aren't foolish. They understand that relying solely on themselves isn't enough to sustain their legacy. That's why it's common to sponsor talented but unconnected trainers. These trainers are usually willing to accept such sponsorships, knowing they'll repay the favor in the future when they become stronger. You don't need to feel pressured. It's just a normal exchange of interests, giving up a small part of your future benefits in return for something crucial to you today," Norman explained, revealing the essence of investment. Kuroha's eyes fell on the document Norman handed him. He thought to himself that it must be an evaluation report about him. Sure enough, as he took the report, he saw his past clearly detailed on it. The identity crafted by Madame Meta was so well concealed that even the gym couldn't uncover the truth. As Kuroha skimmed through the evaluation report, it recorded his background as the child of an island guardian from the League. The assessment of him was bold: exceptional talent, extraordinary intelligence, and notable potential as a Pokemon breeder. He silently repeated the evaluation in his mind. The potential benefits of this investment were equally impressive. The first point listed was an annual breeding fund, a fixed amount of 500,000 Pokedollars per year. Though it might not seem like much, the essence of investment was casting a wide net. Kuroba straightened up in front of Qianli and said earnestly, "As long as I can demonstrate my value and talent, there will be more investments in the future." Qianli smiled faintly and continued to outline the benefits of joining the Changhua Gym, including access to ancient texts restricted by the Alliance and the opportunity to select high-quality Pokemon from the gym's breeding center. While these perks were enticing, Qianli also reminded Kuroba of the responsibilities that would follow, such as promoting the gym and participating in competitions. Qianli sternly warned Kuroba that ordinary trainers could only accept investments from 2 or 3 factions at most, as the complex relationships between factions could lead to conflicts. Hearing this, Kuroba's resolve grew stronger. What he truly valued was not money or high-quality Pokemon, but the chance to freely explore the Changhua Gym's library and elevate his status within the Alliance. Wealth and Pokemon could be acquired later, but knowledge monopolized by powerful factions, once missed, might never come again. "Mr. Qianli, thank you for your trust. I am willing to sign this investment contract and fulfill the associated obligations," Kuroba said with a serious expression. Qianli was delighted at his response, praising Kuroba for being not only the first trainer to challenge the gym, but also the first to accept its investment, clearly showing an affinity with the Changhua Gym. The more Qianli observed Kuroba, the more potential he saw, silently admiring the young trainer. After securing the investment, Qianli immediately contacted the gym staff to elevate Kuroba's trainer privileges by 1 level. This upgrade allowed Kuroba to enjoy greater discounts when purchasing Alliance items, free ship travel once every 3 years, and annual distributions of Pokemon food. While these benefits seemed minor at first glance, they added up to considerable value over time. This is the login password for the Changhua Gym's library database. You can access it directly through your Pokédex to browse the materials, Qianli said, handing Kuroba a slip of paper with a slight smile. Kuroba's eyes lit up as he eagerly input the password and opened the library. In an instant, a wealth of books and resources surged into his Pokédex, filling him with excitement. The knowledge within was almost entirely new to him. Qianli acknowledged Kuroba's talent, especially in Pokemon battles, and encouraged him to make thoughtful choices. Kuroba silently reminded himself that being a breeder was merely a means to earn money. His true goal was to grow stronger and reach the pinnacle. He understood that one could not have it all, and that he must carefully balance his roles as a breeder and a trainer. The incubation room was home to a newly delivered batch of Pokemon, all of the normal Tippia specialty of the gym. If you wanted to choose a Pokemon hatchling or observe them up close, you could enter the temperature-controlled room to make your selection, provided the Pokemon was willing to follow you. Senri guided Kuroha into the gym's restricted area, where high-quality Pokemon, coveted by outsiders, were stored. Even the most ordinary Zigzagoon here had astonishing potential, with even the least remarkable ones inheriting special moves. Kuroha walked past rows of Pokemon eggs, each clearly labeled with the Pokemon's name, the strength of its parents, and basic information. Since a Pokemon's potential couldn't be determined before hatching, their quality was roughly estimated based on their parents' level. The deeper into the room they went, the higher the potential of the Pokemon and the rarer their species. Senri took out an ID card and scanned it to unlock the hatchery door. Kuroha gazed at the neatly arranged eggs, most of which were creamy white, characteristic of normal-type Pokemon eggs. Pidgey, Rattata, Jigglypuff, Meowth, Farfetch'd, Lickitung, Kangaskhan, Tauros, Ditto, Eevee, Munchlax, Furret, Aipom, Drampa, Ursaring, Miltank. The more Kuroha looked, the more astonished he became. Not only were there Pokemon from the Hoenn region, but also from Kanto, Johto, and even Sinnoh. The sheer variety was breathtaking, and their potential was even more remarkable. Kuroha noticed that none of the parent Pokemon were below level 40. According to genetic theory, these eggs were bound to inherit excellent traits. After inspecting all the eggs, Kuroha keenly noticed a small door tucked away in the corner. "Mr. Senri, is there more inside?" Kuroha asked curiously. Senri replied with a meaningful smile. "The Pokemon in there are top secret and not available for you to choose from right now. However, if you want to take a look, I can let you in for a tour, though you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement." Sensing the serious tone, Senri quickly lightened the mood with a joke. "Of course, if you manage to become a champion-level trainer in the future, I might just gift you one of the eggs from inside." Kuroha calmed himself and carefully examined each Pokemon egg, comparing their strengths and weaknesses while contemplating the future development of his team. This Munchlax seemed like a good choice. Its father was a level 70 champion Pokemon, indicating exceptional inherited genes. The Miltank also caught his eye, being an excellent support Pokemon, second only to the nearly unattainable Chansey. The more Kuroha thought about it, the more conflicted he felt, like a starving man faced with an extravagant feast, unsure where to begin. Sensing Kuroha's dilemma, Senri spoke at the right moment. "Kuroha, when it comes to team building, the league recognizes two main approaches: specialization and mixed-type teams. Specialization means focusing on a single Pokemon type for your entire team. This approach simplifies training and allows you to master strategies for that specific type." Kuroha's choice took Qianli by surprise, decided to specialize in the dark type instead of the water type. Kuroha silently reasoned that selecting a female Eevee egg, due to its rarity and the potential boost in future evolution through increased affection, would be the wisest choice. Qianli was pleased with this decision and promised to offer Kuroha even more support. As Kuroha followed Qianli through a mysterious small door, the air was filled with the soothing aroma of a cleansing incense, beneficial for both Pokemon eggs and newly hatched Pokemon. The room was spacious, with soft pink and white walls, filled with high-tech equipment. At the center of the room sat 6 precious Pokemon eggs. Qianli explained to Kuroha that these eggs were strategic resources, available only after approval from the League. Among them, the Slacketh egg was Qianli's personal ace. Kuroha was captivated by the 6 eggs, particularly the Happiny and Chansey eggs, which were highly sought-after support Pokemon for trainers. Qianli reminded him, however, that while an egg's potential was important, true strength came from proper nurturing and training. Kuroha admired the wisdom in Qianli's words and knew they were true. Finally, Kuroha bid farewell and left, ready to return home and rest. After returning to the Pokemon Center, Kuroba slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking up in the early morning, he discovered that 500,000 Pokedollars had been transferred to his League account. With Eevee's egg about to hatch in roughly 16 hours, Kuroba decided against venturing into the wild. Instead, he opened his Pokédex to review the internal information on the Pedleberg gym. The wealth of knowledge it contained left him in awe. Who would have thought that Moyin flowers could be used in such a way? The combination of wind pressure flowers and morning dew could create a potion to attract flying-type Pokemon. And this was actually study material for Dragon Dance. Kuroba eagerly devoured these precious resources, feeling the power and wisdom they held. Time slipped by unnoticed until the midday sunlight streamed through the window, jolting him back to reality. It seems accepting the investment was indeed the right choice. If I were exploring on my own, I would never have access to this monopolized knowledge. Kuroba thought with excitement as he found the method to learn dragon dance. This discovery filled him with joy. His Crawdaunt had inherited dragon dance, but had never been able to master it, leaving a small regret in Kuroba's heart. Now, he finally had the chance to resolve this issue. He decided to copy the instructional video on dragon dance, which featured a Dragonite explaining the technique. Although Kuroba couldn't understand Pokémon language, he believed that Crawdaunt could. To enhance the dragon-type lineage, Kuroba also needed to prepare a potion. The required ingredients included Axus scales, Noibat fur, and Druddigan blood. Thinking about the exorbitant cost of these dragon-type materials, Kuroba couldn't help but feel a wave of pressure. Stretching lazily, he left his room and headed to the Pokémon Center's cafeteria. There, he ordered a free meal and began savoring the food. Nearby, a newly opened shop had become the talk of the town, rumored to offer a variety of rare items and Pokémon tools. Curious, Kuroba wondered, could it be true? Do they actually have an item maker in the store? Word had it that a mystic water with over a 10 boost would be up for sale that afternoon. Listening to the chatter around him, Kuroba's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Mystic water, an item maker. These unfamiliar terms struck a chord in his mind. If he hadn't read through those materials earlier, he wouldn't even know about the existence of item makers. Item makers, a rare and enigmatic profession, were a specialized branch in the Pokémon world. Modern Pokémon item crafting primarily followed two schools of thought. One utilized rare minerals and machinery to produce items. This method was efficient, cost-effective, and capable of mass production, but it was limited to creating attribute-enhancing items like charcoal and mystic water. However, unique items such as life orbs, toxic orbs, quick claws, and focus sashes could not be produced through this method. In ancient times, item makers were known as alchemists. As a profession passed down through millennia, they possessed the ability to craft various tools using parts of magical creatures. Despite their knowledge of crafting obscure items, these individuals are generally reclusive due to the prohibition of privately trading magical creature remains by the Alliance. As a result, they often hide away in remote areas, rarely revealing their identities. When two breeders meet, they exchange knowledge, share recipes for energy cubes, and often form deep friendships. On the other hand, when two alchemists cross paths, they will go to great lengths to kill each other and steal each other's crafting methods. This has led to a dwindling number of item makers, who now place great importance on the master-apprentice lineage, valuing it even more than blood relations. Heiyu had just discovered a mysterious droplet that would be perfect for his Crawdaunt. Recently coming into a considerable sum of money, his pockets were full, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to acquire the droplet. With the establishment of the gym, the city had flourished. You could clearly see an increase in traffic at the Pokémon Center, new buildings rising rapidly, and a surge of development everywhere. After a quick lunch, he left the Pokémon Center and followed his Pokédex's navigation to a newly opened Pokémon shop. The store was crowded, and Heiyu understood why. The Hoenn region, with its abundant waterways, had many prosperous coastal cities, whereas inland cities were relatively poorer. The only inland city that stood out was Satopolis City, built near a dormant volcano. Unsurprisingly, water-type Pokémon were particularly popular in this area. He noticed the mysterious droplet, which could enhance move power by 10, priced at a staggering 1 million Pokédollars, almost the cost of half a starter Pokémon. Heiyu had anticipated a high price, but hadn't expected it to be this exorbitant. The other customers stared longingly at the droplet on display, but refrained from making a purchase. After all, not many trainers could afford such a hefty sum. Heiyu calculated in his mind if he bought the droplet, he would still have enough funds left for emergencies. Just as he decided to make the purchase, the shop assistant coldly informed him, "Sorry, this mysterious droplet is for display only and not for sale." The surrounding customers seemed unsurprised, as others had also attempted to buy it earlier and been similarly rejected. The shop was using the droplet as a marketing tactic to attract customers and boost sales of other regular items. A clever strategy indeed. Disappointed, Heiyu was about to purchase some ordinary materials when he suddenly remembered the Alliance privileges upgraded by gym leader Norman yesterday. Norman had mentioned that he could enjoy certain benefits in specific places. Taking a chance, Heiyu asked the shop assistant to call the store owner and presented the Alliance privilege displayed on his Pokédex. "Ah, dear customer, we can offer you a 10 discount, the store owner said with a beaming smile, enthusiastically packing the mysterious droplet into an elegant gift box. Heiyu couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the owner's friendliness and the assistant's earlier indifference. He smirked slightly, feeling a bit resigned. It seemed that the Alliance privilege was indeed a valuable asset. Just one level of upgrade had already brought such benefits. Heiyu began to realize that the greatest advantage of the investment contract he had signed might be the enhancement of his privileges. The Alliance's privilege system resembled the nobility system of ancient times, where the lives of ordinary people at the bottom were of little concern. With such a rigid structure, there was no fear of uprisings like those led by Huang Chao in history. Heiyu reflected that he was now a beneficiary of this system and had no reason to criticize it. If he had chosen to remain on the path of the dark organizations, his perspective might have been entirely different. Perhaps he would have even admired Huang Chao and dreamed of leading a rebellion himself. After all, humans are inherently selfish. It's a fundamental flaw of humanity. Come on, Crawdaunt, absorb this into your body. In the Pokemon Center room, Heiyu carefully took out a mysterious droplet resembling a pendant from an exquisite gift box. As the droplet neared Crawdaunt, a powerful suction force pulled it from Heiyu's hand, slowly merging it into Crawdaunt's body. Crawdaunt let out a contented sound, its fierce gaze softening into a relaxed squint. A 10 boost to water type moves now. Crawdaunt's razor shell attack will pack a punch. Heiyu thought, imagining the day Crawdaunt would master Crabhammer. Ring ring, ring ring. Suddenly, the Pokédex sounded. Heiyu glanced at it and exclaimed, EV is about to hatch. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the Pokemon Center, heading toward the Pedleberg gym, unable to hide the joy on his face. In the hatching room, Heiyu gazed expectantly at the Pokemon egg about to break open before him. Beside him, May widened her eyes in curiosity. It was her first time witnessing a Pokemon hatching, and she thought to herself with delight, Big Brother is so nice. Suddenly, the egg in the incubator emitted a burst of white light. Tiny fractures appeared on the shell, spreading wider and wider. Popa's furry little head emerged from the shell, cautiously observing the brand new world. Hello there, little one. Heiyu greeted warmly, unable to resist reaching out to gently stroke the little creature's head. Eevee shrank back timidly, its fluffy ears folding down, but after sensing no malice, they perked back up. Its big, curious eyes darted around, carefully exploring the world outside its shell. As it inched closer to Heiyu's palm, its tiny nose twitched as it sniffed his fingers, then gave a tentative lick. Eevee's so salty, Heiyu chuckled, explaining. Little one, humans secrete sweat, so of course, it's salty. He cradled the tiny Eevee in his hands, using the other to gently smooth its damp, messy fur. Feeling the warmth of Heiyu's palm, Eevee snuggled in, letting out a soft, contented cry. Like most newborn Pokemon, it was very sleepy. Before long, it was nestled in Heiyu's arms, fast asleep. Eevee is so adorable, May said enviously, her eyes sparkling. When the eggshell had cracked and Eevee's head first peeked out, her small hands had instinctively clenched with excitement. She made a silent vow to herself. Someday, I'll catch an Eevee too. Heiyu carried Eevee back to the Pokemon Center for a thorough checkup. After confirming that everything was fine, he finally felt at ease. Eevee's ability was adaptability, and it had inherited the moves Yawn and Wish. Watching Heiyu leave, Nurse Joy Lin thought to herself, Crawdaunt's evolution, and now he's obtained an Eevee? It seems to have good potential, likely from the Pedleberg gym. Looks like he's already secured their sponsorship. I wonder when the family will hear about this. Being sponsored by the Pedleberg gym is a testament to Heiyu's potential. I can't let such a talent slip through my fingers while he's right under my nose. After all, every time a genius was discovered, side branches of the Joy family like her would receive certain rewards. Miss Joy, could you please help me treat my tail? Another trainer approached to request treatment services, and Joy Lin had to stop her train of thought and get back to her busy work. In the following days, Kuroba stayed in the city and refrained from venturing into the wild to take on tasks. During this time, Eevee successfully transitioned out of its infancy stage, thanks to the growth serum provided by Pedleberg Gym, and developed remarkably well. It was time to leave. With the Pedleberg Gym badge already in hand, the next destination was Rustboro City. Kuroba had spent quite a while in Pedleberg City, which had been a period of significant growth for him. His Crawdaunt had evolved into a Crawdaunt, and his league privileges had been upgraded. He also successfully caught a new Eevee, which became his new companion. Reflecting on the past few weeks, Kuroba felt deeply satisfied with all he had gained. He packed all his belongings into his spatial backpack, took one last look around the tidy room, and left decisively. Before departing, he decided to bid farewell to Mr. Norman, Mrs. Mitsuko, and May, as he was now, in a way, considered an investor in the Pedleberg gym and part of their extended circle. Outside the gym, May was no longer her usual cheerful self. Her face was marked by sadness and reluctance. Her bright, sparkling eyes brimmed with tears, threatening to fall at any moment. Big brother, are you really leaving? Can't you stay a little longer with me? May's voice was filled with disappointment and sorrow. Still young, she struggled to grasp the concept of parting and couldn't understand why her big brother had to leave so suddenly. Her innocent expression, combined with her effort to hold back tears, made her all the more endearing. She bit her lip tightly, trying not to cry, but the tears in her eyes overflowed and finally trickled down her cheeks. May, Big brother has to go on a journey to collect badges and compete in the league. Make sure to cheer for me in front of the TV when the time comes, okay? Kuroba forced a smile, crouched down slightly, and gently patted May's head. Mr. Norman, Mrs. Mitsuko, thank you for your care and guidance these past weeks, Kuroba said sincerely, bowing deeply to them. Mr. Norman, taking rare time out of his busy schedule, personally came to see him off. The Rustboro City Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon. Their former gym leader has just retired, and the new leader seems to be quite young. Given the type advantage of your Pokémon, you should be able to earn the badge with ease, he said. Kuroba nodded gratefully, then looked back at May to see if she had any parting words. Big brother, this is an HM I took from Dad's room. It should be useful to you, May said, pulling out a disc-like HM from her pocket and offering it to Kuroba, as if presenting a treasure. Mr. Norman and Mrs. Mitsuko's expressions darkened at this sight, and their gazes toward Kuroba turned slightly unfriendly. All right, just take it, Mr. Norman said generously. It's just a regular HM, nothing too valuable. Consider it a small investment. Despite his words, Mr. Norman felt a pang of discomfort. How had his precious daughter become so attached to Kuroba? Was it all because of that one life-saving incident? Thank you, Mr. Norman. This is a rare herb I came across in the wild as a token of gratitude, Kuroba said, taking out a carefully preserved starry bloom from his spatial backpack. He had found it in the forest the day he saved May. Knowing Mr. Norman might refuse the gift, Kuroba instead handed it directly to May. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, big brother. I'll treasure it forever, May exclaimed, cradling the stunning, star-blue flower in her hands with a radiant smile on her face. Kuroba slowly walked toward the city outskirts, waving as he called out, goodbye. Route 104 in the Hoenn region is a key north-south passageway. To the east, it connects to Rustboro City, to the north, it leads to Pedleberg City, and to the south, it transitions into Route 105, a waterway. This road divides Pedleberg Woods into two sections, and countless adventurous trainers travel back and forth here every day. Fresh out of the city, Heiyu strolled leisurely along the wide path, accompanied by his Crawdaunt. Rumors spoke of sightings of Shroomish in Pedleberg Woods, and Heiyu couldn't help but wonder if the forum posts he had read were true. He held a Pokédex for navigation, while Crawdaunt stayed alert, scanning the surroundings for any surprise attacks from wild Pokémon. Before setting off, Heiyu had done some research online about Route 104 and learned that Shroomish had recently been spotted there. This rare and practical Pokémon was something Heiyu was eager to catch. Not only is Shroomish a valuable source of medicinal materials, but it is also incredibly easy to care for, thriving on nothing more than decaying leaves and soil. Its spore and poison heal abilities are top-tier. Spore can potentially paralyze, put to sleep, or poison an attacker, while poison heal allows it to recover health instead of taking damage when poisoned. Heiyu quickened his pace, muttering to himself. Shroomish usually appear in damp places, especially after it rains when they tend to gather in groups. As he was lost in thought, a young boy in shorts suddenly jumped out into the middle of the road. The boy shouted at Heiyu. Heiyu, the trainer with the Crawdaunt. Startled by the sudden call, Heiyu hesitated before pointing to himself. Kid, are you talking to me? Yeah, you. Do you dare to have your Crawdaunt battle my Pokémon? The boy asked with a smirk. Heiyu stifled a laugh and replied, they'll pass. The level difference between us is just too big. Besides, my Pokémon isn't a Corfish. It's the evolved form, Crawdaunt. The boy, clearly annoyed by the rejection, looked puzzled, seemingly unfamiliar with Crawdaunt. You're just scared, aren't you? He taunted. Heiyu sighed and responded. If we're going to battle, there should at least be something at stake. What do you have to offer? The boy froze for a moment before stammering. I know Pedleberg Woods like the back of my hand. I can share a lot of useful information with you. Heiyu shrugged and replied nonchalantly. All right. If I lose, I'll give you a box of Pokeblocks. At the mention of Pokeblocks, the boy's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he threw out a Pokeball. Go Wurmple, he shouted. Heiyu watched silently as Crawdaunt used a quick vice grip, effortlessly defeating the Wurmple. With the battle over, Heiyu obtained the information he had been seeking. Continuing along the path, Heiyu eventually reached the northeastern corner of Pedleberg Woods, where he discovered a massive mossy rock. Rumor had it that Eevee could evolve into Leafeon around this area, and quite a few people had already gathered there. Heiyu seemed lost in thought, and the luxury ball on his belt began to shake. Moments later, a fluffy Eevee emerged, appearing at his feet. Eevee! Eevee! The little Eevee seemed to hear the conversation about itself, and eagerly jumped out of its Pokeball. You want to check out that rock over there? Kuroha hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. After all, Eevee hadn't reached the level required for evolution yet, so approaching it wouldn't trigger any reaction. Eevee wagged its tail happily and leapt into Kuroha's arms, nestling in as if it had a special fondness for this spot, enjoying his gentle strokes. Kuroha shook his head helplessly and smiled. You're really a handful. It's fine while you're small, but when you grow up, this won't work anymore. To pick up the pace, Kuroha unfolded a multi-purpose mountain bike designed for outdoor terrain. Following the directions given by the boy in shorts, he quickly arrived at the northeastern forest area. However, the sight before him surprised him. It didn't look like a forest at all. Instead, dozens of tents were set up, and the lively chatter of people filled the air, making the place feel more like a campsite gathering. Kuroha thought to himself, are all these people here for some kind of meetup? He folded up his bike and did a quick head count, noticing that quite a few people had gathered here. While his arrival drew some attention, most people didn't pay him much mind. After all, most visitors were here for the rare Pokémon in Pedleberg Woods or the massive moss-covered rock located within. Eevee peeked its small head out from Kuroha's arms, its bright, curious eyes scanning the scene. Excitedly noticing other Eevee around the area, it couldn't contain its joy and, forgetting Kuroha's earlier instructions, leapt out of his arms, bounding toward the gathering. Eevee, be careful, Kuroha called out anxiously, chasing after it. Suddenly, a young girl appeared in his path. Oh my gosh, what an adorable Eevee, she exclaimed, her voice immediately drawing the attention of others nearby. Eevee, get back here now, Kuroha said firmly, his face stern. But Eevee didn't seem to notice his displeasure and continued exploring its surroundings with unbridled curiosity. At that moment, a bespectacled man with a scholarly demeanor approached slowly and asked, "Excuse me, is this your Eevee? Its wonderfully raised its fur is so fluffy, its eyes so lively, and its form so petite. Could you perhaps share some of your training tips?" Kuroha gently scooped Eevee back into his arms, stroking its soft little head. "This Eevee is from the Pedleberg gym," he replied. Though he didn't elaborate further, those words alone were enough to pique curiosity. Most of the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, while a few seemed to understand right away. Pedleberg gym? The one in Pedleberg City? I haven't heard of it before, someone questioned. Are you serious? It's a newly established gym. Look it up in your Pokédex and refresh the data, another person explained. That made Sensino wonder so many people had recently flocked to Pedleberg Woods. Most of the surrounding chatter focused on the new gym, while a handful of people seemed more interested in Kuroha as a trainer. Imitsubo-ike, may I ask your name? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and pulled out his Pokédex, seemingly intending to exchange contact information. Kuroha smiled faintly, fully aware of the man's intentions, to probe his connection with the Pedleberg gym and perhaps uncover more about his identity. Without hesitation, Kuroha also took out his Pokédex. When they tapped their devices together, both screens displayed the other's information. Mitsuba's smile grew wider upon seeing Kuroha's status as a direct line trainer. Ah, Kuroha. Perfect timing, I've gathered a group of like-minded individuals over there. Let's discuss EV training techniques together. Kuroha was more than happy to join. After all, he had been a bit unsure about how to integrate into these circles. Since the invitation was extended, there was no reason to refuse. Besides, judging by Mitsuba's demeanor, it was likely that the people in his group were also direct line trainers, making for a high-quality gathering. Everyone, let me introduce you to Heiyu. Sanyichi spoke, but then suddenly paused and turned to Heiyu. Heiyu thought to himself, it seems he's trying to probe into my background again. Well, if that's the case, I'll let him have his way. Heiyu smiled faintly and said to the group, I come from a small island overseas. Currently, I'm traveling in the Hoenn region, challenging gyms and participating in the league. Apart from Sanyichi, the scholarly-looking boy with glasses, there were two twin brothers and a girl who had earlier complimented Eevee's cuteness. The four formed a small circle, and judging by their luxurious clothing and the Pokémon by their sides, they were clearly elite trainers from well-off families. Seeing that Heiyu was also from a similar background, they seemed eager to welcome him into their group. Heiyu, you're lucky to have met us. Otherwise, if you'd been misled by some lowly commoner, it could have been a disaster, one of them remarked. As they spoke, they didn't bother to hide their disdain for ordinary trainers. Heiyu chose not to respond, simply listening quietly. However, they were clearly intrigued by him, especially when he mentioned that his EV came from a gym. Mr. Norman, the gym leader of Pedleberg, has high hopes for me, Heiyu explained. He even signed an investment contract with me, and this little EV is part of that arrangement. Seeing that each of them also had an EV by their side, Heiyu shared this information without hesitation. He had always been skilled at seizing such opportunities. The group immediately looked at him with envy, particularly the scholarly boy, who finally understood why Heiyu's EV was so well developed. It had superior genetics. Pokémon from gyms are always top-notch, he commented. One of the twin brothers then asked, So, Heiyu, are you here to evolve your EV into a Leafeon? Heiyu shook his head and replied, Actually, I'm just curious about the Moss Rock and wanted to take a look. My EV just hatched recently and isn't ready to evolve yet. EVE. Heiyu's small EV peeked timidly from behind him, gazing at the larger EVs in front of it. After chatting briefly, Heiyu learned that the group was there primarily to evolve their EVs. They had set up camp to train and await the evolution process. I see, Heiyu remarked. So using a combination of fresh wind grass and clean water to groom EV can help relax its coat. And honeydew berries can surprisingly enhance EV's intelligence. As the group confirmed that Heiyu was also an elite trainer like them, their initial reservations disappeared, and they became more accepting of him. The five of them gathered together, exchanging insights on EV training. Each had their own unique perspectives, and Heiyu listened carefully, gaining valuable knowledge. After all, There isn't a single perfect training method, only the one that best suits each individual Pokémon. Every Pokémon is unique, and training should be tailored to its specific traits rather than rigidly following established practices. Before parting for the night, the group exchanged their summarized tips on EV training and returned to their respective tents. As night fell, Heiyu lay inside his tent, reflecting on the discussions they had during the day. It turned out that it would rain in a few days, and after the rain, a large number of mushrooms might appear. Kuroba pondered for a moment. Since he wasn't in a hurry to reach Kanas City, he decided to stay here for a few days and wait for the rain to pass. He slipped into his sleeping bag, ready to sleep, only to find that little Eevee wanted to crawl in as well. Eevee buried its head into the sleeping bag, its fluffy tail wagging outside, and its body trembling slightly. Gently stroking Eevee's fur to comfort it, Kuroba thought to himself, this little creature is actually afraid of the dark. Surrounded by dozens of tents, the watch shifts had already been arranged, so Kuroba could sleep peacefully. The next morning, he woke up leisurely to the sound of clinking and clattering outside. It turned out that breakfast was being prepared. He took out a bottle of nutrient solution and a bag of cream bread, eating casually. He was never too particular about food, anything to fill his stomach would suffice. After preparing food and energy cubes for his Pokémon, Kuroba began packing up his tent. Tailo, use aerial ace, he commanded. The morning air was filled with energy. On the training grounds, others were already practicing, and Pokémon battles were drawing plenty of attention. Kuroba carried little Eevee as he strolled around the campsite. Eevee, seemingly just waking up, lay drowsily in his arms. At that moment, a refined man named Senyeki approached and suggested, Kuroba, interested in a mirror match with your Eevee? Kuroba's interest was piqued. He glanced at the Eevee in his arms and eagerly agreed. It was a good opportunity to train Eevee's temperament after all. It would need to fight in the future and couldn't always be just a pet. Although Eevee seemed reluctant, it didn't resist, perhaps because it had witnessed battles during its journey with Kuroba. The mirror match between the two Eevees attracted quite a crowd. Kuroba gently encouraged, Eevee, do your best. This is your first battle. A determined glint flashed in Eevee's eyes as it eagerly leapt into the field. The two Eevees faced each other from across the field, with Kuroba's Eevee noticeably smaller in size. Eevee, use tackle. Both trainers gave their commands simultaneously. Despite the limited moves, the battle was highly entertaining. The two Pokémon collided, and Kuroba's Eevee was clearly at a disadvantage, getting knocked back. Its previously clean and fluffy fur was now dusty, which made it a bit annoyed. Quick attack, Kuroba shouted. Eevee leapt up, its tail sweeping as countless glowing stars shot toward the opponent. Senyeki adjusted his glasses and calmly instructed, use sand attack to block it. Though not very powerful, the sight of the adorable Eevees jumping around was delightful to watch. Alright, let's call it a day. Both Kuroba and Senyeki signaled the end of the sparring session. Since it was just practice, there was no need to go all out. Just as the crowd began to disperse, Senyeki's Eevee suddenly emitted a brilliant light, which connected with a large mossy stone nearby. As the light faded, a graceful, fragrant Pokémon appeared, Leafeon. The sudden evolution captured everyone's attention. After all, wasn't the purpose of their visit to witness the miraculous effects of this moss-covered rock? Leafeon. Beep beep beep. As a grass-type Pokémon and one of Eevee's evolutions, Leafeon can perform photosynthesis like a plant, creating an aura of fresh air around it. The little Eevee nestled in Kuroba's arms watched the newly evolved Leafeon with its lively, curious eyes, wondering to itself, will I evolve into something like that one day? Its fluffy ears stood upright, brimming with curiosity. Don't worry, little Eevee. If you want to evolve into Umbreon in the future, that would be the best choice. But if you prefer another form, I won't force you. It's all up to your own will. Kuroba said gently, holding the little Eevee close and stroking its soft fur. Of course, if you don't specialize in the dark type, you'll only be fit for support roles or as a pet. Joining the main team would be out of the question. He had already resolved to focus on a specialization path, prioritizing dark types as his main strength. For the next few days, heavy rain confined everyone to the campsite. Interestingly, two other trainers' Eevees successfully evolved into Leafeons during this time. With the discovery of the mossy rock, a steady stream of trainers continued to flock to the campsite. Kuroba, we're heading out to look for Shroomish. Do you want to come with us? Kuroba, who had been quietly reading a book on Pokémon care inside his tent, paused at the call. Setting the book aside, he stepped out of his tent. The twin brothers, a young girl, and Mitsuba Ike were already geared up in their expedition outfits, seemingly eager to search for traces of Shroomish now that the rain had stopped. It'll pass. You guys go ahead. The paths are still pretty muddy. I'll head out in a couple of days when it's drier. Kuroba declined their invitation with a polite smile. He had always preferred working alone. The group looked a little disappointed, but soon bid him goodbye and headed deeper into the heart of Pedleberg Woods. Shroomish spores and mushrooms were valuable materials, and some energy cubes required them as ingredients. Kuroba's goal in capturing a Shroomish wasn't to train it as a main battler, but to use it as a support Pokémon. With just a bit of food, he could continuously harvest small mushrooms and poisonous spores from a highly cost-effective arrangement. As the sun rose and dried the ground over the next 2 days, the jungle paths became less muddy. Like most people in the camp, Kuroba set off on his journey to find Shroomish. These Pokemon preferred damp environments, living in the moist soil deep within the forest. During the day, they hid under the shade of trees, nestled quietly beneath fallen leaves, thriving in the damp, decaying foliage and soil. However, when sensing danger, Shroomish would shake its body and release deadly spores from its head. These spores were incredibly toxic, causing plants to wither instantly and inducing excruciating joint pain in humans upon inhalation. Kuroha moved cautiously through the forest. Shroomish were group-dwelling Pokemon, timid by nature and easily startled by the slightest noise. This was one of the reasons he preferred searching alone rather than with a larger group. "Eevee, are you sure it's here?" he asked, glancing down at the little Eevee in his arms, which was sniffing the air intently. The Eevee nodded confidently. Its sense of smell was always reliable. Kuroha noticed tiny footprints on the ground and some chewed-up, withered leaves, confirming his hunch. He crouched slightly, carefully parting the tall grass, and sure enough, he spotted a few Shroomish hidden at the base of a tree. Their upper bodies were beige with green spots, their lower halves green, with a small opening on their heads and a ring of folds definitely Shroomish. Kuroha's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled a luxury ball from his belt. In a flash of white light, Crawdon appeared. "Use Razor Shell," Kuroha instructed. "But go easy, don't knock them out completely." Crawdon stepped forward, raising its sharp pincers high before swiftly striking down. The Shroomish hiding under the tree were immediately startled and began scurrying away on their stubby legs. "Sharpedo, go after the one on the left." "Firo, the one on the right is yours," Kuroha commanded, releasing 2 more Pokemon with a flick of his hands. While one Shroomish had been knocked unconscious by Crawdon, the others tried to escape, releasing clouds of poisonous spores from their tops as they fled. "Firo, blow them away," Kuroha shouted, determined not to let them have their way. Once all 3 Shroomish were subdued, he quickly tossed Pokeballs, capturing them one by one. Beep, beep, beep. Shroomish, the mushroom Pokemon. A grass type that inhabits moist forest floors and feeds on decaying leaf litter. Height, 0.4 meters. Weight, 5 kilograms. Well developed. Ability, Poison Heal. Known moves, Tackle, Absorb, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Mega Drain. Egg move, Drain Punch. Kuroha scanned the Pokeballs, instantly receiving detailed information about the 3 Shroomish. Only this one with Drain Punch and Poison Heal stands out. Its ability could be useful for certain strategies, he mused. He decided to keep that one as a support Pokemon while planning to sell the other 2. "If I can get my hands on an Everstone, I might be able to train it further," he muttered to himself. Shroomish's evolved form, Breloom, was an excellent Pokemon, known for its swift punches. However, its true appeal lay in its signature move, Spore, a sleep-inducing move with near-perfect accuracy. Though the claim of it being infallible was exaggerated, its accuracy was undeniably impressive. Unfortunately, the move could only be learned by the Shroomish line, the Fungus line, and the Parasect line. Parasect were mainly found in Kanto and Johto, while Fungus were native to Unova. The downside was that Shroomish could only learn Spore at level 40, and once it evolved, the opportunity was lost. To teach it Spore, Shroomish had to remain in its unevolved form until level 40. Normally, Shroomish evolved into Breloom at level 23, which was why an Everstone was crucial to prevent evolution. Back at the camp, most of the others returned empty-handed, disappointed in their search for Shroomish. The commotion caused by the group had scared off the timid Pokemon, forcing them to hide in more secluded spots. Kuroha had no intention of selling the 2 extra Shroomish to anyone at the camp. After all, the official Pokemon League strictly prohibited the sale of Pokemon, and he didn't want to tarnish his record with any unlawful activities. Kuroha's future prospects required a spotless reputation. "I'll wait until I reach the black market in Rustboro City," he thought, glancing at the 2 Shroomish Pokeballs stored in his spatial backpack. Kanas City, situated in the western part of the Hoenn region, holds a highly strategic geographical position. To the south lies the lush Pedleberg Woods, while to the east, it serves as a key route leading to the Rusturf Tunnel. To the north, the breathtaking Meteor Falls stands tall. The city's industrial development has been rapid, and its motto is pursuing the perfect harmony of nature and science. Devon Corporation's headquarters is located here, with its towering building leaving Kuroha deeply impressed. Devon Corporation started as a small company mining iron and refining steel, but has now grown into a formidable competitor against the commercial giant Sylph Company. Sylph Company, headquartered in the bustling Saffron City of the Kanto region, has a broad range of industries under its umbrella and controls 80 of the Pokeball market. Devon's ability to rival such a powerhouse speaks volumes about its current scale and influence. The current president, Joseph Stone, is a visionary who developed energy machines fueled by magma. The company's business has expanded into the Pokemon items market and even introduced a new type of Pokeball. Kuroha instinctively touched the luxury ball on his belt, thinking to himself, Steven's age is close to mine. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to meet this future champion. Kuroha made his way to the Pokemon Center, memories of Steven crossing his mind. As one of the most beloved supporting characters in the Pokemon series, Steven is known as the Elegant Gentleman, a Steel-type expert, and the champion of the Hoenn region. His ace Pokemon is a shining Metagross, and he has a passion for collecting rare stones. He even relinquished his champion title to Wallace. But what's the use of overthinking? With his current status, Kuroha doubted he could even get close to Steven. For now, he decided to settle down at the Pokemon Center. Although Kuroha hoped to build a connection with this future champion, he lacked the means to do so. Devon Corporation had grown into a colossal entity, and Steven was the dream prince of countless girls, handsome and from a wealthy family. Kuroha presented his credentials as a direct league-affiliated trainer with second-level authority to Nurse Joy and quickly secured a free room. After settling in, he gathered information about the location of the black market. Following some effort, Kuroha finally found the black market and managed to sell 2 rare, tiny mushrooms for 210,000 and 270,000 respectively, boosting his funds to 700,000 Poke dollars. He then purchased some basic medicinal herbs and materials before hurriedly leaving the black market. The black market in Kansas City was exceptionally well hidden. It took quite a bit of effort to locate. Considering the city's importance in the Hoenn region, establishing a black market here must have been no easy feat. Lying on the luxurious bed in his room, Kuroha's thoughts wandered. Despite the challenges of setting up such an operation, the city's dense population and thriving economy would undoubtedly make it highly lucrative. Whoever was behind this hidden network must wield tremendous power, possibly even with the involvement of high-ranking league officials to help conceal its secrets. Kuroha couldn't help but marvel at the bustling prosperity of Kansas City. Its splendor was indeed awe-inspiring, rivaled only by the grandeur of Lily Cove City, home to the Hoenn League headquarters. After several days of travel, he felt exhausted and decided to forego his late-night study routine, opting instead for a deep, restorative sleep. Ample rest, he knew, was the foundation of maintaining his energy. The next morning, he woke up feeling refreshed and made his way to the dining area to enjoy the complimentary breakfast as usual. While eating, he overheard a conversation between a group of trainers nearby. "Did you hear? The trainer school is opening enrollment," one of them exclaimed. "Really? I want my child to give it a try," another chimed in. "Graduates can directly participate in the league tournament without needing to challenge gyms, and they even get official positions," added a third. Intrigued by the mention of gyms and the league tournament, Kuroha discreetly listened before turning to the internet for more information. He discovered that the trainer school was an institution funded by the Devon Corporation in collaboration with the Hoenn League. It primarily admitted the descendants of prominent league-affiliated trainers and a select number of talented individuals from ordinary backgrounds. The school provided meticulously crafted curricula and state-of-the-art research equipment. Graduates could secure opportunities at prestigious clubs or companies, often enjoying preferential treatment. Most opted to join the league directly, gaining official roles that many saw as a stable and desirable career path. Of course, for those uninterested in settling down, continuing their journey and competing in the league tournament without challenging gyms was also an option. Perhaps the future Steven Stone himself was an alumnus of this academy? It wouldn't be surprising. Devon Corporation's substantial backing likely played a significant role in his rise to champion. In recent years, Devon Corporation had heavily invested in the Hoenn region, establishing numerous factories and pouring significant funds into its development. Its headquarters, a towering skyscraper spanning over 100 floors, stood proudly in Kansas City, signaling the company's intent to firmly establish its presence there. Rumor had it that when Devon was on the rise a few years ago, Kanto extended an olive branch, inviting them to expand there, but the plans ultimately fell through. Kuroha speculated that it might have been due to the rigid class structure in Kanto. He quickly realized that while Kanto and Johto were historically rich and powerful regions, they were also deeply entrenched in social hierarchies. The headquarters of the Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny families were located there, alongside other influential native entities like the Dragon Clan and Team Rocket. Devon Corporation's entry would have disrupted the existing balance, inevitably provoking resistance from Kanto's entrenched powers. Hoenn, on the other hand, was equally formidable but far more complex in its power dynamics. Beyond the League's official governance, the region was rife with shadowy organizations, unlike Kanto, where Team Rocket dominated the underground. Kuroha couldn't help but chuckle, though he also felt a grudging respect for Giovanni's cunning as a leader. After a brief rest, Kuroha set aside these musings and prepared to head to the Kansas gym. According to the information he'd found online, the gym specialized in rock-type Pokémon. Water types were strong against rock, so today's gym battle likely wouldn't be as challenging as his previous ones. Humming a light-hearted tune, he strolled leisurely toward the Kansas gym. The entrance to the Kansas gym was an impressive sight, featuring a massive, meticulously polished rock as its foundation. It was said that transporting this enormous stone had required the combined efforts of Agron, Tyrantrum, and Tyranitar. With a sense of reverence, Kuroba slowly stepped through the grand doors. What? The gym is closed today and not accepting challengers. Kuroba was taken aback as he stared at the apologetic staff member in front of him. His enthusiasm was instantly dampened. The staff member clasped their hands together in an apologetic gesture and explained, "Our old gym leader recently retired, and the new one has only been here for 2 days, but has already taken frequent leaves. There's nothing we can do." Frustrated, Kuroba returned to the Pokemon Center in low spirits. With the gym unavailable, he figured he might as well explore some other notable locations. The trainer school? He wondered if visitors were allowed to take a look. Scanning through the entries in his Pokédex, he contemplated his next destination. Heiyu walked through the public area surrounding the trainer school. The luxurious buildings, spacious sports fields, and intricate decorations before him made him marvel at the grandeur of the school. It was clear that this institution, funded by the Devon Corporation, was nothing short of extraordinary. According to the map, the school spanned thousands of acres, featuring state-of-the-art battle arenas capable of hosting battles between champion-level Pokémon. It even simulated various natural environments preferred by different Pokémon. Such extravagant facilities seemed almost excessive to Heiyu, especially when he noticed that even the student dormitories were standalone villas, something he had never seen before. No wonder so many people were eager to gain admission here. As Heiyu flipped through his Pokédex, still in awe, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. A graceful girl in a black skirt and pink dress approached with a friendly smile. "Hello, are you a trainer here for a tour? I'm Du-Wan, a teacher at this school," she introduced herself. Her silky, ribbon-like hair swayed gently, catching Heiyu's attention. "You're Du-Wan, the leader of the Rustboro gym?" Heiyu quickly extended his hand in response. "That's right, but I'm also an intern teacher at the trainer school," Du-Wan replied with a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. As one of the top graduates of the trainer school last year, she had achieved first place in the school's internal battles and had successfully passed the league's gym leader assessment. Leader Du-Wan," Heiyu stammered hesitantly. "Just call me Teacher Du-Wan," she said politely. "This is a school, not a gym." Looking at the poised and elegant teacher, Heiyu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He thought her welcome was far too formal. "Teacher Du-Wan, it's really too much trouble for you to personally greet me. I feel bad about it," he said apologetically. Although Du-Wan likely didn't mind, Heiyu didn't want to take her hospitality for granted. "It's no trouble at all, Trainer Heiyu. While I may be the leader of the Rustboro gym, I am also a scholar and a teacher. This is part of my responsibility," Du-Wan replied with a smile. She led Heiyu down a long, forested path until they reached a large gate. This, she explained, was the true entrance to the trainer school. The earlier areas were merely peripheral grounds. As Du-Wan scanned her identity for recognition at the camera, Heiyu watched with curiosity. He hadn't expected to encounter facial recognition technology here. The students of the trainer school, being the future of the league, enjoyed priority access to advanced technology. Noticing Heiyu's intrigued expression, Du-Wan smiled and explained, "This is to ensure the safety of the school and verify the students' identities." Once inside the gate, an expansive battle arena unfolded before their eyes. Numerous Pokémon of immense size crouched on the field, exuding an intimidating aura. The sight of Pokémon like Sceptile, Blaziken, and Swampert was nothing short of breathtaking. Cunning Mitana, Gardevoir, and Explouthes are all high-level and rare Pokémon. At the school, while some commoners managed to get in through their talent, the majority were the privileged children of the Alliance's elite families. These Pokémon were gifts from their parents, specifically meant to protect these kids, who lacked combat capabilities. Du-Wan's expression turned slightly awkward as she explained, although the Alliance doesn't explicitly divide people by status, everything from its system to daily life reflects the principle of the Alliance's supremacy. Heiyu, possessing a deep and composed demeanor, didn't show any unusual reaction. Instead, he responded naturally, "I see. With these Pokémon as guardians, the trainer school must be very safe." He smiled faintly, as if genuinely concerned for the safety of these students. Hearing this, Du-Wan gradually regained her composure. Heiyu actually had secondary-level clearance. What family could he belong to? Yet judging from his modest appearance, he didn't seem like someone flaunting wealth or status. Du-Wan discreetly observed Heiyu, her thoughts racing. It seemed he wasn't the type to bully others or idly enjoy his privilege. She breathed a small sigh of relief. She really wasn't fond of participating in these kinds of reception duties. After all, her days were already packed with research, teaching students, and fulfilling her role as a gym trainer. When she first heard that a trainer with secondary-level clearance was arriving, she assumed it was yet another spoiled rich kid. Ever since becoming a gym trainer, many prominent families within the Alliance had tried to arrange marriages with her, and some individuals even pursued her all the way to the gym. It was exhausting. She had sought refuge in the school partly because she loved the scholarly profession and enjoyed immersing herself in the vast ocean of knowledge, and partly to escape the relentless pursuits and pressures of arranged marriages from powerful families. However, Heiyu seemed completely unaware of Do-won's inner thoughts. At that moment, his attention was entirely captivated by the sight before him: luxurious dormitories, each a standalone villa. Was this even imaginable? These were supposed to be student dorms. The phrase from his past life suddenly came to mind. The gates of the wealthy reek of wine and meat, while the bones of the frozen poor lie by the roadside. In the slums, people died daily from hunger and cold, struggling desperately for basic sustenance. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Alliance were already indulging in the pursuit of spiritual pleasures. On one side, there were opulent schools; on the other, dilapidated slums. This stark contrast stirred complex emotions within Heiyu. As they walked, Heiyu's thoughts wandered while he silently followed in Do-won's footsteps. Along the way, they passed by several people, teachers and students alike. Regardless of who it was, as soon as they saw Do-won, they greeted her with the utmost respect. Although she was technically just an intern teacher, her other identity as a gym leader explained the reverence she received. Heiyu couldn't help but marvel internally. These kids were truly fortunate. Almost every student was dressed in elegant formal attire, with luxurious pokeballs hanging from their waists. Some even had one or two servants trailing behind them. It was hard for Heiyu to fathom that despite the Alliance's long-standing reforms, the profession of personal servants still existed. Due to the sheer size of the school, Do-won suggested, "Why don't we take a sightseeing cart?" She casually flagged down a cart roaming around the campus. Heiyu smiled helplessly, thinking it wasn't a bad idea after all, considering how luxurious the school was. With Do-won leading the way, Heiyu joined her on the cart, and they spent most of the day touring the entire campus. As the cart stopped at the final station, Heiyu stepped off slowly, greeted by the sight of a vast battle arena. Countless students were commanding their Pokémon in simulated battles. Do-won exclaimed excitedly. This is the area for students to freely practice and battle. The clamor of clashing skills filled the air. "Ms. Do-won, have you eaten? Ms. Do-won, do you have a boyfriend? Can I pursue you?" As one of the most popular teachers in the school, Do-won's fame had skyrocketed after becoming the Kanaz gym leader. She was a well-known figure throughout the trainer academy, and her mere presence drew the attention and admiration of all the students. "All right, everyone, get back to your training. I'm here to give someone a tour, so don't embarrass our school." Do-won's tone carried authority, and with just a few words, she managed to send the group of students back to their training obediently. It was well known that these students were notorious troublemakers with powerful family backgrounds, often leaving most teachers reluctant to reprimand them. As the students dispersed, their gazes occasionally drifted toward Do-won and Heiyu, curiosity bubbling about the mysterious visitor who warranted Do-won's personal attention. "TCH, he's probably just a pretty boy," one male student muttered jealously. "Don't say that. If Do-won is personally hosting him, he might have some kind of background," another student reasoned, displaying a more measured perspective. However, the first student scoffed dismissively, saying, "Background? Look at his plain clothes and lack of manners. He's obviously some country bumpkin." This remark stirred doubt among the surrounding students. Indeed, Heiyu's attire didn't resemble that of a prominent family's heir. Instead, he seemed more like an ordinary trainer. One of the students suggested, "Feng Chun, since you're so sure, why don't you go test him out?" Feng Chun, who came from a powerful family and whose cousin Bonnie was one of the Hoenn Elite Four, was considered to have the highest status among them. Still, despite looking down on Heiyu, Feng Chun wasn't foolish. He weighed his options carefully. Suddenly, a classmate exclaimed, "Hey, look! It seems like that guy is about to battle Ms. Do-won." Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn as they rushed to watch. Meanwhile, Heiyu remained oblivious to the commotion. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared, let alone gotten upset. The opinions of others are merely their thoughts, and those who live by the thoughts of others are destined to be pitiful. Heiyu firmly believed in this, saying as he followed Do-won, quietly listening to her introduction to the history of the school. This was a trainer's school, dedicated to nurturing the backbone of the next generation for the Alliance and providing support to its residents. As Do-won spoke, her voice grew a bit hoarse, and she lightly licked her dry, cracked lips. Heiyu patiently listened until she finished before suggesting, "Teacher Do-won, I wonder if you would be willing to have a battle with me, with a gym badge as the wager?" Do-won was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered, teasing him. "So this was your true motive. Visiting the school was just an excuse to find me, wasn't it? I'm quite an unqualified gym leader, letting a challenger chase me all the way to the school." She laughed self-deprecatingly, aware of the rumors circulating online criticizing her. Some claimed she was unworthy of her position, having become a gym leader before the age of 20. "I accept your request, Trainer Heiyu." Do-won's eyes gradually filled with determination, as firm as unyielding rock. "If you don't mind, how about we battle right here? It'll be a great opportunity to give the students a real combat demonstration." "Of course, I don't mind." Heiyu agreed politely. Although being surrounded and watched by so many students would undoubtedly be mentally taxing, He knew he would face even larger crowds during the Alliance tournament, where thousands, if not millions, of spectators would be watching. It was necessary to build his mental resilience early on. Then let's use a 2v2 battle format, Duan said warmly. You're free to switch Pokémon during the match. They'll send out my Pokémon first, and you can choose yours in response. The rules were similar to those of the Rustboro gym, categorized as the lowest level of challenge. At this level, no registration fee was required, and winning would earn the challenger a badge. Higher levels required fees of 10,000 or 50,000 Alliance currency, with additional rewards such as technical machines for victory. Heiyu's current battle was undoubtedly the simplest type. Go Geodude. With a flash of white light, a rock-like Pokémon with arms appeared on the battlefield. Heiyu smiled slightly, thinking to himself, just as I expected. Rock-type Pokémon are weak to my water-type Pokémon. The advantage is mine. Confidently, he took out a Pokeball. The white light gleamed, and a Carvanha appeared, ready for battle. Its ferocious appearance sent chills down everyone's spine as it hovered just above the ground, baring its sharp teeth with a menacing grind. At this moment, the students, seeing the battle about to commence, surged forward like a tide, encircling the battlefield with eager anticipation. However, mocking voices emerged from the crowd. I thought he'd be impressive, but he's only using a common Carvanha. How disappointing. One student sneered, disdain evident in his eyes. Another chimed in. Yeah, it hasn't even evolved into a Sharpedo yet. That must mean its level isn't very high. Some students jeered further. Does he really think type advantage alone will be enough to beat Teacher Duan? What a joke. He clearly doesn't understand true battle strategies and techniques. These words reached Heiyu's ears, but he only smirked indifferently, unconcerned. Duan, on the other hand, was furious. She first cast an apologetic glance at Heiyu, bowing slightly in a formal gesture of apology. Then, turning to the spectators, her elegant demeanor gave way to a stern expression of anger, her ribbon-like hair swaying slightly behind her. The students, as if facing a predator, were immediately silenced, too intimidated to say another word. Heiyu, it's your move first. Duan gently tucked her hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. Geodude versus Carvanha battle was about to begin. Carvanha, use focus energy. Heiyu made the first move, aiming to boost its power through strengthening. Geodude, Duan commanded, use defense curl. Geodude curled its entire body into a ball, its surface gleaming with a bright white light, readying itself for the challenge ahead. Carvanha, use Aqua Jet to stop it. Heiyu thought to himself that he couldn't allow the opponent to strengthen peacefully. As Carvanha entered the field, it began utilizing its speed boost ability. With Aqua Jet, its speed skyrocketed, propelling it like a rocket toward Geodude, colliding with force. Before Geodude could complete its strengthening, it was sent flying out of the battle zone. Quick, Geodude, use Rollout. Duan knew it was nearly impossible to strengthen undisturbed, so she decisively executed her signature combo. Geodude transformed into a rolling stone, moving freely and fiercely across the battlefield. Carvanha, use Psychic Fangs. Heiyu commanded. Carvanha's speed was terrifying, but Geodude, naturally adept at defense, combined with the rapid spinning from Rollout, managed to block almost every attack. With each successive roll, Geodude's power steadily increased, while Carvanha's speed boost ability continued to stack. Both sides were building momentum, engaging in a battle of speed boost versus Rollout. Geodude, use Rock Polish. Duan called out softly. Heiyu's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Rollout's power grew with its increasing speed, and with Rock Polish enhancing that speed further, it would become unstoppable. Carvanha, use Aqua Jet. Heiyu quickly ordered. The two Pokémon engaged in a high-speed contest across the battlefield. To onlookers, there was only a blur of gray and blue streaks darting and clashing at lightning speed, almost impossible to follow. As speed boost combined with Aqua Jet, Carvanha's speed reached its peak, while Geodude's rollout continued to intensify. Bang boom. The two Pokémon collided repeatedly, their clashes echoing like thunder across the battlefield. I can't let Geodude keep rolling, or its power will only grow stronger, Heiyu thought. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Carvanha's speed boost had already reached its limit and could no longer increase further. Any misstep could harm its body. On the other hand, Duan's Geodude had clearly undergone professional training. Its body was highly resilient to strengthening, able to endure prolonged periods of enhancement. At that moment, Carvanha launched a fierce attack. Use Screech with all your might. It opened its jaws wide and let out a deafening shriek. Geodude! Duan exclaimed. Geodude immediately stopped rolling, clutching its head in agony. Seeing this, Heiyu seized the opportunity. Now's our chance, use Aqua Jet. Duan hastily commanded Geodude to resume rolling, but it was too late. Carvanha, enveloped in a torrent of water, accelerated to its absolute limit with speed boost, rocketing toward Geodude with tremendous force. Boom. The impact, fueled by its incredible speed, was devastating. The Geodude was sent flying, its body rapidly losing energy under the dual pressure of rolling and scraping against the rocky terrain. At that moment, it was struck hard in a critical spot, instantly losing consciousness as its eyes spiraled and it collapsed to the ground. The surrounding students were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief as they murmured among themselves. Ms. Duwan actually lost. Did that guy cheat? Or maybe she let him win on purpose. To them, Ms. Duwan was invincibly a former top student of the rock-type discipline and now the gym leader of Kanas City, practically a figure of worship. In the arena, the Carvana was panting heavily but brimming with excitement. Its body, like a deflating balloon, was surging with energy, beginning to glow with a bright white light as it prepared to evolve. The murmurs around the arena came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes fixated on the evolving Carvana. Even Feng Chun, who had been mocking Heiyu relentlessly, fell silent. The white light gradually faded, revealing a massive shark-like head without a lower body, resembling a torpedo. Beep, beep, beep. Sharpedo, the brutal Pokémon. Water-dark type, the evolved form of Carvana. Known as the bully of the sea, it strikes fear into all. Its teeth regenerate quickly, and it can single-handedly tear apart large ships with ease. The male Sharpedo stood 2 meters tall, weighed 90 kilograms, and was remarkably well-developed, with incredible bite strength and mastery of several powerful moves. Heiyu recalled Sharpedo into its Pokeball as the Pokédex scanned it, displaying the detailed information. Ms. Duwan smiled warmly and said, "Heiyu, congratulations on your Carvana evolving into a Sharpedo." Heiyu bowed slightly and replied gratefully, "Thank you for your guidance, Gym Leader Duwan." Duwan's cheeks flushed slightly. It was the first time someone had shown her such respect, and she couldn't help but feel a bit closer to Heiyu. "It's nothing. It's my duty as a gym leader," she said softly, then tossed out her second Pokeball. With a flash of red light, a Pokémon resembling a stone statue appeared in the center of the arena, letting out a fierce roar. Heiyu's heart tightened had anticipated this. Standing before him was Ms. Duwan's specialty, the compass Pokémon, Nosepass. The audience buzzed with excitement, though some were puzzled. "Why isn't Ms. Duwan using her powerhouse, Probopass?" someone asked. Others shared the same confusion, noting that Nosepass seemed a bit underleveled for a gym leader of her rank. "So, Heiyu, which Pokémon will you choose?" Duwan asked with a radiant smile, exuding none of the typical aloofness of a gym leader. Instead, she seemed more like a friendly mentor. Kuroba tucked the Pokédex back into his pocket and immediately released Sharpedo. The massive shark's head suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, letting out an earth-shaking roar and baring its fanged maw. Duwan's voice rang out. "Probopass, use Spark." Probopass became enveloped in electrical currents and charged fiercely at Sharpedo. Kuroba thought to himself, as expected. He had long realized how troublesome Probopass could be. Despite being a rock-type Pokémon, it could unleash a variety of electric-type moves. Thunder Wave, Discharge, Spark, and even the immensely powerful Zap Cannon. This ability nullified the natural advantage of his Water-Dark-type Pokémon, turning the battle into a balanced match. While Water types counter Rock types, Electric-type moves counter Water types, creating a delicate balance of strengths and weaknesses. Sharpedo, use Aqua Jet to dodge. Sharpedo, leveraging its speed boost ability, unleashed a powerful burst of water, propelling itself forward like a rocket. Even with just a shark head and no tail, its speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of rushing air behind, a testament to its incredible momentum. Probopass's attack missed entirely. Despite Probopass's impressive base defense stat of 135, its base speed stat of 30 was a glaring weakness. Probopass, use Discharge. Duwan realized the situation and directed Probopass to use a ranged attack. Bright electrical energy surged from Probopass, forming a stream of lightning that surged straight toward the speeding Sharpedo. Sharpedo accelerated once more, skillfully dodging the attack. Its speed boost ability shone brilliantly at this moment. Kuroba's lips curled into a faint smile. The very reason he chose to capture this Carvana back then was precisely because of its speed boost ability. There was once a discussion on a forum, among the hundreds of Pokémon abilities, which was the most practical. The official rankings placed speed boost consistently in the top 10, even breaking into the top 3 at times. Regardless of how other abilities shifted in rank, speed boost remained a steadfast favorite. Duwan commanded, "Probopass, prepare a Zap Cannon." She seemed completely unconcerned about whether the attack would hit, perhaps intent on unleashing another powerful move. Kuroba, however, was unfazed. If Discharge failed to land, why would Zap Cannon be any different? Sharpedo used Psychic Fangs. Kuroba commanded swiftly. A large, pink psychic projection materialized in front of Sharpedo and lunged at Probopass. Bam! The attack landed, causing Probopass to cry out in pain and stagger. Yet, the Zap Cannon being charged in front of it did not dissipate. The build-up continued. Kuroba, now tense, shouted, "Sharpedo, move quickly. Don't let it lock onto your position." Sharpedo surged forward again, leaving a trail of water in its wake, disappearing in a blur of blue streaked with white. Zap cannon fire. Duan called out confidently, her face glowing with determination. Kuroba's heart sank as he sensed something was wrong, though he couldn't yet pinpoint what it was. The tip of Nosepass's nose glimmered faintly as the electromagnetic cannon fired. Just when Kuroba thought Sharpedo would dodge the attack, once again bang. The cannon, akin to a massive artillery blast, landed a direct hit. Kuroba's jaw dropped, his face filled with disbelief, and he muttered, "How is this possible?" The hit rate of the electromagnetic cannon was notoriously low, let alone against the Sharpedo, whose speed had reached its peak, making it nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Under such circumstances, the fact that it was struck seemed utterly absurd to Kuroba. Nosepass used its magnetic sensing ability to lock onto its target. Even in harsh environments like raging storms or endless deserts, it could accurately identify its direction. Azalea clasped her hands behind her back and spoke softly. She wasn't entirely sure why she felt the need to explain this to Kuroba. Perhaps it was the look of shock on his face that stirred a sudden impulse to reveal the truth. "I see. Thank you for the insight," Kuroba said, his expression shifting to one of realization as he bowed to Azalea. Learning through battle, growing through learning. Looks like I'll have to take this heat in, he thought to himself. In a flash of white light, Crawdon appeared, brandishing its massive pincers with a fierce expression. "Crawdon, use Shellblade." Its sturdy legs stomped the ground as it leaped into the air. Crawdon raised its pincers, which shimmered with the spectral outline of a blade, and slashed downward with force. The powerful Shellblade attack targeted the exhausted Nosepass, whose energy was drained after firing the electromagnetic cannon. Unable to withstand the strike, Nosepass was instantly knocked out, spiraling into unconsciousness with its eyes swirling. The arena fell into a heavy silence, and all eyes turned to Kuroba, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Even Azalea herself couldn't help but gape in astonishment. How is this possible? Nosepass is supposed to excel at defense. How could it not withstand even a single blow? Among the crowd, a student named Function suddenly shouted, his voice brimming with shock and confusion. He had always looked down on Kuroba, harboring a strong hostility toward him. Part of this stemmed from the disdain that elite league family heirs often held for ordinary trainers. But more than that, it was jealousy of how warmly Azalea treated Kuroba. Long ago, Function had secretly confessed his feelings to Azalea, only to be sternly rebuked. Ever since, Azalea had maintained a professional distance from him, never once showing him the kind smile she reserved for others. Yet, due to the social gap between teacher and student and the awkwardness of youthful emotions, Function could only express his dissatisfaction through cutting remarks, such as the irrational nature of a young boy's infatuation. But now, what he had just witnessed defied all his expectations. The Kuroba he had dismissed as an unremarkable pretty boy had actually defeated Azalea. Kuroba smiled, unfazed by the astonishment of those around him. Though he appeared magnanimous on the surface, seemingly indifferent to the jeers of the students, he silently took note of their reactions, especially Function, who had been the loudest. "He'll remember you," Kuroba thought to himself. He had never claimed to be a gentleman. In fact, he considered himself a petty person who bore grudges, though he was adept at disguising it. The incredible power of Crawdon's Shellblade was the result of its adaptability, the boost from its same-type attack bonus, and the enhancement provided by the Mystic Water item. These combined factors culminated in the devastating strength of its strike. "Kuroba, congratulations on winning the challenge. Your Pokémon are truly formidable. When I was your age, I wasn't nearly as strong as you are," Azalea said, offering some comfort to the fainted Nosepass before returning it to its Pokeball. She turned back to Kuroba with a smile and continued, "This is proof of your success in the Gym Challenge, the Rock Badge." She extended her hand, revealing a grayish-brown badge in her palm. Its design featured two interlocked triangular stones, symbolizing the unyielding strength of rock-solid attacks. After receiving the badge, Heiyu expressed his gratitude to gym leader Duan and then toured the final area of the trainer school before leaving. He decided to handle the gym procedures and battle recordings later. Back at the Pokémon Center, Heiyu handed over his two Pokémon to Nurse Joy, especially the newly evolved Sharpedo, which needed careful attention. "Ping Trainer Heiyu, your Pokémon have been fully healed. Please check them carefully," Nurse Joy said with a gentle smile as she handed the Pokeballs to Heiyu. Heiyu politely thanked her and left the counter, unaware that Nurse Joy was watching him intently with interest. "Heiyu, the trainer that Sister Xiaolin from Pedleberg City mentioned needing attention," she murmured to herself while recording Heiyu's Pokémon information and uploading it to the family database. This was a routine task for her, something she had done countless times before. Back in his room, an exhausted Heiyu collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The day's tours and battles had drained him, and he needed rest to recover his energy. As night fell and the moon hung high, casting its gentle glow, Heiyu's Pokeball on his belt suddenly began to shake. A cute Eevee emerged, looking around nervously, perhaps unable to bear the dark atmosphere. Eevee wasted no time burrowing into Heiyu's blanket, leaving its tail slightly exposed and trembling. Suddenly, a cool breeze drifted through the room. Sensing something, Eevee quickly tucked its tail under the covers, curling up snugly. After some effort, it found a comfortable position and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Heiyu woke up slowly to find Eevee nestled in his arms. The little Pokémon opened its sleepy eyes and gazed at its trainer with a look of innocence. Eevee, how could you come out on your own? You know you're not supposed to do that, Heiyu said in a serious yet gentle tone. Eevee's ears drooped as it gave Heiyu a pitiful look. Its ears twitched slightly. Do you not like staying in the Pokeball? Heiyu suddenly wondered aloud, asking the question. Hearing this, Eevee's ears immediately perked up, and it nodded enthusiastically. Heiyu continued speaking earnestly, but Eevee seemed to pay little attention. Its tearful, doe-eyed expression made it look particularly pitiful. All right, you win. From now on, you can stay by my side. Heiyu finally relented. Eevee began bouncing happily around the room, as if celebrating its victory. Watching this lively scene, Heiyu couldn't help but smile. After finishing lunch, Heiyu went to the store to stock up on berries, planning to make poke blocks that would enhance beauty and improve fur softness. Today's goal was silky smoothness. The Smooth Energy Cube is a beginner-level energy cube mentioned in Professor Maida's notes. Its purpose is to enhance a Pokémon's beauty and the smoothness of its fur, making it particularly suitable for performance-oriented Pokémon, such as those used in filmmaking. Film crews often purchase these energy cubes in large quantities. Heiyu neatly arranged the spores of a shroomish, the springform fur of a deerling, and the petals of a roserade on the table. He then released the shroomish he had captured in the orange forest. The other two ingredients had been acquired from the black market the day before, but this particular shroomish possessed the poison heal ability and had inherited the move Drain Punch. After some friendly interaction, the shroomish willingly shed its spores. Heiyu began by placing a blue berry into a grinder, extracting its juice, and then adding it to the mixing machine. With precision, he added each ingredient in sequence. The resulting energy cube had a mud-like consistency, which he then shaped into cubes using molds. At this stage, Heiyu experimented with adding some spices to make the cubes more appealing to Pokémon. Finally, he baked the energy cubes. After 17 attempts, he finally succeeded, realizing that crafting this type of lifestyle energy cube was relatively less challenging. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Heiyu admired his work. In the sunlight, the golden-purple energy cube felt warm and smooth in his hand. He broke off a small piece and tasted it. The flavor unfolded on his tongue, a slight sweetness accompanied by a faint bitterness. While the cube wasn't as sweet as he had hoped, the bitterness was minimal. Heiyu critiqued his first attempt, concluding that he only needed to improve his skills with more practice. Encouraged by his success, Heiyu continued working through the afternoon, eventually producing over 20 energy cubes. He packed them neatly into 3 boxes, each containing 8 cubes, with 1 left over. Noticing Eevee sulking in the corner, Heiyu called out gently, "Come here, Eevee." Hearing its trainer's voice, Eevee perked up and leapt excitedly, catching the delicious energy cube with precision. "All right, don't be upset, Eevee. I've just been really busy. But now I have time to play with you," Heiyu said softly, comforting Eevee as he gently stroked its soft fur. Eevee happily wriggled in Heiyu's arms, finding a comfortable position, and let out cheerful cries, "Eevee." As he glanced out the window, Heiyu noticed the sun setting and the evening approaching. Smiling, he said to Eevee, "Let's go for a walk, Eevee. The sunset is beautiful this time of day." Carefully picking up Eevee, he prepared to head out. Before leaving, Heiyu made sure to pack away the energy cube-making equipment on the table into his spatial backpack, leaving the room tidy and organized. Stepping out of the Pokémon Center, the once empty streets had come to life. Office workers flooded the streets like a tide, eager to return home after a long day. Shops along the roads lit up one by one, preparing for the bustling evening ahead. Heiyu and Eevee strolled side by side along the roadside. Eevee's bright, curious eyes darted around, taking in everything with wonder. This was Eevee's first time exploring the city streets, and it was brimming with excitement over the unfamiliar and fascinating world. Suddenly, a car sped past, accompanied by a gust of wind. Startled, Eevee jumped in fright and quickly hid behind Heiyu, its tiny furry paws clutching his pant leg tightly, as if it were the only source of safety. Heiyu chuckled and reassured it. "Haha, Eevee, there's no need to be scared. Just be careful not to run onto the road, okay?" The boy and his Pokémon played together on the street as the sun dipped below the horizon. Their laughter echoed far into the distance, a heartwarming harmony of companionship and joy. The next morning, Blackfeather woke up later than usual, having stayed up late the previous night crafting energy cubes and strolling through the night market with Eevee. After getting ready, he headed to the dining hall with a few of his Pokémon, ordered several dishes, and began enjoying his meal. Just then, his eyes lit up as he noticed Nurse Joy was also in the restaurant. She seemed a bit down, her gaze unfocused, and only responded when someone greeted her. "Ah, hello, Trainer Blackfeather. she said hastily. Eager to build rapport with Nurse Joy, Black Feather carried his tray over and asked, "Miss Joy, do you mind if I sit across from you?" He noticed her weary expression and asked with concern, "Have you been having trouble sleeping? Forgive me for being forward, but you look quite tired." Nurse Joy instinctively touched her face and gave a bitter smile. "Of course, you're free to sit wherever you like." After receiving her permission, Black Feather sat down and gently inquired, "Miss Joy, have you been staying up late? You really seem exhausted." Nurse Joy nodded absent-mindedly and explained, "In a few days, they'll be taking the breeder certification exam. I've been burning the midnight oil to prepare." Black Feather was momentarily surprised. Breeder certification? After a bit of questioning, he learned that Rustboro City had a breeder guild that served as a platform for apprentices to take their certification exams. It also provided a hub for breeders to exchange knowledge and gathered a vast collection of rare medicinal herbs. Nurse Joy, her mood lifting, added with enthusiasm, "Black Feather, I remember you're an adventurer who often ventures into the wild. If you come across any rare herbs, consider selling them to the breeder guild." As Nurse Joy spoke about breeders, her previously weary complexion grew visibly brighter. This was the first time Black Feather had heard of the breeder guild, and he couldn't help but reflect that Pedleberg City lacked such resources. Rustboro truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most prosperous cities in the Hoenn region. He also found it odd that information about the breeder guild wasn't available online, suspecting it might be due to the league restricting access to certain opportunities and valuable knowledge from the general public. After finishing his breakfast, Black Feather bid farewell to the still anxious Nurse Joy and returned to his room. He logged into the league's database and entered the Pedleberg Gym's library password. Amid thousands of books, he finally found information about the breeder guild. As expected, my greatest asset is having second-tier access and the Pedleberg Library's reading privileges, he mused. The convenience brought by his access level filled him with gratitude, and now, the library's resources had shattered the information barriers he once faced. The Breeders Guild originated a century ago, initially formed by individuals from various professions who shared a deep love for Pokémon. These included Pokémon masters, caretakers, and trainers. The primary responsibilities of breeders involved designing customized training plans for Pokémon and producing energy cubes. Heiyu stared intently at the encyclopedia entries, filtering out most of the information until only the data on the Breeders Guild remained. The Breeders Guild is a crucial part of the League, alongside the Pokémon Centers, the League Police Department, the League Investigation Bureau, and the gyms of various cities, collectively known as the League's 5 major organizations. The League's emblem, featuring 1 large and 5 smaller symbols, represents the League headquarters and these 5 organizations. It is said that in every region's League headquarters, such as Indigo Plateau in the Kanto region, MT Silver in the Johto region, and Lily Cove City in the Hoenn region, there stands a Breeders Guild nearby. This highlights the Guild's prestigious status. Breeders have become an indispensable part of the League's development, significantly advancing its progress and reforms. Heiyu couldn't help but marvel at the Guild's long history. He thought to himself how surprising it was that Madame Maida hadn't mentioned these facts to him. Clearly, even his teacher might not have known, given her informal background. Heiyu reflected on how Madame Maida had generously shared her knowledge with him. While breeders might not emphasize tradition as much as alchemists, passing down her personal notes showed how much she valued him as a student. The Breeders Guild branch in Rustboro City was set to hold a breeder certification exam 3 days later. Heiyu recalled what Nurse Joy had mentioned, and a spark of excitement ignited within him. Although obtaining a certificate wouldn't directly affect his ability to produce energy cubes, having one would undoubtedly be advantageous. The League provides considerable support to breeders, and traveling as a certified beginner-level breeder would grant him privileges and social recognition. After briefly researching previous exam content, Heiyu felt confident. Over the next 3 days, he stayed holed up in his room at the Pokémon Center. Even when his EV tugged at his pant leg, trying to drag him outside, Heiyu sternly refused. "EV, you need to be good. Once I pass the breeder exam, they'll make you even more delicious energy cubes. You wouldn't want to miss out on tasty cubes in the future, would you?" he said earnestly, convincing EV before diving back into his books to review. 3 days later, Heiyu woke up early and headed to the Pokémon Center's lobby. The crowd was noticeably larger and livelier than usual, which filled him with a sense of awe. It seemed the Breeders' Guild exam had truly attracted a lot of attention. While many people might not be there to take the exam, they clearly had their reasons for attending. Heiyu speculated that some were likely there to recruit talent. Every certified beginner-level breeder is considered a treasure, a strategic asset. No company, family, or organization would ignore the value of a breeder. As expected, this time of year always marked the prime opportunity for talent scouting. Nurse Joy was absent, likely already at the Breeders' Guild. Heiyu glanced at the reception desk, where a new, graceful-looking nurse was on duty. Even someone like Nurse Joy, with her secure career and prestigious family background, felt the need to pursue breeder certification, proof of just how popular the profession had become, even among those in established positions. After reflecting on this, Heiyu left the Pokemon Center, used his Pokédex to call for a ride, and headed toward the Breeders' Guild. The entrance of the Breeders' Guild was bustling with people, with individuals wearing sun-shaped badges entering and exiting from time to time. Their badges drew envious and respectful gazes from the crowd. These badge bearers were Alliance-certified breeders. Among the crowd, a black-haired boy walked slowly into the guild, accompanied by an EV by his side. Please show your Alliance ID card. As soon as Heiyu entered, he was stopped by a guard. After scanning his Pokédex on the machine to confirm his identity, he was allowed to proceed. Stepping into the Breeders' Guild, Heiyu noticed the place was teeming with people, though actual breeders were in the minority. Most of the crowd consisted of Alliance trainers. Trainers heavily relied on energy cubes, and while cubes sold outside were functional, the ones crafted within the guild were of superior quality. Wealthy trainers would even commission renowned breeders to custom-make energy cubes for their Pokémon, a service that came at an exorbitant cost. While money was essential, connections were even more critical to secure the services of these master breeders. Let me check the map, Heiyu murmured as he approached a corner with a floor directory and began studying it carefully. The Breeders' Guild had 5 floors in total. The first floor housed the public and trade areas. The second floor was the examination area. The public zone required only basic identification for entry and served as a trading platform for buying energy cubes. The examination area, on the other hand, was reserved for breeder apprentices undergoing assessments. As for the third, fourth, and fifth floors, they were restricted to breeders only, marking them as exclusive areas. Heiyu glanced at the bustling marketplace and muttered to himself, such a great opportunity, can't miss this. I should check if there are any rare herbs available for purchase. He turned and began exploring the first floor hall. This is a shedding fruit. It accelerates the molting process for snake-type Pokémon. Whoa, could this be a sand-scale fruit? A fruit worth millions just lying here? And look, a recipe for mid-tier energy cubes. After wandering around for a while, Heiyu expanded his knowledge, realizing that rare resources, hard to come by in the outside world, were commonplace here. It was no wonder so many breeders gathered in this place. After finishing his exploration and feeling slightly overwhelmed, Heiyu decided to head to the second floor since his main purpose was to take the examination. Entering the elevator, he noticed several people looking nervous. It seemed they were also there for the test. Among them was an elderly man with gray hair and a matching beard. After a brief conversation, Heiyu learned that the man was also there for the assessment. Haha, I've taken this test hundreds of times already. I guess you could say I'm used to it. I heard the difficulty has been lowered this year, so I might finally have a chance, the old man said, stroking his long beard with a cheerful smile. His relaxed demeanor lightened the tense atmosphere in the elevator. Heiyu gave the elderly man a respectful nod. When the elevator doors opened, everyone poured out. Hello, everyone. If you're here for the breeder examination, please fill out a form here. Kindly line up in an orderly manner and avoid crowding. We apologize for the high number of participants today, and we appreciate your patience, a staff member said with a polite smile, guiding the crowd courteously. Heiyu queued up with the crowd, adhering to his principle of neither standing out nor falling behind. After filling out the form, he found a seat in the corridor and sat down casually. Everyone passing by held a form and a card in their hands. These were their identification and admission tickets. To his surprise, even in the world of elves, an admission ticket was required. Heiyu couldn't help but shake his head, finding it amusing. As time passed, the entire floor became increasingly crowded, with many people whispering to each other. Just then, the sound of an alarm beep, beep, beep rang out, signaling that the first round of the written exam was about to begin. Everyone entered the examination room in order, and Heiyu followed his admission ticket number to find his way in. The room was not very large, with dozens of desks spaced apart. For surveillance cameras were installed in the corners, scanning the examinees from all angles. 2 invigilators sat at the front and back, their expressions emotionless. Feeling a bit nervous, Heiyu chose a seat in the first row. As the participants settled in, the classroom gradually quieted down and the exam began. This round consisted of basic questions aimed at testing the candidate's knowledge. After all, thousands of people participated in the monthly assessments, and it would be impossible to evaluate each one individually. This round served as a screening process. Only those who passed could advance to the next stage of the exam. According to the official announcement, this round would eliminate over 90 of the candidates. One of the questions asked, what is the taste of the juice after mashing Lingyu fruit and Faina fruit together? Heiyu thought for a moment and recalled that it was slightly salty with a hint of sourness. Another question read, how many days apart are the 3 annual molting periods of an Arbok? He answered, 7 days, 30 days, and half a year. The final question asked, which Pokemon can currently learn extreme speed? Heiyu wrote down Arcanine, Lucario, and Togekiss. Additionally, he noted that Zigzagoon and Dragonair could acquire the move through inheritance. As he answered the questions at a rapid pace, Heiyu also encountered some that he couldn't solve. Compared to those from prestigious families who had been immersed in this world since childhood, he was merely a newcomer with only a year of study. The breeder exam tested one's depth of knowledge, and no matter how intelligent someone was, without sufficient time to learn, excelling would be difficult. Even so, Heiyu felt somewhat confident about his performance, believing he wouldn't be eliminated. After more than 2 hours, his exam sheet was densely filled with answers. He rubbed his slightly sore wrist and glanced around, noticing that most of the other candidates were sweating profusely, their faces filled with confusion and silent anxiety. In a classroom of over 40 people, only a handful had finished like him. Soon, the exam time was up, and the majority hadn't even completed their papers. After quickly reviewing his answers, Heiyu turned in his sheet along with the others. Once the candidates left the room, the two invigilators began collecting the exam sheets. When one of them came across Heiyu's paper, he remarked in surprise, this candidate is only 17 years old. It's rare to see someone this young taking the exam." The other invigilator responded, "Probably a kid from a prominent family. They receive all kinds of education and training from an early age, so it's not unusual for them to participate at this age." However, Heiyu was unaware of the impression his age had made during the exam process. At the moment, he was wandering through the first-floor hall. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted. "Master Duwan, hello!" More voices joined in, shouting excitedly, "Ah, it's Master Duwan. Master Duwan is here at the Breeder Association. Look this way, Master Duwan. I'm your biggest fan." Curious, Heiyu turned to look at the group of fervent fans, their enthusiastic cries catching his attention. So, Master Duwan was here too? In his mind, he couldn't help but picture the elegant and stunning teacher in her black gown. Duwan was likely here to recruit staff for her gym. Heiyu, pushed aside by the crowd, quietly stepped back. It was clear that a gym couldn't function with just the gym leader. Apart from the standard staff provided by the league, the recruitment of apprentices and various other personnel fell on the gym leader's shoulders. True to form, Duwan raised her hand amidst the crowd, and an immediate hush fell over the room. Her commanding presence as a gym leader was awe-inspiring. Addressing the audience, who were all talents of the league and residents of Kanas City, she announced the opening of her gym and the urgent need for skilled individuals, inviting everyone to participate actively. Though young, Duwan was adept at delivering formal speeches and had an impressive knack for rallying talent. Heiyu listened silently, his gaze unintentionally drifting to Miss Joy in the corner. She had just run over earlier to greet Duwan. Miss Joy, as always, radiated warmth and kindness. Despite most of the attention being drawn to Duwan, she was still surrounded by a group of male admirers. As Heiyu approached, their expressions turned hostile. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Heiyu greeted them with a polite smile and then distanced himself from the group. Opting to avoid the crowded elevator, he took the stairs and left the Breeders' Guild. With the results not due until the next day, he decided to use the time to research past examination details. Holding his EV in his arms, Heiyu returned to the Pokémon Center, finding the lobby unusually quiet since most people were still at the Breeders' Guild. He silently went back to his room to continue reviewing the exam materials. Late into the night, his heavy eyelids betrayed his exhaustion as he pored over his books. Suddenly, the Pokédex let out a chime, jolting him awake. He quickly opened it to find a message. "Dear Trainer Heiyu, you have passed the Breeders' Guild Basic Exam. Please report tomorrow to complete the assessment." A smile crept onto Heiyu's face. Despite his disadvantage in knowledge, his exceptional memory, a gift from his reincarnated past life, had proven invaluable. He hoped for a smooth day ahead. With this good news, Heiyu finally fell into a restful sleep. However, it was clear that many others in Kanas City, whether in hotels or Pokémon centers, struggled to sleep that night. The pressure of the basic exam was enough to deter 90 of candidates. Becoming a breeder was no easy feat with the league monopolizing knowledge. Success for commoners was nearly impossible. Were it not for Heiyu's access to second-tier league permissions and the investment from the Orangehua Gym, he might have missed this opportunity as well. Flipping through the history of the league, each page recounted its grand achievements and glory. Yet, as Heiyu read on, restless and unable to sleep, lying on the floor, he saw only two words emerge from the text: "Devourer of men." He couldn't help but recall a saying from his previous life, muttering it with a sarcastic tone. The next morning, the number of people at the Breeders' Guild had significantly dwindled. When Heiyu entered the hall, it no longer felt crowded. After presenting his identification and the confirmation message from the Trainers' Guild on his Pokédex, a staff member escorted him to a small room on the second floor. This was the waiting room. When his name was called, he would proceed to the exam room. The middle-aged staff member gestured toward a small door in the room, indicating that it led to the exam area. Inside the waiting room, there were only 4 other people besides Heiyu. However, 2 people in particular surprised him. One was Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center, and the other was the elderly gentleman he encountered in the elevator yesterday. Kuroba smiled as he sat down, greeting the two. "Good morning, Miss Joy." "Good morning, sir." The last person in the room appeared to be a young man in his 20s. Kuroba didn't know him, but politely nodded in acknowledgement. After all, when you're out and about, it's better not to keep a cold demeanor. Establishing a friendly persona can help build connections. However, the young man didn't seem too receptive, glancing at Kuroba with disdain before turning away coldly. Kuroba didn't mind and began observing the room while striking up a conversation with the elderly gentleman. Sir, how old are you this year? Why are you here for the assessment? Kuroba asked curiously. The old man's attire suggested he came from a wealthy family. At his age, he should be enjoying a peaceful retirement. So why go through all this trouble? Haha. I'm only 80 years young, just the right age to take on new challenges. The old man replied, his face glowing with vitality and a cheerful smile. Ha ha ha. Miss Joy couldn't help but laugh at his response. Gently, she explained to Kuroba, don't take Grandpa Fushan too seriously. He's here for the breeder's assessment purely to avoid taxes. Kuroba raised an eyebrow in curiosity, and after some inquiries, he learned that the old man was a shareholder in a nearby battle club and had no financial worries. His real reason for taking the breeder's assessment was to bypass the hefty inheritance tax. According to the Pokémon League's regulations, inheritance is subject to significant taxation unless the individual is a certified breeder, which comes with several benefits, including tax exemptions. Kuroba glanced at the old man with admiration, thinking to himself, impressive truly, an 80-year-old taking on the world. While they were chatting, a few more candidates entered the room, most of whom seemed to be in their 30s. The newcomers naturally joined the conversation, with Miss Joy skillfully acting as a social bridge, making everyone feel at ease. Since the purpose of the assessment was to evaluate rather than eliminate, the candidates didn't see each other as competitors. As the conversation flowed, Kuroba took the opportunity to learn more about the others. Most had taken the assessment multiple times before. In turn, others couldn't help but ask about Kuroba, as his youthful appearance stood out, didn't even seem old enough to be here. What? You're only 17? That's incredible. Grandpa Fushan exclaimed in astonishment, and the others looked at Kuroba with surprise. Miss Joy widened her eyes slightly, already calculating how to relay this information back to her family. This young man was quite good-looking, and if he performed well in the assessment, even if he didn't become a certified breeder, he might be worth recruiting. In her mind, Miss Joy silently dismissed the possibility of Kuroba passing the assessment. After all, while it wasn't unheard of for a 17-year-old to pass the beginner breeder's test, it was extremely rare and usually dominated by established breeding families. Across all regions, fewer than 3 such prodigies might emerge in a year. As for recruiting him, it certainly wouldn't be her responsibility. As a direct descendant of the Joy family and a key figure in Rustboro City, Miss Joy's future involved aligning with other influential families through marriage, not chasing after a trainer with no background. Unless Kuroba turned out to be an extraordinary, once-in-a-century genius, the task of recruiting him would likely fall to a distant relative. I think my cousin in Verdanturf Town is about the right age for marriage, Miss Joy mused internally while maintaining her usual gentle and elegant demeanor. After waiting for a while, the number of people in the room gradually increased. Finally, a staff member walked in and said with a smile, looks like there are quite a few people taking the assessment this year, and many new faces too. He glanced around the room before his eyes landed on Grandpa Fushan. Teasingly, he said, oh, an old face. Grandpa Fushan, didn't we just see each other last month? His lighthearted joke eased the tense atmosphere in the room. The first to be assessed was Miss Chiao Yi-chun. Whether it was a random arrangement or special treatment from the Breeder Guild, Miss Chiao was the first to take the assessment. She appeared a bit nervous but still elegantly lifted the hem of her dress and walked into the assessment room gracefully. The staff member reassured her, haha, no need to be nervous. Last time, you were so close. With your knowledge, you'll do just fine. Once Miss Chiao entered, the room fell into an awkward silence again, so quiet that everyone could hear each other's breathing. Not long after, Miss Chiao came out with a cheerful smile on her face, clearly in a good mood. It seemed she had passed the assessment successfully. Heiyu felt a sense of relief for her. Since everyone had to wait until the assessments were over, Miss Chiao quietly returned to her seat to wait for the others. This time, she looked much more relaxed, even showing a hint of pride. Hee hee, Grandpa Fushan, it's your turn, the staff member said with a smile. After all, Grandpa Fushan was a regular here, showing up for the assessment every month. Before long, he came out looking a bit dejected but quickly composed himself. Having faced so many failures, he probably already knew what to expect. As an 80-year-old man, his mental resilience was admirable. Soon after, a young man with an air of arrogance entered the room. Heiyu recognized him as one of the first people to arrive earlier. Grandpa Fushan, do you know who he is? He seems to look down on us. Heiyu asked curiously. Haha, I've heard he's the grandson of an intermediate-level breeder. They say he has some talent for breeding and is only 22 years old. Last year, he narrowly missed passing the assessment. Grandpa Fushan replied with a chuckle, though there was a subtle hesitation in his tone. But I've also heard he's quite proud and doesn't like interacting with us ordinary folks. Don't take it to heart. People from breeder families are often like that. Heiyu nodded thoughtfully. Having an intermediate-level breeder as a backing was no small matter. Advanced breeders could even serve as guild leaders in a region. In a city like Kansas City, the branch guild leaders were typically intermediate breeders. However, this didn't stop others from aspiring to become breeders themselves. Heiyu couldn't muster much fondness for someone who didn't even bother to feign politeness. The assessments continued, and within just half an hour, several people had already exited the room. Judging by their grim expressions, it was evident that they had failed, casting a shadow over those still waiting for their turn. Next, Heiyu, the staff member called out. Upon hearing his name, Heiyu immediately stood up. All eyes turned to the young candidate. Though most people only gave him a casual glance, they had already formed their judgment. He was simply too young and destined to fail. Master Fushan smiled warmly and cheered for Heiyu. Good luck, young man. As Heiyu walked into the room, he passed by an arrogant young man who shot him a disdainful look. Heiyu understood the reason for this hostility. This youth was frustrated because he himself had failed the assessment once again. Many had believed that after narrowly missing success last year, he would surely pass this time with his accumulated experience. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he failed again. The atmosphere around him was icy, his expression filled with anger, making others hesitant to approach. The reason for his contempt toward Heiyu was simple. How could someone even younger pass the assessment? Heiyu, however, paid him no mind. He reminded himself not to let the negativity of a failed candidate affect his own mood. Good day, examiners. Heiyu greeted as he entered the room. In front of him were 3 examiners, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly man with graying hair, who appeared to be the chief examiner. Heiyu, correct? Faging, the chief examiner for this assessment. The 2 gentlemen beside me are junior breeders registered with the Breeders' Guild. The 3 of us will be overseeing this examination, the elder said solemnly. Greetings, Master Faging, and greetings to you both, esteemed examiners, Heiyu said respectfully, bowing politely. You're still young, Heiyu. Don't feel too much pressure if you fail this time. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Let's start with a few simple questions. Please, have a seat, one of the middle-aged examiners said kindly. He was aware that each year, a few candidates succumb to the pressure of failure, some even going as far as taking their own lives. He hoped to prevent such tragedies in Kansas City's Breeders' Guild. Heiyu obediently sat down, showing no signs of nervousness as he focused his gaze straight ahead. First question, how many grams of silver powder can be obtained from a beautifly and a dustox respectively? Keep in mind that silver powder is used to enhance the power of bug-type moves, the examiner asked. Heiyu lowered his head, thinking for a moment before responding. That depends on the Pokemon's level. For example, a level 30 Beautifly can yield about 3 grams, while a dustox can yield around 2 grams. However, individual differences between Pokemon might cause some variation. The examiners exchanged glances and nodded approvingly. Without missing a beat, they continued. Do you know why the silver powder obtained from dustox is generally less than that from Beautifly? Heiyu paused to think for a few seconds before answering. That's because dustox has a poison-type attribute. The silver powder extracted from it requires special processing to remove toxins, which inevitably leads to some loss. In this back-and-forth exchange, Heiyu answered several questions, some of which were quite obscure. While he could answer some, others left him stumped. After all, he had only been studying for a year, and his knowledge base was still limited compared to those who had been studying for years or even decades. Even so, his responses impressed the examiners. After all, being this knowledgeable at just 17 years old was remarkable. Last year, the average age for passing the Breeders' Guild assessment was 31. Well done. You've answered these questions very well. Well, review the footage and score you accordingly, said the examiner on the right, gesturing toward a camera in the corner. Now let's move on. Energy block crafting is an essential skill for breeders. Please prepare a basic energy block of your choice. Use the recipe you're most confident in and show us your best work, the chief examiner instructed, pointing to the energy block crafting machines in the corner. Heiyu stood up slowly and approached the machines. He carefully selected his ingredients and noticed the variety of crafting devices available, including the latest model from Devon Corporation. He chose a machine he was most familiar with and returned to the table. Examiners, I will need a black apricorn, a tail low feather, a slacketh tuft, and a black ring flower, Heiyu stated, preparing to craft an energy block designed to enhance the physical attributes of normal-type Pokemon. The examiners nodded and instructed a staff member to retrieve the materials from the guild's storage. Before long, all the required materials were neatly arranged on the table. Heiyu took a deep breath and began placing various materials into the machine for processing, one by one. He prioritized the materials requiring special handling, meticulously managing the sequence, the quantities, and the timing. His movements were fluid and precise, without a hint of hesitation. The examiners couldn't help but nod in approval, their eyes gleaming with admiration, as if they were witnessing the work of a rare treasure. Removing impurities, mashing into a paste, grinding finely, separating and blending, followed by adding spices, simulating the shape, drying, and solidifying each step was executed seamlessly and flawlessly. Once the energy block was nearly complete, Heiyu added a final ingredient to enhance its fragrance. In less than 10 minutes, a perfectly crafted energy block rolled out from the machine's output. The examiners were astonished, abandoning formalities as they rushed to Heiyu's side to closely inspect the finished product. A bright luster, smooth exterior, and an enticing aroma. This is truly top tier, the middle-aged examiner praised. Master Feijing, however, was more direct. He took out a tool, scraped off a small piece of the energy block, and carefully tasted it. A genius, he murmured. Seeing their fellow examiners' reactions, the other two couldn't hold back their compliments either. Though your theoretical knowledge could use some improvement, considering your age, your skill in crafting energy blocks is unparalleled. Young man, we've unanimously decided to pass you for the primary breeder's certification. From today onward, you are officially a primary breeder of the Kanaz Breeders Guild, a 17-year-old primary breeder. This honor was awarded to only a handful each year, selected from thousands of cities. Most primary breeders earn their titles due to their backgrounds rather than their abilities. A candidate like Heiyu, who passed purely on skill, was an extraordinary rarity. Hey, young man, from today, you're one of us breeders. Here's proof of your qualification. Master Feijing pulled a sun emblem from his pocket. Its radiance was understated, and in comparison, the emblem on Master Feijing's chest appeared even dimmer. Engraved at the bottom were the words, Primary Breeder. With this emblem, you'll enjoy a range of privileges and benefits exclusive to breeders. It's even more practical than having direct ties to the Alliance. Young man, drop by the Breeders Guild more often when you're free. Spend some time exchanging ideas with us old folks. After expressing his gratitude to each of the examiners, Heiyu left the room under their approving gazes. As he stepped out, the first thing he saw was the arrogant young man from earlier. The young man's face was still clouded with frustration, evidently still bitter about his failed assessment. The moment he saw Heiyu step out, he was about to sneer, but his eyes suddenly caught sight of the emblem hanging on Heiyu's chest. His gaze froze, and he seemed unable to speak, as if his throat had been constricted. How is this possible? The exclamation echoed through the small room, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd turned their eyes to Heiyu, noticing the breeder's emblem on his chest. No way, am I seeing this right? A 17-year-old primary breeder? Please honor me with your presence at my humble abode. I have a granddaughter, just 18 years old, and remarkably beautiful. Old Master Fushan appeared composed in the room, though he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. His words broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention as they crowded around Heiyu, bombarding him with curious questions. No way, it's actually a breeder's medal, a young man exclaimed in disbelief. Oh my God, what have I been doing all these 20-something years of my life? Beside him, Miss Joy, who had been brimming with joy, was now overtaken by shock. Her gentle, captivating eyes widened in astonishment, and her rosy cheeks flushed with disbelief. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly as her heart thumped wildly before she snapped back to her senses. Aeon a century genius. The phrase flashed through Miss Joy's mind. If Heiyu had been unworthy of her attention before, he now commanded her utmost respect. All she wanted was to open her Pokémon encyclopedia and relay this news back to her family. However, all communication devices had been confiscated for safekeeping during the evaluation. Even so, Miss Joy gracefully stood up and walked toward Heiyu. Meanwhile, the once proud young man, who had relied on his grandfather's status as an intermediate breeder, now sat slumped in his chair, his face etched with disbelief. As he forced a strained smile, Miss Joy, like the others, showered Heiyu with praise, completely ignoring him. At that moment, he felt as though everyone around him was mocking him. The words once used to commend Heiyu now sounded like ridicule and humiliation directed at him. Before the evaluation, he had boasted confidently about his inevitable success in becoming a breeder. Yet, contrary to his expectations, not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he also witnessed the rise of another prodigy. His mind went blank, unable to process what had happened. It wasn't until much later, when most people had left the room, that a staff member called him back to reality. Startled, his face flushed crimson. Ignoring the gazes of others, he quickly got up and dashed out of the Breeders' Guild in a state of utter embarrassment. 17-year-old junior breeder. A prodigious youth rises again. This headline quickly dominated the news in Kanaz City. The name Heiyu became renowned across the city and within the breeder community, as such prodigies only appeared a handful of times each year. At that moment, President Feijing of the Breeders' Guild sat at his desk, intently reading the latest issue of the League's headline newspaper, a smile never leaving his face. Just then, a staff member burst in hurriedly, shattering the calm. President, there's a call from the breeder headquarters, the staff member announced, panting heavily. President Feijing immediately set down the newspaper, straightened his attire, adjusted his expression, and picked up the phone. Hello? Yes. We will absolutely live up to the League's support and the headquarters' expectations, he replied respectfully. After hanging up, his wrinkled face couldn't hide his joy. His hands trembled slightly with excitement, and his eyes sparkled. The call from the breeder headquarters had just confirmed that the resource allocation for the Kanaz City Breeders Guild would be increased by 50% for the second half of the year. The Kanaz City Breeders Guild was finally thriving. Heiyu slept soundly in the Pokémon Center, but the next morning, he found his doorway surrounded by a pile of notes, leaving him both amused and exasperated. These notes were filled with contact information, particularly from Rustboro Gym, which surprised him. After clearing away the notes, Heiyu headed downstairs with his Pokémon to have breakfast in the dining area. Have you heard? That genius Pokémon breeder, Heiyu, is staying at the Pokémon Center. A few people nearby whispered among themselves. Really? I heard he's only 17. I wish I could get to know him. Heiyu quietly sat in a corner, relieved that no one recognized him. The last thing he wanted was to be surrounded by a crowd like yesterday at the Breeders' Guild. Hello, Trainer Heiyu. Do you mind if I join you? Nurse Joy, dressed in her uniform, asked with a warm smile. Heiyu glanced around, and, seeing that no one was paying attention, nodded. Is there something you need, Miss Joy? Heiyu asked, already suspecting her intentions. Sure enough, Nurse Joy spoke gently. No need to be so formal. We just met yesterday, remember? You can call me Joy-chan. Heiyu suddenly remembered and smiled. Ah, my apologies. I completely forgot. Congratulations on becoming a breeder, Miss Joy. Joy-chan chuckled softly and gave him a playful look. Oh, stop it. I'm already 25, nowhere near as talented as you. Heiyu was taken aback. Nurse Joy's youthful appearance didn't hint at her being 25. Was it genetics? He couldn't help but wonder why they seemed to age so slowly. Heiyu, have you ever considered joining the Joy family? As their conversation grew more comfortable, Joy-chan finally asked, unable to contain herself. Heiyu froze mid-motion, his heart skipping a beat. Joy-chan's expression was so disarming that it could soften even the most resolute man. Do you mean marrying into the family? He asked cautiously. Exactly. Word of your talent reached our family yesterday, and they sent me to recruit you. I didn't want to keep this from you. So in being upfront, Joy-chan said sincerely, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at him. Heiyu took a deep breath, trying to steady his thoughts. Internally, he mused. A strategy of retreating to advance? Interesting. Joy-chan's approach was clearly an attempt to align their interests, a tactic to build rapport. He doubted she would ever betray her family. Still, he decided to play along. Furrowing his brows slightly, he put on a hesitant expression. He'll need some time to think about it. After all, I'm only 17. Marriage feels a bit premature, and I still want to continue my journey. A flicker of doubt crossed Joy-chan's face, but she patiently explained, Heiyu, with your natural talent as a Pokémon breeder, you could easily become a top-tier breeder in the future. But that kind of success requires access to resources and knowledge. Hearing this, Heiyu's heart stirred. He understood that Joy-chan was right, becoming an exceptional breeder required abundant resources and knowledge. However, he did not immediately respond, and instead continued listening quietly. Joy-chan went on. As long as you agree to marry into the Joy family, we will fully support and nurture you, helping you reach the pinnacle of the breeder world. Her voice grew softer, and a faint blush appeared on her face, revealing her embarrassment to continue. Looking at Joy-chan's shy expression, Heiyu couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. The usually distant and unapproachable Miss Joy was now showing such vulnerability and even making such a bold proposal. It gave him an unusual sense of satisfaction. But reason quickly drowned out this emotion. Taking a deep breath, he calmly said, I'm sorry, Miss Joy. Although I'm a breeder, my goal is to become a trainer. I plan to continue traveling and challenging gym leaders in the future. With these words, he firmly declined her offer, leaving Joy-chan's cheeks tinged with an awkward blush. To avoid further entanglement, Heiyu quickly finished his breakfast and returned to his room, leaving Joy-chan in the dining area, momentarily flustered. Over the next few days, Joy-chan frequently visited, but this time, she was much more tactful. She refrained from mentioning marriage and instead engaged Heiyu in discussions about breeding techniques as a friend. Although Heiyu recognized this as a strategy, he couldn't help but feel a growing fondness for her. After all, Miss Joy's charm was undeniably captivating. Faced with such an alluring woman actively approaching him, it would be difficult for anyone to remain indifferent. Even so, Heiyu reminded himself, this is just a ploy. I can't fall for it. As a result, while their interactions seemed amicable, Heiyu maintained a cautious distance. Sure enough, on the fourth day, Joy-chan seemed unable to hold back any longer. She bluntly asked, Heiyu, are you really unwilling to marry into the Joy family? Her expression was complicated. After spending several days together, she had come to realize that Heiyu was indeed a talented and imaginative individual who could even make her laugh. She was willing to make compromises, even to the extent of stepping down from her family's high standards, if it meant having someone like him join the Joy lineage. Unfortunately, Heiyu showed no interest in such arrangements, leaving her with a sense of regret. If you're unwilling to marry in, I won't force you. But how about an investment? The Joy family can choose to invest in you. Joy-chan said earnestly. She continued, Heiyu, I believe you've received backing from the Pedleberg gym, haven't you? In that case, accepting an investment from our Joy family should also be feasible. Her captivating face was serious, making it clear she wasn't joking. Heiyu was momentarily surprised. The Joy family had clearly investigated him. While this caught him off guard, it was not entirely unexpected. After much persuasion and effort, Joy Chun finally secured Heiyu's agreement, which brought her both relief and exhaustion. As she stepped out of Heiyu's room, she let out a deep sigh of relief. It's over at last. I've successfully completed the task my family assigned me, she murmured to herself. Yet, despite the mission's completion, Joy Chun couldn't shake a sense of disappointment. What a pity, she sighed softly, gently touching her cheek. Her eyes reflected a mix of confusion and sadness. Could it be that my charm is fading? Or does Heiyu think I'm too old at 25? Heiyu sat quietly on the chair, his gaze fixed on an investment contract and a medal in front of him. The contract, signed with Miss Joy, was highly favorable, a testament to the generosity of the Joy family. The medal, on the other hand, was the family emblem of the Joys. Presenting it to any Miss Joy in the future would grant him certain privileges. Marrying into the family. Heiyu pondered. The offer was indeed tempting, but he had no desire to spend his life under someone else's control. His sharp eyes suddenly opened wide as he muttered to himself. Marrying into the Joy family seemed to promise their full support and alluring prospect, but it came at the cost of accepting their restraints and losing his freedom. His future would be mapped out as a breeder, bound by the Joy family's influence, with little autonomy. This was something ordinary people couldn't comprehend. The whole affair was far too covert. After all, why would the Joy family invest so heavily in an outsider without ensuring their loyalty? Yet, they also needed to recruit talented individuals from outside the family to maintain their power. Relying solely on themselves would be insufficient. But should he really use Chansey to annoy his enemies? Through his research into the Joy family's origins at the Rustboro gym, Heiyu discovered that an outsider once married into the family and was nurtured to become a champion. However, after reaching a certain level of success, that champion chose to sever ties with the Joy family, refusing to remain under their control. This led to a major fallout, with the champion causing a huge scandal and officially cutting ties, leaving the Joy family with a significant negative impact. Since then, the Joy family had implemented stricter measures to ensure that anyone who married into or apprenticed with them became completely dependent on the family, both physically and emotionally, until they fully submitted. Heiyu had no intention of planting such a ticking time bomb in his future. Thus, the option of marrying into the family was never on the table for him, and he rejected it without hesitation. In the following days, as Heiyu's address was leaked, numerous family factions came knocking on his door with invitations. Some simply wanted to hire him as an exclusive breeder for their stores to produce poke blocks. Others, like the Joy family, sought to have him marry into their family. There were even those who proposed turning him into a celebrity, packaging him as a prodigy breeder to make a fortune off his talents. Frustrated by the incessant harassment, Heiyu eventually decided to leave the Pokémon Center and move into a hotel. Good day, sir. Your package has arrived. As Heiyu slowly opened the hotel door, he carefully took the package from the delivery person and quickly shut the door behind him. Letting out a sigh of relief, he directed his attention to the package in his hands. Finally, it's here, the official breeding house voucher. He eagerly tore open the package and pulled out a single coupon. Scanning it with his Pokédex, the redemption code was instantly transferred to his device. This voucher, one of the Joy family's investments, allowed him to redeem a Pokémon at any official breeding house in any region or city. Excluding pseudo-legendaries and starter Pokémon, he could choose any other Pokémon he desired. As a few of Heiyu's Pokémon reached level 30, the growth rate of Fiero noticeably slowed down. It was ultimately limited by its potential. All of Heiyu's Pokémon were captured in the wild. Among them, Crawdon had decent natural aptitude, and Sharpedo was exceptional due to its rare ability. However, Fiero's sole purpose was for flying and reconnaissance. Once it hit level 30, even with the daily investment of large amounts of energy cubes and rare resources, leveling up remained sluggish. Heiyu thought to himself that it was time to retire Fiero and let it enjoy a peaceful life. He had already planned its destination, the indoor simulated thermostatic room at the Orange Hua Gym. After consulting with Fiero and receiving its approval, the decision was made. My next Pokémon will be Murkrow. Heiyu resolved firmly and immediately stepped out of the Pokémon Center. The official breeding facility was located in the westernmost part of the city, the most bustling area in town. Heiyu walked slowly into the luxuriously decorated facility and was greeted by two receptionists as soon as he entered. Welcome. The two receptionists, dressed in uniforms that perfectly showcased their figures, greeted him with professional smiles. Heiyu nodded slightly and walked further inside, noticing that there were only a few customers around. He mused to himself that, indeed, not many trainers could afford to buy Pokémon from the official breeding facility. Most trainers either caught their starter Pokémon in the wild or bought them from the black market. The first floor showroom was lavishly adorned, with pure white marble flooring and display cases filled with a dazzling array of Pokémon eggs. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" A sales associate approached him gently and asked. Heiyu scanned the area and replied in a low voice, "I'm here to purchase a Pokémon with a dark type." The associate continued softly, "Understood, sir. Do you have any other preferences for the Pokémon? And what is your budget?" Heiyu responded, "The higher the Pokémon's potential, the better. As for the budget, there's no upper limit." The associate was momentarily stunned, giving Heiyu a once-over before realizing he seemed to be quite serious. "Please follow me, sir," she said, her tone becoming even more polite and her demeanor more eager. Heiyu nodded and followed her down a corridor, passing several rooms along the way until they stopped at one marked with a dark-type emblem. "Sir, please be cautious. Dark-type Pokémon are generally more aggressive, and some of the more temperamental ones may exhibit hostile behavior." The associate kindly warned him before gently opening the door. As they stepped inside, Heiyu was struck by the unique atmosphere of the room. The walls were predominantly dark brown, reflecting the nature of dark types, and were adorned with simple mechanical decorations that emitted the faint scent of dark-type energy cubes. Heiyu frowned slightly at the peculiar smell lingering in the air. Curious, he wondered where the Pokémon were, as none were in sight. The associate retrieved a special whistle from a nearby cabinet and blew it softly. The sharp, piercing sound echoed through the room, and soon, small heads and bodies began to emerge from corners, behind decorations, and even near training equipment. Mytayana, Houndour, and Nuzleophone by one. A variety of unique dark-type Pokémon appeared, instantly lighting up Heiyu's eyes. However, there was no Absol or Zoroark among them. Heiyu's expression dimmed slightly as he murmured, "What a pity." Observing his reaction, the associate silently speculated could he be the heir of some wealthy family? Yet, judging by his attire, he didn't quite fit the image. "Sir, the two Pokémon you mentioned are indeed extremely rare, especially Zoroark, which isn't a native species of this region. If you're interested, we can assist you by contacting breeding facilities in other regions and attempt to arrange a transfer," the sales assistant said gently. From her words, it was evident that breeding facilities across different regions were interconnected. "In the meantime, may I take a look at the list of Murkrow available here?" After a brief moment of thought, Kuroha decided to stick with his original plan and choose a Murkrow. He accepted the catalog handed over by the sales assistant and turned to the page dedicated to Murkrow. He couldn't help but wonder, only about 20 of them in total? "Sir, Murkrow is already considered an unpopular Pokémon, and since its evolution requires a dusk stone, there are fewer buyers interested," the sales assistant patiently explained before stepping back to give Kuroha space to make his choice. However, she omitted a more crucial reason. As a dark-type Pokémon, Murkrow was often associated with superstition. It was believed that encountering one at night could bring bad luck, leading many to avoid it. As a knowledgeable breeder, Kuroha had researched the lore surrounding Murkrow before coming to the breeding facility, so he was well aware of these beliefs. Ultimately, he chose Murkrow number 19. After carefully observing all the Murkrow, he selected the one he liked the most. This Murkrow had the hidden ability, Prankster, an excellent support trait that allowed status moves to be used with increased priority. Even after evolving into Honchkrow, its ability would change to Moxie, which boosts its attack power after defeating an opponent. What impressed Kuroha the most, however, was this Murkrow's incredible inherited moves: Brave Bird, Roost, Sucker Punch, and Drill Peck. Kuroha was amazed by this luxurious move set, making it the most outstanding Pokémon he'd ever encountered in terms of potential. Having made his decision, Kuroha followed the sales assistant to another room and successfully acquired the Murkrow. Gazing at the bird in front of him, his eyes softened with affection as he slowly extended his hand to pet it. The sales assistant quickly interjected, "Sir, be careful." She intended to warn him about Murkrow's typically aggressive nature, but to her astonishment, this Murkrow remained completely calm, allowing Kuroha to stroke its feathers. This behavior surprised her greatly, as Dark-type Pokémon were known for their fierceness, especially cunning bird Pokémon like Murkrow. The other Murkrow had eyes filled with slyness and mischief, but this one exuded a resolute determination. From its gaze, Kuroha could sense an ambition to grow stronger. He gently picked it up and gave it a quick examination, finding no visible injuries. The Murkrow seemed unusually docile, showing no resistance, perhaps due to the League's careful breeding methods or simply its unique temperament. "Murkrow, would you like to come with me?" Kuroha asked softly. The Murkrow looked at him with curious eyes, a mix of reluctance to leave its familiar surroundings and a yearning for the outside world. It let out a raspy caw, a harsh and unpleasant sound. After presenting the League's exchange voucher, Kuroha successfully took the Murkrow with him. "Thank you, sir. We look forward to your next visit." With the sales assistant reluctantly seeing him off, Heiyu left the breeding house. Instead of heading straight back to the Pokémon Center, he decided to visit the Breeders' Guild first. Upon entering the guild once again, the scene was starkly different from the lively atmosphere a few days ago. Though the sound of voices still filled the air, there was a noticeable sense of quietness. Heiyu presented his basic league identification and slowly walked into the spacious hall. Since he was only there to purchase materials, there was no need to draw attention to himself. The hall was vast, and it took him over half an hour to browse through all the stalls. He ended up purchasing a large quantity of materials related to dark-type Pokémon, such as dark berries, ebony wood, and black apricorns. These items were essential for his team and were consumed quickly, necessitating frequent restocking. His Murkrow was still in its juvenile stage, and Heiyu planned to concoct a potion suitable for newborn Pokémon. At one stall, Heiyu spent a significant sum on a bottle of Moo Moo milk. This wasn't the ordinary milk sold in the market. It was a premium product from the Goldenrod City Gym in the Johto region. The gym was rumored to monopolize over 80 of the Miltank milk production. The stall owner enthusiastically recommended the milk, claiming it came from a Miltank over level 60 and was worth every penny. In the end, Heiyu purchased the bottle for 10,000 league coins. The owner's praise proved accurate, as the milk was rich in exceptional nutrients. After his purchases, Heiyu's wallet felt noticeably lighter. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to head back to the Pokemon Center. His first task was to register his Murkrow officially, as it would be part of his visible training team. At this point, he had registered 4 Pokemon: Crawdaunt, Sharpedo, Eevee, and Murkrow. As for Fiero and Shroomish, since they hadn't been publicly revealed, there was no need to register them. Heiyu, your Pokemon registration is complete. Nurse Joy Chun handed over the Pokeballs with a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, filling the air with warmth and comfort. Her kind demeanor drew envious glances from the surrounding male trainers, who seemed ready to glare daggers at Heiyu. However, he appeared oblivious to the attention, nodding politely in thanks before turning to leave. Just then, Nurse Joy Chun called out, "Heiyu, please wait a moment." Heiyu stopped and looked back at her curiously. Smiling, she explained, "The materials you asked me to collect have been found and delivered to your room." A flicker of surprise and delight crossed Heiyu's face at the news. Previously, he had asked Nurse Joy Chun to help him source Dragon-type materials to create energy cubes that could assist his Crawdaunt in training Dragon Dance. Due to the rarity of Dragon-type materials, he had struggled to find a reliable source and had turned to the Joy family for help. "Thank you. By the way, how much did these materials cost? I can pay extra for them," Heiyu offered, always careful not to owe favors. With a cheerful wave of her hand, Nurse Joy Chun laughed brightly. "No need for that. You're practically one of the Joy family's investments. Now let's just say you're half family." Back in his room, Heiyu indeed saw a box placed on the bed. Opening it, he found it filled with various bottles and jars. He picked one up, noticing the vibrant red liquid inside. Unscrewing the cap and taking a careful sniff, he confirmed, "Ah, this is red-faced dragon's blood." Using his keen sense of smell and cross-referencing the colors with the data he had researched earlier, Heiyu double-checked the inventory list at the bottom of the box. As expected, he was right. The box also contained batwing fur, yaya scales, and a large collection of rare dragon-type materials. Heiyu couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Joy family. With these dragon-type materials, the training schedule for Dragon Dance with Iron-Clawed Crawfish could finally be set in motion. However, for now, the priority was to prepare a potion suitable for the newly hatched Murkrow. He opened his Pokemon encyclopedia, entered the password, and accessed the online library of the Pedleberg Gym. There, he found a recipe for a potion that could enhance the talents and nurture the body of young Pokemon. The preparation wasn't too difficult. Any novice breeder could handle it with ease. He began by scraping a small piece of ebony resin, then crushing blackberries into juice. Heiyu got straight to work. After clearing the desk, he meticulously started concocting the potion. He carefully handled each reagent bottle, ensuring precise control over every drop of liquid. Once all the ingredients were mixed, he placed the concoction into a specialized machine to rest for half an hour. The final product was a small bottle of pitch-black liquid, bubbling ominously, resembling a vial of poison. Despite its unsettling appearance, Heiyu reviewed the analysis chart displayed on the machine and confirmed everything was correct. He prepared to give it to Murkrow. Releasing Murkrow from its Pokeball, there was a flash of white light, and a dark silhouette appeared in the room, flapping its black wings. A sharp, piercing caw echoed through the air. Heiyu extended his arm, signaling for Murkrow to perch. After a brief hesitation, Murkrow fluttered its wings and landed. Heiyu gently stroked its head, a soft look in his eyes, and instructed, "Murkrow, drink this. It'll help with your growth." He brought the potion bottle to Murkrow's beak. After sniffing the liquid, Murkrow drank it without hesitation. A satisfied smile appeared on Heiyu's face. Murkrow's unconditional trust warmed his heart. After consuming the potion, Murkrow felt a surge of unique energy spread throughout its body, warming it before it eventually fell into a deep sleep. Chuckling softly, Heiyu took out a luxury ball and returned Murkrow to it. By this time, the sun had set. Wasting no time, Heiyu retrieved the dragon-type materials he had asked the Joy family to acquire and began crafting energy cubes to aid in dragon dance training. He also pulled up a video from the Pedleberg Gym's library, showing Pokémon practicing dragon dance. While iron-clawed crawfish attentively watched the video, Heiyu carefully focused on creating the energy cubes. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, at the training grounds of the Pokémon Center, Heiyu addressed Murkrow soaring in the sky. Murkrow, show me the skills you've mastered so far. Caw. Murkrow let out a raspy yet powerful cry, brimming with vigor. As it flew through the air, it seemed to possess boundless energy, with its sharp beak radiating flying-type energy. The raven's beak gradually sharpened before it suddenly dove downward, targeting the wooden dummy. Heck, not bad, not bad. Are there more skills from the Dark Raven? A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Heiyu's eyes. Although the Dark Raven's flight maneuvers were slightly flawed, they could be corrected with practice. Its energy control was exceptional, and its physical strength ranked among the best of its kind. Truly, it was a remarkable spirit with 4 inherited skills. The Dark Raven continued to circle around the wooden dummy, making no further moves. Just as Heiyu began to feel puzzled, a deafening screech erupted from the bird caw. The dummy shattered into pieces instantly. Heiyu reacted swiftly, exclaiming in surprise, "That's the intimidation skill. You're really good at this move." The Dark Raven circled once before returning to Heiyu's shoulder, shyly covering its eyes with its wings. Back in the breeding house, it often used this skill to prank its companions, thanks to its mischievous nature. This embarrassing history was something the Raven didn't want its trainer to know. Heiyu paid no mind to the bird's embarrassment. After a brief inquiry, he learned that the Dark Raven no longer had any additional skills. Caw. The Raven let out a dejected sound. It's okay, Dark Raven. As your level increases in the future, you'll gradually master your inherited skills, Heiyu reassured it. He then instructed the Dark Raven to continue flight training under the guidance of Fiero. Fiero, soaring gracefully above the roaring sea winds, demonstrated flawless form and technique. Heiyu felt confident in its ability to teach. With the Dark Raven taken care of, Heiyu turned his attention to the training of another spirit Crawdaunt. He finally understood why the official guidelines limited ordinary trainers to registering only 6 spirits. Managing more than that would be overwhelming, as even his current 4 were already testing his limits. Overseeing their development, diet, and training was no easy task. Crawdaunt had already consumed Heiyu's specially crafted energy cubes, which should have activated the dragon-type factor within it. Crawdaunt, remember, you must stay focused. Heiyu didn't have any groundbreaking methods to offer and could only emphasize the importance of concentration. Fortunately, Crawdaunt had watched training videos of other spirits the day before and had a rough idea of what to do. Following Heiyu's instructions, it stood in the center of the training field, channeling its dragon-type energy and focusing its mind. As time passed, a purplish-red aura began to emanate from Crawdaunt's body. It started to move instinctively, its motions growing increasingly dynamic until it burst into a fierce, mystical dance. Within seconds, Crawdaunt's aura surged dramatically. With a final swing of its claws, it opened its eyes wide and let out a powerful roar. Craw. Dragon Dance was successfully executed. Through the combination of spirit training videos and the energy cubes, Crawdaunt had barely managed to master this inherited move. The difficulty was evident, as inherited moves were typically easier to learn, yet Crawdaunt had trained tirelessly to succeed. Truly befitting of a dragon-type, the elegance of its moves was unparalleled. Watching his spirits gradually find their rhythm, Heiyu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Thinking of the Dark Raven's inherited move, Brave Bird, Heiyu could already foresee the challenges ahead. As the ultimate flying-type move, its training would undoubtedly be as demanding as mastering Dragon Dance. It seemed preparation would be needed in advance. Heiyu glanced at the Dark Raven, still diligently training, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, his eyes filled with determination. Move tutors are items used by Pokémon trainers to teach specific moves to their Pokémon, commonly referred to as TM's technical machines. Typically, these TMs are single-use items that become unusable after being used once, making each one particularly valuable. Xiaochunjia, I've made my choice. These are the ones I want, Heiyu said, handing the marked exchange manual to Joy-chan. Seeing how casually Heiyu was spending such valuable resources, Joy-chan couldn't help but advise. Heiyu, there's really no need to use up all 5 TMs so quickly. You might raise other Pokémon in the future. Her advice was gentle, but Heiyu could sense the underlying message she was implying. He didn't understand the true value of TMs. Indeed, as Joy-chan pointed out, each TM was worth a fortune, especially the ones Heiyu had selected. Some of them were so rare that even tens of thousands in the market wouldn't guarantee their availability. Don't worry, Xiaochunjia. I just hope you can secure them without any stock issues, Heiyu replied confidently, standing by his decision while still addressing her warmly as Xiaochunjia. After all, Joy-chan was his only connection to the Joy family, and maintaining a good relationship was crucial. You little smooth talker. Now you know how to call me Jia? Joy-Chun shot him a glance, still holding a grudge over his rejection of her confession a few days ago, her expression tinged with a mix of pride and playfulness. Let me see what I can do for you. But I can't guarantee we'll have protect. You know how popular that move is. Even within the Joy family, demand far exceeds supply. She flipped through the exchange manual, and when she saw that Heiyu had marked 3 protect TMs, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. Since when had this little guy become so greedy? Hehe. Thank you, Xiaochunjia. If protect isn't available, you can replace it with substitute, Heiyu said with a playful grin. In the end, after some lighthearted banter, the two parted ways and left the hall. Back in his room, Heiyu flopped onto the bed and stared at the ceiling, sighing. The Joy family is really loaded. They're even willing to provide TMs like Protect, Hyper Beam, and Giga Impact to outsiders. The exchange manual he had just reviewed with Joy-Chun contained nearly every TM currently available on the market. Aside from a few weather-related moves like Rain Dance, Sandstorm, and Sunny Day, as well as field moves like Grassy Terrain, it even included rare moves like Outrage. However, Heiyu wasn't greedy, only requested 3 Protect TMs, 1 Tailwind, and 1 Substitute. Since Crawdaunt could learn Protect on its own, he saved 1 slot and opted for Substitute instead. As for Joy-Chun's suggestion to save the TM selection opportunities for later, Heiyu dismissed it with a scoff. In his view, only what's in hand truly belongs to you. Rather than leaving those excellent options as mere words in a manual, it was better to convert them into tangible battle power. The move Protect needs no further explanation. It's a versatile skill that any Pokémon can learn, serving as a defensive technique capable of countering all moves of the same level. Keeping Protect was undoubtedly expensive. This skill disc often sold for over 800,000 on the black market and occasionally even soared to 1 million. However, the key problem was that it was priceless yet unavailable. Even if you were willing to spend a fortune, no one was selling it, and it was nearly impossible to find. The Tailwind skill disc was a perfect match for Murkrow. Its transformation-type moves, combined with the prankster ability, effectively compensated for my team's overall lack of speed. Among my Pokémon, Murkrow had the best potential, even surpassing the EV born in Pedleberg Gym. Aside from owning a Protect skill disc, Murkrow was also given the last Tailwind skill disc by Heiyu, a small display of favoritism, perhaps. Heiyu's thoughts began to drift as he crossed his arms behind his head, his eyes gradually closing until he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before he could fully wake up, a series of urgent knocks on the door startled him. So early in the morning, how annoying. Just as Heiyu was about to open the door to see who dared to disturb his dreams, the sight of the person standing there gave him a shock. Sister Chun, what are you doing here? Heiyu hastily buttoned up his pajamas, quickly covering his bare chest. Joy-Chun, her cheeks slightly flushed, averted her gaze and replied. The skill discs you ordered have arrived. Your family really values you. They actually sent you 3 Protect discs. Her eyebrows raised slightly in surprise, and as her eyes involuntarily glanced at Heiyu's chest again, her expression betrayed her thoughts. Heiyu, without even changing his shoes, rushed downstairs in his slippers. Joy-Chun followed behind, shaking her head and muttering. What a child, so reckless and impatient. When they reached the first-floor lobby, it was quiet and empty in the early morning, with only a few staff members present and almost no other trainers around. Joy-Chun pointed to a solitary, complex machine in the corner. That's the Pokémon learning machine. There's an instruction manual over there. With your intelligence, you shouldn't have any trouble figuring it out. The Pokémon learning machine allowed the skills recorded on a disc to be directly transferred into a Pokémon's mind, enabling it to instantly learn the skill. This was one of the most advanced technologies in the Pokémon world, reportedly developed by Sylph Company in Kanto. However, the Alliance soon forcibly acquired it, taking the entire research team along, which ironically brought Sylph Company instant fame. Heiyu briefly skimmed through the instruction manual, then followed the steps outlined. He placed the Pokeball containing Murkrow into the machine's slot and inserted the skill disc into the central storage compartment. As he pressed the start button, the machine roared to life with a low hum. Fortunately, it was still early morning, and apart from Heiyu, there were hardly any other trainers in the lobby. Otherwise, seeing someone use 5 skill discs in one go would have left jaws dropping. For most trainers, mastering even one skill thoroughly with a Pokémon was an immense challenge, let alone balancing multiple skills. But Heiyu was different. Murkrow's potential was exceptionally high, and with the Alliance's training manuals, the abundant resources from the Joy family, and the various data available from Pedleberg Gym, mastering these skills was a breeze for Murkrow. After using the final substitute skill disc on Crawdaunt, Heiyu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With the complete breakdown of the 5 skill discs, Heiyu had fully mastered all the skills. He released his Pokémon one by one from their luxury balls. The moment Eevee appeared, it stood out from the rest, immediately leaping into Heiyu's arms. Its innocent, teary eyes looked up at him with a hint of grievance, tugging at his heartstrings. All right, Eevee, don't be upset. I promise I won't lock you in the ball next time. It was all for the sake of learning new skills. Heiyu said softly, gently wiping away the tears from Evie's eyes, leaving 2 damp streaks on its fur. Just then, Murkrow burst out of its luxury ball, its black wings spreading wide as it soared above Heiyu's head, showing off the flying techniques it had learned from Firo. Having just left the daycare, Murkrow had successfully transitioned out of its juvenile stage. While some of the more advanced aerial maneuvers still proved challenging, its progress was undeniable. Flying seemed to come naturally to bird-like Pokémon, and Murkrow was no exception. Like Eevee, it disliked being confined to its Pokeball and preferred the freedom of the open skies. Murkrow gradually descended, and Heiyu extended his arm to serve as its landing perch. So, how did you all do with your training? Heiyu asked, cradling Eevee in one arm while running his fingers through Murkrow's feathers with the other. Murkrow, ever the impatient one, immediately responded enthusiastically. Having just left the Pokemon League's daycare, it was brimming with excitement and curiosity about everything. Eevee, who had wanted to reply first, felt a pang of disappointment as Murkrow stole the spotlight. Previously, Eevee had always been Heiyu's favorite as the youngest member of the team, showered with affection from both its trainer and its big brothers, like Crawdaunt. But ever since Murkrow's arrival, Eevee couldn't help but feel that its share of love had diminished. Watching Heiyu stroke Murkrow's feathers only deepened its sense of jealousy. Eevee. The little Pokemon whimpered, tugging at Heiyu's clothes with its tiny paws as tears welled up in its eyes. Heiyu noticed the subtle tension between the 2 Pokemon. Though it gave him a slight headache, he understood that managing harmony within his team was an essential part of being a trainer. In contrast, Crawdaunt and Sharpedo were far more composed. Having spent over a year with Heiyu, especially during their time adrift at sea, they had developed a strong bond with him. Even Sharpedo, who had once been a bit lazy about training, had become more diligent after evolving, seemingly influenced by Crawdaunt's example. All right, little Eevee. I'll make you some delicious cheese sticks later, okay? Heiyu said, trying his best to console the sulking Eevee. Once it had calmed down, he began reviewing the moves of his Pokemon. Crawdaunt, use substitute. Crawdaunt narrowed its fierce eyes slightly, and a milky white energy began to swirl around its body. Within seconds, a duplicate of Crawdaunt appeared beside it. Though the substitute's expression was stiff and hollow, it was convincing enough to deceive opponents during battle. Murkrow immediately targeted the substitute with Peck. Flapping its wings, it dived from the sky with incredible speed, its sharp beak glinting as it became razor-like in precision. A streak of black shadow flashed by, resembling a nearly convincing substitute. In an instant, it was pierced, bursting apart with a loud bang. Not bad at all. Kuroba, who had just learned the substitute skill, managed to execute it in mere seconds. Next, he needed to focus on improving the skill's realism, striving to make it indistinguishable from his real form. Kuroba's eyes lit up. As for Crawdaunt, he felt quite assured. A few simple instructions would be enough for it to begin self-training. By accessing a tutorial video on substitute skills from the Pedleberg Gym's online library, Crawdaunt could quickly enhance its proficiency. Eevee, however, seemed determined to regain Kuroba's attention. It let out a defiant cry. Eevee. Pouting slightly, it leapt gracefully out of Kuroba's arms, landing silently on the ground. Its expression turned serious as it concentrated hard, trying to gather energy. Within seconds, a green protective barrier shimmered into existence, enveloping its small body. Unfortunately, the barrier lasted only 2 seconds before shattering, the energy dissipating into the air. Protect. Kuroba immediately recognized the skill. It was a staple in high-level battle videos, often used by trainers for crucial blocks. Almost every skilled trainer considered it an essential move. However, for ordinary trainers, mastering Protect independently was exceedingly rare. Eevee, clearly eager to impress Kuroba, tensed its body and attempted to summon the barrier again. But no matter how hard it tried, the green energy in front of it failed to solidify into a proper shield. That's enough, Eevee. Protect can only be used once in a short period, and you've done really well. Kuroba said gently, crouching down with a smile. He softly patted Eevee's head. As the sun rose higher in the sky, time seemed to drift by. Trainers at the Pokemon Center began to wake up one by one. Watching the training grounds fill with people and Pokemon, Kuroba decided to head back to his room. As he walked through the lobby, Nurse Joy-Chun suddenly called out to him. Kuroba, wait a moment. Someone's here to see you. Her expression was a bit peculiar, her gaze carrying a subtle hint of scrutiny. Following her line of sight, Kuroba saw a lively young woman dressed in a black dress standing at the front desk. She held 2 books in her hands, and her every movement exuded a unique scholarly charm that made people instinctively want to approach her. Surrounding her was a group of enthusiastic trainers, clearly captivated by her presence. Teacher Duan. Kuroba froze in surprise, his steps coming to an abrupt halt. He hadn't expected to encounter Duan here. What he failed to notice was the subtle change in Nurse Joy-Chun's expression. Seeing his astonishment and the familiar way he addressed Duan, her face darkened slightly, tinged with a faint trace of jealousy. Everyone else referred to her as Gym Leader Duan, yet Kuroba had called her teacher. Clearly, there was some history between them. Nurse Joy Chun's thoughts drifted back to when Duan first approached her. She remembered the way Duan's eyes sparkled with admiration whenever she mentioned Kuroba. For a fleeting moment, the usually composed and confident Joy Chun hailed as the most beautiful goddess of Rustboro City and a prestigious member of the Joy family felt a pang of envy. She couldn't help but wonder, did Kuroba think she was too old? After all, Duan was only 4 years younger than her. The difference between 21 and 25 wasn't that significant. Yet, Joy Chun was unaware that these emotions had already gone far beyond the concern of an ordinary friendship. Duan forced a slight smile as she faced the enthusiastic residents. As the gym leader, she had to handle their attention. Gym leaders were always highly regarded in the city, but as someone newly appointed, Duan hadn't fully adjusted to this kind of enthusiasm. Her voice caught the attention of nearby trainers, who turned to see her jogging toward a young man. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "I remember that genius from the Breeders' Association. His name is Heiyu." The mention caused an immediate stir, and people began eyeing Heiyu with curiosity. Some astutely speculated that perhaps gym leader Duan was trying to recruit this prodigy. Lately, there had been endless chatter about Heiyu, with rumors even suggesting he might marry into the Junsha or Joy families. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Duan and Heiyu had already left the main hall, heading to a quiet backyard. Joy Chun led them there, assuring them they wouldn't be disturbed, before excusing herself. As she left, she shot a glance at Heiyu, her expression tinged with slight dissatisfaction. Heiyu, however, looked up at the sky, pretending not to notice. Duan, unable to contain herself, quickly spoke up. "Heiyu, you've become quite famous lately. Even at school, I hear students talking about you. Isn't that right, genius breeder?" She tilted her head slightly, a sweet smile playing at the corners of her lips. Faced with such an adorable gesture, Heiyu felt a wave of nervousness and stammered, "Duan. Teacher, is there something you need from me?" He had intended to address her as gym leader, but seeing her slightly puffed up expression, he hastily changed his wording. Duan gave a graceful bow and said, "Breeder Heiyu, I'd like to invite you to join our Kanaz gym as our exclusive breeder." She went on to explain that an exclusive breeder is someone who dedicates themselves to breeding for a specific individual or organization, often requiring a high salary and agreeing not to take on other clients. After a moment of thought, Heiyu shook his head and declined. "I'm sorry, Teacher Duan. I want to continue traveling in the future to broaden my horizons, so I can't stay in Kanaz City for long. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must respectfully refuse." Haiyu's expression was apologetic, his tone sincere. His response was strikingly similar to how he had turned down Joy Chun's earlier proposal to marry into the family. After all, every trainer's ultimate goal was to compete in the league championship, and traveling was an essential part of that journey. Even the most loving parents wouldn't easily deny their children the opportunity to travel, let alone two friends like Heiyu and Duan. "All right then, would you be interested in becoming a temporary teacher at our trainer school?" Duan quickly added, as if afraid of being rejected again. "It's not a personal invitation, but rather a decision made by our school to hire you. The pay is quite generous, and you'd only need to serve as a temporary breeder instructor." This time, Duan's request was not met with an immediate refusal from Heiyu. Instead, he lowered his head in contemplation. After a brief moment of thought, Heiyu slowly raised his head and asked, "What kind of payment are we talking about?" Duan cautiously suggested, "A formula for a mid-level energy cube." "Deal." Heiyu agreed without hesitation. The rarity of a mid-level energy cube formula was self-evident. Among the dozens of energy cube formulas recorded in Madame Maida's notebook, nearly all were beginner level. Only one formula, capable of gradually enhancing potential, reached the mid-level standard. Previously, when Heiyu inquired about energy cube formulas in stores, the shopkeepers either refused to sell or outright denied having any. A few even lost their temper and threw him out. Even in the black market, he couldn't find any trace of such formulas. Only generic stamina recovery cubes were occasionally available. After all, an energy cube formula was the result of countless breeders' painstaking research and ingenuity. A unique formula was akin to a monopolia golden goose laying endless eggs. Heiyu did not take this opportunity to bargain for more. The trainer school had approached him due to his recent rise in popularity and his title as a genius breeder. Once the buzz died down and public attention shifted, his value would naturally decline. Thus, he agreed without hesitation. "Heiyu, here's my contact information. Just report to the trainer school tomorrow morning." Duan took out her Pokédex and exchanged contact details with Heiyu. As Heiyu glanced at her profile, he couldn't help but notice the dazzling string of titles next to her name, especially the golden designation of Gym Leader, which exuded an impressive aura. After agreeing to the offer, Heiyu and Duwan's relationship noticeably grew closer, and their conversations became more relaxed. Duwan, being a rock-type specialist, possessed a wealth of knowledge that even surpassed Heiyu's expertise as a breeder. Her casual remarks often provided Heiyu with valuable insights. A sturdy ability like the rock type is excellent. I particularly admire the sturdy ability rock type Pokemon are vulnerable to water, but feeding them Mo Crystal Rock and Gray Essence regularly can increase their resistance to water type moves. You're absolutely right. However, Gray Essence is still too expensive. Using its substitute, Gray Honor Liquid, might be a more economical choice, Heiyu replied. The two became engrossed in discussing Pokemon breeding techniques, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Heiyu was astonished by Duwan's achievements, taking over as a gym leader at just 21 and demonstrating such extensive knowledge and formidable strength. Meanwhile, Duwan was equally impressed by Heiyu's deep understanding of breeding. She had initially assumed his reputation as a genius was exaggerated, but now she realized it was well-deserved. Duwan's expression softened with admiration, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly harmonious. However, they failed to notice Nurse Joy Chun at the Pokemon Center's reception desk, observing their growing rapport through the surveillance cameras. A rare hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes as she resisted the urge to keep watching. On the other hand, Heiyu noticed the movement of the cameras, a satisfied glint appearing in his eyes as a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The next morning, at dawn, Kuroha woke up early. After preparing a simple meal for a few of his Pokemon, he began tidying himself up. Standing before the mirror, he carefully combed his messy hair, taking a moment to observe his reflection. At 175 centimeters tall, he was considered relatively tall for a 16-year-old, with room to grow in the future. While his appearance wasn't conventionally handsome, his delicate features and youthful face gave him an endearing charm. When he smiled, he seemed no different from any other trainer, but when his expression turned blank, a sharp, chilling glint in his eyes was enough to unsettle anyone. His face bore none of the fiery zeal or recklessness one might expect at his age. "Let's go, Eevee," Kuroha called out. The little Eevee leapt onto his shoulder as he checked his belongings before leaving the room. At the Pokemon Center's dining area, he had a complimentary breakfast and greeted Nurse Joy with a polite smile, noticing a faint trace of sadness on her face. Pretending not to see it, he left the center without a word. He walked toward the Trainer Academy, greeting enthusiastic passers-by along the way with polite responses. As he arrived at the grand and luxurious school, Kuroha couldn't help but feel a tinge of disorientation. It wasn't the school's opulence that unsettled him, but the stark contrast between it and the slums he had passed through just a half-hour earlier. He found it hard to comprehend how such grandeur could coexist so closely with such squalor. The images of the slums lingered in his mind, the disparity leaving him with a heavy heart. Yet there was no time to dwell on these thoughts. As a school staff member approached to welcome him, the students on campus noticed Kuroha's arrival, their curious gazes fixed on him. Some of the girls, in particular, seemed especially intrigued, and he even overheard some rather absurd remarks. "Wow, that Eevee is so cute. Don't you think so? I'm going to ask my grandpa to get me one when I go back. Don't worry, you don't need to stress. My family's breeding center has plenty of Pokemon. You can come by after school and pick 2 for free." Hearing the students treat rare Pokemon as if they were worthless cater pies found on the roadside left Kuroha feeling a bit uneasy. To him, this world seemed deeply twisted. In the Pokemon world, children began learning about Pokemon at the age of 12, once their minds were relatively mature. At 16, they were eligible to receive their first Pokemon, after which they were divided into 2 paths, travelers and academy students. Academy students preferred to avoid the risks of adventure. They could simply rely on their status or pay a substantial fee to study at a school. Upon graduation, they would receive a recommendation letter from the academy, granting them entry to the Pokemon League without needing to collect badges. Travelers, on the other hand, were often represented by youngsters in shorts and bug catchers, typically those from humble backgrounds. Only a select few among them managed to rise above their circumstances and achieve greatness. Kuroha looked at the scene before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. In this world of wilderness exploration, most people couldn't escape the fate of death. Even those fortunate enough to survive would eventually have to face the harsh realities after enduring the trials of time. Yet, there were a few who refused to accept their circumstances, daring to challenge the rigid systems imposed by the Alliance. Some chose to become members of underground dark organizations, while others became smugglers, transporting Pokemon between various regions and cities. In this Pokemon world, the shadowy underground path was one of the few ways to transcend social strata. After all, the vast majority of people couldn't even afford the cost of raising a Pokemon. Even the lowest tier Caterpie cost thousands of Alliance coins, but the subsequent expenses for its care and training often far exceeded its initial value. Merely being able to purchase a Pokemon was nothing special. The true test of capability was being able to afford raising one. Under the laws of the Alliance, all of this seemed deeply unfair. Some trainers with privileged family backgrounds had their paths laid out for them from a young age. Starting at the age of 6, they would pay an annual deposit of 200,000 Alliance coins, and by the age of 16, they would be granted the status of a direct member of the Alliance and receive one of the starter Pokémon. These individuals would either attend schools or embark on outdoor journeys, eventually becoming the backbone of the Alliance, whether as Pokémon police officers or rangers, further reinforcing the system and securing its foundation. Kuroha's gaze shifted to the students whose faces were lit up with cheerful smiles. His mind wandered back to the sight of the starving children he had passed earlier in the slums. Yet, he felt no pity or jealousy, only a sense of gratitude. He was grateful for having traveled to this world with the memories of his previous life and the ability to read. He was grateful for becoming a pirate instead of living a pointless life under the Alliance's oppression. He was grateful for meeting Madame Meta, becoming her apprentice, and gaining the most valuable thing in this world, knowledge. He was grateful for saving May, earning the favor of Mr. Norman, and receiving investment from the Pedleberg Gym, which broke the Alliance's information blockade against ordinary trainers. He was grateful for catching the attention of the Joy family and securing their support, allowing him to board the Alliance's seemingly dilapidated yet still steadfast ship. Despite its apparent decay, the ship continued to sail steadily across the vast ocean. The cry of "EV" brought Kuroha back to reality. Following the directions of a staff member ahead, he continued walking toward the center of the school. As he entered the campus, the luxurious design of the buildings gradually came into view. The overall style leaned toward a darker tone, perfectly complementing the aesthetic of Rustboro City. The lively EV cradled in Kuroha's arms curiously observed its surroundings, its bright, expressive eyes darting around with excitement. "Sir, your EV is exceptionally well raised." The staff member ahead broke the silence with a compliment. Kuroha was slightly surprised, not expecting someone here to be knowledgeable about Pokémon care. "You're too kind," he replied modestly. The staff member chuckled. "I've been working here for over a decade, so I've picked up a bit of Pokémon knowledge along the way." Kuroha nodded subtly, his thoughts growing deeper as they approached the end of the corridor. After escorting Heiyu to the designated location, the staff left. Knock, knock, knock. Heiyu took a deep breath and gently knocked on the office door. A hoarse, aged voice came from within. "Come in." Heiyu reached out and pushed open the antique wooden door, greeted by a faint and elegant fragrance. His eyes were drawn to a scholarly office, with bookshelves embedded along the walls on both sides, the books neatly arranged, exuding an air of sophistication throughout the room. Seated behind the desk was a balding, hunched old man. When he saw Heiyu enter, his lifeless, fish-like eyes slowly lifted as he asked, "Are you the breeder recommended by Xiao Duan?" Heiyu respectfully replied, "Yes, sir, my name is Heiyu. I am a junior breeder." He keenly noticed the unusual way the old man referred to Duan, and thought to himself, if he were just an ordinary principal, would he address the gym leader so casually? "Haha, don't mind this old man. I'm already halfway into the grave." The hunched old man chuckled dismissively, waving his hand. Despite his words, Heiyu remained respectful, standing quietly by the door without stepping further in. He could sense the elderly man's frailty, but the imposing aura in his gestures and demeanor revealed the authority of someone in a high position. Heiyu prided himself on his ability to read people, believing his skills in this area surpassed those of both trainers and breeders. The atmosphere in the room grew strange and silent until the door behind him opened again. Duan entered slowly, and a flicker of emotion crossed Heiyu's eyes. Before he could speak, the usually poised and dignified Duan unexpectedly hurried over to the old man's side. "Grandpa Mutuo, why didn't you eat the breakfast the cafeteria made for you again? That's bad for your stomach. How will your health ever recover if you keep this up?" Duan, full of concern, gently helped the old man sit upright while softly scolding him. "Hee, Xiao Duan, aren't you busy with the gym? What brings you here to fuss over an old man like me?" The hunched old man grinned, revealing the few yellowed teeth he had left, his voice rasping. Heiyu quietly listened to their conversation, which ended shortly as the two left the room. As Duan slowly closed the door, she softly explained to Heiyu, "Grandpa Mutuo is the former leader of Kana's gym and also my mentor." Only then did Heiyu realize the old man's significance, instinctively glancing back at the antique wooden door. His impression of the frail elder shifted entirely. Afterward, Duan led Heiyu toward another teaching building. Along the way, students greeted Duan warmly. "Our school students are divided into 3 levels: junior, intermediate, and advanced. Generally, they enroll at 16 and graduate by 19, ready to participate in the league conference. The uniforms you see, white, gray, and black, represent the 3 levels. Of course, there are some less gifted students who repeat grades." Duan patiently explained various details about the school to Heiyu. "You'll be serving as a temporary breeding instructor, primarily focusing on teaching the care and development of Pokémon." As they arrived in front of a finely furnished classroom, Duan gave Heiyu one final reminder. Heiyu casually took a student roster and glanced through it. noticing that the number of students was pitifully small, only a dozen or so. The trainer academy still adhered to an elite education model. Standing beneath the correct classroom sign, he adjusted his emotions, silently reflecting on the fact that some of the students here were even a year older than him. Yet now, he was tasked with teaching them. The feeling was complex and hard to describe. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, he pushed the door open. Instantly, a dozen curious gazes turned toward him. Without showing any reaction, he quickly counted the students, then offered a gentle smile and said slowly, "Hello, everyone. Starting today, I'll be your temporary instructor for the cultivation class this week." As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised their hand. Heiyu focused on the student and found them vaguely familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered it was the same student who had taunted him repeatedly during his battle with Duwan. This student, named Feng Chun, had a notable background. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Heiyu signaled for Feng Chun to speak. "Teacher, how old are you?" Feng Chun asked, his face full of doubt. "I just turned 17 not long ago," Heiyu replied, his smile unwavering. However, his words caused a stir among the dozen students, who all looked at their teacher, surprised by how close in age he was to them. "Really? Teacher, you look very young. Are you sure you're qualified to teach us?" Feng Chen asked, his tone dripping with skepticism and provocation. Heiyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the troublesome student. A fleeting sense of hostility arose within him. Though to outsiders, he appeared to be a kind, talented cultivation expert, Heiyu had never forgotten his true root. She was a pirate, a profession that had left countless bodies buried beneath the sea. Navigating the path of the Alliance was troublesome, with all its restrictions and constraints. If this were the open sea, Feng Chun would already be dealt with. Heiyu suppressed his rising anger, maintaining his calm, smiling facade. The other students, sensing the tension, eagerly awaited how this young teacher would handle the situation. Heiyu slowly stepped off the podium, walking toward Feng Chun. Picking up a rolled-up book from the desk, he unceremoniously smacked it against Feng Chun's forehead with a resounding thwop. "You!" Feng Chun began to shout, but Heiyu cut him off. "Next time, address your teacher with respect. That's the most basic courtesy owed to someone who imparts knowledge to you." Feng Chun, a privileged heir of his family, had always been fearless in school, with even the teachers showing him deference. He had never been treated like this before. "How dare a mere trainer disrespect me? Let me tell you, my family," before he could finish his sentence, Heiyu's icy gaze swept over him, silencing him instantly and making the hairs on his body stand on end. Heiyu's pirate background had instilled in him a natural ferocity and ruthlessness. Though these traits were normally concealed, once unleashed, they were far beyond what these pampered heirs could endure. After giving Feng Chun a small lesson, Heiyu calmly returned to the podium. Picking up a marker, he wrote 2 large characters on the board. "Heiyu, this is my name. I am a junior cultivation expert, and I am more than capable of teaching you the skills you need." His words left the students wide-eyed in shock. Among them were heirs of prominent local families and others from different regions or cities. Many had recently received orders from their families to build connections with a cultivation expert named Heiyu. There had been rumors of a prodigy who had passed the junior cultivation expert certification at just 17 years old. Little did they expect that the famed Heiyu was the unassuming young man standing before them. No, not just a peer, but now, their teacher. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Feng Chun. In his eyes, Heiyu had merely been a pretty boy who relied on tricks to defeat teacher Duwan. But to everyone's shock, Heiyu turned out to be the much-discussed genius breeder. Feng Chun's family had even sent word urging him to find an opportunity to win Heiyu over. His face turned pale as he slumped into his chair in a daze. Although he came from a prominent family, which had produced Bonnie, one of the elite 4 in the Hoenn region, he himself was from a branch of the family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up at a trainer school. Who wouldn't prefer to stay at the family headquarters and enjoy abundant resources if given the choice? At that moment, Feng Chen's mind raced as he contemplated how to face his family upon returning. While the family was bound by ties of blood and could unite in critical moments, it was also governed by strict rules and traditions. Cold sweat trickled down his face, and he couldn't shake off the memory of the look Heiyu had given him earlier, a dangerous glint in his eyes that Feng Chun had never encountered before. Heiyu, however, paid no attention to Feng Chen's reaction. He calmly opened the textbook, skimmed through it, and decided to begin the lesson. "Today, we'll be discussing the origins and development of poke blocks," he announced. As he delved into the topic, he brought up the profession of breeders, explaining that this role hadn't existed many years ago. Heiyu began teaching the class, and at some point, he casually took out his junior breeder badge and pinned it to his chest. This small act immediately drew envious and astonished gazes from the students. While most of them could expect to do reasonably well after graduation, being compared to a junior breeder was a different story. Many of them were well aware that they were just coasting through school. Heiyu explained that a breeder's responsibilities were extensive. Beyond creating customized training plans for different Pokémon and crafting specialized poke blocks, breeders also needed to learn basic medical care, Pokémon physiology, and massage techniques. The fundamental ingredient for Pokeblock production was berries, and berry cultivation itself was a complex discipline. Depending on the soil type and temperature, berries could vary in color and effectiveness. For instance, cherry berries, with their pungent flavor, were often used to make Pokeblocks that aid in healing injuries, while citrus berries, known for their refreshing taste, were commonly used to restore stamina. After speaking at length, Heiyu's throat became dry. He walked over to the water dispenser, poured himself a cup of water, and took a sip. To his surprise, the water had a subtly sweet taste. Upon closer inspection, he realized it must have been infused with some kind of nutrient solution. He couldn't help but marvel at the affluence of the trainer's school. Even the communal water dispenser was extraordinary. Ahem, Heiyu cleared his throat. Your assignment for today is to write a paper on berries. It can cover topics like cultivation, usage, or even interesting historical facts and anecdotes about berries. Submit it to me before tomorrow's class, and I'll provide feedback during the lesson. With that, he closed the textbook on his desk and left the classroom. As soon as he walked out, the room erupted into lively chatter. It was obvious to everyone that the news of the genius breeder Heiyu serving as a temporary teacher at their school would soon spread like wildfire. Kurohane walked down the school hallway, clutching a message from Joey-chun in his hand, feeling a sense of relief. So Feng-Shen was indeed digging his own grave, just a marginal figure in his family, not someone of importance. If the opportunity presented itself, Kurohane thought, he could plan something against him. The reason Kurohane dared to act so confidently in front of these second-generation elites was, first, the support of the Joey family and the Orange Flower Dojo behind him. Secondly, he had recently earned the title of a genius breeder, and even Master Feijing, the head of the Breeders' Association in Kansas City, often contacted him. This sense of connection filled Kurohane with joy. For the first time in this world, he felt like he had a solid foothold. No longer was he the small-time pirate that anyone could push around. He strolled into the cafeteria. Though it wasn't crowded, Kurohane chose a private booth on the second floor. After all, it was part of the perks he was entitled to not make use of it. He ordered a few of his favorite dishes: pan-seared scallops, mushroom vermicelli casserole, and steamed slowpoke tail. He had to admit, the food was excellent. After finishing his lunch, Kurohane headed to the school's logistics office to collect his 7-day stipend. 100,000 alliance coins. It was quite the side income. If anyone outside the school found out, they'd probably want to kill him. 100,000 alliance coins was equivalent to an average family's annual income, yet Kurohane earned it in just 7 days. Such was the allure of a trainer's academy. Back at his dorm, although it wasn't a standalone villa, the single-occupancy apartment was still quite luxurious. "Evie, I'm back," he called out as soon as he opened the door. Sure enough, within seconds, a shadow darted out and leapt into his arms. Little Evie buried its head in his chest, wriggling playfully in his embrace. Kurohane chuckled and reassured it. All right, Evie. Staying home must have been boring, huh?" After some effort, he finally managed to calm it down. There was no denying that Evie was incredibly endearing, so much so that Kurohane had once considered keeping it as a pet rather than a battle Pokemon. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Let's try making a new type of Pokeblock today. This one will do barrier defense Pokeblocks, which can enhance a Pokemon's outer shell defense. Without delay, Kurohane pulled out a compact Pokeblock making machine from his spatial backpack. As for the one gifted to him by Madame Meta, it had long been relegated to a corner. He hadn't thrown it away, but it was merely kept as a keepsake. The machine he was using now was purchased from within the Breeders' Guild. It was more compact, user-friendly, and came with additional automated features, saving him from having to do everything manually. As night fell, low rumbling sounds emanated from Kurohane's room, gradually fading into silence. After a while, he opened the door, holding a storage box filled with newly made barrier defense Pokeblocks. These could be used to enhance the toughness of a Pokemon's outer shell. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, a pile of failed materials lay discarded. In the following days, Kurohane continued teaching the trainees at the academy. None of the privileged second-generation students dared to provoke him. Perhaps the rumors had been blown out of proportion, tales of him being able to determine life or death with a single glance, or scaring Feng-Shen into wetting his pants with just one sentence, had spread far and wide. Even when he walked around the school, the students avoided making eye contact with him, much to his amusement. Still, it saved him a great deal of trouble. Had no interest in being dragged into any cliched campus drama. Heiyu recently went bankrupt. Sigh, the more Pokemon he had, the more resources they consumed. He also had to purchase a large amount of materials to practice making energy cubes. With less than 100,000 alliance coins left in his account, Heiyu began to consider whether it was time to sell a batch of energy cubes. As the number of Pokemon grew, so did the expenses. His bills were filled with various costs for their needs: training weights for the Murkrow, sandbags for the Crawdaunt, and an automatic small pool setup for the Sharpedo. Even the relatively low-maintenance Eevee ended up costing a considerable amount on snacks, Poke Puffs, biscuits, and toys. Fortunately, he had stockpiled quite a few energy cubes, so selling some was definitely an option. Recently, He had been practicing crafting new types of energy cubes with different functions. Apart from the ones for daily use, the rest could be put up for sale. Heiyu carefully organized all the energy cubes into elegant boxes and muttered to himself, "This time, I shouldn't sell them on the black market. I'd better head to some shops or the Breeders' Guild." Although the black market offered higher prices, frequent transactions there were not a sustainable solution. Currently, Heiyu's primary income came from investments by the Rustboro Gym and the Joy family. But if anyone were to scrutinize his accounts, they would notice a significant discrepancy between his income and expenses. Thus, creating a legitimate financial report and a plausible source of income had become an urgent necessity. Rustboro City was bustling and vibrant, and without following the navigation on his Pokédex, it would be nearly impossible to locate a Pokémon store. Entering a lively department store, Heiyu immediately noticed a prominent shop on the first floor. With its blue exterior and a sign featuring a Pokeball, it stood out among the rest. Watching the bustling crowds inside the building, Heiyu couldn't help but sigh. The owner of this place must be making a fortune. A small wave of envy rose in his heart. Heiyu walked toward the shop, and as he approached the door, it slid open automatically. The prosperity of Rustboro City was evident in every aspect of daily life. Upon entering, he found the shop relatively quiet, with only a few uniformed staff arranging merchandise. The shelves were filled with an array of dazzling items, and Heiyu noticed the latest sweet balls released by Devon Corporation. At that moment, a staff member approached him, offering assistance, but Heiyu politely declined, explaining that he was just browsing and not in a rush to sell his energy cubes. He wandered through the shop, familiarizing himself with the variety of products and getting a sense of the general prices and market trends for energy cubes. Finally, he approached the counter and spoke to the staff member on duty. "I'm a breeder. Would your store be interested in purchasing energy cubes?" Heiyu took out a badge representing his status as a junior breeder and showed it to the staff member. However, an ordinary staff member couldn't make such a decision, so they immediately called for the store's owner. A tall, thin man with a bushy beard walked over and greeted him warmly. "Thank you, esteemed breeder, for trusting our store. Would you mind if I called for an appraiser?" Heiyu nodded in agreement. Shortly after, an elderly man wearing reading glasses entered the shop, appearing to be a professional appraiser. These energy cubes are flawless, brimming with energy, and boasting a smooth, lustrous finish. The person who crafted this batch is undoubtedly among the best of the junior breeders. The elderly man's sharp eyes revealed a trace of admiration as he slowly put down the appraisal tool and spoke. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper standing nearby had no further doubts and began discussing the price with Heiyu. "All right, 1.4 million it is. He'll also make some purchases at your store," Heiyu stated decisively, raising the value of the 1.3 million worth of goods once more. "Deal," the shopkeeper agreed through gritted teeth. It was a rare opportunity to come across such high-quality energy cubes, and selling them all would still yield a profit. What impressed him most was the variety of energy cubes and their unique effects. Typically, a breeder would only specialize in 2 to 3 types of energy cubes, allowing them to refine their skills. However, these cubes, with their special properties, could significantly enhance the shop's reputation. For instance, there were cubes that helped Pokémon groom and grow their fur, cubes that temporarily increased body size and weight, and cubes that improved a Pokémon's flexibility. Though niche, these energy cubes were highly beneficial for certain types of Pokémon. After signing the contract and ensuring the bank notarized the transaction, Heiyu successfully secured the substantial funds. "Please wrap up this black glasses item for me," Heiyu said, finally settling on an item that could increase the power of Dark-type moves by 8. The item came with a certification from a reputable organization. Typically, standard items provide a boost between 5 and 15. Items with less than a 5 boost are deemed defective, prone to breaking, or losing their functionality. On the other hand, items exceeding a 15 boost are classified as rare, with their price doubling for each additional percentage. The former is generally unpopular in the market, while the latter is almost impossible to find, often monopolized by powerful families. However, there was one exception. A few years ago, a news story surfaced about an item with only a 0.1 boost that remained intact and usable by Pokémon. It was eventually purchased by an anonymous wealthy collector for an astonishing price exceeding tens of millions, reportedly as a collectible. At the same store, Heiyu also purchased some basic items, including nutritional liquids and standard materials, spending nearly 1 million alliance coins in total. Most of the money he had just acquired was spent, leaving his account balance below 500,000 once again. Back in his room at the Pokémon Center, Heiyu released his Pokémon one by one. Eevee, unable to contain its excitement, tugged at Heiyu's pants with its fluffy little paws, begging for a taste of the latest flavor of Poke Puffs. All right, don't rush. Here you go," Heiyu said indulgently. With a resigned smile, he reached into his spatial backpack and handed over the treat to Eevee. These freshly prepared Poke Puffs were not only edible for humans, but also a favorite among Pokémon. However, Heiyu himself wasn't particularly interested in gourmet food, so most of the poke puffs he bought from the bakery were specifically for EV. After all, even the usually aloof Murkrow knew that EV was a little glutton. Here, Sharpedo, absorb this into your body, Heiyu said as he carefully took out the black glasses. Slowly, he moved them closer to Sharpedo. As the glasses neared, a mysterious energy began to flow. Sharpedo's body seemed to resonate with the black glasses, and a faint glow appeared. To Haya's surprise, the glasses suddenly slipped out of his hand and flew directly toward Sharpedo. Opening its jaws, Sharpedo swallowed the glasses whole. Startled, Heiyu froze momentarily, but fortunately, this peculiar way of equipping the item seemed to work. Soon after, Sharpedo's body started to tremble slightly, and a trace of dark-type energy emanated from the tips of its sharp teeth. Behind Sharpedo, a shadowy image of the black glasses appeared. The terror of the seas, Sharpedo. On his last day working at the school, Heiyu walked slowly into the classroom. Inside, all the students lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. A faint smile appeared on Heiyu's lips as he said softly, "There will be no training class today. Instead, we'll attend Ms. Duwan's Pokemon battle lesson as observers." Coincidentally, today was the day of Ms. Duwan's open class for the entire school. With her immense popularity, the lesson was bound to be a hit. Nearly every class wanted to attend, so Heiyu decided to save himself the trouble and take his dozen students along. He was also curious to hear the insights of this top-tier trainer specializing in rock-type Pokemon. Yay! The students in the class cheered enthusiastically. Leading the way, Heiyu headed toward the spacious battle arena located at the southernmost part of the school. By the time they arrived, hundreds of students had already gathered. At the center of the crowd stood Ms. Duwan, holding a slender teaching wand. Beside her were a small projector and a patch of grass, all the tools she needed for her lesson. Pokemon battles weren't as simple as many imagined. They weren't something one could easily master through battle simulations alone. True battles required consideration of factors like the environment, move matchups, tactical combinations, and item selection. On top of that, trainers had to factor in psychological dynamics and their ability to handle pressure. Pacing across the field, Ms. Duwan passionately imparted her knowledge about battling. However, the majority of the students didn't seem to take it seriously. They believed battles were all about overwhelming an opponent with higher-level Pokemon and powerful moves, dismissing everything else as unnecessary. These students, who had never faced real battles, couldn't grasp the depth of strategy and mind games involved in Pokemon battles. Let's take a look at the recording of the recent Champion Challenge in the Kanto region, featuring Lance the Dragon Master and Lorelei, the Ice-type Elite Four member, Ms. Duwan announced. Hearing Lance's name, Haya's interest was immediately piqued. His eyes remained fixed on the projector, watching the intense battle unfold with curiosity sparkling in his gaze. The students around him were also eager to watch, though not out of academic interest. They were there for the gossip. Hee, wasn't this Lance's fourth attempt at the championship? And he always loses to Lorelei. One student chuckled. Yeah? Her Cloyster always manages to take down his Dragonite. Honestly, doesn't Lance seem more like a flying-type trainer than a Dragon-type one? Look at his team. Their focus remained firmly on the drama, completely ignoring Ms. Duwan's analysis of tactics and psychological strategies. This left Ms. Duwan feeling exasperated. She sighed and addressed the group of privileged students with a stern tone. Look at you all, so lazy and self-satisfied. Pokemon battles aren't as simple as you think. Her dignified expression gave way to frustration, and the ribbon-like strands of her hair swayed as she spoke. Look at Heiyu, he's the same age as you. Yet he's already a certified novice breeder, and his battle skills are leagues ahead of yours. In a rare moment of frustration, Duwan brought up Heiyu in the conversation. The moment the words left her lips, she seemed to realize her mistake, but it was too late. Instantly, all the students' attention shifted to Heiyu. Lately, there had been much discussion about him. Why was this young man, who was about their age, qualified to be their teacher? Even their parents often compared them to Heiyu, and the dissatisfaction in their hearts had been simmering for some time. Now, seeing their admired teacher show such respect for Heiyu, the irritable students could no longer hold back. Why? Just because he's talented at breeding Pokemon? And now they're saying he's better at battling than us too? One student grumbled angrily. His Pokemon levels aren't even that high. The last time he beat Teacher Duwan, it was pure luck. If he's really that good, why doesn't he face us in a battle? A barrage of criticism erupted from the crowd, all directed at Heiyu. Standing in the center, Duwan was at a loss for what to do. She hadn't expected her comment to cause so much trouble for Heiyu. Her face showed her anxiety as she tried to calm the students down, but her words were quickly drowned out by the commotion. Heiyu furrowed his brow slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally landing on Duwan. Was this intentional? Or just a slip of the tongue? Heiyu thought to himself. He couldn't fathom why Duwan would do this, but seeing her flustered expression, he began to form a conclusion. I can't let them keep insulting me like this, Heiyu thought as he slowly stood up. His cold eyes scanned the crowd, and he spoke in a deep, steady voice. According to Academy Rule 7, Disrespecting or insulting a teacher will result in expulsion and a permanent ban from re-enrollment. The field fell silent instantly. Most of the students, aside from a privileged few who could afford to leave the trainer academy without consequence, deeply valued their enrollment and the credentials it provided. Being expelled for this would be impossible to explain to their families and would tarnish their reputations. Relieved that Heiyu had quickly defused the students' hostility, Do-won let out a quiet sigh. Although she was a high-achieving graduate and a gym leader, she was still inexperienced in handling such situations and couldn't match Heiyu's decisiveness. She murmured softly, almost inaudibly. Heiyu, her voice was so faint it seemed only she could hear it. Her gem-like eyes remained fixed on him, carrying a hint of admiration. This seemingly ordinary trainer had surprised her time and time again. She recalled their first encounter, when Heiyu had pursued her from the gym to the academy to challenge her to a gym battle. His courage and keen instincts during the battle made her realize that this young man could achieve great things in the future. Yet, in less than half a month, Heiyu had transformed into a highly regarded prodigy breeder, sought after by various influential groups. Even she wasn't an exception. She had personally gone to the Pokémon Center to invite him, only to be turned down. During their conversations, she had been deeply impressed by his extensive knowledge of Pokémon breeding. And now, faced with a situation that left her at a loss, Heiyu had demonstrated an extraordinary level of composure. Do-won found that her usual sense of pride now seemed insignificant. The faint feeling of superiority she once held had quietly dissipated. I need to be like Heiyu, decisive and capable, she resolved silently, her gaze firm as she watched Heiyu effortlessly regain control of the situation. Do-won gazed at Heiyu's delicate face, her captivating eyes filled with admiration and a subtle, indescribable emotion. In the corner, Feng-Chen witnessed it all, his heart swelling with jealousy and defiance. His resentment toward Heiyu deepened, especially when he saw the goddess-like teacher he admired showing such expressions toward him. The jealousy nearly drove him mad, contorting his already stiff expression. Feng-Chen had harbored dissatisfaction toward Heiyu for days, particularly after being reprimanded by him in public, which turned him into the laughingstock of the academy. Although the other students dared not openly mock him due to his influential family background, they ridiculed him behind his back. Exaggerated rumors spread, making it even harder for him to face the classroom. For Feng-Chen, losing face was worse than death. If not for Do-won's public lesson today, he would have likely stayed holed up in his dormitory as usual. A few days ago, his family had even intervened, with his father scolding him harshly. Despite coming from a large family, Feng-Chen was merely a collateral descendant, lacking favor or significant resources. His monthly allocation was already meager, and after this incident, it was cut by more than half, leaving him without enough pocket money and forcing him to plead with his parents for extra funds. All of this stemmed from one person, the man named Heiyu. The more Feng-Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. His teeth clenched, his expression twisted with rage. Finally, he blurted out words he would regret for a lifetime. Teacher Heiyu, if that's the case, do you dare to have a simulated battle with me? All the students' eyes turned to Feng-Chen, their minds replaying the feud between the two. Rumors spread quickly, and people were always eager to believe them. Heiyu was momentarily stunned, but soon shifted his gaze to the student he had already marked in his mind. He hadn't even begun his plans for payback, and Feng-Chen had already walked right into his trap. A simulated battle? No problem. However, he wondered if Teacher Do-won would allow them to borrow the school's simulation helmets. Heiyu turned to Do-won and loudly asked her. A simulated battle, in simple terms, was akin to a virtual projection game from a past life. Trainers could wear helmets, and through a projector, a simulation of their Pokémon could be created. While these simulated creatures couldn't respond to commands as flexibly as in real life, they could still perform basic moves. This advanced technology was almost unheard of in the outside world, but it had already been implemented in trainer academies by the league's upper echelons. Heiyu's face remained expressionless as he looked at Feng-Chen, his cold and piercing eyes locked onto him, sending a chill down Feng-Chen's spine. Feng-Chen instinctively took a step back, swallowing nervously, a wave of regret already washing over him. Regardless of how things unfolded, he knew he would face punishment upon returning to his family. Offending a promising breeder, especially one his family was actively trying to recruit, was a grave mistake. His heart filled with remorse, but it was too late to turn back. He had no choice but to press on, for if he backed down now, how could he ever show his face at school again? How could he endure the scorn of others? After Do-won agreed, several staff members brought out the sealed spirit simulation battle helmet, and Heiyu put on the precious device. A slight dizziness clouded his mind, and suddenly, a pair of soft hands caught him, helping him stabilize. A faint, delicate fragrance reached his nose. It was Do-won. Heiyu instantly realized the true identity of the person supporting him. However, already wearing the helmet, he had no idea how much of a stir this scene had caused. The graceful and composed teacher Do-won, helping a stranger in public. How many students' hearts silently shattered at that moment? Do-won's cheeks flushed slightly, and the curious glances and hushed whispers from the surrounding students made her face burn with embarrassment. She carefully helped Heiyu to the nearby lawn before hastily retreating back to the crowd. As the battle began, two holographic projections of spirits appeared before the audience, composed entirely of shimmering light. The simulation was so lifelike and detailed that it seemed real. Some freshmen, who had never encountered such advanced technology, watched with wide eyes, their expressions filled with curiosity and excitement. In contrast, the older students were already bored of it, as their usual training sessions often relied on this device. Sigh, is there really any hope for the next generation of the league? One couldn't help but wonder, feeling a deep concern for the future of the younger generation's education. Heiyu, intrigued by the holographic interface that appeared before him, began experimenting with the spirit simulation helmet. Oh, you can even choose the spirits? Garchomp, Dragonite, Salamence. Even items and abilities can be customized. This is just like a battle game from my previous life. A smile crept onto Heiyu's face. With memories from his past life, his mind was brimming with countless strategies and combinations. These ideas, impossible to execute in real-life battles, could now finally be put to use. On the opposing side, Fengchen opted for a 3v3 battle format, each side selecting 3 spirits for a chaotic skirmish. How interesting. As expected, the opponent chose powerful dragon-type spirits. Heiyu glanced at the 3 blue holograms that appeared in the center of the battlefield and immediately recognized them. Dragonite, Garchomp, Gudra. The opponent had picked pseudo-legendary dragons from different regions. Heiyu's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief as he finalized his own unexpected lineup: Breloom, Glisker, and Durant. The students watching on the sidelines were puzzled by the choice of these 3 spirits. Not picking pseudo-legendaries or starter Pokémon, they murmured. Heiyu, however, looked at the abilities of his chosen trio with satisfaction. As the battle commenced, the dragon types unleashed their overwhelming power, putting Heiyu's team on the defensive. Then, Glisker activated its toxic orb. Breloom followed suit, also triggering its toxic orb. Durant used entrainment. The peculiar dance of entrainment caused the opponents to mimic its movements, transferring Durant's ability to them. With Heiyu's command, a purple mist enveloped his 2 spirits, spreading toxins throughout their bodies. To everyone's astonishment, the poison heal ability was triggered, turning the tide of battle. Meanwhile, the 3 pseudo-legendary dragon types on the opposing side had their abilities overwritten by Durant's hidden ability truant. The crowd watched in shock as the mighty dragons were rendered sluggish and ineffective. In an instant, the attacks from the 3 dragon-type Pokémon weakened significantly. Their once sharp and focused gazes turned dull and lifeless, and their movements became sluggish, as if they had lost the will to fight. Breloom unleashed its toxic ability on itself and Drapion, continuously flooding their bodies with poison. As the poison accumulated to an extraordinary level, their poison heal ability transformed the toxins into a source of recovery. Meanwhile, the 3 dragon types grew increasingly fatigued, their slow start ability weighing them down like shackles. In contrast, Drapion and Breloom fought with more vigor as the battle progressed. Despite sustaining injuries, their wounds were quickly healed thanks to their poison heal ability. Time passed slowly, and eventually, the 3 pseudo-legendary Pokémon collapsed from exhaustion. The onlooking trainees were left utterly stunned, their mouths agape. They could hardly believe that 3 ordinary Pokémon had managed to outlast and defeat 3 pseudo-legendaries through such a clever strategy. Fengchen, unwilling to accept the outcome, tore off his helmet, panting heavily. His eyes burned with fury and frustration, his face filled with defiance. To him, this kind of trickery could never be considered a true battle. Real combat should involve a direct and honorable confrontation. Heiyu, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. It was the first time he had seen someone voluntarily seek such punishment. All right, I agree, Heiyu said softly. Since Fengchen was so insistent, he decided to oblige. For the rest of the afternoon, Heiyu and Fengchen engaged in over a dozen battles. Without exception, Fengchen lost every single match, each defeat leaving him more battered and defeated than the last. During these battles, Heiyu employed a variety of unconventional strategies he had learned in his previous life. The substitute toxic stall tactic, the Serene Grace King's rock flinchlock strategy, the minimize mud slap combined with bright powder approach, and the stealth rock spike's toxic spike setup. This afternoon of battles was an eye-opener for the entire Pokémon Trainer Academy. The students witnessed firsthand how diverse and intricate battles could be, with countless combinations of Pokémon, items, moves, and strategies, as well as the psychological warfare between trainers. As yet another battle concluded, Heiyu slowly removed his helmet and looked across at Fengchen, who was now utterly defeated, his confidence shattered, and his sense of self severely shaken. Heiyu smiled faintly and spoke with firm conviction. Pokémon battles are far more complex than you think. What I've shown you is merely the tip of the iceberg. After completing a week-long teaching stint, Heiyu returned to the Pokémon Center to resume his daily training sessions and continues studying breeding techniques. Before leaving, he selected a standard intermediate dark-type energy cube recipe as compensation for his temporary teaching role. Inside a sealed training room, Heiyu commanded the weighted Murkrow in front of him. Murkrow, use haze. The Murkrow flapped its wings sharply, releasing thick black mist from its pointed beak. The haze move had the ability to nullify the stat boosts of any Pokémon that inhaled it, countering abilities like overconfidence and moves like Swords Dance, making it a crucial skill for Murkrow to master. With its prankster ability, Murkrow excelled in learning and executing status moves efficiently. Standing quietly in the corner of the room, Heiyu watched as the mist gradually dissipated into the air after losing its energy control. "All right, Murkrow, come back," he called. Obeying the command, the Murkrow ceased flapping its wings and gently landed on Haiyu's shoulder, letting out a raspy caw as if boasting about its performance. A soft look flickered in Heiyu's eyes as he stroked Murkrow's feathers and praised, "Well done, Murkrow. But while focusing on new skill training, don't forget to practice your flying." Recently, Murkrow had become adept at flying in various environments. Even when faced with strong gusts from a Fiero, it could still soar with determination. However, its flying skills were still lacking in finesse. When navigating complex terrains or obstacles, its speed would drop drastically, making it difficult to brake and avoid collisions. "Iron Lobster, how's your Dragon Dance training been coming along? Any progress?" Heiyu turned to the corner, addressing the Crawdaunt that was striking a punching bag with its claws. The Crawdaunt spun around and sent the bag flying with a powerful strike, releasing its strength unabashedly. Hearing its trainer's question, it scurried over on its 6 short legs, closed its eyes, and began channeling Dragon-type energy. A few seconds later, Crawdaunt started waving its claws, its body moving in a peculiar and mysterious rhythm as it performed the Dragon Dance. With its energy building, a purplured aura began to radiate and spread outward. Dragon Dance was successfully executed. Heiyu smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good, you're becoming more proficient with Dragon Dance. Crawdaunt, this will be a key focus of your future training. Be sure to refine it carefully." Heiyu immediately began timing the session. Training for Dragon Dance centered on 3 aspects: the time required to execute the move, the amount of energy it could enhance, and the duration its effects could be maintained. Since the second aspect required precise instruments for measurement, Heiyu currently focused on the other 2. He understood that a sturdy body and powerful physique were essential for withstanding greater energy. Thus, the energy cubes he prepared for Crawdaunt always contained ingredients to enhance its physical resilience. As time passed, the only sound in the silent room was the ticking of the clock's second hand. The energy that Crawdaunt had amplified through Dragon Dance gradually began to wane, eventually plummeting within seconds until it completely dissipated. At the 47-second mark, Heiyu glanced at the timer software on the Pokédex and couldn't help but feel elated. The first time he performed Dragon Dance, it lasted only around 20 seconds, but within just a few short weeks, the improvement was remarkable. After feeding his Pokémon a few energy cubes to restore their stamina, he began contemplating the next steps in their training regimen. As the sun set, Heiyu went to the front desk to check out of the training room and paid the extra fees for exceeding the allotted time. Even as a direct line trainer, using such specialized rooms required payment since the abundant energy and wear on the equipment demanded financial support. That night, as Heiyu lay in bed, a sudden idea struck him. He sat up abruptly, slapping his thigh. Of course, neither Murkrow nor Eevee had ever seen blood since they were born. As someone with a pure pirate background, Heiyu was long accustomed to living life on the edge, where killing and battles with Pokémon were routine. His earlier companions, Crawdaunt and Sharpedo, had fought their way through blood and fire, with countless Pokémon meeting their end under their claws and jaws. However, Eevee and Murkrow were different. Since they were captured, Heiyu had begun traveling on land, and they had scarcely encountered such violence. "I finally understand why Murkrow has never truly integrated into the team or bonded with Crawdaunt and the others," Heiyu muttered to himself. "It's because Murkrow lacks the baptism of blood." Eevee, on the other hand, had used its cuteness to become the team's favorite, but the cunning nature of Crow Pokémon made such behavior impossible for Murkrow. At times, Murkrow seemed overly aloof, unwilling to connect with any Pokémon other than Heiyu. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Heiyu eventually drifted into sleep, while the little Eevee curled up in the bed lazily, turned over, and continued its peaceful slumber. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, a black-haired boy dressed in ordinary adventurer's clothes appeared on the outskirts east of Kansas City. His features were delicate and refined. With warmer-colored clothing, he could easily have been considered charming. Yet, for some reason, the boy wore an entirely dark outfit, which paired oddly with the adorable Eevee at his side. Heiyu had left Kansas City at the crack of dawn, planning to train his Pokémon in the wild, while also picking up a few league missions. Nearby, the most famous exploration sites were the Pedleberg Woods and the Rusturf Tunnel. Passing through Rusturf Tunnel would lead directly to Verdanturf Town, making it a key connection between the 2 towns. Rusturf Tunnel had once been under excavation by the Devon Corporation, but for reasons unknown, the project was abandoned and the site was turned into an exploration zone for trainers. It's said that Rusturf Tunnel holds many minerals, and even an unassuming rock might contain a high-quality evolution stone. That's drawn quite a crowd of people hoping to strike it rich through stone gambling, Heiyu murmured to himself. He had also heard that there was even a gambling den at the tunnel's outskirts, specializing in selling mine stones from Rusturf Tunnel. Caw! A raspy cry echoed from the sky. Heiyu looked up to see his scouting Murkrow returning. He extended his arm as a landing perch, and Murkrow swooped down, descending gracefully. Heiyu felt a gust of wind pressure and instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was met with a large, sharp beak. Caw caw! Murkrow began reporting on the situation ahead, its black wings gesturing animatedly. While Heiyu could grasp the general idea, some finer details escaped him. He then removed the drone camera from around Murkrow's neck and reviewed the footage to observe the terrain ahead. Walking slowly along the forest path, Heiyu's footsteps left uneven imprints on the soil until he finally stopped beside a lush tree. Cautiously peeking out, his gaze locked onto a small creature hidden within the bushes, a Wurmple. This Pokémon, commonly seen in the forests of the Hoenn region, occupied a place in the food chain similar to Caterpie in the Kanto region, both at the very bottom. The Wurmple was intently gnawing on a fresh piece of tree bark, its two tail spikes raised as it tore through the bark, causing sap to drip onto the ground. Suddenly, a black Murkrow burst out from the branches above, its wings flapping fiercely to stir up a gust of wind. A faint blue energy shimmered as a dark beam shot forth. Before the Wurmple could react, the attack struck it hard. With a pained cry, the Wurmple's wounds began to bleed. Instinctively timid, it hurried to flee, but Heiyu wasn't about to let it escape unscathed. He quickly commanded, "Murkrow, don't hold back, use peck." The Murkrow's beak sharpened as it soared high before diving down, its pointed beak striking the Wurmple with precision. The tiny creature lay battered and motionless on the ground, a glimmer of pleading in its eyes. Heiyu's voice was cold and merciless. "Keep attacking. Finish it off. This is the law of survival in the wild, only the strong survive." Today, he was determined to make these Pokémon shed blood, showing no mercy. The Murkrow hesitated in midair, glancing at Heiyu before looking back at the injured Wurmple, a hint of reluctance visible in its eyes. However, faced with Heiyu's stoic and unyielding expression, the Murkrow ultimately carried out its peck attack, striking until the Wurmple's life faded away. Nearby, a small Eevee watched with tears streaming down its face. Its fluffy ears pressed tightly against its head, trying to block out the scene, yet the metallic tang of blood in the air was inescapable. Unable to bear it any longer, the Eevee retreated into the pokeball it had always resisted entering. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Heiyu's eyes. In this cutthroat world, there was no room for compassion. Still, he realized he might have been too harsh. Murkrow, as a crow Pokémon, was naturally cunning and ruthless, traits that made it more attuned to such survival rules. Eevee, however, had have to take some time to properly console her later. After cleaning up the traces of the battle, Heiyu resumed his journey toward the Verdanturf Tunnel. He had spent over a full day in the forest, primarily focused on training Murkrow. As the number of defeated Pokémon grew, Murkrow began to grasp the harsh principles of survival of the fittest, natural selection, and its attacks became increasingly swift and ruthless. Crow Pokémon seemed to possess a unique knack for adapting to such brutal environments. Through this bloody baptism, Murkrow's gaze grew sharper, enough to intimidate timid Pokémon. Its level had soared quickly, now reaching level 13. Finally, he made it out. Although it wasn't as exhausting as traversing the orange forest earlier, the process of training the Murkrow along the way wasn't exactly easy. Heiyu glanced at the clear tire tracks and footprints on the roadside and smiled. The Murkrow let out a raspy caw, flapping its wings cheerfully. After some thought, Heiyu decided to stop walking. He reached into his spatial backpack, pulled out a foldable mountain bike, and began pedaling toward the Karu Tunnel. On the way, Heiyu finally encountered some people. Most of them were carrying tools like pickaxes or shovels, heading in the same direction, Karu Tunnel. They seemed quite professional, likely prospectors or miners searching for gold or rare minerals. Spotting the large shelters ahead, Heiyu thought to himself, that must be the gemstone gambling site. He put down his monocular and gazed at the vast expanse of green tents ahead. Dusting himself off, he continued riding toward his destination. A black-haired boy on a bike, accompanied by a Murkrow, naturally drew the attention of passers-by. However, most people only gave him a brief glance before turning their focus back to their own tasks. Despite his slightly worn-out appearance, Heiyu's adventurer outfit as a trainer stood out as particularly authentic. At that moment, a woman in a blue police uniform, with a commanding presence, rode up on a motorcycle and blocked Heiyu's path. "Hello, trainer. Please show me your league identification. I hope you won't mind the inconvenience," the officer said. She had long, striking legs and exuded authority as she dismounted her motorcycle. She first presented her police badge and then requested Heiyu's credentials. Her captivating eyes carried a scrutinizing look, and the Groliath by her side approached Heiyu, sniffing him cautiously. In a city, it's not uncommon to encounter multiple Officer Jennies or Nurse Joys, and this particular Jenny was responsible for inspecting trainers entering Karu Tunnel. After all, the tunnel was a unique area, not quite wilderness, not quite city, and not officially designated as a conservation zone by the League. Hello, Officer Jenny. Here is my identification card. Thank you for your diligence in conducting these checks, Heiyu said in a weary tone, retrieving his ID card from his pocket and handing it over. Officer Jenny pulled out a peculiar-looking handheld device and scanned Heiyu's card. The device emitted a series of beeps. After carefully reviewing the information that appeared, her initially cautious demeanor softened. A direct League-affiliated trainer? No issues here. And a level 2 clearance, no less. A hint of surprise crossed her confident face, especially when she noticed the endorsement from the Joy family. She gave Heiyu an appraising look. Returning his ID card, Officer Jenny offered a rare apology. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Trainer Heiyu, I was just following standard procedures. Lately, there have been frequent disturbances by underground criminal organizations in Karu Tunnel. It was unusual for her to explain herself. She wasn't typically this courteous to ordinary trainers. Heiyu simply nodded faintly without saying much. He quickly made his way toward the tent area below. Thank you, Officer Jenny. I'm quite exhausted, so we'll take my leave now. With that, Heiyu mounted his bike again and pedaled downhill toward his destination. Woof woof, Groliath barked a few times, breaking the surrounding silence. Officer Jenny watched Heiyu's figure fade into the distance, murmuring softly, Groliath, do you sense a hint of blood on him? In truth, Officer Jenny had also noticed something unusual about Heiyu, but there was no need to investigate further. Without concrete evidence, pursuing it would be a waste of time. After all, hunting Pokémon in the wild had long become an unspoken rule among League trainers. In the vast wilderness, the League's laws often felt insignificant. Officer Jenny then resumed her post diligently. 2 more trainers approached along the path. This time, she interrogated them harshly. These trainers were ordinary civilians, not even close to being part of the League's official trainers. Eventually, under Officer Jenny's subtle hints, the 2 civilian trainers discreetly handed her 2 League coins, allowing them to pass without further trouble. Even though the benefits here can't compare to the city, there are still plenty of opportunities for some extra income, Officer Jenny thought to herself with a hint of smugness. Despite her seemingly glamorous appearance, she was under considerable pressure. The coveted positions in the cities, with their generous benefits and high salaries, were out of reach for someone like her from a side branch of the family. However, raising her Groliath and her other Pokémon required a significant amount of League coins. Thus, she had no choice but to use her minor authority to earn some additional income beyond her regular salary. She counted the newly acquired League coins and skillfully tucked them back into her wallet, ready to greet the next trainer. Hey, you there. Stop right now. Please present your identification. Screech. The sound of brakes echoed as Heiyu rode up on his mountain bike, stopping just outside the bustling gambling stone market. He swung his leg over the bike and jogged a few steps as he dismounted. The area was teeming with activity, evidently packed with adventurers heading to explore the mysterious Kalu Tunnel. From inside the market came a cacophony of noise, with people constantly coming and going, carrying pickaxes or mining shovels slung over their shoulders. Heiyu quickly noticed that their gear varied widely, with heavy boots and black gold shovels that looked distinctly different from the standard equipment found in shops. Rather than rushing straight into the Kalu Tunnel, he decided to take his time exploring the urban market first, hoping to find a map for sale. After folding his bicycle and storing it in his spatial backpack, he recalled his Dark Crow Pokémon and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Tidying up his messy hair and wiping his face with a wet tissue, he stepped into the gambling stone market with a composed demeanor. The market was expansive, so vast that Heiyu couldn't see its end as he entered through the main gate. Along the aisles, stalls displayed stones of all shapes and sizes, some oddly shaped, resembling mythical creatures, while others were as small as chicken eggs. At the stalls, buyers scrutinized the stones with flashlights and magnifying glasses, deliberating carefully before biting the bullet and purchasing one. Amid the cheers of onlookers, the stones were placed into cutting machines, their engines roaring to life. The saying "one cut makes you rich, one cut makes you poor" played out here in real time. A stone worth tens of thousands of alliance coins could turn out to be worthless rubble, while an unassuming one might yield treasures worth 1,000 times its cost, changing someone's life overnight. This was a place of fortune for the lucky and a pit of despair for the reckless. Some left this market as newfound millionaires, while others walked away completely ruined. Heiyu, however, had no interest in gambling on stones. It wasn't because he was particularly disciplined, but because he understood that the whole setup was nothing but a scam. Did the Alliance or the powerful figures at the top truly lack the means to detect what lay within these stones? Having encountered the Alliance's cutting-edge technologies and the incredible abilities of Pokémon in this world, Heiyu was highly skeptical. Could Psychic-type Pokémon really not sense what was inside? Could Rock-type Pokémon truly fail to detect special minerals within? Once he pieced these connections together, he lost all interest in gambling on stones. As for the unfortunate souls who lost everything here, Heiyu had no intention of intervening. People learn from experience, not advice. A single misstep often leaves a lifelong impression. Besides, he had no ties to these people. Everyone has their own fate and choices. To interfere with someone else's cause is to take on their consequences. After casually browsing a small section of the market, Heiyu began asking vendors and passersby for information until he was directed to a map seller. The seller was a short man with a large satchel strapped to his back. "Hey, brother, looking for a map?" 5,000 Alliance coins per copy, no haggling, the man said, pulling out a pristine map from his bag. Heiyu gave it a quick look and noticed it was a hand-drawn, printed map, suggesting a sophisticated operation behind it. "Don't worry, brother," the map seller assured him, thumping his chest confidently. "This map was updated just a few days ago. As long as you don't venture into the deepest parts of the coup tunnel, you shouldn't run into any trouble." Kuroba thought to himself, as expected. Clearly, someone had specifically entered to study the terrain, while others were responsible for drawing maps. The vendor in front of him was likely the final link, tasked with selling the maps. Kuroba handed over 5,000 Alliance coins and obtained a map, but he didn't venture into the Karu tunnel immediately. Instead, he sought out several other map sellers. Although the maps they sold varied slightly in detail, they were largely similar. After ensuring the accuracy of the maps, Kuroba visited a shop near the gem-cutting house and purchased a pair of expedition boots and an alloy shovel. Even if it was just to train his Pokémon, he didn't want to miss any chance of encountering rare minerals. And even if he didn't find any, the equipment could be reused, so it wouldn't be a significant waste of money. Kuroba joined a group heading into the tunnel, slowly making his way along the rocky path into a mist-filled passage. At the entrance of the tunnel, a large crowd of people held up signs that intrigued him. "Mining team looking for members. I have a damp Pokémon to prevent explosions." Experienced expedition team with over 3 years of expertise, seeking a flying-type trainer to disperse the mist. Kuroba observed the crowd thoughtfully, recalling that the tunnel was famous online for 2 reasons. First, it was home to various rare Pokémon like Geodude and Nosepass. Second, it was always shrouded in a light mist that greatly hindered visibility. The dim tunnel had a visibility of no more than 5 meters, and without a flying-type Pokémon or an exploration headlamp, one would undoubtedly get lost. Just as Kuroba was about to enter, a sudden burst of cheers erupted in the distance. "What's going on? What happened?" someone exclaimed. "Quick, go back and check. Someone in the gem-cutting house just uncovered a high-grade thunderstone." "Are you serious? That's a huge fortune." Soon, people were rushing to inform their companions, and those nearby abandoned their tools to join the excitement. After all, such a high-grade mineral wasn't something one saw every day, and everyone wanted to bask in the good luck and admire the person who had uncovered the thunderstone. Even the officers stationed at the tunnel entrance couldn't resist leaving their posts to catch a glimpse. Kuroba rested one foot on a rock, gazing toward the gem-cutting house in the distance as he thought to himself. A high-grade evolution stone typically has a purity of over 90, easily worth millions. And that's just for 90 purity any higher, and the price would skyrocket further. While the thunderstone wasn't as sought after as the firestone or waterstone, it was still incredibly valuable, especially considering that the Kanaz gym had publicly announced over a month ago that they were seeking thunderstones. After all, their gym leader, Duan, was known for her signature Pokémon, Probopass, which required a thunderstone to evolve. Many of her apprentices also owned Nosepass. Uninterested in the commotion, Kuroba turned and stepped into the dim tunnel. He adjusted his expedition hat, and a beam of light shone from the lamp on its brim. The Murkrow perched on his shoulder flapped its wings, gently dispersing the mist as Kuroba's silhouette gradually vanished into the darkness. The entrance to the tunnel was now deserted. At that moment, 2 trainers dressed in red and blue outfits emerged from the shadows, sneering at the crowd drawn away by the thunderstone. The plump man in red remarked, "The Alliance is getting more and more pathetic, so easily distracted that even the guards abandoned their posts." The dark-skinned woman in blue replied, "Stop wasting time here. Don't forget our objective is the item hidden inside the Karu tunnel." The man in red, apparently named Huitsuan, seemed irritated by her comment and retorted, "Humph, Quan, don't forget, we're only working together temporarily. Infiltrating the Devon Corporation was just a means to get our hands on their new data and the Karu tunnel maps." "What's that supposed to mean, Huitsuan? I've already shared the data and maps with you. It's about time you revealed the secret hidden in the Karu tunnel." The woman, called Quan, stomped her foot angrily and reached for her belt, warily eyeing Huitsuan. Sensing her hostility, Huitsuan raised his hands in a placating gesture and said, "Don't forget, our organizations are in a temporary alliance. Are you sure you want to start a fight here?" His words made Quan hesitate, cooling her temper. The two turned their attention to the eerie and silent tunnel ahead, their gazes filled with mutual distrust. After they entered, dozens more individuals in red and blue uniforms followed in waves, stealthily slipping into the Karu tunnel. Though their factions were at odds, they moved forward under the guise of cooperation. The Carry Tunnel was initially a mining site operated by Devon Corporation, primarily for extracting elemental gemstones. At first, there was only a single vein dedicated to gemstone production. However, as mining operations delved deeper, the workers uncovered an enormous mine rich in a variety of elemental minerals, with quantities so vast it was astonishing. This discovery allowed Devon Corporation to amass great wealth, transforming it from a small company into a highly reputable, cross-regional enterprise in the Pokémon world. Strangely, after accumulating substantial capital, Devon Corporation abruptly ceased mining operations in the Carry Tunnel and even opened it up for trainers to explore. While this decision elevated the company's reputation to new heights, the financial losses were immeasurable. Though they continued to profit significantly from external gemstone betting shops, it was nowhere near as lucrative as maintaining exclusive control over the mine's resources. Under the trainers' explorations, the Carry Tunnel has extended nearly 10,000 meters, its branching paths as intricate and interconnected as an ant colony. Adventurers have reaped countless rewards from their expeditions here, all of which could have been Devon Corporation's gains. The reason behind the company's decision remains a mystery, but it has done little to dampen the enthusiasm of the trainers. Under the beam of his exploration hat's light, Heiyu carefully oriented himself and directed his Murkrow. As a cloud of mist dispersed, he finally managed to unfold his map and confirm his location. He was currently walking along the central passage of the Carry Tunnel, surrounded by numerous narrow, winding side paths. These side paths were treacherous, harboring dangerous Pokémon, and every year, explorers would lose their way and eventually become sustenance for the creatures lurking in the darkness. Heiyu left a trail of specially formulated lime he had developed to mark his path, steadily advancing deeper into the tunnel. After over 4 hours of walking, he finally exited the outermost section. Murkrow used its Astonish move, casting an eerie glow in the cave. With a sudden screech, a Geodude appeared in view. Heiyu quickly commanded his Eevee and Murkrow to deal with the Pokémon. As he ventured further, lower-level Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Notably, he discovered a Geodude with the hidden ability Sturdy, which he decided to capture for sale after leaving the tunnel. Along the way, he encountered other low-level Pokémon, such as Rattata and Wurmple. These creatures appeared weak and malnourished, yet were highly aggressive. Heiyu suffered multiple attacks, realizing that the Carry Tunnel's ecosystem was devoid of vegetation, leaving Pokémon no choice but to prey on humans for sustenance. Pokémon like Geodude could survive by consuming sand and rocks, but others had to resort to attacking trainers. Carnivorous Pokémon such as Zubat were even known to feed on human flesh. Heiyu was currently exploring the outskirts, encountering wild Pokémon mostly below level 15. The teamwork between Murkrow and Eevee allowed them to easily defeat their opponents. Murkrow had grown accustomed to the act of battling, while Eevee was gradually adapting to the harsh realities of combat, though it still felt uneasy about delivering the final blow to each foe. Heiyu showed great patience toward Eevee, understanding that such a change in temperament would take time. After an hour of venturing deeper into the area, Heiyu and his Pokémon grew weary and decided to take a break. He released Crawdaunt to keep watch for any potential threats while giving Eevee and Murkrow a gentle massage to relax their muscles. Both Pokémon had gained significant combat experience in a short time, with Murkrow in particular reaching level 15 and learning the Move Wing attack. Once rested, they resumed their exploration along the mapped route. Passing by some rocky mineral deposits, they discovered only ordinary steel, which Heiyu deemed too heavy and not worth collecting. As they approached a fork in the path, a foul, musty odor resembling rotting meat wafted through the air. Eevee recoiled in disgust, backing away nervously. Summoning his courage, Heiyu released Crawdaunt and shone his flashlight toward the end of the side path. There, he spotted two dark, slimy masses, immediately recognizing them as Grimer. He commanded Crawdaunt to use Razor Shell, swiftly defeating the two Pokémon and capturing them. To make the area more tolerable, he had Murkrow disperse the lingering stench with a gust of wind, allowing them to proceed further into the side passage. In a dim corner, Heiyu discovered two skeletal remains. He stood silent, while Eevee hid behind him in fear. Murkrow perched indifferently on his shoulder. Using a shovel, Heiyu buried the bones before leaving the grim and filthy place. As the Pokédex chimed, he checked the information on the two Grimer he had caught. To his surprise, one of them had inherited the move Shadow Punch, a small but welcome bonus. Heiyu continued his journey, his vigilance heightened as the threat of poison-type creatures lurked everywhere. In the wild, among all the abnormal conditions, people feared poisoning the most. Burns, frostbite, paralysis, and sleep were all obvious and could be treated with specific potions or berries. Poisoning, however, was different. There were countless types of toxins, some even hidden and dormant, waiting to strike unexpectedly. It was impossible to guard against. For this reason, poison-type creatures were considered one of the most dangerous to encounter. In the tunnel, Heiyu had previously noticed traces of human activity, such as an extinguished campfire at one of the forks. Now, as he arrived at another fork, he saw a sign. The tunnel did not appear deep, with faint light visible inside. At the entrance stood a sign indicating that the tunnel had been temporarily claimed as a camping base. It warned that anyone who entered without permission would face consequences at their own risk. Tunnels like this, shallow and already explored, were often used as temporary shelters. Just as Heiyu was about to leave, hurried footsteps echoed from within the tunnel. He tightened his grip on the alloy shovel in his hand. Even the flapping of his Murkrow's wings became subdued. His eyes sharpened like blades, fixed on the exit, ready to strike at any moment. Within seconds, a middle-aged backpacker emerged slowly from the tunnel. He froze momentarily upon seeing Heiyu, then instinctively tightened his grip on his own shovel. However, the man with the backpack suddenly broke into a friendly smile, blocking Heiyu's path into the tunnel. "Hey there, young man. There's been a collapse inside this tunnel. I'd advise you not to go in," the man said, gesturing toward the tunnel he had just exited. Heiyu stepped back a couple of paces, maintaining a safe distance. But as he prepared to leave, he noticed something unusual. The man's clothes were soaked, water dripping steadily from his jacket, and there was a faint, metallic smell of blood. Having spent time adrift at sea, Heiyu recognized the scent immediately, a mix of water and blood. Though faint, it was unmistakable. When he directed his light toward the man's boots, he caught sight of faint bloodstains. Quickly moving the light away to avoid drawing attention, Heiyu felt a suspicion arise. This blood wasn't from a creature, it was human. Though alarmed, Heiyu maintained a calm exterior, putting on an innocent and carefree expression. He said, "All right, sir. We'll take another path. Sorry for disturbing you." He turned toward a different tunnel, but as he walked away, he subtly attempted to glance inside the tunnel with his peripheral vision. The middle-aged man seemed to notice Heiyu's small gesture and quickly shifted his stance, using his body to block the view of the tunnel's interior. This swift reaction only deepened Heiyu's sense of unease. After entering another tunnel, Heiyu crouched slightly, leaning against the stone wall. His pitch-black pupils emitted a cold and indifferent glint. That middle-aged man was definitely hiding something. In that branching tunnel, there was a secret he didn't want anyone to uncover. However, Heiyu didn't rush to investigate. Instead, he lingered in this alternate tunnel for a while before returning to the spot where he had first encountered the man. By then, the man's figure had already disappeared, as if he had left. Heiyu glanced at the tunnel the man had tried to conceal, and finally, with a faint, mysterious smile, he stepped in quietly. Not long after, the man emerged from behind a massive stone wall, his gaze fixed on the tunnel Heiyu had entered. His eyes gleamed darkly, the previously honest and simple expression on his face replaced by a cruel smile. Gripping a blood-stained alloy shovel, he muttered under his breath, "You've chosen to dig your own grave, so don't blame me for what happens next." Heiyu walked deeper into the tunnel, following the faint light. Along the way, he found no signs of a collapse, which only strengthened his belief that the man had lied. Within minutes, he reached the end of the tunnel, which opened into a pit roughly the size of a small room. Everything seemed ordinary, except for some scattered trash and traces of human activity in the corner. Heiyu glanced down at the small EV by his feet and commanded, "EV, sniff around and see if something's off." EV wrinkled its little nose, sniffing the air as it explored. Eventually, it prodded at a section of ground that was noticeably elevated. A glint of realization passed through Heiyu's eyes as he began digging into the raised area with his alloy shovel. After just a few shovelfuls, he unearthed something that shocked Hima's severed hand. He continued digging, and within minutes, he had uncovered several mutilated human corpses. As he pieced the charred remains together, they formed the shape of a complete person. Heiyu quickly counted the bones and visualized a human figure in his mind. This was the truth the middle-aged man had been desperately trying to hide. Was it a dispute over the division of rare minerals? Or the scene of a long-standing grudge turned deadly? Heiyu couldn't guess the complex relationship between the man and the victim. He released the Grimer he had captured, instructing it to consume all the flesh and bones and clean up the site completely before leaving. Remaining vigilant, Heiyu made his way out of the tunnel. Just as he emerged, the middle-aged man was there, standing in the middle of the path as if waiting for him. "Old man, you lied to me earlier. There was no collapse inside," Heiyu said, his expression a mixture of amusement and mockery as he stared at the man. "Huh." The man scratched his head, maintaining his facade of simplicity. "Ah, really? Maybe you took a wrong turn, young man. There are plenty of branches in these tunnels, after all." The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, exchanging glances without saying much. Both of them, however, subtly reached for their waists. The distance between them, initially close, gradually widened until they stood at opposite sides of the branching path. At this point, The man's friendly smile vanished completely, replaced by an icy, detached demeanor. Young man, did you come across anything unusual in that tunnel? The middle-aged man asked, his tone cold and his eyes fixed on Heiyu, trying to discern any clues. Heiyu smirked and replied, "Oh, I witnessed quite the spectacle in there." As he spoke, he tapped the ground lightly with his alloy shovel, his expression enigmatic. The man's heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer maintain his composure. He roared, "What exactly did you see?" Heiyu cast a glance at the man's large backpack, his thoughts racing. What could possibly drive companions to turn on each other, even to the point of murder and theft? Kuroha could tell for sure that this middle-aged man was committing murder for the first time. Although he appeared calm on the surface and his act wasn't bad, it was merely a facade built on decades of life experience. His method of killing was crude, and he even dealt with the corpse carelessly. While it might be hard to discover anything in the labyrinthine tunnels, if this had happened outside, Officer Ginny would have identified him as the culprit within a few days. This is your first time killing someone, isn't it? Don't you know that human bones are incredibly tough and can't be destroyed by fire? Didn't you prepare any Pokémon in advance to handle the body? Kuroha's voice was calm as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man in front of him, his expression indifferent. The man's face faltered slightly at these words, but he quickly regained his composure, forcing himself to appear calm. "Umph, I have no idea what you're talking about," he replied coldly. Kuroha's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. He continued, "There are bloodstains on you, so you had your Pokémon use water to wash them off, but you didn't do a thorough job not even masking the smell. Can't you smell the blood on yourself?" As he spoke, he casually swung the flashlight in his hand, illuminating the man's shoes. The middle-aged man slowly lowered his head, following the beam of light to his shoes, where he saw faint traces of blood that hadn't been completely washed away. His heart skipped a beat, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked back up at Kuroha, his gaze now fierce and menacing. The once expressionless face became dark and twisted, his bloodshot eyes resembling those of an enraged beast. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" The man roared, his voice filled with a mix of anger and fear. But his outburst sounded more like self-doubt, as his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil inside him. "You'll be buried here with him," he snarled, commanding his Pokémon Moril to use Aqua Tail, and Grimer to attack with Sludge. The man had made up his mind to silence Kuroha and bury his dark secret in the underground tunnels. In truth, his reaction wasn't entirely unexpected. Kuroha's appearance was incredibly deceiving. On the surface, he looked like a boy who had just entered his teenage years. His attire was simple, suggesting he was a rookie trainer who had only recently begun his journey. The Eevee and Murkrow by his side seemed to be the extent of his Pokémon team. It wasn't surprising that the man underestimated him. After all, his perspective was limited. For someone in his middle age, with Pokémon barely reaching level 20, it was clear he wasn't from a prestigious background and lacked natural talent as a trainer. Having just dealt with his companion earlier, the man's confidence was inflated. Seeing Kuroha as just a child, he made his move without hesitation. Kuroha calmly ordered his two Pokémon to use Protect, successfully blocking the incoming attacks. He rolled to the side into a corner and released Crawdaunt. In a flash of white light, the imposing Pokémon appeared. "Crawdaunt," Kuroha called out, his eyes assessing the two opposing Pokémon. With his current level of experience, it was easy to estimate their strength. The Pokémon were poorly trained and unremarkable in power. The only thing to watch out for was Maril's fairy typing. It seems that people in this world have yet to discover this particular attribute and merely regard it as an ordinary one. Even mischievous fairy-type traits are categorized as normal moves. Is this the extent of your strength? If so, I'm afraid you'll end up buried here alongside your companions. Heiyu taunted back with the same words he had heard earlier. At this moment, the middle-aged man appeared to be on the verge of breaking down. The pressure of killing, combined with Heiyu's relentless provocations, drove him deeper into despair. His face turned even paler when the Crawdaunt appeared, and he felt the powerful energy radiating from it, sinking further into hopelessness. He realized he had likely fallen into a trap and underestimated this seemingly innocent child before him. "Maril, Bubble Beam. Grimer, use Sludge," the middle-aged man commanded anxiously, his mind consumed by murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to eliminate Heiyu and leave him here. Seeing the man's growing desperation, Heiyu stopped mocking him and directly ordered Crawdaunt to finish him off with Shellblade. The training over the past few days had not been in vain. Aside from improving its dragon dance, Crawdaunt had also mastered Shellblade. With a swift motion, turbulent water enveloped its pincers as it struck Grimer forcefully. The attack was so devastating that Grimer could barely endure it, writhing in pain. Murkrow, Wing Attack. Eevee Swift. Heiyu continued commanding his other two Pokémon, giving the opponent no chance to recover. Maril, overwhelmed by Murkrow and Eevee, was unable to assist Grimer. Crawdaunt relentlessly attacked with its pincers, while cold sweat dripped from the middle-aged man's forehead as his expression grew increasingly tense. At this moment, He regretted not training another Pokémon. Out in the wild, no one cares about fairness. Overwhelming your opponent with numbers is the rule of survival. The more Pokémon you have, the better your chances of dominating. As another bubble beam struck Grimer, it was clear that it could no longer stand, its body slumping and its toxic secretions dripping sorrowfully to the ground. The battle had become one-sided. With Grimer defeated, Crawdaunt was free to join forces with the other two Pokémon to take down Maril. The tide of battle turned completely, and even without Heiyu's constant orders, the three Pokémon worked in seamless coordination, quickly overwhelming the opponent's team until they were lifeless. The middle-aged man, his face streaked with blood, roared in despair. Why? Why are you all forcing me? He staggered and fell to his knees, his hollow eyes staring blankly ahead, consumed by hopelessness. Heiyu stepped forward slowly and asked, looking down at him. Now, will you tell me the truth about what happened? Why did you kill your companions? Unfortunately, the man was too broken to respond, muttering repeatedly. Why? Why did it come to this? Regret consumed him as he thought about how things might have been different if he hadn't killed his companions to claim the treasure for himself. If only he had resisted his greed. Wouldn't it have been better to share it together? Heiyu stepped back and coldly ordered Murkrow to end the man's life. As he watched the lifeless body on the ground, Heiyu remained indifferent, his dark eyes reflecting a chilling apathy. This world has always been like this. If you want your Pokémon to grow stronger, if you want to go further as a trainer, you must fight for it. Especially for trainers without any background or privilege, the only way forward is to risk everything to seize resources. Sadly, some people don't even have the qualifications to compete, just like this middle-aged man wasting half his life with nothing to show for it. It is precisely because of this decayed system and the blocked paths for upward mobility that countless ordinary people join the ranks of dark organizations, becoming part of the underground forces. Only through these means can they contend with the League and fight for resources. This is why, despite countless efforts to eradicate them, these dark organizations continue to grow and persist across regions. After a quick search of the man's corpse, Black Feather found only a few scattered Alliance coins and several empty Pokeballs. He released Grimer, allowing it to clean up the remains, before turning his attention to the two deceased Pokémon, a Grimer and an Azumarill. The Azumarill was noticeably larger than average, with a thicker layer of fat around its waist, clearly possessing the thick fat ability. Using a shovel, Black Feather carefully cut off the more valuable parts of the two Pokémon, wrapped them in special materials, and stored them in his spatial backpack. Finally, his gaze shifted to the man's spatial backpack. The Murkrow, as if understanding the unspoken command, flew over and hooked the spatial backpack with its claws before happily flapping its wings and bringing it to Black Feather. He gently patted the Murkrow's head and took the backpack. Inside, apart from miscellaneous items, Pokémon food, and energy cubes, there were only 3 bottles containing a thick, yellowish liquid. Black Feather slowly pulled out one of the bottles, and under the light, the liquid exuded a clean, radiant glow. Essence elixir, he exclaimed in amazement. This was an incredibly rare natural treasure he had once read about in the library of the Rustboro Gym. It was said that Essence elixir was the essence of the earth itself, often described as nectar of the earth, fragrant with the veins of soil. Its value was astronomical, considered an unparalleled treasure for rock and ground-type Pokémon, capable of significantly enhancing their potential. On the black market, a single drop could sell for a fortune, and here, in these 3 bottles, there were at least hundreds of drops, worth nearly tens of millions. Black Feather finally understood why the middle-aged man had betrayed his companion. Faced with such a temptation, few could resist. After all, a fortune like this could buy a starter Pokémon with exceptional potential and still leave millions for its training. For an ordinary trainer, this was nothing short of a life-changing opportunity. With careful planning, it might even lead to greater achievements. Yet, who would willingly split such a fortune in half? After cleaning up the scene, Black Feather left the tunnel and continued exploring in another direction. This world was far from the utopia depicted in animated stories. Love, hatred, scheming, and betrayal were its true themes. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. And in this world, only by preying on others could one hope to rise higher. Leaving the tunnel behind, Black Feather followed his map to another deserted passage. At the entrance, he placed a marker and instructed Crawdaunt to stand guard. Once he ensured the area was secure, he set up camp inside the tunnel, lit a fire, and began preparing food to feed his Pokémon. Eevee, stay still, okay? Black Feather gently laid Eevee across his lap, carefully parting the fur covering her wound to apply medicine. Hiss as the spray touched her injured leg. Eevee immediately felt a sharp sting and let out a pitiful cry, her tearful eyes gazing at Black Feather as he tended to her wound. She was filled with grievance. This was her first serious injury, and she had never imagined battles could be so dangerous. In the past, her seamless teamwork with Black Feather had always allowed them to toy with wild Pokémon effortlessly. However, during this battle, the commanding Pokémon unexpectedly got injured. Little Evie tried hard to hold back its tears, but they clung to the corners of its eyes, making its tearful expression all the more endearing. Kuroba, seeing Evie's pitiful state, fed it a pain-relieving energy cube and used skilled massage techniques to ease its discomfort. Before long, exhausted and relieved from the pain, Evie fell into a deep sleep. Kuroba carefully placed it on a soft sleeping mat, gently covered it with a warm blanket, and only after ensuring he hadn't woken it, heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, it's Murkrow's turn now. Kuroba continued massaging the Murkrow until his wrists ached unbearably, forcing him to stop. Shaking his hands to relieve the soreness, he sighed. Massaging Pokémon is definitely no easy task. While Kuroba was exploring the verdant tunnel, an intense tremor shook Rustboro City. The latest research data from the Devon Corporation had been stolen. Countless police cars rushed into action, and Officer Ginny herself came to investigate. President Zinnia, is this true? The stolen data is actually the latest research on the Pokémon Navigator. Officer Ginny was so furious that she was left speechless, her chest heaving with anger. Yes, it's true. I never imagined that there would be traitors in my own company, or rather, those two were probably undercover agents from the start. President Zinnia was shocked that the two employees he had trusted the most, Hamura and Izumi, had stolen the company's cutting-edge research. Officer Ginny was equally enraged, nearly fainting from frustration. After all, the Pokemon Navigator project was a massive investment made by her family. This new navigator was unlike any previous device. It didn't need to connect to signal towers. Instead, it directly utilized Devon Corporation's global network. This meant it could function in any environment, no matter how harsh volcanoes, oceans, dense forests, or even uncharted forbidden zones. For League investigators and law enforcement, this invention was of monumental significance. The Ginny family had poured a fortune into the project, knowing that if it succeeded, they would be its greatest beneficiaries. But now, she had just learned that the research data had been stolen. President Zinnia was even more distressed, as he hadn't mentioned that the thieves had also taken the topographical map of the Verdant Tunnel. This map contained some secrets about his family, and though the area was now abandoned, it still left him uneasy. Since leading the Zinnia family to prominence, he hadn't felt this kind of anxiety in years. Watching the police force rush into action, Zinnia Mahogany, the head of the Zinnia family and president of Devon Corporation, wore a worried expression. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello? Dad, I heard something happened at the company. Do you need me to come back and help? A cheerful young voice came from the other end. Zinnia Mahogany smiled and shook his head, playfully scolding. No need, you rascal. You spend all your time playing with rocks anyway. I doubt you'd be much help here. The voice on the other end replied with a laugh. Dad, I got it from you. Didn't you love collecting rocks when you were younger? Amid their playful banter, Zinnia Mahogany's mood lightened slightly. Before hanging up, he said, Stephen, by the way, the shiny Beldum the family was helping to track down has been found. Come back sometime, and let it evolve into Metagross with your fusion evolution. This was said to be a special technique developed by the Zinnia family, exclusively for pseudo-legendary Pokémon like Metagross. It allowed two identical Pokémon to fuse, and after evolution, their potential would be significantly enhanced. Of course, only a top-tier family like the Zinnia family could afford such a unique evolution method. Even if other prominent families managed to obtain a Beldum, they would let it evolve normally. And even if they somehow acquired the Zinnia family's fusion evolution technique, they likely wouldn't have the financial resources to use it. Heiyu continued his exploration in the Karu Tunnel, venturing into countless branching tunnels and encountering a variety of situations. Some tunnels contained the corpses of elves, others revealed human camps, and some held lifeless, decayed elf eggs. Each small offshoot of the tunnel was like opening a blind box, bringing Heiyu different surprises or, at times, shocks. He cautiously held a small shovel, tapping the earthen walls beside him, while his flashlight illuminated the path ahead. The dark crow flapped its wings in the misty tunnel, dispersing the thin haze. As the fog cleared, Heiyu finally saw the road ahead and proceeded cautiously. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the dark tunnel. After a long moment, a faint echo returned from the darkness, indicating that the tunnel was far from short. Heiyu paused and leaned against the wall, deep in thought. This path could either lead to a dead end or connect to another main passage. Careful consideration and route planning were the wisest choices. The dark crow, as if sensing his hesitation, flapped its wings a short distance ahead, clearing the mist further. Heiyu reflected that he had already gained plenty from this expedition. In addition to the progress of several elves, he had unexpectedly obtained some geomantic stone milk. It was best not to be greedy. Rather than venturing into another main passage, it might be wiser to continue exploring the current path, even if it meant entering shorter side tunnels. Just as Heiyu was about to turn back, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the darkness of the tunnel ahead. Boom! The sound was like something detonating, its echo traveling a great distance before resonating in Heiyu's ears. Little Evie, startled, leaped into the air, its soft fur bristling in fright. The dark crow, also startled by the echo, flapped its wings erratically, struggling to maintain balance in the air. However, instead of being upset, Heiyu's face lit up with excitement. His eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed into the dark branching tunnel. That was the roar of an explode. A smile crept across his face. One of his tasks for this journey was to capture a Whismore. Explode is the evolved form of Whismore, which can further evolve into Explode at level 40. Though Explode's final base stat total of 490 might seem unimpressive for a 3-stage evolution, it remains a favorite among trainers. The reason lies in its mastery of a powerful move called Boom Burst. This normal-type move is one of the strongest special attacks in its category, with a power of 140, second only to Hyper Beam and Giga Impact, which have a power of 150. Unlike those moves, however, Boom Burst has no drawbacks. Yet, very few Pokémon can learn Itonly Whismore, Noivern, and Explode. The other two are rare and prestigious dragon types. Thinking of all this, Heiyu felt a surge of excitement. The reward for capturing a Whismore was substantial, and it was paid in alliance points no less. To avoid being discovered, Heiyu dimmed the light to its lowest setting, crouched down, and carefully moved forward toward the dark tunnel where the voices were coming from. After some time of cautious exploration, he finally saw a faint glimmer of light, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. However, as he got closer, human voices reached his ears. "Boss, this spirit is too difficult to handle. Its soundwave attacks are way too strong." A man in red clothing exclaimed anxiously. "What are you afraid of? Just stall it. My Maitena will soon be ready to crush it." Another man replied coldly. At this moment, they were commanding a Poochyena and a Maitena in a fierce battle against an Explode. Although the Explode was outnumbered, it was also protecting a Whismore behind it, forcing it to divide its attention and leaving its body increasingly covered in wounds. Roar! The Explode unleashed another powerful soundwave attack, sending the Poochyena flying into a rock wall, where it collapsed unconscious. "Boss, hurry up and attack. I can't hold on much longer," the man in red shouted urgently. "Use Crunch," the other man ordered with a grim expression. The Maitena, now fully charged, lunged forward with ferocity, its sharp teeth dripping with saliva. Dark energy gathered around it as it savagely bit into the Explode's body. Despite the pain, the Explode continued to shield the Whismore behind it. Just as it was about to collapse in despair, a sudden surge of blue water shot through the air. "Crawdaunt, use Water Jet." Heiyu, who had been observing from the shadows, finally stepped forward and commanded his Crawdaunt to attack the Maitena. The powerful stream of water struck the Maitena directly, sending it flying with overwhelming force. "Don't give it a chance, use Razor Shell." Heiyu's cold, emotionless voice echoed through the tunnel. At that moment, the two trainers in red quickly realized what was happening and shouted angrily, "How dare you? Can't you see those are our Pokémon?" Heiyu smirked coldly. "So what? Right now, those two Pokémon are my prey." His icy gaze swept over the pair, and he couldn't shake the feeling that their outfits seemed strangely familiar, though he couldn't immediately place them. "You." One of the men was so furious he was at a loss for words. The other leaned in to whisper something to him, which seemed to calm his anger slightly. A look of apprehension flickered across his face, followed by a sudden realization. You Ocean Team people are as unreasonable as ever. I'll make sure to report this to our captain." The first man sneered. "Exactly. Our two organizations are supposed to be in a cooperative phase, yet here you are brazenly stealing our prey," the calmer man added. Heiyu, who had been commanding his Pokémon to surround the wounded Explode, froze upon hearing their words. Ocean Team? Could it be that these men were part of Team Magma? The realization struck him like lightning. Because his Crawdaunt was a signature Pokémon of Ocean Team, they must have mistaken him for a member of that organization. Heiyu silently accepted the misunderstanding without correcting them. As the light illuminated the two men more clearly, he noticed their deep red uniforms, as fiery as molten lava, and the M emblem on their chests. It instantly triggered his memory. Team Magma, Heiyu murmured in astonishment. Without Heiyu's immediate orders, the Explode seized the opportunity to escape down a branching tunnel. When Heiyu turned back to check, it had already disappeared. The two Team Magma members, meanwhile, smirked and said mockingly, well, Ocean Team friend, we'll leave that Explode to you. Good luck finding it in this maze of tunnels." With that, they recalled their Maitena and Poochyena and exited the tunnel. Heiyu watched their retreating figures, a faint sense of unease creeping into his mind. He decided not to have his Pokémon attack and stop them. The Hoenn region was currently rife with dark organizations, and while Ocean Team and Team Magma were among the more prominent ones, their apparent secret collaboration hinted at something even more concerning. With memories of his previous life, Heiyu knew that these two organizations would inevitably rise to great power. For now, he decided it was best not to provoke them. He recalled his Crawdaunt and signaled to his EV and Murkrow to continue pursuing the escaped Explode. Dark Crow spread its wings and launched an attack, while Eevee countered with Swift to block the incoming threat. Heiyu ran through the dim tunnel, the light in his hand illuminating the path ahead. A monstrous Exploud swayed its body from side to side, trying to escape. Clutched in its arms was a small Whismore, seemingly a baby Pokémon. Roar! Exploud turned back suddenly, unleashing a sound wave attack. Both Pokémon instantly raised protective barriers, successfully deflecting the attack. However, in the narrow tunnel, the vibrations from the sound wave loosened the surrounding walls, causing dirt and stones to fall continuously. Lililai. Heiyu continued to command his Pokémon to attack, closing the distance between them step by step until he saw Exploud enter a forked tunnel he had already explored. That dead end had been marked by Heiyu long ago. He thought to himself, Dark Crow, don't rush to chase it down. It's already cornered. First, clear out this mist. After a brief adjustment, Heiyu cautiously entered the tunnel, the soft soil beneath his feet making a faint rustling sound. He frowned slightly. Exploud was highly sensitive to sound, and approaching recklessly would definitely alert it, leading to a preemptive strike. Realizing this, Heiyu had an epiphany. Unless it's something airborne like Dark Crow, any movement on the ground that produces sound would immediately be detected by the Exploud species. Clawitzer, if anything feels off, use Protect immediately. To be safe, Heiyu released his ace Pokémon, Clawitzer. It was the strongest and most reliable among his team. As they approached the end of the tunnel, Heiyu tread carefully, trying not to make a sound. However, the Exploud species' sensitivity to sound was beyond expectations. In an instant, a sound wave attack was launched. Duong, a green protective barrier materialized instantly as Clawitzer reacted swiftly, successfully blocking the sound wave. Heiyu waved his hand decisively, issuing commands coldly. Clawitzer, use Razor Shell to attack Exploud. Dark Crow, target the Whismore with wing attack. Prepared for the moment, Dark Crow swooped down, launching an attack on the cornered baby Pokémon. At the same time, Clawitzer firmly planted its sturdy legs, gathering water energy. The phantom of a Razor Shell appeared, slashing down with immense force. With a despairing howl, the battle-worn and heavily injured Exploud fell unconscious, unable to fight any longer. Heiyu commanded Dark Crow to quickly subdue the Whismore, then threw 2 Pokeballs, capturing them both. Beep beep beep. Whismore, the Whisper Pokémon. It speaks so softly that it's barely audible, but when it senses danger, it lets out an ear-piercing scream. This normal-type Pokémon is male, with the soundproof ability. It stands at 0.6 meters tall, weighs 15 kilograms, and is slightly underdeveloped due to malnutrition. Known moves include Pound, Echoed Voice, and Snore, with Stomp as an inherited move. Heiyu took out his Pokédex and carefully examined the 2 Pokémon, discovering that the Whismore had just passed its infant stage and had inherited the move Stomp. However, inside the tunnel, the lack of food led to malnutrition, causing Gunny-Unius development to be somewhat stunted. Heiyu decided to provide additional care for a few more days before submitting it for the task. In contrast, another Habaedon had already reached level 27, with remarkable potential. Considering the energy and food scarcity in the tunnel, growing to such a level was no easy feat. What surprised Heiyu even more was that this Habaedon possessed the hidden ability, Guts, which allowed normal and fighting-type moves to hit ghost types. For a normal type like Habaedon, this ability was a perfect fit, significantly broadening its offensive range. Its prowess and soundwave attacks made it a formidable asset. Unfortunately, Heiyu had no intention of capturing it, but he was impressed by the increased value of a Habaedon with the Guts ability. After successfully completing the capture, Heiyu's mission was considered a success. Although there were minor incidents along the way like running into an older man and members of the Magma team, none of these caused any significant issues. Heiyu retraced his steps and prepared to leave Karu Tunnel. He had marked his path with special limestone earlier, making the return journey smooth and almost free of confusion. Halfway back, Heiyu glanced at the little Eevee beside him. Though it was panting heavily, it stubbornly refused to complain about the hardship or exhaustion. This journey through Karu Tunnel had indeed been a transformative experience for Eevee. In the past, it had been Heiyu's pampered companion, rarely engaging in battles, and even getting upset if its fur got dirty. But after this trip, the little Eevee had grown up. It had learned the challenges of battle and witnessed bloodier scenes. While it couldn't match the ruthless efficiency of the Murkrow in combat, Heiyu was already very satisfied with its progress. Returning to a familiar section of the tunnel, Heiyu and his Pokémon gathered around a campfire, enjoying a peaceful dinner. Heiyu cleaned the ingredients he had brought along and roasted them over the fire. After days of eating frozen food, he couldn't resist the craving for a warm, freshly cooked meal. The Pokémon eagerly watched their bowls, and Heiyu filled them with heaps of food and energy cubes. Eevee, ever the clean one, even laid down a small cloth before sitting. Unlike the other Pokémon who ate with gusto, Eevee gracefully picked up pieces of food with its paws and placed them in its mouth. The Crawdaunt, having quickly finished its meal, dutifully moved to the tunnel entrance to stand guard. Meanwhile, the Murkrow enjoyed energy cubes meticulously prepared by Heiyu, with a 3-to-7 ratio of Dark-type to Flying-type nutrients. Currently, the Murkrow hadn't learned any outstanding Dark-type moves. Its inherited moves were all Flying-type, including Sky Attack, Roost, and Drill Peck. This indicated its talent in Flying-type moves was superior, and Heiyu intended to train it into a ruler of the skies. For now, though, the Murkrow had yet to master any of its inherited moves. These techniques, despite being etched in its genetic lineage, were challenging to learn. Considering that the Murkrow was still young and had only recently learned to fly, it hadn't had the time to delve into advanced moves. After all, Pokémon training is a gradual process, requiring patience and consistent effort, not something that could be rushed. As Heiyu leaned against the wall to rest for a moment, his Pokédex suddenly emitted a noise. Normally, Heiyu kept it on silent mode, so this unexpected sound puzzled him. When he opened it, the screen automatically displayed an unfamiliar symbol. A message from the League appeared. Emergency summons for respected trainers. Currently, in your location Karoo Tunnel there have been reports of activity by an underground dark organization. You are hereby issued a Level 1 emergency mission to assist law enforcement in apprehending the suspects. Upon completion, contributions will be rewarded with League coins. As Heiyu and the other trainers exploring the Karoo Tunnel received the urgent summons from the Alliance, outside the tunnel at the Gambling Stone House, the wailing of police sirens echoed incessantly. A group of police officers, dressed in official uniforms, surrounded the Gambling Stone House with stern expressions. Leading them was an imposing and valiant female officer, Officer Junsha. Standing atop a massive off-road police vehicle, she held a loudspeaker firmly in her hand, her voice resolute and commanding, instantly resonating throughout the area. Attention, residents and trainers of the Alliance. It is highly likely that members of an underground criminal organization are among you. Please remain calm and follow the instructions of the police department. We assure you that your safety will be secured. Officer Junsha repeated these words over and over, striving to avoid panic. Yet, despite her assurances, unease lingered in the hearts of the crowd. Handing the loudspeaker to her deputy, she turned to the technical team and asked, "How's it going? Has the urgent mission announcement been issued?" "Rest assured, Captain Junsha, the mandatory announcement has been sent to all Pokédexes inside the Karoo Tunnel," a technician replied. Hearing this, Officer Junsha felt a slight sense of relief. She continued to direct the police force in an orderly evacuation of the crowd while urging for reinforcements from the Pokémon unit. The moment Heiyu received the urgent mission, he realized he could no longer linger in the Karoo Tunnel. He quickly sent his Murkrow ahead to scout the path and dashed out of the tunnel. No sooner had he exited than he was surrounded by police officers for identity verification. With no other choice, he joined the larger group, waiting for the Alliance's instructions. Among the crowd, Officer Junsha's sharp eyes quickly spotted Heiyu and his Crawdaunt, a flicker of suspicion flashing across her face. Among the members of the criminal organization they were hunting, many were known to use Corfish as their Pokémon, a trait that seemed to symbolize the group. "Name? Heiyu. Please show your identification," Officer Junsha said, predictably singling him out for questioning. She scanned Heiyu's ID card through a device, and as the information appeared on the screen, her expression betrayed a moment of doubt. "Apologies, esteemed trainer Heiyu. Given the current emergency, we ask for your understanding." Officer Junsha noticed Heiyu's notable lineage and second-level clearance, and her suspicions faded instantly. Straightening her posture, her long legs snapping together in a precise stance, she saluted Heiyu with a serious expression and apologized formally. Heiyu nodded calmly, about to leave when Officer Junsha stepped forward to stop him. Standing beside him, she sincerely requested, "Honorable Trainer Heiyu, I assume you've received the alert as well. We've issued a Level 1 emergency mission from the Alliance. While it's not a mandatory top priority task, as a member of the Alliance, we hope you can lend us your strength." Recognizing Heiyu's exceptional abilities after all, a Crawdaunt requires reaching level 30 to evolve. Officer Junsha was eager to enlist his help. Worried he might refuse, she hastily added, "If you assist the Alliance in completing this urgent mission, you will be handsomely rewarded afterward." Miss Junsha's tone was exceptionally gentle, especially toward Heiyu. If it had been an ordinary civilian trainer, she would have already conscripted them into the battle team by force. Heiyu lowered his head in thought. In truth, given his current situation, there was no need for him to risk participating in such a dangerous mission. By selling energy cubes, he had been able to earn a steady income in Alliance currency. He began to wonder if these earnings could be converted into Alliance points. After a brief moment of contemplation, he voiced his question. Alliance points were undoubtedly more valuable than Alliance currency, as they were the most prized form of currency in the official reward exchange system. Even the most basic privileges could be used to exchange for treasures, energy cubes, and high-quality Pokémon eggs. Higher-level privileges granted access to rare Pokémon like the Starter Trio and the Alliance Breeding Manual. With his current level 2 privileges, Heiyu could exchange for even more items, including rare Pokémon items and exclusive Pokémon eggs. As for level 3 privileges, Heiyu speculated they might allow access to pseudo-legendary Pokémon, though he had no idea how to upgrade his alliance privileges. As expected, when Miss Junsha heard Heiyu's proposal to exchange for alliance points, she hesitated slightly before agreeing. All right, no problem. On behalf of the Alliance Police Department, I approve. Clearly, considering Heiyu's level 2 privileges, she didn't make things difficult for him and quickly made her decision. However, deep down, she felt a bit resentful, thinking that Heiyu was using this opportunity to raise his bargaining position. Miss Junsha gave Heiyu a long, meaningful look, as if she wanted to remember his face. Heiyu soon joined the group of trainers recruited for the Alliance mission. It didn't take long before someone approached him to strike up a conversation. Most of the trainers had witnessed Miss Junsha personally inviting Heiyu, and combined with the imposing presence of the Crawdaunt by his side, it was clear he was no ordinary trainer. Naturally, the others sought to stick together for mutual support. However, before they could exchange pleasantries for long, a sudden burst of flames erupted within the Karu tunnel. Boom! Everyone stood in stunned silence as they watched a significant portion of the tunnel collapse. Miss Junsha and her team of officers immediately assumed a defensive formation. In the next moment, 3 Pokémon appeared at the entrance of the tunnel. The Camerupt unleashed a flamethrower. The Sharpedo bypassed the Pokémon and directly targeted a little girl, attacking with Aqua Jet. 2 figures, one clad in red and the other in blue, commanded their Pokémon to launch devastating attacks. The aftershocks of their assaults forced the surrounding trainers' Pokémon into retreat. Even Miss Junsha's Arcanine struggled to withstand the onslaught, barely managing to maintain a protective shield. At that moment, a massive Steelix slowly raised its head. Its towering body reached dozens of meters high, and its silvery form gleamed blindingly in the sunlight. Atop the Steelix's head stood a young woman with a furious expression. She commanded in a firm voice, Magnemite, use Zap Cannon on the Sharpedo. Golem, use Earthquake on the Camerupt. The attacks of her Pokémon were no less formidable than their opponents. A massive electromagnetic energy ball loomed over the trainers below, casting a shadow before hurtling toward the Sharpedo. Boom! The young woman standing atop the Steelix's head remained calm and composed, continuing to issue commands to her Pokémon as they battled fiercely against the enemies. Meanwhile, the trainers below were engaged in combat with the ordinary members of the Dark Organization, dressed in red and blue uniforms. Yet, they couldn't help but glance toward the main battlefield nearby. The sheer power of the Pokémon there was overwhelming. Just the residual shockwaves of their attacks were enough to knock out their own Pokémon. Was this the might of elite-level Pokémon? Miss Junsha stared in shock at the top of the tunnel, where Leader Duan of the gym was fighting the Dark Organization's leader. For a moment, her usually steady legs trembled slightly. Heiyu also found his gaze drawn to the figure of the young woman. Surprised, he exclaimed, Teacher Duan. The chaotic battle continued as Heiyu was confronted by a member of the Ocean team, dressed in blue. The man sneered, I didn't expect your Pokémon to also be a Crawdaunt. Let's see whose claws are tougher. His gaze provocatively swept over Heiyu's Crawdaunt, particularly its relatively smaller pincers, as if mocking its size. Heiyu remained unfazed and continued commanding his Pokémon to attack. He knew well that the opponent's Crawdaunt had larger pincers due to its hypercutter ability. While it might look intimidating, size didn't necessarily equate to strength. Crawdaunt, use Razor Shell. Heiyu ordered coldly, his expression unchanging. Then let's clash, Hedon. Watch as I crush you. My Pokémon's claws will overpower yours. The Ocean team member commanded his Crawdaunt to use Razor Shell as well. Both Crawdaunts leapt into the air simultaneously, executing the move. Water-type energy converged, streams of water enveloping their pincers, creating shimmering illusions. Boom! The water, though shapeless, carried force and precision. Heiyu's Crawdaunt was noticeably larger than its opponent, causing the Ocean team member's expression to falter slightly, though he continued to direct his attacks. At this moment, Heiyu released his Sharpedo and ordered it to repeatedly use Aqua Jet, taking advantage of its speed boost ability to harass the battlefield. Murkrow, EV, stay by my side and be ready to use Protect at any time. Heiyu instructed, prioritizing survival above all else. After all, staying alive was the only way to secure a future. The Ocean team and Magma team members before him were clearly more dangerous than the trainers from the League. They were well versed in the brutal tactics of wild combat. These people didn't need to defeat your Pokémon. They only needed to kill you. Despite the seemingly large number of temporarily recruited trainers, the battlefield was rife with chaos as some were ambushed and killed by enemy Pokémon. Most of these recruits weren't professional trainers. Their Pokémon were often utility types like Geodude or Machop, used for mining rather than battle. Such an untrained and uncoordinated group stood little chance against the well-organized and powerful members of the Dark Organizations. As expected, one defensive line after another fell. Another trainer was brutally killed by a Mytayana, their blood splattering as their head rolled into the crowd. The temporary recruits quickly broke ranks, and the battlefield descended into chaos. Trainers with weaker resolve scattered like headless chickens, ordering their Pokémon to flee with them. Most of these individuals were only there for the reward Officer Jenny had offered, clearly lacking the courage to face death. Crawdaunt, finish it with Aqua Jet, Heiyu commanded, his heart growing increasingly anxious as he watched the battlefield crumble. He continued to order his Crawdaunt to press the attack. As water enveloped its entire body, a sharp flash appeared instantly on the battlefield, slamming fiercely into the enemy's Crawdaunt. Bang! The Crawdaunt was knocked heavily against a nearby stone wall and fell unconscious. Seeing their Pokémon defeated, the members of Team Aqua furiously shouted at the members of Team Magma, "Damn it! Can't you see that kid Sharpedo is darting all over the battlefield like a blue lightning bolt? Hurry up and help me." One of the Team Magma members glanced at the angry man, but remained indifferent. His gaze shifted toward the depths of the verdant tunnel, as if something important was drawing his attention. Although Kuroha had taken down several enemies, his side was losing ground rapidly. Just as he was about to abandon the mission and retreat, an enormous orange flame suddenly swept across the enemy ranks from the mountains. BOMWHO's high fire surged into a raging inferno. Only a few members of Team Aqua and Team Magma managed to command their Pokémon to use protective moves in time. The majority of the evil organization's members were consumed by the apocalyptic blaze, leaving only charred remains scattered across the battlefield. Kuroha looked toward the mountain forest and saw dozens of Arcanines standing tall, their majestic forms radiating power as they let out resounding howls. A woman, Officer Junsha, seeing the Arcanine in the forest, broke into an expression of joy. She shouted to everyone around her, "Fellow trainers, the League's reinforcements have arrived. Hold on just a little longer, victory is within reach." The amplified announcement echoed across the battlefield, boosting morale as everyone brought out their last reserves. Meanwhile, above the verdant tunnel, Dokkan, Hamura, and Izumi, who were commanding their Pokémon in battle, also heard the announcement. Hamura and Izumi exchanged glances, a shared thought of retreat forming in their minds. They simultaneously pressed their fingers against a special cube-like device on their belts. Instantly, numerous small devices emerged from the ground around the verdant tunnel, flying rapidly toward the special instruments on their belts, seemingly being retrieved. Standing atop her Steelix, Dokkan realized their intention. She knew she couldn't let them escape and had to keep them engaged. Though Dokkan was usually kind and gentle in her daily life, she had zero tolerance for criminal organizations and underground networks. Her upbringing and values had instilled in her a deep hatred for these dark forces. Her Probopass used Magnet Bomb, firing steel spheres with magnetic attraction that ensured a direct hit. Suspended in midair by magnetic levitation, Probopass launched the steel spheres from its mouth. Though the damage was minor, the spheres carried a magnetic pull that forcibly dragged Hamura's retreating Camerupt back into the battle zone. Hamura, with his bulky frame, had just climbed onto his Mytina's back, ready to recall his Camerupt and flee when he noticed the scene. His face twisted in rage. Seeing his Camerupt being drawn away and already beyond the recall range of his Pokeball, even the usually composed Hamura couldn't help but panic. At this moment, Izumi, the dark-skinned beauty beside him, reminded him, "The data collection is complete. Our mission is done. Even if we lose a Pokémon, your boss, Maxie, will likely compensate you when we return." Her message was clear. There was no point in lingering here. With the police force's Pokémon units arriving, the League's elite trainers couldn't be far behind. Though the two of them together could contend with an Elite Four member, if one truly arrived, escape would be nearly impossible. Moreover, this young girl in front of them, while her other Pokémon were fairly ordinary, her Probopass was undeniably formidable. Hamura, jolted by her reminder, quickly regained his composure. Yet, parting with the Camerupt that had accompanied him from his weakest days to his strongest left him reluctant and bitter. He cast a venomous glare at the League's trainers, silently vowing that once his boss's plan succeeded, he would annihilate these League dogs. Before leaving, he was determined to make them suffer. Patting his Mytina, he commanded it to unleash Dark Pulse at the League trainers. "All Arcanine, use Protect." A commanding and resolute female voice rang out. The Arcanine leaped down from the surrounding hills and forests, positioning themselves beside the trainers, raising shimmering protective barriers. Boom. Crash. Everyone's gaze followed the sound to see a massive Probopass hovering in the air, gathering an immense silver beam of energy and firing it directly at the Camerupt. Cannon beam, fire. As the battle concluded, the surviving League trainers erupted into cheers, their voices filled with relief and triumph. Meanwhile, the League officers methodically rounded up the captured members of Team Aqua and Team Magma, escorting them into police vehicles one by one. Harsh interrogations awaited the captives, though whether any valuable information would be extracted remained uncertain. Heiyu leaned against a jagged rock, waiting for the League to finish clearing the battlefield before dismissing the group, just like most of the others around him. After the intense battle, many people cast reverent glances his way. On the battlefield earlier, Heiyu had undoubtedly been one of the standout figures. Most trainers had received critical assistance from his Sharpedo, whose lightning-fast blue streaks had turned the tide for many. And that Crawdon of his? It had single-handedly taken down several elite Pokémon from Team Aqua and Team Magma. As the League began collecting the Pokémon left behind on the battlefield, Heiyu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, he'd defeated multiple elite Pokémon above level 30. Yet, in the end, not a single trophy was his to claim, all of it handed over to the League. If the League's reward points aren't satisfactory later, I swear I'll. Heiyu grumbled internally. Still, his hand instinctively brushed against a Pokeball nestled in his chest pocket, and he quickly concealed it with a faint smirk. As a consummate opportunist, there was no way Heiyu would fight for the League without securing something for himself. Amidst the chaotic battle earlier, he'd managed to stealthily loot a Pokeball containing a high-level Mytena, likely the primary Pokemon of a Team Aqua member. Heiyu speculated it was meant as a trump card for escape, but the trainer hadn't even had the chance to use it before being scorched to ashes. Heiyu shuddered at the memory of the Arcanine's flamethrowers, glancing at the scorched earth nearby. The charred ground stood out starkly, its color and texture completely different from the surrounding terrain, as if it had been overturned. Casting a glance at the other League trainers around him, many of whom appeared battered and defeated, Heiyu felt a flicker of disdain. Too naive. League trainers, especially those who hadn't traveled extensively, were often idealistic and unexposed to the grimmer realities of this world. Any seasoned trainer who had spent time in the shadows would have taken advantage of the chaos to benefit themselves, just as Heiyu had. Among the surviving League trainers, Heiyu spotted only a handful who seemed to share his mindset. Their eyes briefly met, exchanging subtle smiles of mutual understanding. Returning his focus to his own matters, Heiyu cradled his Sharpedo in his arms. The rough texture of its scales was uncomfortable against his skin, but he ignored it. Pulling out a small healing spray, he began carefully tending to his Pokémon one by one. When it came to nurturing his team, Heiyu preferred to handle things personally. Lucky, a Chansey waddled over, gently producing a creamy white egg from its pouch. With a tender expression, it offered the egg to the Crawdon, who accepted it eagerly. The iron-clawed lobster hesitated and glanced back at Heiyu. After receiving a nod of approval, it reluctantly took the egg. Cracking it open, it stuffed pieces into its mouth. Instantly, the scratches and cuts on its exterior vanished as soft, pale particles slowly covered its wounds. In no time, a brand new, gleaming shell emerged. It waved its proud claws triumphantly, the 5-point star on its head shining brightly. Miss Junsha, welcome. You've worked so hard, Miss Junsha. The gallant and composed Officer Junsha approached the campsite where everyone was resting. Upon seeing her, the trainers stood up to greet her, and even some injured individuals attempted to rise, a testament to her esteemed status. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. The medical teams dispatched by the Alliance are arriving one by one. On behalf of the Alliance Police Bureau, I want to express my gratitude for your contributions. The people of Kanaz City will never forget your efforts. The Police Bureau will never forget your efforts, and the Alliance will never forget your efforts. Officer Junsha's words, carefully chosen, immediately reassured the crowd. Cheers erupted once again, with shouts of "Long live the Alliance," filling the air. As for the ordinary trainers who had perished earlier in the Alliance's efforts, no one mentioned them anymore. The focus had shifted entirely to when they would receive the promised rewards. Walking gracefully in her high heels, her emerald green hair swayed gently behind her as she approached Heiyu. Onlookers cast envious glances at the young man, silently thinking that his future was bound to be bright. Having been busy managing the scene and coordinating with police personnel, Officer Junsha finally had a moment to spare as more Alliance reinforcements arrived. She looked at Heiyu with a hint of admiration in her eyes, especially recalling his remarkable performance in battle. She felt fortunate for her foresight in inviting him to join the fight. Heiyu's distinguished status and second-tier clearance had indeed given her confidence in her decision, and his contributions far surpassed those of others. The results spoke for themselves. Without Heiyu's Garchomp tearing through the battlefield and providing critical support, their defensive line might have collapsed long before the Alliance's Arcanine squad arrived. Trainer Heiyu, thank you for your efforts. Officer Junsha stood tall, saluting with impeccable posture, her figure exuding both strength and elegance. Nearby trainers, sneaking glances, found it hard to look away. Heiyu, feigning exhaustion, leaned against a rock for support and shakily raised his hand to return the salute. This act only deepened Officer Junsha's concern for him. Miss Junsha, this is merely my duty. As an Alliance trainer, it is our responsibility to fight against evil and uphold justice. Heiyu's voice was steady, neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone around to hear. His righteous words silenced those who had previously gossiped about him, leaving them nodding in approval. A young prodigy and rising star of the Alliance, Heiyu's statement even made Officer Junsha marvel. She quickly retrieved her notebook to jot it down, intending to use it in her speech at the Alliance's commendation ceremony. When she looked at Heiyu again, her gaze held unmistakable admiration. Initially, she had assumed he was a sheltered heir of some powerful family, likely inexperienced in the wild. But his words and performance on the battlefield confirmed that Heiyu was a skilled and seasoned combat trainer. Trainer Heiyu, the Alliance is fortunate to have you. Officer Junsh's eyes sparkled with genuine appreciation. Hearing this, Heiyu glanced at the Alliance flag fluttering in the fierce wind nearby. Though he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, he maintained a composed and upright expression. It is my honor to serve the Alliance, he replied firmly. After a brief conversation with Heiyu, Officer Junsha found herself increasingly admiring the young man, even entertaining the idea of drawing him in for potential investment. However, the current situation was clearly not the right moment to bring this up, so she continued moving around the camp, offering reassurance to calm the people. Meanwhile, over at the Alliance's side, things were relatively stable. Above the Karu tunnel, Duan was delivering a brief report to Alliance personnel. Zafuki Mujin, chairman of the Devon Corporation, was recounting the events that had transpired. He spoke with deep sorrow, condemning the atrocities committed by the dark organizations and accusing Huitsuan and Aquan of infiltrating the company for a long time, stealing its research data and the topographical map of the Karu tunnel. To an outsider, he might have appeared as a frail elder being wronged, but the Alliance generals present were secretly uneasy. Everyone knew that Elder Mujin was a formidable champion-level figure, once hailed as the revitalizer of the Zafuki family and the savior of the Devon Corporation. Suddenly, Duan asked, "That's strange. They stole the data and could have fled quickly. Why would they bother causing trouble in the Karu tunnel?" Recalling the small device the enemy had recovered during the earlier battle, she bluntly voiced her doubts. The others present looked visibly awkward, silently thinking, "This young girl is so straightforward." Zafuki Mujin replied vaguely, "This area was originally a breeding ground for our family's Pokémon, a survival zone specifically for releasing young Pokémon. However, it was later abandoned." Even he was unsure why the two dark organizations had suddenly attacked the Karu tunnel. The dark organizations in question were Team Aqua and Team Magma. After some basic questioning, it appeared that the two groups had temporarily joined forces. The Alliance general received a report through his earpiece, and one of the soldiers expressed concern to the senior members present. True to her straightforward nature, Duan, still quite young, stood out starkly among the seasoned veterans, often making blunt remarks that left everyone speechless. "Little Duan, we've got the Alliance troops handling things here. Why don't you go reassure the people? After all, you're the gym leader of Kanaz City." One of the senior members, all over 40 years old and well-versed in social subtleties, quickly found an excuse to send the out-of-place Duan away. Sensing something was amiss, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Heiyu's composed demeanor. Feeling frustrated, she left the area above the tunnel and headed toward the encampment in the forest. As she prepared to comfort those who had fought for the Alliance earlier, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. "Heiyu?" Her eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly realized that Officer Junsha was chatting and laughing with Heiyu. A wave of frustration surged in her heart as Duan strode forward, determined to confront Heiyu for answers. After the Alliance's emergency conscription mission concluded, everyone provided their statements and was dismissed for free activities. Just as Heiyu was about to leave, a figure suddenly stepped in his way. "Teacher Duan?" "Heiyu, so you're here too." Duan had intended to confront him angrily, but suddenly realized that her relationship with Heiyu was no more than that of friends. She dashed in front of him to block his path, but found herself at a loss for words, awkwardly responding with an embarrassed expression. Despite her hesitation, she couldn't forget her earlier question and decided to probe indirectly, saying, "Officer Junsha is so heroic. I really wish I could be like her one day." Hearing this, Heiyu's hair stood on end as he glanced at Duan in surprise. Sensing her thoughts with sharp intuition, he playfully replied, "But just now, Teacher Duan was amazing, chasing away the leader of the dark organization. In my eyes, you're the true guardian of Kanaz City." Duan had received plenty of compliments before, but they always felt like insincere flattery aimed at her status. Yet, when she saw the genuine clarity in Heiyu's eyes and heard his praise, a wave of joy quietly welled up in her heart. The two continued their lively conversation, eventually leaving the Karu tunnel together and heading toward the city. Meanwhile, Officer Junsha, who had planned to bid farewell to Heiyu, observed everything from a distance. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect Heiyu and gym leader Duan to have such a good relationship. It seems they'll need to keep a closer eye on him." After returning to Kanaz City, Heiyu parted ways with Duan and made his way straight toward the Pokémon Center without looking back. Once inside his room, he flopped onto the bed. What he had thought would be a simple Pokémon training session had turned into something far more complicated. Staring at the ceiling, he reached out his hands as if trying to grasp something in the air. His mind was filled with images: the buried bones at the bottom of the Karu tunnel, the betrayal of the sly old man toward his comrades, the rarity of the Pokémon, and the precious earth vein stalactite, the chaos involving the ocean and magma teams, and the emergency mission issued by the League. So much had happened in just a few days, and with little rest in the underground tunnel, Heiyu's body relaxed completely as soon as he lay down. Before long, he drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Heiyu woke to see the top headline on the Pokédex network. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him as he read it. The news reported on the Dark Organization's attack on a critical League outpost, celebrating the League's victory and honoring the teamwork of trainers who helped drive the enemy back. Yet, the article made no mention of the trainers who had lost their lives in the emergency mission. Heiyu let out a dry laugh, swiping past the article on his Pokédex. Just as he began organizing the spoils and gains from his recent escapade, a knock at the door interrupted him. Quickly, he stashed everything back into his spatial backpack and ensured no personal items were left out before cautiously opening the door. Standing there was none other than Officer Junsha from the day before. While all officers Junsha looked alike, Heiyu recognized her immediately by the badge number 001 on her uniform. As she stepped inside, her eyes instinctively scanned the room, though she quickly averted her gaze. Noticing this, Heiyu stepped aside slightly, gesturing for her to enter. "Sorry about that, just a habit from observing too many crime scenes." Officer Junsha apologized awkwardly. Heiyu waved his hand dismissively, signaling it wasn't an issue. Taking his response at face value, Junsha walked in confidently. Perhaps her life of being constantly admired and respected had fostered a sense of self-centeredness in her demeanor. Miss Junsha seated herself confidently on the chair in the room without waiting for Kuroba's permission. She began to speak on her own. "Trainer Kuroba, in light of your outstanding performance during the Alliance conscription mission yesterday, I am here on behalf of the Alliance to present you with the corresponding rewards." Her voice was clear and firm, exuding the authority of the Alliance. She continued, "In addition to 50,000 in cash, 500 Alliance points have also been credited to your account." With that, she pulled a stack of cash from her pocket, neatly placed it on the table, and then stood up. Looking at Kuroba, Miss Junsha's sharp and confident face softened into a smile. "I hope you continue to excel and contribute more to the Alliance. Wishing you all the best," she said, giving a slight nod before turning and leaving Kuroba standing alone in the room. Kuroba stared at the Alliance credits on the table, lost in thought. 500 Alliance points, equivalent to 5 million Alliance credits. Was the Alliance being unusually generous? He couldn't make sense of it, but since the benefits were being handed to him, there was no reason to refuse. He naturally accepted them. Meanwhile, as Miss Junsha stepped out of Kuroba's room, her mood was notably upbeat. The recent events had significantly boosted her achievements within the Alliance, and she might even have a chance at a promotion in the future. Distributing rewards was indeed a lucrative task. However, with Kuroba being part of the Alliance's inner circle and holding second-level authority, she couldn't skim anything off his rewards. She glanced back at Kuroba's door, feeling a twinge of regret. Among the dozens of trainers participating in the recent mission, there were civilians, inner circle members, and individuals with significant backgrounds like Kuroba. If it had been a civilian trainer, she wouldn't have hesitated to withhold all the rewards. After all, they were just civilians. Offending them had no real consequences. She could always share a small portion of the profits with the lower-ranking officers, and if any public backlash arose, she would simply let them take the fall. However, dealing with inner circle members was trickier. Even so, she would usually deduct a small percentage from their rewards, which would eventually end up in her own pocket. As she reveled in her thoughts of wealth, her phone suddenly rang at her waist. "Hello, Captain Junsha. There's a group of civilian trainers gathered at the entrance to the precinct. They're accusing us of embezzling their Alliance rewards and are demanding an explanation." The voice on the other end of the line was chaotic, accompanied by what sounded like loud chanting. A trace of disdain crossed Miss Junsha's sharp features as she scoffed. "A bunch of lowly civilians dare to challenge me? Arrest them all immediately and charge them with causing public disturbance." The voice on the other end quickly responded with respectful affirmations. This sort of situation was nothing new to Miss Junsha. She had handled it countless times without fail. Even if a scandal were to break out and gain public attention, the Junsha family's influence would quickly suppress it. After all, the Alliance itself was deeply intertwined with the Junsha family. The two were inseparable, their interests closely aligned. Kuroba slowly made his way back to his room. He eventually wandered into the Pokémon Center's main hall and approached a self-service machine. He began operating it, submitting Gunayuniu first. After a series of intense negotiations, Kuroba finally secured a price he was satisfied with. Watching the Alliance points in his account steadily increase, Heiyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Without hesitation, he used the points to fully purchase the training manuals for Iron-Clawed Lobster and Giant-Toothed Shark. With just enough points left for the Dark Crow's training manual, Heiyu decided to spend all of them. After all, he was about to leave the city, and in the wild, there would be no Pokemon centers to rely on. Rather than letting the points sit idle, it was better to convert them into resources that could be of practical use. However, the Pokemon in his backpack were hard to part with. Heiyu decided to hold off for a while before selling them on the black market. Recently, chaos caused by two major dark organizations had thrown the black market into turmoil, and Heiyu wasn't willing to take that risk. For now, his backpack was stocked with plenty of resources and alliance currency, so he wasn't lacking financially. Taking advantage of the quiet morning, Heiyu approached the front desk and rented a training ground. Dark Crow, come out. He reached for a luxury ball on his belt. With a flash of white light, the Dark Crow emerged, spreading its wings and circling above Haiyu's head. Today's task is to master Tailwind. As a flying-type Pokemon, this is your primary training skill, so make sure you focus. Heiyu instructed, guiding the Dark Crow to perch on his shoulder. He retrieved a set of weighted rings from his spatial backpack and adjusted them to the second level. The Dark Crow's strength was improving rapidly, seemingly changing day by day. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, time passed steadily. Standing in the shadowed area of the training ground to avoid direct sunlight, Heiyu gave a series of commands. Dark Crow, Tailwind. With a base speed stat of 91, the Dark Crow's speed was above average compared to many Pokemon. However, once it evolved into Honchkrow, its speed stat would drop to 71. Therefore, mastering Tailwind was crucial to compensating for this weakness. Additionally, its prankster ability would allow it to execute moves faster and learn status-altering moves more efficiently. With a graceful turn, the Dark Crow's black feathers quivered, and an invisible breeze suddenly appeared around it. The Tailwind move could increase the speed of all allied Pokemon, making it an essential skill in official alliance battles and wild group skirmishes. As the breeze began to dissipate, Heiyu called out again, "Feel the power of the wind, and keep it going." The key to Tailwind lay in the word flow. Gradually, the Dark Crow gathered flying-type energy around itself, creating streams of air that encircled its body. The breeze reappeared, and the Dark Crow felt its body lighten as its speed increased again. Darting through the training ground, it moved so swiftly that its figure was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Heiyu grew slightly anxious as he observed, thinking, "Don't let the Tailwind stop. The flying energy needs to be controlled with even greater precision." A couple of stray breezes slipped away, prompting the Dark Crow to concentrate even harder. Once training began, Haiyu's demeanor turned serious, almost machine-like, as he issued commands relentlessly. It wasn't out of cruelty, rather. As a skilled trainer, he understood the limits of his Pokemon. The training regimen he set wouldn't cause the Dark Crow pain or harm it excessively. "All right, Dark Crow, that's enough." Heiyu checked the stopwatch, noting significant improvement compared to the start. The Dark Crow flapped its wings, breathing heavily as it landed on Haiyu's shoulder, patiently waiting for him to remove the weighted rings. Heiyu gently stroked the Dark Crow's ruffled feathers, smiling as he said, "Let's head back to the room and get you cleaned up." Exhausted, the Dark Crow leaned against Haiyu's neck, letting out a soft caw. In the days following his return to the Pokemon Center, Kuroba focused intensely on skill training for his Pokemon. Perhaps it was the aftermath of some kind of emotional impact or witnessing the fierce battle against the Dark Organization, but Eevee was particularly diligent in its training. Specifically, in mastering the move Protect, Eevee had far surpassed the other two Pokemon, Sharpedo and Murkrow, who had learned the move through TM alongside it, leaving them behind except for Crawdaunt, who had already mastered it long ago. Now, Eevee could execute Protect almost instantaneously, leaving no room for enemies to launch surprise attacks. Additionally, it had begun to proficiently use the inherited move Yawn. Kuroba felt gratified by the progress and reflected that, despite the challenges of their journey through Verdant Tunnel, it had been well worth it. At the very least, the blood-soaked Murkrow had integrated into the Pokemon team, and Eevee no longer resisted rigorous training, becoming more diligent. Time passed quietly, and Rustboro City returned to its usual tranquility. Although the events from a few days ago caused a stir in the news, they were unrelated to the lives of ordinary people, who continued their routines of eating, drinking, and working as usual. Kuroba decided to sell off some Pokemon and left the Pokemon Center, heading to the black market. Disguised in a concealing black robe and mask, he entered the black market of Rustboro City once again. The marketplace was filled with individuals like Kuroba, fully cloaked and giving away no details about themselves, blending seamlessly into the crowd like a drop of water in the ocean. Kuroba first headed toward the stall area, where Pokemon were sold. He casually browsed the stalls and came across a Nidoran with the Hustle ability, which immediately caught his attention. When evolved, this Nidoran would become a Nidoking with the Sheer Force ability. Sheer Force removes the additional effects of moves, but boosts their power by about 30. Combined with a Life Orb, each move's power would be further amplified, albeit at the cost of a small amount of HP. Such a Nidoking, essentially a mobile cannon, would be a formidable force on the battlefield. However, Kuroba had no plans to train poison or ground-type Pokemon. Despite this, the Hustle ability Nidoran, with otherwise average stats, was sold for a high price of 300,000 poke dollars. It seemed that hustle or sheer force nidoking was indeed highly sought after. The hesitation among potential buyers likely stemmed from the necessity of a moonstone for evolution. Otherwise, the price might have been even higher. Next, Kuroba moved to the shop area and located a store that purchased Pokémon. Tightening the mask beneath his robe, he slowly stepped inside. The shop's interior was dimly lit, with a dark color scheme and eerie designs of Pokémon like Jengar and Dusknoir adorning the walls. Glancing at the few scattered customers in the shop, Kuroba walked up to the counter and said, "I want to sell a Pokémon." The clerk, unfazed by Kuroba's calm tone, lazily pointed toward a small door behind him before resuming toying with the object in his hands. Without wasting words, Kuroba pushed open the door and entered a long passageway. He walked a great distance before reaching its end, where he encountered another cloaked figure approaching from the opposite direction. After locking eyes for a few seconds, they sidestepped to opposite directions without exchanging any words. As they brushed past each other, both instinctively tightened their grip on the pokeballs at their waists. Only when the distance between them grew did they unconsciously exhale in relief. Eventually, Kuroha walked into a small room, where a middle-aged man was seated, carefully polishing his glasses. His deep brown suit gave off an air of sophistication. "Heh, a guest has arrived. Have a seat and take out the goods," the man said with a smile, putting down his glasses. Kuroha didn't respond. Instead, his gloved hand slowly emerged from his black cloak, placing 4 pokeballs into a glass container nearby. The man's eyes instinctively flicked to Kuroha's hand, noticing it was entirely covered by gloves. He quickly averted his gaze, silently thinking, "This guy's a proto-ascent, reveal a single flaw." Kuroha, of course, noticed the subtle reaction and let out a peculiar chuckle. "Ha ha ha, my friend, let's not waste time, name your price." The middle-aged man laughed awkwardly, trying to ease the tension, before placing the pokeballs into a machine in the corner of the room for examination. The results came up: 1 Exploud, 1 Geodude, and 2 Grimers. Interesting. One of the Grimers had inherited the move Shadow Punch, which was a decent find. After a brief evaluation, the man contemplated for a moment before offering a slightly low price. 550,000 poke dollars. That's the best I can do, given the Exploud's level and the Grimer's inherited move. Kuroha sneered, raising his hand as if to retrieve the pokeballs. "You clearly don't know the value of these. I suggest you check again, your machine must be outdated." Hearing this, the man hastily stopped him and returned to the machine for a more thorough inspection. This time, the process took noticeably longer. After some time, he bent slightly, poured Kuroha a fresh cup of tea, and said with a grin, "Apologies for the oversight earlier. Your Geodude has the hidden ability Sandveil, and the Exploud has the hidden ability Scrappy. We can offer 750,000 poke dollars." Underneath his mask, Kuroha's expression twisted into a mocking smile. Oversight? Who would buy such a childish excuse? Even a Pokédex could detect abilities, let alone such advanced equipment. These people who thrived in the shadows truly lived for profit-cunning and ruthless. Leaning back in his chair, Kuroha casually rested his hands on the table, rhythmically tapping his fingers. The steaming tea on the table released wisps of heat. After a long pause, Kuroha finally spoke. "If you're not serious, I'm sure other shops would be more than willing to strike a deal with me." At these words, the man's expression finally shifted, no longer the forced smile of earlier. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he responded earnestly, 800,000 poke dollars. That's my final offer. If you're still dissatisfied, I'll have to pass on this deal with great regret." With that, he returned to his seat, resuming the act of polishing his glasses, seemingly unbothered by Kuroha's response. What Kuroha's face conveyed beneath the mask was a mystery, but after a long silence, a voice finally came through. "Deal." Both parties were satisfied, and the transaction was completed. After leaving the shop, Kuroha's wealth surged once again. He also took the chance to offload various items, such as rare parts of Pokémon corpses, common ores found in tunnels, and handwritten notes on Pokémon breeding techniques. Only 1 Mitina remained unsold. Walking through the alleys of the black market, Kuroha maintained a wary distance from the passers-by. Whenever someone's gaze lingered on him for too long, the Crawdaunt by his side would let out a menacing cry, intimidating those who dared to approach. This was life in the shadows, where vigilance was the price of survival. In the black market, most people were intimidated. After all, an iron-clawed lobster could only evolve upon reaching level 30, making it a formidable opponent. No one wanted to provoke trouble over trivial matters. Heiyu strolled leisurely through the black market, noticing a few discreet gazes sweeping over him before quickly shifting away. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, "There really are plenty of restless people in this place." Just entering and leaving a store once was enough to attract attention. Feigning interest at a stall, he pretended to inspect the goods while keeping a watchful eye on those secretly observing him. Following the flow of people, Heiyu made his way out, acting as if he was leaving. After a few twists and turns, he successfully shook off his pursuers. By the time they realized it, he had already vanished from their sight, reappearing inside an old-fashioned shop. At this point, Heiyu's total savings, combined with the 800,000 alliance coins he had just earned from selling a Pokémon, had reached nearly 3 million. Keeping such a sum without spending it would be wasteful, so he decided to pick up some useful materials. The shop had a cool and sparse atmosphere, with only a handful of customers. Most of them were captivated by the mid- and high-grade energy cubes displayed on the counter. Heiyu, however, paid them no mind, focusing instead on the various peculiar materials laid out. One of the intermediate universal dark-type energy cube recipes he had obtained at the trainer school required materials that were hard to find on the market. Yet, the shop had them. Under the curious gazes of others, he purchased a variety of unusual items: a Houndoom Fong, a Mandibuzz heart, a shard of a water stone, a tuft of Pidgeot's crest feathers, and a large batch of berries and rare medicinal herbs. In the end, Heiyu spent 700,000 alliance coins to acquire all these materials and left the shop with a spring in his step. As expected, he attracted attention once again. Walking leisurely down the black market streets, Heiyu could sense a few shadows tracking him from behind. His understanding of the darkness within the black market deepened. Here, even the slightest display of wealth would draw scavengers like hyenas. Seizing an opportunity, he slipped into a crowd gathered around a shop. When he emerged again, his black robe was gone, leaving behind only a slender youth wearing a mask. Glancing back at the pursuers still scanning the crowd, Heiyu smirked mockingly. After several twists and turns, he entered another shop, this one specializing in skill discs. Unlike the previous shops, this one was bustling with activity. Dozens of people, much like Heiyu, were there to browse and select skill discs. From the outside, the scene appeared quite peculiar. Heiyu's arrival didn't cause any stir. The crowd's gazes lingered briefly on his mask before shifting away. In the black market, there was an unspoken rule. Staring at someone's face for too long was considered a provocation, often leading to a violent confrontation. Heiyu began examining the samples displayed in the shop. Most of them failed to pique his interest due to mismatched attributes or being too commonplace. In the entire shop, the only items that could be considered rare were a skill disc for Scald and another for Taunt. They were priced at 400,000 and 500,000 respectively. After a brief consideration, Heiyu decided to purchase both discs. Crawdaunt currently lacked a strong special attack move, and Bubble Beam was no longer sufficient for it. Meanwhile, Taunt was intended for Murkrow. As a key support move for its prankster ability, Taunt was essential. Heiyu had always despised defensive or stall tactics used by certain Pokémon, though, of course, he had no problem using them himself. To avoid drawing attention by flaunting his wealth, Heiyu entered and exited the shop twice, changing into two different outfits to make the purchases separately. Afterward, he visited other shops and bought a few intriguing trinkets, such as a stone with a decayed flower growing on it. Even after searching the network library of the Pedleberg Gym, Heiyu couldn't find any relevant information about it. He could only speculate that it might be the first hybrid plant species to emerge in this world, making it a valuable subject for research. After some bargaining, Heiyu successfully purchased the stone for 3,000 Poke dollars. Finally, at a black market base, Heiyu temporarily rented a Pokemon skill learning machine to teach the two skills to Crawdaunt and Murkrow. His funds, which had been close to 3 million, were now reduced to just over 1 million. In a matter of 2 hours, he had spent over 1 million Poke dollars like water. For a struggling family, this amount of money might seem unattainable in a lifetime. But for Heiyu, a determined Pokemon trainer, it was just a small investment on the road to success. In an inconspicuous corner of the black market, Heiyu sold his Mytena for a little over 300,000. It was a small way to recoup some of his losses. Although the Mytena was high-leveled, it had belonged to someone else previously, making it difficult to tame, a task only professionals could handle. Moreover, high-level Pokemon with set growth patterns were generally less desirable, which significantly lowered their value. In contrast, Pokemon hatchlings or young specimens held much higher value. With everything settled, Heiyu left the black market, concluding his trip there on a satisfying note. Returning to the Pokemon Center, he saw Nurse Joy-Chun still at the reception desk, her gaze scanning the hall as if searching for someone. When she spotted Heiyu, her eyes lit up. She gently lifted the hem of her pristine nurse's uniform and quickly ran over to him. "Heiyu, you're finally back," she exclaimed excitedly. Heiyu looked at the suddenly approaching Nurse Joy-Chun and asked, "Sister Chun, what's the matter? Is there something urgent?" Hearing Heiyu's address for her, a faint awkwardness flashed across Joy-Chun's face, as though she still held some lingering resentment over his earlier rejection. However, she quickly composed herself, lightly patting her chest as she said warmly, "Heiyu, I just received an urgent message from Pedleberg Gym. It seems like they need to contact you about something important." Heiyu's heart skipped a beat. He reached for his Pokédex from his waist, and indeed found several missed call notifications. He had turned off his Pokédex before entering the black market. "Ugh, how could I forget about this?" Heiyu muttered to himself. He quickly bid farewell to Joy-Chun and hurried back to his room. After returning to his room, Heiyu immediately locked the door, opened the Pokédex, and redialed the video call. Beep, beep, beep. Within a few seconds, the call connected, and a cute, rosy little face appeared on the screen. Xiao Yao cheered excitedly. Big brother. Heiyu's mood instantly lightened, and he said gently, "Oh, it's Xiao Yao. What made you think of calling me all of a sudden? Are you bored at home again?" On the other end of the call, Xiao Yao looked at the familiar face on the screen, her expression full of delight. Her big eyes narrowed slightly, her eyebrows arched, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile. "Not really, big brother. It's my dad who wants to talk to you, but he's still in the middle of a gym challenge." There was a hint of complaint in Xiao Yao's tone. She was quite displeased with her dad, who was always busy with work. To spend more time with him, she had even gone to the battle arena to cheer him on. "You're the best, big brother." Xiao Yao glanced at the star-spotted flower on the bedside table, feeling a touch of sweetness in her heart. Heiyu couldn't help but smile and comforted her. "Xiao Yao, let me tell you, this trip has been so much fun." He began recounting his adventures, though heavily edited, filled with innocence, joy, and sunshine. As for the darker parts like the deadly battles in underground caves, clashes with shady organizations, and the ruthless exploitation of Pokémon for the black market, you deliberately left those out. Even so, for Xiao Yao, who had never ventured far from home, these stories were captivating. Her admiration for her big brother grew even more. "You're the best, big brother." Just as Heiyu was beginning to feel parched from talking so much, Mr. Qianli's voice finally came through from the other end of the call. "All right, Xiao Yao, hand the Pokédex over to me. I need to discuss something important with your big brother." Xiao Yao pouted and looked at Mr. Qianli with a hint of reluctance, but her usual act of pleading didn't seem to work this time. Eventually, with a playful expression, she handed over the Pokédex to Mr. Qianli. Heiyu quickly adjusted his expression and greeted respectfully. "Good afternoon, Mr. Qianli." On the other end, Mr. Qianli exchanged a few polite words before getting straight to the point. "Heiyu, I've received news about you here in Pedleberg City. I can't believe you've actually become a junior Pokémon breeder. It seems you truly have a natural talent for this. I was right about you from the startery, not some ordinary shrimp in a pond, but a dragon with great potential." As time passed, news of Heiyu's achievements had naturally spread through the Rustboro City Pokémon Breeders Guild. While casual trainers might not pay much attention, League officials like Mr. Qianli took notice and made a point of remembering Heiyu's face. Hearing Mr. Qianli's praise, Heiyu felt a bit pleased but maintained a modest demeanor on the surface. "Oh, not at all, Mr. Qianli. You're being too kind. If it weren't for your keen eye recognizing my potential, I would have remained unnoticed among the crowd." Heiyu struck a balance between humility and confidence, aiming to leave a favorable impression on Mr. Qianli. In terms of linguistic artistry, Heiyu could be considered a master. In just a few words, he managed to neither belittle himself nor flatter excessively, while tactfully elevating Qianli and putting him in a good mood. Qianli found Heiyu's insights reassuring. After a brief exchange, Qianli finally put away his smile and spoke seriously. "I came this time to discuss investment with you. Based on the evaluation of our dojo's professionals, we've decided to increase our investment in you. The annual funding for development will rise from 500,000 to 1.5 million. Additionally, you'll have the right to choose one skill disc of your preference." Hearing this news, a faint smile appeared on Heiyu's lips, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qianli." Heiyu inwardly anticipated this outcome after all. It wasn't surprising that the Changhua dojo would increase its investment. The Joey family's substantial investment might have set a precedent, but it was also largely due to Heiyu's outstanding talent in nurturing Pokémon. In such a situation, how could the Changhua dojo, an initial investor, remain indifferent? After a brief exchange, Heiyu bid farewell to Mr. Qianli on the other end of the phone. Under Xiao Yao's reluctant gaze, he ended the call, collapsed onto his bed, and stared at the ceiling. He sighed inwardly. "I didn't think Mr. Qianli would actually agree to give me a rain dance skill disc just because I casually mentioned it." Heiyu muttered to himself, the smile on his lips becoming harder to suppress. The value of this skill disc was extraordinary. Even the wealthy Joey family hadn't granted him such an investment. Among skill discs, the most coveted ones included power-enhancing moves like Swords Dance and Dragon Dance, terrain-altering moves like Grassy Terrain and Psychic Terrain, and weather-controlling moves like Rain Dance, Sunny Day, and Sandstorm. These types of skill discs often fetched millions on the black market, sometimes even becoming priceless due to scarcity. Even with Alliance currency in hand, acquiring one could be nearly impossible. Heiyu reflected that his relationship with Xiao Yao might have played a role in this decision. As expected, Mr. Qianli was a doting father. Heiyu felt a sense of smug satisfaction. After getting up, he prepared dinner for his Pokémon before heading to the Pokémon restaurant himself. Unlike usual, he didn't opt for the free set menu. While nutritious, those meals didn't suit the celebratory mood he was in. Instead, he treated himself to a fish burger, a plate of curry meat sauce noodles, and a bottle of refreshing soda. Sitting at the table, he relished his meal, shaking off the mental fatigue from his trip to the black market. Of course, this fatigue wasn't physical but mental. In a place like the black market, his nerves had been stretched taut the entire time. Heiyu understood all too well that whether in training or in life, there needed to be a balance between tension and relaxation. If you stretched yourself too tight, like a bowstring, you would inevitably snap one day. Sure enough, as he enjoyed his meal, the Pokédex at his waist suddenly chimed. The device had received an electronic contract. After a quick review and confirming everything was in order, Heiyu signed without hesitation. The next day, the rain dance skill disc was delivered to him. Iron Claw Crawdaunt, you're in for a treat. Heiyu could hardly imagine the sheer power of Crawdaunt's crab hammer after a single dragon dance, with the added boost of rain dance. The combination of dragon dance, rain-enhanced damage, adaptability, same-type attack bonus, and the mystic water item would result in a devastating attack. To top it off, crab hammer inherently had a high critical hit ratio. If it landed as a critical hit, the damage would be astronomical. Staring at the imposing Crawdaunt, Heiyu was already looking forward to the day it would unleash its full potential. In the backyard battle arena of the Pokémon Center, Heiyu was engaged in an intense match with another trainer. The thrilling battle was nearing its conclusion, and the spectators held their breath, eagerly awaiting the victor to emerge. Honchkrow, listen to me. Use wing attack, Heiyu commanded firmly. With the boost from Tailwind, Honchkrow displayed incredible speed, its dark wings flapping powerfully as it dove sharply towards its opponent. Blaziken, don't fear its sky attack, shouted the other trainer, dressed in elaborate attire, his voice full of passion. Blaziken stomped its clawed feet on the ground, leaping several meters high into the air. It charged straight at Honchkrow, unleashing a fierce uppercut. Honchkrow, surrounded by faint streams of wind, absorbed the energy of the tailwind and dove down like a shadow with astonishing speed. Wing attack and sky uppercut collided in midair with a resounding boom that echoed across the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd anxiously waited for the dust to settle, eager to see the outcome. As the scene cleared, Honchkrow was seen flapping its injured wings with difficulty, struggling to stay airborne. Blaziken, however, lay unconscious on the ground, defeated by the super-effective wing attack. The crowd gasped collectively, their astonished gazes fixed on Honchkrow and Heiyu, who stood behind it, commanding with precision. Isn't this the 7th battle? A 7-win streak for Honchkrow, someone remarked in awe. The exhaustion from 6 consecutive battles had clearly taken its toll on Honchkrow, yet it had managed to triumph over a starter Pokémon. Do you think it's all thanks to Honchkrow? In my opinion, the trainer's skill is the real key here. His timing and control over the entire battle were absolutely flawless, another spectator added. The crowd buzzed with animated discussions about the stunning battle, particularly marveling at Honchkrow's speed after activating Tailwind. It was nearly impossible to counter. Even getting close to Honchkrow was futile, as its instant protective barrier would shatter any hope of victory. The trainer with Blaziken reluctantly returned his fainted Pokémon to its Pokeball, his face filled with frustration. He was about to approach Heiyu for advice, only to find that Heiyu had already disappeared from the battlefield. Heiyu had returned to the Pokémon Center's main hall, handing Honchkrow's Pokeball to Nurse Joy-Chun. Sister Chun, I'll leave it in your care, Heiyu said earnestly, looking at her familiar face. Hearing his voice, Joy-Chun immediately set aside her current tasks, ignoring the Pokémon of other trainers waiting in line. She quickly took the Pokeball from him, saying, "Don't worry, Heiyu, leave it to me." She gestured to another nurse to take over her duties at the counter and then hurried into the treatment room to examine Honchkrow. The trainers waiting in line looked at Heiyu with envy, muttering to themselves, "Damn it, another privileged kid from some powerful family?" Heiyu's apparent special treatment naturally stirred some dissatisfaction, but under the unyielding system established by the Pokémon League, no one dared to voice their objections. As the sound of the treatment completion rang out, Heiyu gracefully took Honchkrow's Pokeball from Joy-Chun's soft hands. "Sister Chun, please cancel my room reservation as well," he said. Heiyu suddenly blurted out a sentence, and Xiao-Yi-Chun's smile froze instantly as her hands began to tremble involuntarily. She looked up in disbelief and asked, "You're leaving Kanaz City?" Heiyu did not hide the truth and nodded directly, admitting, "I've gained a lot here, but now it's time to move on to my next destination. There's no need to stay any longer." Xiao-Yi-Chun bit her thin lips, her face filled with reluctance as she asked, "Isn't there anything here that makes you want to stay?" Her words seemed to carry a deeper meaning as she gazed at Heiyu with a sense of longing. Over time, their shared discussions about cultivation knowledge had brought them closer emotionally. Unfortunately, Heiyu appeared indifferent to such sentiments. Xiao-Yi-Chun had sensed this, and though she felt reluctant, she chose not to persist. The day of their parting finally arrived, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. Heiyu's gaze lingered on Xiao-Yi-Chun for a long moment without a word. Eventually, she checked him out of the Pokémon Center. When she handed back Heiyu's identity card, Xiao-Yi-Chun's small hand gripped it tightly, unwilling to let go. Lowering her head, she murmured softly, "Remember to come back and see me." I'll be waiting to discuss cultivation knowledge with you. Heiyu walked straight out of the Pokemon Center, raised his right hand in a wave, and disappeared into the crowd. In the days that followed, trainers in Kansas City noticed something unusual. Miss Chiao, he had taken 3 consecutive days off. For someone as warm and dedicated as her, this was almost unheard of. When Xiao Chun returned to work, her smile seemed less radiant, and she would occasionally fix her gaze on a signed book with an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Whenever someone tried to take a closer look at the signature, Miss Chiao would sternly scold them and drive them away. The contents of that signature became a hot topic among the trainers of Kansas City. At night, in Xiao Chun's room, where the pink walls exuded a girlish charm, she lay on her desk, quietly staring at the signature. Under the glow of the lamp, the signature slowly revealed colorful letters, forming 2 simple words: Heiyu. Meanwhile, in a trainer's school, an office filled with the scent of books, Duan sat silently at her desk, her gaze fixed on a message displayed on the screen of her Pokédex. She seemed lost in thought for a long time until Grandpa Mutuo's soft cough brought her back to reality. Grandpa Mutuo, her teacher and the former leader of the Kanaz gym, knew her character and habits well. He asked gently, "Duan, what's on your mind today? You seem unsettled." Leaning heavily on his armchair for support, Grandpa Mutuo slowly made his way to a nearby bookshelf. Duan closed her Pokédex and approached him, bowing deeply in a formal gesture of respect between student and teacher. With determination in her voice, she said, "Grandpa Mutuo, I want to become a decisive person. Please teach me." Her voice was resolute, and her eyes no longer held their usual softness and elegance. Instead, they shone with unwavering determination, as if a switch deep within her had been flipped. The Karu Tunnel connects Kansas City to Verdanturf Town. However, after the chaos caused by Team Aqua and Team Magma's last confrontation there, the tunnel is now under strict official control. Heiyu stood before the barricaded road, surrounded by armed personnel ready for action. Beside him were canine Pokémon such as Manectric, Lillipup, and Puccina. Occasionally, a poised officer Jenny would appear, her Growlithe drawing envious glances from other officers. It seemed Heiyu had no choice but to take a detour through the mountains. Dismounting his mountain bike, he folded it up and stored it in his spatial backpack, gazing helplessly at the closed-off road. Walking through a bamboo grove, Heiyu looked northeast toward the towering MT chimney that pierced the clouds. Not far ahead, just beyond the forest, lay Verdanturf Town. Northeast of Verdanturf was MT Chimney, the most famous mountain in the Hoenn region. As he approached Verdanturf Town, Heiyu increasingly noticed the refreshing scent in the air. Despite being near a volcano, there was no trace of volcanic ash, likely due to the wind's direction, which never carried ash into the town. Renowned for its pristine air, Verdanturf had become an ideal retirement haven for wealthy individuals and empty nesters, as well as a place for convalescence for those with frail health. Looking toward the town in the distance, Heiyu quickened his pace. Overhead, a black Murkrow circled, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings as if guarding him. As night fell, Heiyu decided not to risk traveling further and set up camp on the forest's edge. He turned to Crawdaunt and said, "Take care of my shoes for me, will you? Give them a good scrub with some bubbles." Then, addressing Sharpedo, he added, "Head to the stream and catch a couple of fish. Those compressed biscuits are awful." Heiyu instructed Murkrow to patrol the area, while Eevee helped him set up the tent. In these mundane tasks, the teamwork between him and his Pokémon strengthened their bond. "All right, here we go." Heiyu gathered a bundle of dry twigs and leaves, piling them together before pulling out flammable wood and a disposable fire starter from his backpack. As the campfire ignited, its warmth quickly spread, a welcome relief against the cold night air of the forest. Without proper warmth, catching a cold was a real risk. Though Heiyu had endured harsh weather at sea, he had no intention of falling ill unnecessarily. Sitting by the fire, he curled up to stay warm. Eevee mimicked Heiyu's posture, inching closer to the fire, but its fur accidentally caught alight. Eevee! Eevee yelped in panic, frantically stomping its soft little paws in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Crawdaunt, with a slight motion of its proud pincers, sprayed a small splash of water onto Eevee's singed paw. Heiyu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Eevee's now exposed pink paw pads. "Haha, Eevee, what kind of style is this? Pretty unique," he teased. Eevee, however, looked up at its trainer with teary eyes, its pitiful expression making Heiyu feel momentarily awkward. Don't worry. Tomorrow's breakfast will include a smooth energy cube to help your fur grow back faster." Little Eevee covered her eyes with her tiny paws, but her soft, pink paw pads peeking out made everyone chuckle. Especially Murkrow, who let out a series of odd cackling laughs from time to time. Blackfeather turned the rotisserie handle of the grill, flipping over the freshly caught Sharpedo. The sizzling sound of oil instantly caught Eevee's attention. Blackfeather took out a bag of all-purpose seasoning and gently sprinkled a small pinch over the fish. The rich aroma of grilled fish that followed made him unconsciously lick his lips. While savoring the delicious grilled fish, Blackfeather scrolled through the Pokédex, checking out city news, regional updates, and even global headlines. Oh, no way. Lance, the Dragon Master from the Kanto region, has failed the champion challenge for the 5th time. He lost to Lorelei, the Ice-type Elite Four member, again. Blackfeather exclaimed in amazement as he read on. The champion challenge is the highest level, most prestigious official competition in Pokémon League history. Successfully completing it earns you the title of regional champion, a position on par with regional leaders. The process is straightforward, but incredibly difficult. Challengers must defeat the 6 Pokémon of all 4 Elite Four members consecutively, without any breaks in between. The difficulty speaks for itself. And every time, Lance's challenge crumbles at Lorelei's hands. Her Cloyster, after using Shell Smash to boost its attack, special attack, and speed at the cost of defense, pairs this with its skill link ability and a focus sash item. This allows it to unleash relentless 5-hit icicle spears and rock blasts, leaving Lance completely overwhelmed. Even in critical moments when it's on the brink of fainting, Cloyster manages to hold on and strike back. As night fell, Blackfeather crawled into his tent, curling up in his sleeping bag, while replaying champion challenge videos on his Pokédex, hoping to learn some strategies. Every time he saw the humorous comments scrolling across the screen, he couldn't help but laugh. LOL, Lance was still smiling after his first loss. By the second, he wasn't smiling anymore. By the third, he just looked dead inside. Huffed, what Dragon Master? He's an embarrassment to the Dragon Clan. All his Pokémon are flying types anyway, someone quipped in the comments. Blackfeather chuckled and shook his head. They had a point. Ironically, Lance would later serve as the acting champion for both the Kanto and Johto regions. Blackfeather called out to the Murkrow perched outside. Murkrow, I'm counting on you to keep watch tonight. Murkrow cawed in response, clearly in its element. The night was its domain, and in this environment, Murkrow could operate with ease. Luine Town is a lush and vibrant small town. Though modest in size, it is home to hundreds of thousands of residents. Its prosperity comes not only from the fresh air and pleasant environment, but also from 2 key attractions: the venue for the Grand Festival and the Battle Club. Unfortunately, the Grand Festival is still 3 months away, and by then, Heiyu may have already left. Heiyu quickened his pace, crossing a plateau filled with the scent of grass. Gradually, rows of houses came into view. At the town's entrance, a black-haired boy with delicate features stood alongside an adorable EV. Heiyu immediately spotted the Pokémon Center, conveniently located near the entrance, seemingly designed as a rest stop for passing trainers. Hello, welcome to the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy greeted warmly from behind the counter, her voice gentle and her smile kind. Seeing her familiar face, Heiyu felt a moment of nostalgia before responding. Hello, Nurse Joy. I'd like to check in, please. He glanced around and noticed that compared to the Pokémon centers in the previous 2 cities, this one was rather modest. After all, it was just a small-town Pokémon center, lacking even a battle arena, with public facilities that seemed quite outdated. This thought lingered in Heiyu's mind. After placing his luggage in the room, Heiyu left the Pokémon Center in a hurry, heading straight to his destination, the Battle Club. In Luine Town, nothing was as lively as the Battle Club, which was even more crowded than the Pokémon Center. Standing at the entrance, Heiyu read the slogan above the door. Come and witness the battles here, experience the thrill. Suddenly, the sound of cheers erupted from inside the club. Heiyu pushed the door open, and a wave of excitement washed over him. Inside the hall, a bustling crowd moved about constantly. Merchants enthusiastically sold their goods, spectators gathered in their seats, and wealthier patrons placed bets. While the outside of Luine Town seemed tranquil, the interior of the club buzzed with energy. Observing the scene, Heiyu noticed that most of the gamblers were older individuals dressed in lavish attire. It seemed that these affluent residents had chosen to settle in Luine Town not only for its serene environment, but perhaps also for financial motives. Heiyu found a chair in a quiet corner and began flipping through information on the Orange Flower Gym's library. It turned out that the Battle Club was a subsidiary of the Battle Frontier, which explained its popularity and the capital operating behind it. The Battle Frontier, a unique facility in the Hoenn region, was managed by exceptionally skilled frontier brains, whose strength rivaled that of gym leaders. Heiyu couldn't help but recall what Hoshino Yumi had mentioned about her family, which had once been shareholders of the Battle Frontier. Just then, another wave of cheers erupted within the Battle Club. The match on the arena had concluded, with a victor emerging. This wasn't merely a contest between 2 trainers, but also a clash of interests represented by countless bettors. While some celebrated their winnings, others lamented their losses. Kuroha stood up and walked over to the registration desk, addressing the busy-looking staff member. Hello, I'd like to sign up for the beginner's arena. Please add my name and the Pokémon I'll be using to the list. The staff member, without even glancing up, casually handed over a form and placed it on the desk. Kuroha quickly filled out the Pokémon's name and waited quietly for the registration to be processed. Before long, his information was entered into the Battle Club's database, and he was handed a card representing his identity. Only then did the staff notice that Kuroha was a direct line trainer, and their demeanor softened slightly as they patiently explained, "Please proceed to the self-service machine over there to submit your battle application." Kuroha remained unfazed, accustomed to such preferential treatment based on status. The battle club operated 247 and was divided into 3 tiers of battle arenas: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The beginner's arena was specifically designed for Pokémon under level 20, with a registration fee of 500 alliance coins. Winning just one match not only reimbursed the registration fee, but also awarded the opponent's fee as a prize. With consecutive wins, the rewards would continue to accumulate. In addition to the registration fees, the Battle Club offered valuable rewards such as exclusive potions or specialty Pokeballs. The most coveted prize, however, was the ability capsule, worth millions. To win it, a trainer needed to achieve 10 consecutive victories in the beginner's arena and defeat the final defending champion. This capsule, rumored to be developed exclusively by the Frontier Zone, was unavailable for purchase elsewhere. Moreover, the prize pool included betting money, with each consecutive win adding an additional 20,000 alliance coins to the bonus. Kuroha's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was eager to give it a try. A 500 coin registration fee for a chance to win at least 20,000 coins and a collection of valuable prizes after just one victory was an enticing prospect. This model was precisely what made the Battle Club wildly popular in towns across the region. And, of course, the allure of the million-coin ability capsule attracted powerful trainers and gamblers alike, further fueling the club's booming success. Instead of rushing to register, Kuroha first took a stroll around the arenas, carefully observing the battles taking place. To his surprise, even members of the Alliance were participating. He purchased a ticket and found a seat in the audience, where the chairs were boldly marked with the word Alliance. Throughout the battles, the cheers of the spectators drowned out the trainers' commands on the battlefield. Kuroha couldn't help but admit that this battle club had mastered the art of captivating its audience. From the thrilling music played at critical moments to the unique rules of combat distinct from the Alliance's official battles, the club even permitted a certain degree of violence and bloodshed. Their justification was blunt. Battles between Pokémon aren't child's play. Injuries and casualties are part of the reality. For the average spectator, this added an element of excitement and danger, making it a popular choice for entertainment after work. With the club operating around the clock, ticket sales alone ensured they raked in substantial profits. Ghidorah was defeated, and Ursaring claimed victory. The crowd erupted into cheers for the massive bear's 6th consecutive win. The prize pool had now reached 120,000 alliance coins, along with special rewards from the club. As the announcer's voice echoed through the arena, waves of applause filled the air, accompanied by a few groans likely from those who had lost their bets, Blackfeather guessed. The battle was undoubtedly thrilling. In the intermediate arena, most Pokémon were above level 30, which matched the level of Blackfeather's Crawdaunt and Sharpedo. This allowed him to keenly sense the shifts in the battle's momentum. However, it was also a brutal fight. Blackfeather couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, especially when Ursaring lifted and slammed down Ghidorah, following up with relentless fighting-type moves. The 4x effectiveness of such attacks was no joke. Ghidorah's steel armor was visibly deformed, a clear sign of severe injury. Haha, Ursaring is really something. Its offensive power is incredible. See, offense is the best defense, commented a punk-looking teenager with a mohawk sitting next to Blackfeather. Unlike the other spectators, who were mostly seated quietly, he crouched with a pokeball in hand, exuding a streetwise vibe. Hearing this, Blackfeather's interest was piqued, and he replied, "Offense is important, but you can't overlook defense either." The punk seemed unconvinced and retorted, "What do you know? The best defense is a strong offense. Go all out." As he spoke, he stood up and waved his pokeball, cheering loudly for the ongoing match. Blackfeather, uninterested in arguing further, got up and left the stands to prepare for his own battle. The punk, curious, watched Blackfeather's retreating figure before deciding to leave the intermediate arena as well, following him to the stands of the beginner's battle arena. The next match featured a rookie fighter known as Black Sky, facing off against a competitor nicknamed Dark Wolf. Since participants in these battles often came from the gray areas of society, real names were rarely used, and most fighters went by aliases. Blackfeather found this entertaining and had even picked an alias for himself. The nicknames often reflected the characteristics of the trainer's Pokémon. For example, Dark Wolf's signature Pokémon was a Mytena. Blackfeather walked slowly into the dimly lit contestant tunnel, greeted by the deafening cheers of the crowd and electrifying music. The atmosphere alone was enough to get the adrenaline pumping, even before the battle began, especially in this low-tier beginner's arena. As he glanced at the packed stands and thought about the betting odds for the match, Blackfeather mused that no matter the outcome, the organizers would always come out ahead. Inside the tunnel, Blackfeather casually grabbed a mask and put it on. The battle club seemed unconcerned with the true identities of the participants, almost as if offering them some level of protection. This gave Blackfeather an odd sense of unease, as though he were treading in a morally ambiguous space. Silently, he thought to himself, place all 100,000 alliance coins on me to win. Heiyu took out a stack of alliance coins and handed it to the staff member responsible for accompanying the contestants. The club had a dedicated betting pool for players, and Heiyu casually glanced at the odds 4-1. On stage, a contestant named Evil Wolf had already won 3 matches in a row and was quite renowned in the beginner's arena, while Heiyu, as the host had mentioned, was an unknown rookie. The betting limit for the beginner's arena was 100,000 alliance coins, and Heiyu had already maxed it out. The staff member was surprised. After all, it was rare to see a newcomer so confident. However, a trace of doubt lingered in their mind. Could this person be involved in match fixing? There had been past incidents where contestants colluded to place bets and throw matches, only to be exposed by the organizers and expelled. Those players were never seen again. Heiyu thought to himself, if an expert were to challenge the beginner's arena and bet millions, wouldn't they make a fortune? The organizers truly left no room for exploitation. As he stepped out of the contestant tunnel, the dim lighting instantly brightened, and a massive square arena came into view. The venue was quite plain, seemingly designed to cut costs, with no options for water, ice, or grass-themed arenas. The Evil Wolf contestant, who had already secured 3 consecutive victories, appeared ready for another match. His Maitain is still in excellent condition. If he won again, his prize money would increase by 20,000 alliance coins, reaching a total of 80,000, along with a mysterious high-level bonus gift. The host's enticing voice echoed, prompting another wave of cheers from the audience. The machine nearby had accumulated a mountain of cash, and this blatant display of monetary allure greatly fueled the contestants' competitive spirit while drawing in more spectators. Evil Wolf had a reputation for injuring his opponents in every match, creating a spectacle of violent, bloody thrills. The higher-tier mysterious gifts added to the excitement. Someone had once received an evolution stone. To ensure fairness, the organizers required contestants to open the gift box on the spot, and this element of surprise always captivated the audience, who loved the thrill of unboxing the unknown. Evil Wolf. Evil Wolf. Tear your enemies apart. Go for 4 wins, Evil Wolf. The crowd's fervent cheers filled the air as a tall, lean man wearing a menacing mask slowly walked out, waving to the audience and smiling faintly. He seemed to revel in the adoration and attention. Heiyu glanced at the crowd, noting that nearly everyone was cheering for his opponent, and couldn't help but feel a bit resigned. Next, the host introduced the other contestant, Heiyu, a rookie whose chosen Pokémon was a Murkrow, a relatively uncommon choice. This Dark-type showdown left everyone wondering who would emerge victorious. The host's tone turned noticeably colder during Heiyu's introduction, with a hint of sarcasm, clearly less enthusiastic compared to his earlier presentation of Evil Wolf. As expected, the audience responded with boos. To stir up excitement, the host resorted to mocking Heiyu, a tactic that left him inwardly speechless. Black feathers swirled in the darkness of the audience stands when Heiyu suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the crowded delinquent boy who had been seated next to him earlier at the intermediate arena. His striking red hair stood out amidst the sea of spectators, especially with that distinctive mohawk hairstyle, making him as conspicuous as a crane among chickens. At this moment, the delinquent wore a faint smirk, his gaze meeting Heiyu's. A rush of familiarity surged within Heiyu. Boldness, madness. Could this be a Dark-type showdown? The delinquent tossed the pokeball in his hand into the air and caught it deftly, repeating the action as his eyes gleamed with interest toward Heiyu, as if intending to impart some kind of lesson. Would the Dark Wolf, undefeated in 3 consecutive battles, defend his streak and secure a 4th victory? Or would this Dark Horse newcomer stage an upset? The announcer's face flushed with excitement as he roared passionately, his exaggerated expressions driving the audience's anticipation to a fever pitch. Heiyu and his opponent rose simultaneously, ascending the steps and facing each other across the arena. This match was a unknown Pokemon battle, with a level cap of 20. The battle would continue until one Pokemon was unable to fight or a trainer conceded. At the referee's signal, Heiyu swiftly threw a Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a Murkrow, which spread its wings and took to the air, circling above the arena. On this beginner-level stage, only Eevee and Murkrow were eligible to participate, as Crawdaunt and Sharpedo exceeded the level limit. Considering that Eevee might feel uneasy in such a noisy, crowded environment with thousands of spectators, Heiyu decisively chose Murkrow. His opponent's Pokemon turned out to be a Maitain, a well-known choice. A hint of disdain flashed in Heiyu's eyes as he assessed the mighty Ina's average training. Aside from its sharp fangs, there seemed to be no noteworthy features. As soon as Maitain appeared, it let out an intimidating howl, baring its teeth with a fierce expression, its intimidate ability in full effect. Heiyu's mind immediately noted this, but he knew that such intimidation would have little impact on a cunning and ruthless crow Pokemon like Murkrow. After enduring the trials of the Verdant Tunnel, Murkrow's resolve had become unshakable. A faint smile played on Heiyu's lips beneath his mask as he commanded, "Murkrow, start with Tailwind to boost yourself." Though this was Murkrow's first battle in front of such a large audience, the Pokémon quickly reacted to its trainer's instructions. A few wisps of wind swirled around its body, with one stream flowing into it, and Murkrow's speed immediately increased. The opposing trainer, noticing his prized intimidate ability had no effect, grew uneasy. After all, his 3 consecutive victories were largely thanks to that ability. Maitayana opened its jaws and roared again, its sharp fangs still bearing traces of its previous opponent. The ear-piercing howl sent dark brown sound waves hurtling toward the airborne Murkrow. Heiyu remained composed and issued his next command. Use Astonish. The dark raven suddenly let out a deafening cry. While it lacked the ferocity of the great wolf dog's roar, the sound instantly rippled through the audience, causing them to cover their ears. The evil wolf competitor felt a surge of unease. Although the great wolf dog had not sustained serious injuries in the previous 3 matches, its stamina had been significantly drained. Now, faced with the airborne dark raven, the great wolf dog had no long-range attack skills to rely on, and its most effective biting techniques were useless. It could only roar loudly once again. Beads of sweat formed on the evil wolf competitor's forehead, clearly showing his frustration at the current situation. However, Heiyu's command sparked a glimmer of hope in his heart. Dark Raven, fly higher and dive to attack. His opponent was actually opting for a close-quarters confrontation. The evil wolf's heart surged with excitement as he immediately commanded the great wolf dog to charge forward with its crunch attack. Both creatures began gathering energy, preparing for a decisive final strike. The dark raven swiftly ascended to the sky, a few gusts of wind flowing into its body, enhancing its power to the peak. It then dove down, its shadow streaking through the air like lightning. The great wolf dog's eyes burned with determination, and dark energy crackled between its sharp fangs. Yet the dark raven's figure appeared before it with such speed that it had no time to react. In the great wolf dog's panicked gaze, the dark raven's wings slashed across its body, delivering a sharp, searing pain. Stumbling, the great wolf dog collapsed to the ground with a pained howl before succumbing to dizziness. But the assault was far from over. Under Heiyu's cold and ruthless command, the dark raven swiftly turned back for another wing attack. This was Heiyu's battle philosophy. When the enemy shows weakness, strike relentlessly. The great wolf dog was completely knocked unconscious, and the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, this time in celebration of Heition. The masked evil wolf competitor slowly raised his arm, recalling the great wolf dog into its pokeball, his face filled with bitter regret as he left the stage. The arena no longer belonged to him. Just as the cheers once celebrated his victories, they now all belonged to Heition. Before stepping into the tunnel, the evil wolf cast one last longing glance at the prize pool filled with cash, a pang of regret gripping his heart. Had he resisted his greed and chosen to stop after 3 wins, the accumulated 60,000 league coins and a mysterious reward would have been his. But alas, humans are inherently greedy once they have something. They always want more. The match was over. The announcer's voice boomed. Let's congratulate Heition for defeating his opponent and claiming this arena to become the new champion. The prize pool has now increased by an additional 20,000 league coins. The announcer tried to stir Heiyu's emotions, encouraging him to continue the challenge. The crowd joined in with their shouts. For Heiyu, 20,000 league coins might not mean much, but for the vast majority of ordinary people who neither raised Pokémon nor became trainers, it was equivalent to several months' salary. Their inner greed and envy were ignited, urging Heiyu to keep fighting. Win, win, keep winning. The audience's chants grew louder and louder. As the prize pool continued to grow, the spectators eagerly anticipated the moment when a competitor would lose, leaving with nothing but regret and anguish. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare in this electrified atmosphere. Facing the host, Heiyu responded without hesitation. Yes, I choose to continue defending the arena. His answer hit the mark of the audience's expectations, immediately triggering a wave of enthusiastic cheers throughout the venue. Heition, Heition, Heition. As the competitor who defeated the vicious wolf, Heiyu naturally inherited all the applause and adoration. He gently signaled the dark crow to perch on his shoulder and slowly stepped off the arena, heading toward the contestants' passageway. Meanwhile, the battle club system had already begun matching him with a new opponent. In the dimly lit corridor, the dark crow let out a raspy caw. Caw caw. Heiyu tenderly stroked the dark crow's feathers, pulling out a small energy cube from his sleeve to help it recover its strength. In truth, the dark crow hadn't exerted its full power in the previous battle, nor had it sustained any injuries. It had only used a few moves, consuming some energy, and would recover quickly. However, the dark crow now seemed to have entered a state of bloodthirsty combativeness, an innate trait of crow-like spirits. Well done, dark crow. Remember the feeling of using Tailwind earlier. Even during battle, maintain that accelerated state. Once you're proficient, aim to support more teammates, Heiyu encouraged softly, tilting his head toward the dark crow. While he had placed significant bets and craved the rewards, his primary focus was honing his spirit's combat techniques. As for money, earning a little extra on the side without disrupting the training was simply a bonus. After heading to the staff's betting counter and collecting his quadrupled winnings, an additional 400,000 alliance coins were credited to his account. Contestant Haitian, please proceed to the arena. Contestant Haitian, please proceed to the arena. Before Heiyu could rest for even a few minutes, the next match was already upon him. This relentless pace was the allure of arena battles. Consecutive fights pushed spirits to their limits, unlocking their potential exactly what Heiyu sought. He glanced at the battle-ready Dark Crow, donned his mask once more, and strode confidently out of the passageway. Taking a quick glance at the betting odds, he noticed they had returned to normal. Heiyu decided against placing another bet. His performance in the previous fight had already demonstrated his impressive strength, and it was no surprise the club adjusted the odds accordingly. On the beginner's arena stage, Heiyu's prowess was already top tier. His opponent for the second match didn't seem to hail from the Hoenn region. Their accent resembled that of someone from the Sinnoh region. Their spirit was also a Sinnoh native Staravia. The battle quickly escalated into an aerial chase, with the Dark Crow and Staravia darting through the air like streaks of lightning, captivating the audience's full attention. In the sky, two figures, one black, one gray, relentlessly pursued each other, but the Dark Crow, bolstered by Tailwind, maintained the upper hand throughout. Heiyu, of course, wasn't about to give his opponent any chance to recover. Dark Crow pursuit. The Dark Crow swiftly appeared beside the Staravia, raising a wing and striking down fiercely. With the added power of its Dark-type move and superior base stats, the attack packed a significant punch. The Staravia was slammed down violently, plummeting to the arena floor and kicking up a thick cloud of smoke. Heiyu's voice turned cold as he commanded, "Don't let it recover. Use wing attack." The Dark Crow faithfully adhered to its trainer's teachings. Seize the advantage when the enemy shows weakness, leaving no room for recovery. As the milky white energy swept across the ground like a tide, the faint breeze around the Dark Crow seemed to receive some kind of command, quickly dispersing the thick smoke. At that moment, the unconscious Staravia lay on the platform in a twisted position, its once gleaming feathers now dull and lifeless. Wounds on its body oozed fresh blood, staining the platform a dark crimson. Scattered feathers around the area served as silent witnesses to the severe damage the Staravia had endured. Despite the brutal scene, the surrounding audience showed no pity. Instead, their eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor. This was precisely the kind of intense battle they craved: bloody, violent, and exhilarating. The host's enthusiastic voice soon rang out, announcing that the contestant Haitian had secured a second consecutive victory. The prize money had accumulated to an astonishing 40,000 yuan, with an even more precious mystery gift awaiting him. A thick stack of cash was added to the prize pool, creating a visually striking display that electrified the audience. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their faces flushed with excitement as they waved banners and chanted slogans, creating a lively, chaotic atmosphere. "Call!" The Dark Crow perched on Heiyu's shoulder, letting out a cheerful cry. "Well done, Dark Crow, but don't underestimate your opponents. The battles ahead will only get tougher," Heiyu said softly. He glanced up at the host and decided to continue competing. Holding the platform and achieving 10 consecutive victories was no easy feat. Moreover, obtaining the coveted ability capsule would be even more challenging. After 10 consecutive wins, a platform showdown would begin, and only by winning that battle could Heiyu claim the $1,000,000 ability capsule. As expected, with each passing battle, the opponents grew stronger, and the Dark Crow's fights became increasingly grueling. Heiyu's winning streak quickly reached 9. By this point, the Dark Crow bore several wounds, its once pristine feathers now matted with damp blood. The tournament rules forbade healing or restoring the Pokémon stamina between matches. Meanwhile, Heiyu's prize money had accumulated to 180,000 alliance coins. Phew, just one more victory, Heiyu thought, allowing himself a moment to breathe. If he could secure the 10th win, he could temporarily pause the competition, sparing the Dark Crow from facing the platform showdown in its current state. But the 10th match would be no less arduous. His opponent was also a formidable competitor, boasting an 8-match winning streak. Their Pokémon, a Sizer from the Kanto region, was at the upper limit of the beginner platform's level 20 cap. While the opposing Sizer had expended some stamina, it bore only a single leg wound. In contrast, the Dark Crow was covered in scratches and abrasions. After spraying a healing mist on the Dark Crow's injuries, Heiyu asked softly, "How are you feeling, Dark Crow?" "Confident." The tournament's matchmaking system, controlled by the organizers, often paired contestants with strong opponents. It was no surprise that the opposing Sizer had likely evolved prematurely using a metal coat, trading long-term growth potential for immediate power. On the other hand, if the organizers hadn't attempted to block him at this stage, Heiyu would have been suspicious. He might have assumed they were planning something more underhanded. After all, he wasn't concerned about the 200,000 prize pool. His sole focus was the ultimate mystery gift awarded after 10 consecutive wins. During a brief rest earlier, he'd researched the treasures claimed by past 10-win champions. Most of them included rare Pokémon items, evolution stones, and other valuables worth tens of thousands of Alliance coins. Not to mention, achieving 10 wins granted the right to participate in the platform showdown, where the victorious would claim the legendary ability Capsulia, true treasure of immeasurable value. I don't mind if you come at me openly, no matter how strong your hand appears. What I fear are the hidden tricks. A visible sword is easier to dodge than an arrow in the dark, Heiyu mused. Heiyu inquired about the betting odds for this match. Whether motivated by profit or some other reason, the organizers had significantly expanded the betting pool, allowing contestants to wager up to 500,000 Alliance coins. A thought crossed Heiyu's mind, and he decided to bet the maximum amount of 500,000 Alliance coins. Dark Crow's eyes narrowed slightly, a cool sensation on its wound bringing a hint of pain. At the same time, its sharp, crimson gaze locked onto the sizer opposite it. The feathers on Dark Crow's body bristled instantly as it let out an excited cry. Heiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Yes, that's the feeling." Dark Crow, breaking through in dire situations, growing stronger in adversity. At that moment, Heiyu and Dark Crow exchanged glances, reaching a profound resonance. "Now, let us welcome the contestants." Heiyu steadied himself, took a deep breath, and calmly stepped onto the stage, his expression serene. His opponent's gaze met his at the same time, their eyes heavy with focus but tinged with a trace of disdain. Noticing Heiyu's delicate skin, the opponent quickly deduced that Heiyu must be quite young. However, Heiyu was slightly surprised his opponent had chosen not to wear a mask. With the referee's signal, both sides released their Pokémon. Dark Crow and Sizer locked eyes, their sharp gazes filled with tension. Sizer moved first, unleashing its signature move bullet punch. From the start, Heiyu suspected that Sizer might possess the technician ability, though this would need to be confirmed as the battle progressed. Dark Crow Tailwind. A gentle breeze arose, swirling around Dark Crow. It effortlessly sidestepped Sizer's leaping bullet punch. Sizer, living up to its reputation as the Red Lightning, displayed unrelenting speed and terrifying jumping power during its attack. It swiftly approached Dark Crow with blinding speed, launching a Fury Cutter. With a slight nod, Sizer planted its feet firmly and crossed half the arena in mere moments. Even with its high-speed movement, its pace rivaled that of Dark Crow. "Don't engage directly. Use Tailwind to keep your distance." Dark Crow quickly reacted, using Gust. Although Bug-type moves have an advantage over Dark types, Flying types can resist Bug-type attacks. This was one reason Heiyu had chosen Dark Crow Initialia's strategic defensive synergy. The two Pokémon began a rapid exchange of attacks. Sizer relentlessly pursued Dark Crow with its incredible speed, but under the effects of Tailwind, Dark Crow was no slouch either. While flying, Dark Crow flapped its wings, sending gusts of wind at its opponent. To the audience, all that could be seen was a streak of red lightning chasing a dark blur across the arena, the Pokémon themselves almost impossible to discern. Yet, the thrilling battle sent the spectators' adrenaline soaring, their cheers surging like waves as exhilarating music amplified the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the event organizers reminded the audience that betting would soon close, enticing them to place their final wagers. The Battle Frontier Group, the entity behind the Battling Club, undoubtedly understood how to captivate and profit from their audience. Heiyu's consecutive victories in previous matches had made betting on him less lucrative, but this match was different. It was a clash between two top-tier competitors, one with an 8-win streak, and the other with 9 wins in the beginner stage. This drew countless wealthy spectators to place hefty bets. The two Pokémon collided repeatedly, their speeds gradually slowing as time went on. High-speed movement is inherently a psychic-type move, and for Sizer to master it is already impressive, let alone using it consecutively. At this moment, Murkrow, leveraging its prankster ability, unleashed Tailwind once again. A loud bang echoed from the sky, causing Sizer to clutch its pincers over its ears in pain. The brief ringing left it momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Murkrow dove into a drill peck, spinning downward with its beak sharpening and gleaming with a silvery white light. Although the move wasn't fully mastered, with the boost from Tailwind and the momentum of the dive, Murkrow hurtled towards Sizer like a meteor. Sizer used Protect. Facing the incoming attack, the opposing trainer appeared visibly tense. The use of Protect signaled that the battle had entered a heated climax. Sizer's fists gleamed with a steely sheen as it swung fiercely toward Murkrow. However, Murkrow wasn't struck as intended. The attack was blocked by Protect. Murkrow flapped its wings rapidly, retreating with incredible speed. Thanks to the Tailwind boost, it narrowly evaded the heavy blow. In the early stages, base stats indeed played a significant role. Watching the increasingly intense battle, Kuroha couldn't help but reflect. Sizer's impressive 500 base stat total, especially its 130 physical attack, forced Kuroha to remain cautious. A single hit on Murkrow would undoubtedly result in severe damage. If the opponent had the technician ability, a Metal Claw strike could potentially knock Murkrow out instantly. Thus, Kuroha instructed Murkrow to continuously evade attacks, avoiding direct confrontations at all costs. As Kuroha pondered a breakthrough, he noticed Sizer stagger slightly while running on the field. It was its injured left legit's movements were clearly impacted, and the situation was far worse than it appeared. Kuroha's sharp observation revealed that while Murkrow had endured 9 battles and was visibly fatigued, Sizer, having achieved 8 consecutive victories, couldn't be in much better shape. The left leg was undoubtedly a critical weakness. A bold plan quickly formed in Kuroha's mind. He commanded Murkrow to target Sizer's left leg with gust. Responding instantly, Murkrow performed a graceful midair spin, flapping its wings to summon 2 gusts of wind aimed directly at Sizer's weakened limb. Sizer dodged it. The trainer's desperate shout forced Sizer to push its exhausted body into preparing for a leap. However, a piercing screech followed, causing it to clutch its head in agony. It was Murkrow's astonish. Unable to evade in time, the twin gusts struck Sizer, the powerful winds tearing at its injured left leg. The pain caused Sizer to cry out, staggering as it dropped to one knee. As it lifted its gaze, a dark figure was already hurtling toward it. In this battle, Kuroha commanded. Murkrow unleashed wing attack. A shadow streaked past, its black wings spread wide, slamming fiercely into Sizer's left leg. Overwhelmed by the intense pain, Sizer collapsed unconscious with a heavy thud. The arena erupted in cheers. The glory of a 10-match winning streak had returned to the novice arena, with Kuroha and his Murkrow crowned as the unofficial champions. Kuroha cast a fleeting look of pity at the fallen Sizer in the ring, knowing full well that evolving early with a metal coat had drained much of its potential. Coupled with the untreated injury to its left leg, which had been relentlessly targeted by Murkrow, the damage was severe. Without the aid of a powerful healing Pokémon, that leg was likely beyond recovery. Even if it could be treated, it might leave Sizer crippled, unable to advance in strength any further. But what does that have to do with me? A cruel smirk appeared on Kuroha's lips, his eyes reflecting the madness characteristic of a Dark-type trainer. This scene did not escape the notice of a red mohawk delinquent in the audience. His eyes glinted with a hint of admiration. Interesting. That's the kind of expression a Dark-type trainer should have. He propped one foot on the seat in front of him, drawing angry complaints from nearby spectators. Unbothered, he continued to toy with the Pokeball in his hand. The giant claw Sizer lost its ability to fight, and the victor was Heiyu and his Murkrow. As the referee's voice echoed, the giant claw Sizer's trainer finally snapped out of his daze, overwhelmed with regret. He had originally encountered and captured the Scyther in a forest, planning to train it as his main Pokemon. He even went to great lengths to find a metal coat for its evolution. But as he achieved 7 consecutive victories, the allure of the mysterious prize for winning 10 consecutive matches clouded his judgment. Driven by greed, he hastened Scyther's evolution, prematurely using up its potential. Confident that the now-evolved Sizer could secure the 10th victory, he was caught off guard when he lost to what appeared to be a young, inexperienced challenger. Dejected, the trainer left the field, leaving Heiyu at the center, basking in the audience's cheers and admiration. 10 consecutive victories. Those who had been following Heityen's matches since the first round roared the loudest, their excitement palpable. The host stepped forward to present Heityen with his rewards 200,000 in prize money, and, most notably, the mysterious gift. Now, let's invite contestant Heiyu to open the mysterious gift in front of everyone. The host announced enthusiastically, aiming to draw in even more ticket sales. The crowd's cheers grew even louder as Heiyu accepted the beautifully wrapped box from a glamorous assistant. Taking a deep breath, he carefully opened it. Inside was a stone as dark as the night itself, a dusk stone. Heiyu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. It seemed the organizers were intentionally trying to curry favor with him, knowing that a dusk stone was essential for evolving his Murkrow. However, upon closer inspection, the stone's quality appeared to be only mid-grade. To evolve Murkrow into Honchkrow, a dusk stone was required, but Heiyu had planned to visit the black market in the next major city to purchase a higher quality one, as Murkrow's level was still relatively low, and there was no rush. Unexpectedly, he had obtained one here, though its quality was only mid-grade. Generally, evolution stones with a purity below 60 were considered low-grade, those between 60 and 90 mid-grade, and those above 90 high-grade. As the camera zoomed in, the big screen displayed the mysterious gift in full detail. The sight of the evolution stone reignited the crowd's fervor. Even an ordinary evolution stone was worth tens of thousands, equivalent to decades of income for most people. Coupled with the 200,000 prize money, Heiyu had earned nearly $1 million in one afternoon through 10 matches. And this wasn't the end. Heiyu could apply for another challenge in the arena. Winning that would grant him the ultimate treasury, a hidden ability capsule, capable of altering a Pokemon's genetic traits and changing its ability. Noticing the eager look in Murkrow's eyes on his shoulder, Heiyu quickly closed the gift box. It wasn't time for Murkrow to evolve just yet. He cast a glance at the wildly cheering audience before stepping off the stage and entering the contestant tunnel. Perhaps the next time he returned here, it would be for the arena championship match. Heiyu made his way to the betting counter, reclaiming the 500,000 he had wagered, along with the 500,000 he had won. The 400,000 he won from betting earlier had already been a significant sum, but in this afternoon's match, Kuroba managed to earn nearly $1 million through his wagers, not to mention acquiring an evolution stone. Just as he was preparing to count his earnings, feeling overjoyed, a staff member suddenly approached him and said, "Sir, a spectator asked me to hand you this manual." Kuroba instinctively took the manual and asked, "A manual? Do you know that person's name? Did they leave any message?" He appeared puzzled. The staff member, seemingly in a hurry, only left him with one sentence before rushing off. "The spectator asked me to tell you dark type is the best type, and offense is the best defense." Kuroba replayed the words in his mind, deep in thought, until his gaze fell on the colorful manual in his hands. Suddenly, it dawned on him, weren't those the very words spoken by that delinquent-looking youngster in the audience earlier? He had a vivid memory of the individual, especially their striking red mohawk, which left quite an impression. But Kuroba couldn't figure out why that person had left him a manual. Curious, he slowly opened it. Inside, it detailed methods for nurturing dark-type Pokémon. The manual read, "Offense is the best defense, the beauty of malevolence. The aesthetics of darkness. Dark-type Pokémon are often seen as cruel and vicious, but they harbor a kind of madness deep within. Whether they are strong depends entirely on whether that madness can be unleashed. Speak your mind freely, for power is justice." Why? Kuroba was left baffled. Some parts he could barely grasp, but much of the content only deepened his confusion. The thin manual didn't take long to finish, and just as he was about to toss it aside, the name at the end of the final page caught his attention. Heiyu. The name sounded feminine, but recalling the delinquent's appearance and the manual's focus on dark types, a thought suddenly struck Kuroba. Could it be referring to Heiyu, the dark-type Elite Four member from the Hoenn region? He immediately went online to search for information, but there wasn't much available. Unable to find helpful details, Kuroba turned to the library at the Pedleberg gym, hoping to uncover more about the Elite Four. After some searching, he finally found a book containing rare information and photos. Staring at a picture that perfectly matched the delinquent from earlier, Kuroba's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the person I argued with was one of the Elite Four? The image of that cocky, delinquent-like figure in the audience flashed through Kuroba's mind, leaving him stunned. He couldn't believe his luck had unknowingly encountered one of the Elite Four. However, just as he resolved to go back and find the mysterious youngster, the beginner's arena entered its intermission. A massive crowd of spectators poured out, and Kuroba was quickly swallowed up by the throng. Despite his efforts to push through, the overwhelming tide of people prevented him from escaping. As time passed and night fell, Kuroba finally gave up the search and returned, exhausted, to the Pokémon Center. His mind was still swirling with questions and disbelief. Lying on his bed, he couldn't shake the surreal realization that he had been face-to-face with an Elite Four member. What's more, he had even argued with them. Does Heiyu really believe in an all-out offensive philosophy? He murmured to himself. Slumped on the bed, Kuroba couldn't figure out why someone of such high status would disguise themselves as a delinquent. Could it be that every Elite Four member and champion has a side gig? Investigators, archaeologists, actors, and one who's obsessed with digging up stones. On the outskirts of Luin City, a silver-blue tent stood quietly on the grass, with a nearby campfire flickering gently, as if whispering that someone was camping here. Murkrow used Drill Peck. At Heiyu's command, Murkrow's beak instantly sharpened, gleaming with a silvery edge, and its body spun rapidly, resembling a powerful drill. In a swift motion, a shadow streaked through the air as Murkrow charged toward a tree. Its sharp beak pierced into the trunk, and milky white resin oozed out, releasing a refreshing woody fragrance. Not bad, Murkrow. You're getting better at mastering this inherited move, Heiyu praised, feeding Murkrow a vitality-restoring energy cube. Heiyu was currently training in the outskirts because the Pokémon Center in Luin Town lacked a proper training ground. Compared to larger cities, this place was quite underdeveloped, leaving him with no choice but to train outdoors. Eevee, on the other hand, seemed to absolutely adore the area, especially the fresh, fragrant air. Under the bright sunshine and gentle breeze, Eevee hopped and rolled around on the grass, playing joyfully as though in a world of pure happiness. However, this carefree play only came after completing her basic training. Once training was done, Eevee would immediately shift into a lazy mode, completely ignoring Heiyu's demands for diligent practice. Eevee cast a glance at Heiyu, who was focused on coaching Murkrow, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her mind. She pouted, her face puffing up in an adorably sulky expression that would make anyone want to pinch her cheeks. Feeling a little jealous, Eevee then turned her gaze to Crawdaunt, who was diligently training its dragon dance. A sense of grievance welled up in her heart. It seemed like everyone was busy, leaving no time to play with her. Feeling overlooked, Evie noticed no one was paying attention to her. A mischievous idea crossed her mind, and she cautiously began to wander deeper into the forest, her eyes glinting with sly excitement. The 10-win streak arena challenge at the Battle Club could wait for now. There was no rush to take on that challenge. Heiyu observed his Pokémon training hard, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his heart. The arena challenge consisted of a showdown between two trainers who both achieved 10 consecutive wins, with the victor earning the ultimate reward, a hidden ability capsule. Whoever devised this competition format was a genius, Heiyu thought. Not only did it cut the rewards in half, but it also redirected internal rivalries outward, fostering competition between trainers. Just as Heiyu was lost in thought, a sudden, urgent buzzing sound snapped him back to reality. He turned to see 3 Venomoths hungrily flying toward him. Catching a faintly unusual scent in the air, Heiyu's eyes fell on the tree Murkrow had pecked during training. The resin seeping from the tree gave off an incredibly enticing aroma that seemed irresistibly attractive to Pokémon. No way, did I randomly pick a tree that's some kind of rare medicinal material? Heiyu wondered to himself. Quickly regaining his composure, he commanded his Pokémon to fend off the approaching Venomoths. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Sharpedo, Crawdaunt, Water Jet. Eevee, use Swift. Under the shade of the trees, Heiyu calmly directed the Pokémon to launch their attack. Following his command, 3 Venomoth were swiftly defeated, losing their ability to fight and dropping to the ground. Without hesitation, Heiyu retrieved 3 Pokeballs, capturing them in quick succession. Approaching the tree, he gently scraped off some resin with his fingers and tasted it carefully. After a moment, information surfaced in his mind. This unknown resin had a slightly bitter flavor with faint traces of energy. Drawing on his experience as a novice Pokémon breeder, Heiyu quickly deduced its general property as it not only held an irresistible allure for Pokémon, but also seemed to promote the growth of bug-type Pokémon. However, a feeling of unease crept into Heiyu's mind. Normally, his mischievous little Eevee would have come running at the first scent of something so enticing. Glancing around, he realized the Eevee was nowhere near the campsite. Alarmed, he rushed into the tent, only to find it empty as well. A faint sweat broke out on his forehead, and a sense of panic began to rise within him. He questioned his 3 Pokémon, but all of them shook their heads, indicating they had no idea where Eevee had gone. Acting quickly, Heiyu instructed, Murkrow, please search the nearby forest. After an unsuccessful search, he decided to venture deeper into the woods. Before leaving, he ordered Murkrow to continue searching near the camp, but not to stray too far. Heiyu moved swiftly through the forest, his arms swinging slightly and his fingers fidgeting as he went. For once, his usually impassive eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion. A pang of regret struck him, realized he might have been too indulgent with Eevee, allowing her to develop such a mischievous personality. Resolving to be stricter, he vowed to discipline her properly once she was found. As he anxiously searched the undergrowth, a familiar cry suddenly echoed from the other side of the forest. Heiyu froze, his eyes widening in recognition. That's Eevee's cry. Is she in danger? Without a second thought, he sprinted toward the source of the sound, sweat trickling down his forehead and dripping onto his shoes. His strides grew longer, his breathing heavier, until he finally arrived at a clearing in the forest. There he spotted Eevee. She was sitting on the ground, visibly upset and wailing, while a boy in adventurer's gear with a cold expression stood nearby. TCH, so it's a Pokémon that's already been caught, the boy muttered disdainfully, glancing at the sobbing Eevee. Haya's face darkened as he approached, stopping behind Eevee. He gave her a firm tap on the head. What's the big idea, running off like that? Feeling reassured now that her trainer was here, Eevee immediately leaped into Haya's arms, clutching his clothes with her tiny, fluffy paws as she cried uncontrollably. Who knew what she had just been through? She had been pelted on the head 7 times by this stranger's Pokeballs, and somehow, he hadn't realized she already belonged to someone. Eevee's cries created an awkward atmosphere. The cold-faced boy sized up Heiyu and his Eevee, seeming to grasp that the Pokémon he had failed to catch after throwing 7 Pokeballs was indeed someone else's. And now, her trainer had shown up. After a moment of silence, the boy introduced himself. My name is Lacey. Heiyu heard the familiar name and looked at the young man in front of him. The boy bore a striking resemblance to someone from his past life, about 70% similar to the image in his memory. Heiyu's heart confirmed his suspicion. Could this be Shinji's older brother? Based on the fragments of memory in his mind, Heiyu knew that although this person was originally from the Sinnoh region, he had traveled extensively through regions like Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn. During his journey, he achieved impressive results in regional league tournaments, gym challenges, and the battle frontier. However, everything fell apart after that fateful battle with Kamidai. Lacey's resolve as a trainer was shattered, and he eventually switched paths to become a Pokémon breeder, opening a breeding house. Heiyu stared at the cold and aloof young man in front of him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He introduced himself. Hello, my name is Heiyu. Before he could explain the situation with Eevee, Lacey interrupted. You're a terrible trainer, letting your Pokemon wander around alone like that. It seemed Lacey was trying to cover up the fact that he had thrown 7 Pokeballs earlier without realizing the Eevee's condition. Heiyu thought to himself, that's strange. Wasn't Lacey supposed to be gentle and refined, like in the anime? What Heiyu didn't know was that before Lacey was harshly taught a lesson by Kamadai, his personality was nearly identical to his younger brother Shinji's, perhaps even more intense. Lacey noticed Heiyu's strange gaze and felt uneasy. Heiyu's dark, piercing eyes seemed to hold an ominous depth. Hearing Lacey's mocking words, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Heiyu's heart. Ever since he had obtained his Pokemon, his journey had been smooth and unchallenged. Rarely had anyone dared to insult him in such a way. Perhaps it was Heiyu's cold and sharp demeanor that unsettled Lacey, causing him to instinctively take a small step back, raising his hand defensively in front of him. Realizing his own awkward reaction, Lacey quickly straightened his posture, raised his chin, and flared his nostrils at Heiyu, exuding an air of arrogant superiority. He blew the whistle hanging around his neck, and in an instant, a majestic and powerful bird soared out from the forest. It was none other than a Staraptor, the final evolution of Sinnoh's regional bird line. The Staraptor circled above the two of them, letting out a sharp, commanding cry. Meanwhile, Crawdaunt stood tense, its body rigid, glaring fiercely at the sky as it prepared to activate its protective shield at any moment. Heiyu let out a light chuckle, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at Lacey with undisguised hostility. After soothing the upset Eevee, he held the warm and soft little creature in his arms, ignored Lacey entirely, and walked straight out of the forest. Behind him, Lacey called out, "Hey, you, what are you?" But Heiyu didn't look back, continuing on his way without a word. Lacey exhaled in relief, thoughts racing through his mind. He recalled helping Officer Junsha clean up members of a dismantled black market organization before. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed a dangerous, fugitive-like aura emanating from Heiyu. Though he tried to dismiss the idea, his voice grew quieter and less confident. His Staraptor and Drapion exchanged puzzled glances, further adding to his discomfort. To mask his unease, Lacey quickly changed the subject. Let's move on. We're almost at Luine Town. They have a battle club there, just like the one in Kaina City. It'll be a great place to train Drapion. He spoke with feigned confidence, mounted his Staraptor, and commanded it to fly toward Luine Town. You little Eevee. Sneaking off while I wasn't looking. Heiyu scolded, grabbing the Eevee by the scruff and holding it up in front of him. The little Eevee waved its tiny paws in the air, looking pitiful as it tried to reach out to Heiyu, though the distance made the attempt rather comical. The entire way back, Heiyu reprimanded Eevee. It wasn't out of cruelty. As a trainer with a strong need for control, Heiyu couldn't tolerate his Pokemon disobeying him. It made him feel as though he was losing his grip. Though he acknowledged his selfishness, he wrestled with conflicting desires, wanting his Pokemon to fully obey him and be his possessions, yet not wanting them to lose their individuality and become soulless machines. Finally, after Eevee repeatedly promised not to do it again, Heiyu reluctantly forgave it, unable to resist its pitiful expression. Eevee. The little Pokemon clung to Haiyu's arm with its fluffy paws, its soft cheek rubbing against his delicate face. All right, enough with the affection, Heiyu said, his voice softening. They'll make you a little treat when we get back. He placed Eevee on his shoulder, packed up the tent, and headed toward the Pokemon Center in Luine Town. Over the next 2 weeks, Heiyu developed a routine of traveling between the Pokemon Center and the outskirts of Luine Town. His daily schedule consisted of training in the morning and returning to the center by evening. The progress his Pokemon made was remarkable. Eevee successfully reached level 20 and learned a new move that could cure itself of paralysis, poisoning, and burns. This useful support skill had great synergy with the synchronize ability it would gain upon evolving into Umbreon, making it a versatile defensive Pokemon. Meanwhile, Murkrow mastered one of its inherited moves, Drill Peck, which involved spinning and delivering a powerful piercing attack. To counteract the dizziness caused by the spinning motion, Heiyu focused heavily on Murkrow's balance training. The drill marks on the trees in the area testified to its hard work, and it had reached level 18. Such rapid progress was largely thanks to the Dark-type poke blocks Heiyu had prepared in abundance. Additionally, Murkrow was beginning to show proficiency in its other inherited move, Sucker Punch. Sharpdo's training remained focused on 3 key areas: overall proficiency, mastery of bite-based moves, and control over its speed boost ability. Heiyu had long envisioned Sharpedo as a formidable underwater predator, capable of darting through the ocean like an assassin. Its speed boost ability would make it a fast and reliable aquatic mount, gliding through the water like a speedboat powered by jet-like propulsion. The most demanding training, however, fell to Crawdaunt, which had to practice Dragon Dance and Rain Dance while also mastering the move Protect. Heiyu made a mental note to prepare an extra meal for Crawdaunt that evening to reward its hard work. As Heiyu approached the Pokemon Center, he looked at it with determination and stepped inside. As soon as Heiyu entered the lobby of the Pokemon Center, he noticed a few scattered groups of people engaged in hushed conversations. Most trainers who came to explore the wilderness chose to travel in groups, as venturing into the unknown carried countless dangers. Only a handful of skilled trainers, proficient in survival techniques, could make it back to the Pokemon Center before nightfall. Heiyu's arrival caused no stir. He quietly arranged for his Pokemon to be treated and then settled into a corner of the lobby, waiting silently. Have you heard? There's another trainer with a 10-win streak at the Battle Club, an ordinary-looking trainer said excitedly. Really? Didn't a trainer named Heiyu achieve a 10-win streak just half a month ago? Another trainer responded, puzzled. I'm not lying. Apparently, this person, like Heiyu, managed to win 10 matches in one day, using just a Drapion to defeat several trainers with 7 or 8 consecutive wins. The first trainer continued. That's right. I heard they dominated the beginner's arena. But what kind of Pokemon is Drapion? I'm not too sure. It doesn't seem to be from the Hoenn region. Another chimed in. Sitting at a nearby table, Heiyu quietly listened to their conversation. A sudden thought crossed his mind as he remembered Lacey, whom he had encountered half a month ago. At that moment, his Pokédex buzzed with a message from the Battle Club. Hey Tion, the Battle Club has matched you with an opponent for the arena competition. Would you like to register? Based on the information he had gathered in records online, it was rare for the Battle Club to see a trainer with a 10-win streak typically. Only one would emerge every 6 months. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting for another half a year, something Heiyu couldn't afford. His travel plans were already set, and returning to Greenfield Town for a competition 6 months later would disrupt his schedule. Besides, he still felt irritated by Lacey's arrogant demeanor. Resolute, Heiyu quickly typed and sent the word register. Almost instantly, the club replied with the competition's schedule and specific rules. The match was set for half a month later clearly. The club intended to use this time to generate hype. However, Lacey had requested to upgrade to the intermediate arena, which meant the level cap for Pokemon was set at 40. Once again, Heiyu was struck by Lacey's audacity. Voluntarily raising the arena level undoubtedly increased the challenge. It looks like he'll have to rely on Crawdaunt for this match. After all, this concerns the rare ability capsule, Heiyu thought to himself. He then headed to the Pokemon shop. As the only shop in Greenfield Town, it was bustling with trainers restocking supplies like Pokeballs and healing sprays. Heiyu made his way directly to the section with technical machines TMs, preparing for the upcoming battle. Over the past 2 weeks, he had gathered some intel on Lacey and learned that his opponent had used a Drapion to achieve a 10-win streak in the beginner's arena. While Lacey hadn't revealed information about his other Pokemon, Heiyu recalled seeing Lacey in the forest and knew for certain he had a Staraptor as well. It was clear that expanding Crawdaunt's move pool was an urgent priority. Heiyu silently contemplated his strategy, readying himself for the challenge ahead. Standing at the counter of the Pedleberg gym, Heiyu contemplated the upcoming arena battle. His Crawdaunt currently only possessed dark and water-type attack capabilities, which made its offensive range quite limited. Especially against Reiji's Staraptor, which had flying and normal attributes, Heiyu decided it was time to expand the skill sets of all his Pokemon. Now, with his wealth exceeding 3 million Alliance coins, he had amassed a fortune not only from the generous rewards of Pedleberg Gym, but also from successful bets in the Battle Club and his personal savings. Not to mention the Dark Stone worth tens of thousands, a large stockpile of energy cubes, and the Earth Vein Stone milk valued at millions in his possession. On the counter, Heiyu's eyes were drawn to a TM disc, and his face lit up with delight. The disc contained the move Hidden Power, a skill that nearly all Pokemon could learn and was second only to Protect and Rarity. The unique aspect of Hidden Power was its ability to randomly adopt one of 18 types as its attack attribute, significantly broadening a Pokemon's offensive versatility. For instance, a Bug-type Pokemon could potentially learn a Fire-type attack through Hidden Power, while a Fire-type Pokemon might gain access to a Water-type Hidden Power. Without hesitation, Heiyu spent 400,000 Alliance coins to purchase this rare TM on the spot. He then inquired with the staff if there were any additional Hidden Power discs available, only to be met with a disappointing no. While slightly let down, he considered himself lucky to have secured even one. Following this, Heiyu purchased a Rock Slide TM and a Brick Break TM for Crawdaunt, which were Rock and Fighting-type moves respectively. These would significantly expand Crawdaunt's offensive range. Despite their steep prices 180,000, and 250,000 Alliance coins respectively, Heiyu didn't hesitate. After spending a total of 830,000 Alliance coins, Heiyu naturally hoped for some discounts. With his level 2 Alliance privileges, he received a 10 discount at the Alliance-certified Pokemon store. Taking advantage of the reduced prices, Heiyu decided to stock up rather than risk relying on the black market, where TMs were often overpriced and unreliable. He purchased 4 Double Team TMs for a total of 400,000 Alliance coins, discounted to 360,000. Then, he bought a Shadow Ball TM for his EV, which cost 250,000 but was reduced to 225,000 after the discount. Heiyu's extravagant spending drew astonished looks from the staff and other trainers. However, in an Alliance-certified store where most patrons were legitimate trainers, Heiyu felt no need to hold back. "Excuse me, I'd like to rent your skill-learning machine," Heiyu requested directly. The staff member in a green uniform smiled warmly and replied, "You are one of our most valued customers. You may use the machine for free." Heiyu returned the smile with a polite nod and began using all the TMs he had just purchased. The entire process went smoothly, as the Alliance-produced TMs proved to be reliable. When the results appeared on the machine, a flicker of excitement crossed Heiyu's face. Hidden power turned out to be fire type. The purpose of skill discs is to directly implant the method of using a skill into a Pokemon's mind. Therefore, as long as the Pokemon can learn the skill, it can utilize the skill disc. However, skill discs are single-use items. Once used, they become obsolete and cannot be reused. As Heiyu walked out of the Pokemon store and headed back to the Pokemon Center, he cautiously observed his surroundings. After confirming that no one was tailing him, he felt a sense of relief. After all, in the black market, it wasn't uncommon to have 7 or 8 groups of people following you. Back at the Pokemon Center, Heiyu began drafting a training plan for the next 2 weeks, with a clear focus on skill improvement. In the short term, the only way to enhance strength was by learning new skills. He recalled another notable establishment in Greenfield Town, or rather, a notable profession skill instructors. In the Pokemon world, there are various professions beyond the basic trainers and breeders, including the rare and mysterious alchemists and item crafters. Among them, skill instructors stand out. Although their Pokemon are usually not very powerful, these instructors are proficient in multiple types of skills and possess exceptional teaching abilities, giving rise to this unique profession. The next day, Heiyu arrived at the southwestern corner of Greenfield Town, where a massive oval-shaped building stood, topped with a large spherical structure. In Greenfield Town, this building was second in prominence only to the Pokemon Center and the Battle Club. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by a staff member. "Hello, welcome. Are you here to find a skill instructor for your Pokemon?" asked a man wearing glasses and a uniform. Heiyu nodded silently and explained his purpose. "I need to find a skill instructor who can teach Rock Slide and Double Team." The Crawdaunt had several skills to train, including Dragon Dance and Rain Dance, as well as the newly introduced Rock Slide, Double Team, and Brick Break. However, priorities had to be set. Aiming for too much often resulted in achieving nothing. Heiyu decided to prioritize teaching Crawdaunt Rock Slide, as it would be highly effective against Staraptor. After understanding Haiyu's requirements, the staff member quickly relayed the information via a walkie-talkie. Shortly after, an elderly man wearing a colorful vest and leaning on a cane approached. He appeared spirited, accompanied by a mole-like Pokemon with a sharp, shark fin-like steel crest on its head and drill-like hands. Heiyu immediately recognized the Pokemon Excadrill. A unique Pokemon from the Unova region, Excadrill is commonly found in underground tunnels and is highly valued by construction teams. "Ho ho ho, young man. Is your Pokemon here to learn Rock Slide?" the elderly man asked with a kind smile. However, Heiyu remained cautious, as his Crawdaunt was intently staring at the Excadrill, its expression wary. Heiyu could sense that this Excadrill was incredibly powerful, likely at least level 40 or higher. Otherwise, Crawdaunt wouldn't display such unease. This was, after all, a proper place under the Alliance's jurisdiction, no longer a gray or dark area. So Heiyu felt somewhat at ease. He knew his Crawdaunt needed to learn the moves Rock Slide and Double Team. Politely, he asked, "Excuse me, are you the move tutor?" The old man nodded with a warm smile and gestured for Heiyu to follow him. Eventually, they arrived at a spacious training room. The room had a simple sandy environment. Heiyu scanned the area, ensuring there were no dangers in the monitored corners, before allowing his Crawdaunt to follow the Excadrill into the room. "Old friend, please teach this little one the move Rock Slide," the old man said, pointing his cane toward Crawdaunt. Despite his advanced age, his lively demeanor made it hard to believe he was well past 70. Heiyu observed for a while and noticed the Excadrill was indeed teaching Crawdaunt, which reassured him as he stood aside to watch. Although he couldn't understand the Pokemon's language, he could hear Excadrill's chatter as it moved its drill-like claws through the air. By channeling Rock-type energy, Excadrill summoned several large boulders from thin air, which crashed onto the ground. Crawdaunt imitated Excadrill's movements, waving its pincers in the air. It managed to gather some grayish-brown energy, forming a small rock about the size of a fist. Compared to Excadrill's massive boulders, the difference was like night and day. Heiyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern how much progress could really be made in just half a month. "Don't worry, young man," the old man chuckled. "Your Crawdaunt is already very well trained. Arshu here has been with me for decades. Over the years, I've taught not hundreds but thousands of rookie trainers." The old man pulled out his work ID and motioned for Heiyu to look him up online. Heiyu smiled politely but inwardly grumbled. 30,000 Alliance credits for just 2 weeks. This guy earns money faster than I did as a teacher at the trainer school. Before coming here, Heiyu had, of course, researched move tutors and learned that this old man was a renowned expert, particularly in rock, ground, and steel-type moves. Decades ago, he had won a championship in one of the tournaments. Though now aged, his skills remained as sharp as ever. It was said he had been a prodigy in his youth. These factors contributed to his exorbitant fees, but as long as the results were there, Heiyu was more than willing to pay. Online reviews of the old man were overwhelmingly positive, with even Stephen Stone, heir to the Devon Corporation and future champion, having sought his guidance. A tutor endorsed by champions. Therefore, Heiyu had no hesitation in hiring the old man at a rate of 20,000 credits per day. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Heiyu focused on learning about Pokémon care and training while his Pokémon trained with the old man. Since the Alliance's public facilities were free from the chaos of the darker regions, and Heiyu could monitor the training room at any time, he felt at ease leaving Crawdaunt under the old man's guidance. Crawdaunt, use Rock Slide. Heiyu commanded. Crawdaunt stomped its feet and waved its pincers, instantly summoning several head-sized rocks into the air. At his signal, the rocks crashed down onto the ground. Heiyu watched the massive stones with satisfaction, feeling that the money had been well spent. In just 2 short weeks, Crawdaunt had mastered the move to such an impressive level. The old man truly deserved his reputation as a gold standard tutor. Again, use Rock Slide. Heiyu, brimming with excitement, directed Crawdaunt to unleash the move once more on the training field. Iron-clawed Crawfish, let's go. Get ready for battle. Heiyu strode out of the training field, heading toward the battle club. Along the way, he encountered many others who, like him, had come to compete. Over the past 2 weeks, the buzz around this arena showdown, with a prize of a rare ability capsule worth millions, had spread throughout Greenfield Town, causing a major stir. The temptation of 1,000,000 Alliance coins was a fortune that many families could only dream of earning in a lifetime. As a result, not just locals, but people from neighboring towns had flocked here to witness or participate in the event. When Heiyu arrived at the battle club, the entrance was already packed with people, and even the nearby street vendors had long queues. Instinctively, he glanced around, his mind drifting to the countless times he had visited this place over the past 2 weeks, hoping to catch a glimpse of Heiyu. Unfortunately, the champion seemed to have left long ago, leaving Heiyu with a sense of regret. However, the notebook filled with Heiyu's handwritten insights was now one of his most prized possessions. As the personal notes of a champion, they would undoubtedly fetch a high price on the black market. But Heiyu had no intention of selling it. The profound insights on dark-type training written in the notebook were knowledge he was only beginning to comprehend. Some of the advice even carried an almost mystical depth. Even if he never fully utilized it, he would never part with it lightly. After all, it represented a rare connection to a champion relationship not easily forged. With this notebook, he could proudly claim that he had once been guided by Heiyu. Heiyu understood the value of leveraging opportunities. If Heiyu had gifted him this notebook, it must have been a gesture of recognition and expectation. A sense of pride swelled within him, but he quickly shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. Why am I thinking about this now? I need to focus on the tournament. Today's battles won't be easy. Clearing his mind, he looked up at the 5 bold characters above the battle club's entrance, silently reciting the name Black Sky. He then donned the mask provided by the club and made his way toward the competition arena. In the backstage office of the battle club, a spacious and luxurious room with exquisite decor, priceless antiques in the corners, and masterful paintings adorning the walls, 4 men sat casually with their legs crossed, intently watching the progress of various matches on the monitor. Huh, look at that, someone on the intermediate arena just scored 3 consecutive wins, one of them exclaimed, putting down his expensive cigarette in surprise. Big deal, another scoffed. The lower tier arenas are boring. When are we going to see another match on the advanced arena? TCH, as if the advanced arena is some common commodity, someone else retorted. This small town doesn't even open it every year. If you're so eager, why don't you ask the higher-ups to transfer you to Kana City? Despite the banter and occasional friction among the 4, it was clear that one of them held the highest authority. The other 3 frequently sought his opinion, careful not to step on his toes. Boss, it seems the league sent someone to investigate our battle club recently. Do you know if they've checked out our branch in Greenfield Town? A member cautiously asked the man sitting at the head of the group. The man, lounging in a single-seater sofa, swirled a glass of red wine in one hand, while holding an expensive cigarette in the other, leisurely exhaling smoke. Sensing the tension among his subordinates, he spoke nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? The incident with the Hoshino family wasn't just our doing. Those big families were involved too. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. What's there to fear? His words acted like a calming pill, easing everyone's nerves. They soon returned their attention to the massive screen, commenting on the matches taking place in the arena. By the way, about today's 10-win streak, show down, don't you dare mess with it behind the scenes, the man suddenly warned, his tone unusually serious. While he could turn a blind eye to the occasional manipulation of a few matches for personal gain, anything that tarnished the club's reputation was a different story. The club's performance directly impacted his future prospects, and he had no intention of being stuck in Greenfield Town's branch forever. He was also well aware of the greedy nature of his subordinates, who would do anything for money. After all, they had been involved in the Hoshino family incident. In the intermediate arena, the crowd was packed, with not a single seat left empty. After half a month of extensive promotion, this showdown between two undefeated 10-win champions, with a rare ability capsule worth millions on the line, had already become the talk of the town. The club had taken the opportunity to slightly raise ticket prices, raking in a hefty profit. Ladies and gentlemen, today's intermediate arena features a clash of titans. In just 1 month, we've seen not one but two undefeated champions emerge. Let's welcome them, contestant Black Sky and contestant Lei Si. Wearing a mask, Kuroha walked onto the stage slowly, his gaze locking onto Lei Si on the opposite side. He noticed that Lei Si didn't seem to recognize him. As expected, Lei Si was arrogant. Not only did he use his real name, but he didn't even bother wearing a mask. Kuroha silently thought to himself, "Tisich, so it's him. Turns out it's that useless trainer from the other day." Useless trainers always have useless Pokémon. Lei Si, however, appeared to recognize Kuroha through the Crawdaunt by his side. After all, he had seen that Crawdaunt with Kuroha before. "I didn't expect a useless trainer like you to share the same stage as me. But in this match, they'll show you what it means for the strong to stay strong. Luck won't get you through here." Lei Si boasted arrogantly, his tone dripping with entitlement. Kuroha glanced at him with a look of amused pity and chose not to argue. He knew that people like Lei Si only learned their lesson when they were thoroughly defeated. It reminded him of Shinji from the anime, who had always looked down on Ash until a decisive battle humbled him, gradually changing his attitude. The host, never one to miss an opportunity, immediately picked up on the tension between the two contestants and worked to stir up the crowd. "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it seems these two contestants know each other. And from the looks of it, there might be some unresolved issues between Lei Si and Black Sky." As the host's words echoed through the arena, the audience grew even more excited. After all, people always love a good story of rivalry and drama. Curiosity, after all, is human nature. Lei Si, with an air of arrogance, declared, "You need to understand what true strength really means." Beside him, his Staraptor let out an awkward cry, seemingly uneasy about its trainer's confidence. Heiyu, however, paid no attention to Lei Si's demeanor and instead carefully observed the Staraptor. Its feathers gleamed, its posture was majestic, and the sharp glint in its eyes exuded a fearless determination, clearly a Pokémon that had been raised with meticulous care. What caught Heiyu's attention the most, however, were its powerful talents. While others might not notice, as a breeder, Heiyu could instantly tell this Staraptor had undergone specialized training, capable of unleashing incredible bursts of power in battle. Being one of the few flying Pokémon adept at combat, it stirred a trace of unease in Heiyu's heart. "With you by my side, what's there to worry about? Go, my ace," Heiyu murmured with a faint smile, silently encouraging himself. He had already prepared a move to counter his opponent's Pokémon Rock Slidia technique that would surely prove pivotal. Crawdaunt stomped firmly before leaping onto the battlefield, its fierce expression and piercing gaze locking onto Staraptors. Both Pokémon could sense the fighting spirit emanating from one another. At the referee's signal, the battle began in an instant. "Staraptor, go!" Lei Si shouted, as Staraptor let out a thunderous cry, radiating an imposing presence. Heiyu quickly commanded, "Crawdaunt, use Scald." Right at the start, Heiyu had his Pokémon launch an attack to test Staraptor's abilities and critical traits. At that moment, a subtle thought crossed his mind. Lei Si's earlier shout seemed to carry an intimidating tone. After all, trainers of Pokémon with the Intimidate ability often leverage their Pokémon's menacing demeanor to maximize their advantage. However, Crawdaunt remained unfazed. Its massive claws snapped forward, releasing a jet of steaming hot water aimed directly at the airborne Staraptor. In a flash, Lei Si yelled, "Dodge!" Staraptor vanished in an instant, reappearing elsewhere just as quickly, effortlessly evading the attack. A flicker of surprise crossed Heiyu's eyes. The Staraptor's reaction speed was extraordinary. While avian Pokémon were naturally quick, it was evident Lei Si had been feeding it supplements to enhance its neural response. "Staraptor, use Air Slash." Lei Si retaliated without hesitation. Staraptor flapped its wings, sending two razor-sharp wind blades slashing toward Crawdaunt. Heiyu immediately countered, "Crawdaunt, raise your claws." The massive pincers smashed through the air, slash with ease. Heiyu knew that Staraptor lacked exceptional ranged moves. Its skill set was predominantly close combat-based, with no noteworthy ranged attacks in its own type, let alone from others. His strategy was clear: lure Staraptor into close range, as Crawdaunt couldn't reach the heights of its opponent. "Staraptor, keep using Air Slash." Lei Si, frowning in disbelief, seemed unwilling to accept Heiyu's approach. The tension in the battle grew ever more intense, with both sides giving their all in pursuit of victory. Another two sharp blades were effortlessly shattered by the iron pincers of the Crawdaunt, as if done intentionally. followed by a mocking sneer directed at the Staraptor soaring in the sky. A taunt move. Staraptor's status-altering abilities were sealed, leaving both sides locked in a stalemate, neither initiating another attack. Lacey furrowed his brows deeply, his expression dazed, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Just as he was about to command Staraptor to use double team, his words were cut off by the opponent's swift taunt. Damn it. Does this mean close combat is the only option now? As an experienced trainer, Lacey had confidence in his tactical planning, intending to leverage Staraptor's aerial advantage for long-range attrition. However, Staraptor's limitations as a Pokémon were glaring. Its repertoire of long-range moves was nearly non-existent. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Lacey's eyes as he glanced coldly at Staraptor's back. The standoff dragged on for a full 30 seconds, and murmurs began to ripple through the audience. Yet Lacey refrained from ordering an attack, realizing he was stuck in a deadlock. With status moves sealed and ranged attacks ineffective, was he truly forced to abandon the advantage of the skies for close combat? No, attack quickly. Staraptor, use aerial ace. Just as Lacey wrestled with his dilemma, he caught sight of the Crawdon on the battlefield performing a fierce and enigmatic dance. His seasoned instincts instantly recognized it as Dragon Dance, a move to boost power and speed. Lacey urgently commanded Staraptor to attack, but it was already too late. The Crawdon had mastered Dragon Dance to perfection. Before Staraptor could even execute its strike, the Crawdon completed its enhancement. Kurobo watched with satisfaction as his Crawdon finished the move, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. The rigorous training over the past days had paid off. However, Dragon Dance consumed significant stamina and had a short duration. This fight had to end swiftly. Kurobo raised an eyebrow, silently strategizing. Crawdon, go head-to-head with Shell Blade. Kurobo commanded boldly. As Crawdon's trainer, he was fully aware of its overwhelming offensive power. Staraptor dove in a swift descent, wings and talons executing a rhythmic combat technique. Crawdon's Shell Blade came crashing down, only to be deftly neutralized by Staraptor's counter. As expected, Staraptor's close combat prowess was formidable, showcasing a unique rhythm and fighting style. Kurobo couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in his thoughts. Unfazed, Kurobo continued directing Crawdon's offensive, refusing to believe Staraptor could deflect a second or third blow. After Crawdon's left pincer was blocked, its right one instantly gathered water energy, slashing downward towards Staraptor's head with immense force. Lacey hadn't anticipated this seemingly unremarkable Pokémon to pose such a challenge. The Crawdon's pincers moved with ferocious precision, each strike imbued with the phantom of its Shell Blade technique. The battle between its pincers and Staraptor's close combat was evenly matched. Though lacking in elegance compared to Staraptor's techniques, Crawdon's sheer power was undeniable. Strength can break through all techniques. Bang! The clash intensified, and Staraptor grew visibly strained. Although it managed to avoid being struck directly by the pincers, the force of the collisions between its wings and Crawdon's claws was taking a toll, making it harder for Staraptor to sustain its movements. After all, how could a pair of wings compete with the hardness of those iron pincers? The fact that Staraptor's wings hadn't snapped under the pressure was a testament to its extraordinary muscle strength. Lacey's anxiety mounted as he frowned deeply. His once reliable combat techniques, unbeatable in the past, had been overpowered by brute force. Usually, opponents were defeated before Staraptor even needed to engage in close combat. Few adversaries had ever pushed it to this point. Yet now, its signature movie, a devastating technique with a power rating of 120, seemed utterly ineffective. Lacey's lips paled as he exhaled slowly, his hand unconsciously clenching at his side. He silently acknowledged the difficulty of the situation. Staraptor needed to find an opening to escape and regain its aerial advantage. However, Kurobo had no intention of letting that happen. Against a faltering enemy, relentless pursuit was the key. Crawdon, Aqua Jet. Crawdon's body surged with water energy as it launched itself skyward. The low-flying Staraptor was struck head-on, sent hurtling into the arena's protective dome with a resounding crash. The audience collectively followed the trajectory of the collision, their synchronized movements eerily uniform. Keep firing hot water, don't give it a chance. Heiyu commanded sharply. Streams of scalding water shot out from Crawdon's pincers like arrows, aiming directly at Staraptor. In an instant, as it was still adjusting its posture midair, Staraptor let out a piercing cry. A few feathers drifted down, soaked and steaming from the hot water. At this moment, Staraptor struggled to flap its wings, barely maintaining its flight. After an exhausting close-range battle with Crawdon's pincers, its wings were already drained of strength. Now, with the scorching water attack, it was on the verge of collapse. Staraptor, use Roost quickly to recover your strength. Lacey urgently calculated the timing, realizing the effect of taunt was about to wear off. He immediately gave the command. Heiyu, however, knew it was too late to use taunt again. If it were a mischievous Pokémon like Murkrow, it might have pulled off a quicker taunt. However, Crawdon's mastery of the move was only average. Instead, Heiyu decisively opted for substitute. On his command, a protective layer resembling a faint shell formed around Crawdaunt, capable of absorbing a powerful attack. This skill, acquired through the investment of the Joy family to enhance Crawdaunt's survivability, had been diligently trained despite having little opportunity to be used until now. As Staraptor's injuries began to heal through Roost, it temporarily lost its ability to fly. Heiyu decided to save Rockslide for later. However, without its flying-type attribute, Staraptor was completely vulnerable to fighting-type moves. A glint of determination flashed in Heiyu's eyes as he locked onto the low-flying Staraptor. Although its energy was recovering, the damage and fatigue in its wings remained. The relentless shell blade from Dragon Dance was not something easily withstood. At this low altitude, Crawdaunt could easily leap up to attack. Crawdaunt, use Brick Break directly. Heiyu seized the moment when Staraptor was flying low and issued the decisive command. Crawdaunt's powerful legs stomped hard on the ground, its tail slapping the earth to propel itself upward. Its massive pincers gathered a surge of brown energy and came crashing down, striking Staraptor squarely in the abdomen. Quick, dodge with quick attack. Lacey, sensing danger, shouted in alarm. He couldn't believe Crawdaunt could jump so high and hurriedly ordered Staraptor to evade. Unfortunately, the earlier battle had left Staraptor disoriented, and its reaction speed was noticeably slower. Perhaps the lingering damage to its wings from the close combat earlier had further hindered it. In the end, Staraptor failed to execute quick attack in time and took the full force of Brick Break. Normally, Staraptor's normal and flying-type attributes would result in neutral damage from fighting-type moves. However, after using Roost and temporarily losing its flying-type attribute, it became fully susceptible to fighting attacks. At this point, Staraptor, now relying solely on its normal-type attribute, suffered double the damage from Crawdaunt's Brick Break. Lacey's forehead was covered in a sheen of sweat. He realized that from the very beginning, this battle had been led entirely by his opponent, to the point where he had even forgotten his own fighting style. Casting a wary glance at Heiyu, he thought to himself, I must break the substitute first before I can use that move. Staraptor, use Aerial Ace. Lacey commanded. Despite struggling to stand and lift its wings from the ground, Staraptor obeyed, a trace of melancholy flickering in its eyes. It executed a swift turn, flying low to the ground at high speed. As it neared Crawdaunt, its powerful talons shattered the substitute floating on the surface. It then ascended rapidly, gaining altitude. Lacey seemed to be preparing a decisive move, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. Heiyu noticed that the amplification within Crawdaunt appeared to be weakening, signaling that the effects of Dragon Dance were nearing their end. Just as he was about to take advantage and finish the fight quickly, Lacey's next command left him stunned. Staraptor, brave bird. For the first time, Lacey's expression shifted, a mix of anticipation and unease flashing in his gaze. He wasn't sure if this barely practiced attack could succeed. As a move that Staraptor typically learns at level 50, it was a testament to its exceptional potential that it could pull it off at level 30. In midair, Staraptor slowly folded its wings. Strangely, it didn't fall. Instead, its body began to glow with a bluish-purple light, resembling a rocket as it dove downward. Heiyu was startled, realizing that the aggressive expression Staraptor had displayed earlier might not have been due to its intimidate ability. If that was the case, this move would likely cause recoil damage. Heiyu quickly issued a command. Crawdaunt, protect. Crawdaunt raised its claws in front of itself, instantly forming a green protective shield that enveloped its entire body. The atmosphere grew tense as Staraptor unleashed its attack. A powerful cry echoed across the battlefield, and the audience collectively held their breath. The arena fell silent, with no cheers, no flashing signs, only an intense anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion resounded across the stage, and thick smoke engulfed the area. As the dust began to settle, Crawdaunt stood firm, showing only a few minor scratches but otherwise unharmed. Heiyu quickly assessed the situation, realizing the immense power behind the attack. He deduced that the move's strength was likely amplified by Staraptor's hidden ability Reckless. Moves that cause recoil damage gain increased power, but how much stamina could Staraptor have left after using it? With a confident smile, Heiyu commanded, Crawdaunt, Rock Slide. Lacey's expression darkened, knowing that if this move failed, the match was as good as lost. As the Rock Slide attack was unleashed, Lacey's last shred of hope crumbled. He stopped giving commands, fully aware that Staraptor no longer had the strength to execute any moves. Massive boulders descended from above, crashing heavily onto the low-flying Staraptor. Trapped beneath the rubble, it let out a pained cry, its wings stained with blood, a heartbreaking sight. Lacey felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Despite his usual sharp tongue, he couldn't help but feel a deep connection to the Pokémon that had stood by him for over a year. I surrender, Lacey said through gritted teeth, recalling Staraptor into its Pokeball. He shot one last glance at Heiyu before leaving the stage. Whoa, Heiyu! 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 The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, their voices reverberating throughout the stadium. This battle, which had seemed evenly matched to outsiders, was nothing short of spectacular. The intense close combat exchanges, in particular, had everyone on the edge of their seats, delivering a thrilling experience for all. After Lei Si conceded defeat and left the stage dejectedly, the arena was filled with cheers for Heiyu. The host ran to the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and excitedly announced, "Let's once again congratulate Heiyu on his victory in the arena battle. He has not only defeated his opponent, but also won a unique item from our battle club, the trait capsule." The organizers seized the opportunity to promote their club, ensuring they kept the audience's attention even after the match had ended. As expected, the mention of a unique item caused the crowd to erupt in excitement once more. Many faces turned red with envy, wishing they were the ones receiving the prize. Under his mask, Heiyu wore a resigned expression, reluctantly cooperating with the host's promotional efforts. Only after the event concluded did he leave the stage, following a staff member to a backstage-like room. The room was simple, furnished with ordinary rosewood furniture, giving off an unremarkable vibe. Heiyu had just prepared to take a seat when the door suddenly opened. A masked man entered swiftly, handed Heiyu an exquisite gift box without a word, and left just as quickly. Bewildered, Heiyu opened the box and found a stunning blue-purple capsule lying inside. Its appearance was exquisite, and under the light, faint genetic patterns could be seen within. So this is the trait capsule, he thought to himself. This capsule could convert a Pokémon's ability to another one, excluding hidden abilities. Heiyu couldn't help but smile and delight. Such a treasure could fetch an exorbitant price on the black market. For certain Pokémon with excellent potential but limited by their abilities, the trait capsule was nothing short of a miracle. However, Heiyu knew that this capsule wasn't particularly useful for his current Pokémon. His Sharpedo and Honchkrow both had hidden abilities Speed Boost and Prankster, both of which were highly advantageous. His EV, upon evolving into Umbreon, would gain the Synchronize ability, perfectly suited for Umbreon's tank role. His Crawdaunt's adaptability ability was self-explanatory, far superior to other standard abilities. There was even a rumored item called the Ability Ointment, which could transform standard abilities into hidden ones, essentially an upgraded version of the trait capsule. However, it had yet to appear on the market, presumably still under development. Heiyu waited in the room for quite some time before someone who seemed to be the club's behind-the-scenes boss finally appeared. After exchanging some trivial pleasantries, the man got straight to the point. "I wonder if young Heiyu is interested in joining our battle club?" Outwardly, Heiyu pretended to consider the offer, but inwardly, he was unimpressed. The so-called invitation to join the club was nothing more than a ploy to recruit him as their enforcer, aiding them in rigging battles to maximize profits. Heiyu didn't consider himself a virtuous person. If cooperating with them could benefit him, he wouldn't rule it out entirely. However, he was well aware that once he joined, he would likely become a pawn in their schemes, trapped in a web of manipulation. Hidden beneath his mask, Heiyu's face betrayed no emotion. Kuroba ultimately declined the invitation politely and asked the other party not to take it to heart. The person, who seemed to be the mastermind behind the scenes, was not angry. After a brief 2-second pause, he laughed heartily and let Kuroba leave, assuring him there were no hard feelings. Under the watchful eyes of the club's hidden boss, Kuroba departed the battle club. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, the boss watched Kuroba walk away, his gaze distant as he thought to himself, if it weren't for these unusual times. After the match, Kuroba headed straight to the Pokémon Center. Though Crawdaunt hadn't sustained any serious injuries, it had expended a considerable amount of energy, having maintained its Dragon Dance boost for a significant portion of the battle. Handing Crawdaunt's Pokeball to Nurse Joy, Kuroba earnestly requested, "Please take care of it, Nurse Joy." He then glanced around the lobby, spotted an empty seat, and slowly made his way over. Just as he sat down, a familiar, cold voice came from behind him. "Hey, you're Kuroba, right?" Turning around, Kuroba saw none other than Lei Si, the opponent he had just battled. However, Lei Si's expression seemed a bit awkward. Kuroba's lips curled into a faint smirk as he teased, "Oh? Someone as insignificant as me is actually worthy of your attention?" He emphasized the word insignificant with a deliberate tone. Lei Si's mouth twitched slightly as he suppressed his anger, then sat across from Kuroba, saying coldly, "You only won because of luck. If my Staraptor had a long-range move." The moment Lei Si sat down, he began rambling, blaming Kuroba's victory on sheer luck. His complaints boiled down to the same point. Kuroba wasn't deserving of the win. Listening to Lei Si's endless grumbling, Kuroba's brows furrowed tighter. While Kuroba didn't consider himself flawless, he was deeply loyal to his Pokémon, especially his Crawdaunt, which had been with him the longest. Kuroba saw it as a partner, not just a tool. Yet Lei Si showed no signs of reflecting on his own tactical errors, choosing instead to blame his Staraptor. Unable to hold back any longer, Kuroba interrupted, his expression darkening. "Your Staraptor gave it its all and is incredibly strong. Honestly, you don't deserve such a good Pokémon. Your command and strategy during the whole match. Kuroba's words struck a nerve with Lacey. A person with a strong sense of pride, Lacey immediately retorted, a Pokemon's sole purpose is to win. If it loses, it doesn't deserve any sympathy. His statement revealed his view of Pokemon as mere tools, even extending this attitude to his longtime companion, Staraptor. Kuroba's expression froze, realizing there was no convincing Lacey. Aware that clashes of philosophy between trainers were often intense, he chose to stay silent. Inwardly, though, he thought, just wait until Shindai beats some sense into you. Amused by the thought, Kuroba couldn't help but imagine Lacey's transformation into a gentle, detail-oriented Pokemon breeder in the future. Should he record Lacey's current words and play them back for him after his inevitable career change? Before he could continue musing, Nurse Joy called out to him. Kuroba retrieved his Crawdaunt and was about to head back to his room to rest when Lacey finally spoke up, revealing the true reason for his approach. Kuroba, you must gotten the final reward, a hidden ability capsule, right? Would you consider trading it to me? I'm willing to pay the highest market price. Lacey suddenly blocked Kuroba's path, his face slightly flushed, betraying his embarrassment. Kuroba gave him a peculiar look, sizing him up. Internally, he thought. So you're here to ask for a favor, yet you were just acting all high and mighty, even arguing with me. This guy clearly has no clue about social etiquette. Still, Kuroba figured he might as well take advantage of the situation and raise the price. Heiyu smiled faintly, the exquisite blue-purple ability capsule in his hand glinting enticingly under the sunlight. He held it up for Lacey to see, his gaze filled with anticipation. Who's this capsule meant for? He asked. Lacey's eyes were instantly drawn to the capsule, staring at it as though captivated by its allure. I have a Rhyhorn. It's a ground and rock type, but its ability is Lightning Rod. Lacey said seriously, a trace of pride showing on his face. Heiyu was momentarily taken aback before his expression turned peculiar. Lightning Rod was indeed a good ability. It could draw in electric-type attacks, nullifying damage while boosting special attack. However, Rhyhorn, being a ground and rock type, was naturally immune to electric-type moves. Would you seriously expect anyone to send out an electric-type Pokemon against it? Heiyu couldn't help but laugh. Lacey's expression remained solemn, clearly confident in his reasoning. This Rhyhorn must have exceptional qualities or outstanding potential. It's worth using an ability capsule on it, he said, his words carrying a deep affection for his Pokemon. Alright, second question. Is your Staraptor's ability reckless or intimidate? Heiyu continued probing, curious about Lacey's battle strategies. Lacey smiled faintly, as though prepared for the question. My Staraptor's fierce expression during battles is just a ruse to mimic the intimidate ability. In reality, it has a hidden ability reckless, he explained, his tone brimming with confidence. Hearing this, Heiyu couldn't help but admire Lacey's meticulous planning, silently reminding himself not to underestimate this opponent. After their exchange, Heiyu successfully sold the ability capsule to Lacey for a hefty 1.5 million alliance coins, leaving him in high spirits as his account balance soared to 2.8 million. Over the next half-month, Heiyu focused on training in Greenfield Town, occasionally venturing into the wild for survival practice, and participating in battles at the local club to hone EV's skills. During this time, Lacey invited him for another match, and the tension between them gradually eased. Heiyu discovered that, apart from being somewhat proud and arrogant, Lacey was actually a respectable rival. Overall, Lacey truly stands out, especially in the field of nurturing Pokemon. His unique training methods and the technique to mimic the intimidating ability are so ingenious that even Heiyu, with his current perspective, couldn't find fault, but instead felt admiration. It's no wonder he would go on to mentor someone like Junsi in the future. Lacey, the Karu Tunnel is filled with dangers. Here's a map. I drew it should be of some help to you. Heiyu said, handing a hand-drawn map to Lacey, who was preparing to leave Verdanturf Town to continue his journey. Heiyu's path led from the southwest corner heading northeast, while Lacey was heading the opposite way, back to Rustboro City and Pedleberg City, places he had previously visited. Thank you, Heiyu. I hope we can meet at the League Conference. When that time comes, let's have an exhilarating battle. Lacey, for once, refrained from saying anything irritating and instead expressed a heartfelt camaraderie. As Heiyu watched Lacey's figure disappear into the distance, he turned his gaze toward the setting sun and murmured softly, it's time for me to leave as well. I've been here for almost a month. A few days later, after resting, Heiyu left Verdanturf Town. Before departing, he made sure to exchange contact information with the skilled move tutor he had met there, someone who might prove helpful in the future, further expanding his network. Early the next morning, Heiyu set out for Fall Arbor Town, located northeast of Verdanturf Town, separated by only a small forest. According to the official travel guide, the recommended route would be to head east along Route 117 toward Malville City. After all, the official routes are much safer compared to traversing untamed forests. However, Malville City's gym specializes in electric types, which posed a significant disadvantage to Heiyu's current team. In contrast, Fall Arbor Town's fire-type gym felt far more favorable to him. He had also heard that the hot springs there were incredibly popular and even known to cure certain ailments. Heiyu had experienced the crashing waves of the ocean and the gentle flow of streams, but he had never tried soaking in a hot spring. That evening, he set up camp at the forest's edge. His Murkrow circled the campsite, vigilantly guarding against wild Pokémon. Meanwhile, his Eevee dragged a small picnic cloth onto the grass and eagerly sprawled out on it, reveling in the soft texture. In contrast, his Sharpedo rested quietly in a portable, automated water tank he had purchased earlier. Chirp, chirp, crackle, crackle. As the crisp sounds echoed in the air, nightfall quietly descended. Heiyu sat silently by the campfire, the flickering flames casting a warm glow on his slightly weary but hopeful face. He curled up slightly, holding his adorable little Eevee close to his chest. The Eevee, resembling a serene little angel, had soft fur that gently brushed against Heiyu's skin, leaving a delicate sensation. Heiyu gazed down at the little one in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. He fiddled with a small handheld device resembling a Thermometra newly purchased affection detector from Verdanturf Town's Pokémon store. Carefully, he aimed the device at Eevee, and a red beam scanned across it. Then, he pointed it at himself. The screen on the device lit up, displaying 7 radiant heart icons, the maximum affection level. This was undeniable proof of the extraordinary bond between Heiyu and his Eevee. Thinking about this, Heiyu couldn't help but glance again at the peacefully sleeping Eevee in his arms. The little one had its eyes tightly closed, breathing evenly and rhythmically, clearly lost in a sweet dream. Gently stroking Eevee's soft fur, Heiyu felt a surge of contentment as he mused that her level and experience might now be sufficient to support her evolution. Eevee, use double team, Heiyu commanded. The Eevee on the lawn instantly split into 2, with another identical version of itself appearing. However, upon closer inspection, the clone's expression seemed stiff, making it distinguishable from the original. The training of Double Team focuses on 3 main aspects: enhancing the clone's realism, increasing the speed of execution, and extending the duration of the clone's presence. Little Eevee, for now, just concentrate on making the shadow more realistic, Heiyu said as he crouched down, gently stroking Eevee's small head, offering encouragement while giving guidance. This is the advantage of having a trainer. Wild Pokémon, when training on their own, often lack the ability to create such precise plans and tend to rely on trial and error. Many wild Pokémon don't even know how to fight properly. They simply use their moves to attack without understanding their optimal battle style before being caught by humans. For instance, it's common to see wild Pokémon with high physical attack stats relying solely on special attacks, or defensive Pokémon focusing only on offense. Without a trainer's direction, wild Pokémon often have combat abilities that are less than half of what their peers with trainers can achieve. Of course, some high-level wild Pokémon can adapt and develop survival strategies suited to their abilities. However, many trainers are reluctant or even resistant to capturing fully matured wild Pokémon because it's challenging to correct their ingrained battle habits developed over years in the wild. Trainers must invest significant effort to undo the physical and strategic errors from their past. Given these challenges, many trainers prefer to capture young Pokémon and train them from an early age. This approach not only ensures loyalty and trust, but also allows trainers to develop tailored training methods, avoiding wasted potential or misguided growth like that of wild Pokémon. Naturally, there are exceptions. Some wild Pokémon manage to discover effective training methods on their own and grow remarkably well. But these cases are exceedingly rare. Today, Heiyu happened to encounter such a Pokémonocrodon, which exhibited an impressive move, Scald. Heiyu's agile figure darted through the forest, with the Crawdont struggling to keep up. Suddenly, a scorching jet of water shot forward, targeting a Pokémon ahead. To Heiyu's surprise, the Pokémon endured the hit unscathed. What the? Did this thing just switch to a water type? Heiyu thought to himself. Including its previous fire and ice forms, this floating Pokémon seemed to have mastered 3 different transformations. Judging by the fluidity of its transitions, its proficiency was evident. Heiyu's determination grew. Couldn't let this one slip away. Murkrow, go! Heiyu commanded, and the Murkrow darted out from the nearby forest, summoning a gentle breeze that boosted the team's tailwind status. Little Eevee leapt through the tree branches, following its trainer in pursuit of the target Pokémon. The sensation of bounding between branches was thrilling for Eevee, filling her with excitement. Taking advantage of her momentum, she gathered a shadowy sphere of energy and launched it at the blue gas-like Pokémon ahead. It was the Shadow Ball she had recently learned through a TM, one of the few offensive moves in her arsenal. The dark, ghostly energy shot forward and struck the floating Pokémon, now in its rainy form, with impressive precision. The floating bubble's body collided with a large tree, bouncing off effortlessly like a sponge, unharmed. Being composed of gas, the floating bubble was nearly immune to physical impacts. However, in its rainy form, Its body resembled a sponge, occasionally leaving water trails on the ground. It staggered to its feet, and a large balloon began to form at its chest, gradually shifting in color from milky white to sky blue. The weather ball shot out with a burst, its power and type changing according to the weather. Although it was sunny, meaning the ball should have been fire type, the rainy form altered the attack to water type. As it launched the attack, the floating bubble swiftly transitioned to its icy form, becoming its snowy form in a near-instant transformation, astonishing Kuroha. This wild, gifted Pokémon not only displayed remarkable aptitude for form shifting, but also captivated Kuroha with its exceptional mastery of weather-based skills. At just level 20, the floating bubble could independently learn moves like Rain Dance, Sunny Day, and Hail skills that other similar Pokémon, like Milotic and Swampert, typically wouldn't master until reaching level 40 or 50. Having witnessed the arduous effort Crawdaunt put into learning Rain Dance, Kuroha couldn't help but feel a headache brewing. Now, this outstanding teacher of weather moves had conveniently presented itself. Moreover, the floating bubble's seamless transformations were a testament to its extraordinary potential. While it might not serve as a frontline fighter, it would certainly shine as part of the support team. At this moment, the floating bubble appeared to possess remarkable intelligence, even understanding type advantages. After shifting to its snowy form, its weather ball attack directly targeted Murkrow. The icy weather ball launched another strike, and being a gaseous entity, the floating bubble was also adept at fleeing. If not for Kuroha's Pokémon benefiting from Murkrow's Tailwind support, it might have truly escaped. Exhausted, the floating bubble came to a stop at the edge of a cliff, finding itself cornered. Just as it prepared to fight to the end, Kuroha's voice rang out. Sharpedo, Aqua Jet. A blue, lightning-like stream of water shot toward the floating bubble, striking it with such speed that it couldn't react in time. The attacker was none other than Sharpedo, which had been silently charging its power on the sidelines. Go Pokeball! Kuroha tossed a yellow Ultra Ball, showing his respect for such a remarkable Pokémon. With a crisp ding, Kuroha smiled. With this floating bubble on his team, future weather-based move training would likely become much easier. Not bad, another valuable addition to the support team. Kuroha took out his Pokédex, minimized the Ultra Ball, and clipped it to the back. The Pokédex displayed, Floating Bubble, the weather Pokémon. Its appearance changes with the weather. To protect its small body, it has gained the ability to harness the immense energy of nature. Ability, Unstable Weather. Gender, Female. Type, Normal. Height, 0.3 meters. Weight, 0.8 kilograms. Exceptional energy control. Known moves, Tackle, Headbutt, Ember, Water Gun, Powder Snow, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Hail, Weather Ball. Inherited move, Lucky Chant. Seeing the words exceptional energy control on the screen, Kuroha turned to Crawdaunt and remarked, Crawdaunt, you're in luck. You've just got the best teacher for weather-based moves. Floating Bubble. Heiyu instructed a few of his Pokémon to stand guard around him, then released the unconscious Drifloon from his grasp. He sighed softly. Why resist? If you'd just let me capture you, you wouldn't have had to endure all that. With a gentle demeanor, Heiyu pulled out an elegant bottle of healing spray from his pocket, carefully unscrewed the cap, and lightly sprayed it onto the wounds on Drifloon's body. As the spray touched the injuries, a refreshing cool sensation spread through Drifloon's entire body, jolting her awake from her state of unconsciousness. You! A sharp, cautious cry echoed as Drifloon abruptly opened her eyes, springing into the air like a coiled spring. Alarmed, she scanned her surroundings, only to find herself surrounded by intimidating Pokémon. Their fierce gazes bore into her, especially the massive Sharpedo and the Crawdaunt brandishing its enormous pincers. Their menacing expressions sent chills down her spine, as if they could pounce at any moment and tear her apart. Confronted with such a formidable group of adversaries, the inexperienced Drifloon felt utterly helpless and terrified. She regretted her decision to leave her familiar home and cursed her curiosity about the outside world. Her small, delicate form trembled slightly, and faint wisps of gas began to escape from her gaseous body. Hey now, Drifloon, there's no need to be scared. From now on, you'll be a Pokémon with a trainer. Here, I've got a little gift for you. Heiyu offered her a warm smile and retrieved a block of Pokeblock from his space bag, presenting it to Drifloon. In his mind, no wild Pokémon could resist such a delicious treat. However, what happened next completely caught him off guard. Drifloon cautiously drifted closer to Heiyu, sniffed the Pokeblock curiously, and took a tiny nibble. After chewing for a moment, she made a face of clear distaste. Heiyu was momentarily stunned but quickly realized it might not suit her taste. He promptly switched to another type. Here, Drifloon, try this one. I added plenty of spices to make it extra flavorful. This time, he pulled out a pink Pokeblock, a special snack he had crafted specifically for Eevee. Though not particularly nutritious, its flavor was exquisite. Heiyu was confident no Pokémon could resist its allure. You. Once again, Drifloon took a small bite, only to show the same look of disdain. This reaction greatly offended Eevee, whose sharp gaze now locked onto Drifloon. After all, This was her favorite snack, and Drifloon's reaction seemed downright insulting. Heiyu, now thoroughly puzzled, decided to taste a small piece himself. After savoring it carefully, he confirmed there was nothing wrong with the poke block. When the temptation of food failed, Heiyu had no choice but to resort to force. After several rounds of battle with his Pokémon taking turns, Drifloon was significantly weakened. Her gaseous body had noticeably diminished, with several wisps of gas escaping into the air. Growing concerned, Heiyu consulted his Pokédex and learned that the lost gas could be replenished using water vapor. This finally put Heiyu at ease, though he remained deeply curious about the peculiar physiology of these spirits. Without wasting any time, he decided to set off immediately. If he could successfully cross this forest, the town of Gyan lay just ahead. As he spoke, he flexed his fingers and prepared to move forward with eager determination. However, just as he lifted his foot, something unexpected happened. A previously quiet and obedient floating bubble suddenly let out a series of sharp, urgent cries. You. It floated lightly, as if drawn by some mysterious force, heading in a completely different direction. It seemed to be conveying a message to Heiyu in its own unique way, urging him to follow. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Heiyu hesitated. Was the floating bubble leading him to its parents to seek help? Or was it luring him into a carefully laid trap? He didn't follow blindly, but stopped to think. His cautious and skeptical nature, honed over the years, made him highly vigilant of his surroundings, especially when his own safety was at stake. Heiyu had long understood the dangers of the world. Carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. While his mindset might seem overly wary, it had saved his life many times before. Taking advantage of the floating bubble's distraction, Heiyu quickly retrieved the Pokeball, captured it, and locked it away. Sorry, floating bubble, he murmured softly to the ball, almost apologetically. Then, he decided to explore the direction where the floating bubble had been heading. Surveying the other Pokemon around him, he felt a wave of reassurance. With you all here, my safety is guaranteed. You're my strongest shield. Heiyu doubted there could be any formidable Pokemon in this small forest. The floating bubble's level of just over 20 had already surprised him. After all, even in the forest's core, most Pokemon he encountered ranged between single-digit and low double-digit levels. Besides, the floating bubble's earlier reaction didn't seem calculated. It appeared to be an instinctive response. Heiyu prided himself on his sharp instincts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so far or earned the favor of figures like Master Qianli and the Joy family. After much deliberation, Heiyu instructed the Pokemon around him. If I encounter any danger, use Protect immediately. The Pokemon silently took his words to heart. In fact, this wasn't the first time Heiyu had given them this directive. By now, reacting to danger with Protect had become their instinctive rule, deeply ingrained in their minds. Heiyu was pleased with this, knowing that safeguarding his life was paramount. As the sun gradually set, Heiyu carefully explored the forest for several hours, but found nothing unusual. The only thing remotely eerie was a bottomless cave. He ventured into it for about half an hour, only to find a dark, seemingly endless passage. Unable to see where it led, he decided to retreat for now. Could it really be that cave? Heiyu leaned against a large boulder, pondering to himself. Nearby, a Murkrow perched on a tree branch, keeping watch, while a Crawdaunt stood guard at his side. Habitual actions ingrained in his team. Finally, Heiyu decided to bring the floating bubble out again to get some answers. But first, he had his Pokemon form a protective circle to prevent it from escaping. Once he ensured everything was secure, he released the floating bubble. You. The moment it emerged, the floating bubble let out an aggrieved cry, its expression full of indignation, as though accusing its heartless new trainer. Heiyu wasn't swayed by its theatrics. Pointing directly at the nearby cave, he asked bluntly, "Is this where you were trying to take me earlier?" In this situation, there was no need for pretense. Floating bubble was entirely under his control, could simply demand an answer. You. The floating bubble shook its body excitedly, its single, slightly bent strand of hair suddenly standing upright. Seeing its reaction, Heiyu turned to look at the dark cave again, deep in thought. Inside the dimly lit cave, a young boy dressed in adventurer's gear cautiously explored his surroundings. Heiyu stepped carefully to a spot beside a rocky outcrop, his gaze fixed on a mark left above. He thought to himself, "This is the place I explored before." He recalled spending half an hour to reach this point, and leaving a square-shaped mark as a sign. Heiyu stared into the dark passage ahead, while the small group of Pokemon around him remained alert and vigilant. In this shadowy environment, the Dark Crow Pokemon excelled, so Heiyu sent it ahead to scout. Meanwhile, the floating bubble Pokemon was being watched intently by the wary Eevee, looking somewhat aggrieved. The cave was eerily silent, so quiet that Heiyu could almost hear the faint sound of his own breathing. After some time of careful exploration, a faint sound reached his ears, the trickling of water. Could there be an underground river ahead? Heiyu, once a pirate, was highly attuned to the sound of flowing water. The sound was etched into his memory, and now he focused intently, forcing himself to stay alert as he ventured deeper. The rushing sound of water grew louder, and Heiyu became increasingly convinced that there was indeed an underground river here. Before he could investigate further, a Pokémon suddenly leapt out of the darkness. It was entirely green, with a wide-open mouth and a large lotus leaf on its head. Its movements were strange, almost as though it were dancing. A Ludicolo. Heiyu's eyes lit up with surprise. It wasn't that this Ludicolo was particularly impressive, on the contrary. Its size was smaller than the average listed in the Pokédex, indicating it had evolved prematurely and hadn't fully developed its potential. Heiyu had no intention of capturing or training it. What excited him, however, was the implication of its presence. For a Lotad to evolve into a Ludicolo, it requires a water stone. Since Heiyu hadn't encountered any other Pokémon nearby, he speculated that this Ludicolo likely lived in the underground river ahead. Where there's an underground river, there must be a source of water stone, or this Ludicolo might have accidentally come into contact with a water stone, triggering its evolution. While this particular Ludicolo wasn't exceptional, perhaps even below average, it would still be a prized Pokémon for most ordinary trainers. Its swift swim and rain dish abilities were highly sought after, even if its hidden ability, on tempo, was less desirable. Hidden abilities were rare, after all, and most trainers would never encounter one. With its grass and water typing, the only Pokémon in Heiyu's team capable of countering it was the Dark Crow with its flying-type moves. As expected, the Ludicolo wasted no time, firing a high-speed water gun straight at Heiyu. The Crawdaunt by his side casually swung its claws, dispersing the attack. Heiyu's expression hardened as he thought. How reckless. He immediately commanded the Dark Crow to use Tailwind to gain an advantage before launching a Drill Peck. Despite the sudden attack from the wild Pokémon, Heiyu remained composed. He trusted his Pokémon completely. They were his strongest defense. Without needing his guidance, they had already taken the initiative to protect him. Caw! The Dark Crow let out a raspy screech, expressing its fury over the attack on its master by the wild Ludicolo. Its black wings flapped violently, stirring up fierce gusts of wind, and it darted toward the Ludicolo like a bolt of lightning. With the tailwind boosting its speed, the Dark Crow's velocity soared, and its sharp beak struck toward the Ludicolo with incredible force. Recently, the Dark Crow had grown remarkably, especially after achieving a 10-win streak at the Battle Club in Verdanturf Town. Its combat experience and skill proficiency had improved by leaps and bounds. Not to mention the daily supplements and energy cubes prepared by Heiyu, which enhanced the Dark Crow's strength and speed to an extraordinary level for a Pokémon of its tier. Sure enough, before the Ludicolo could react, it was struck by the Dark Crow's beak and sent flying into a nearby rock with the power of the tailwind. The collision caused secondary damage, and the Ludicolo cried out in pain. The lily pad on its head was pierced, leaving a small hole that began to seep water. Keep attacking. Use Astonish. Heiyu commanded. EV use Shadow Ball. Without hesitation, Heiyu directed EV to join in the assault. The panicked Ludicolo attempted to counterattack with Mega Drain, but its lack of battle experience was evident as the 7 or 8 green energy tendrils it extended failed to land a single hit. Standing a short distance away, Heiyu watched as the two Pokémon relentlessly attacked the Ludicolo until it was knocked unconscious. Only then did Heiyu approach, tossing a Pokeball to capture it. With a series of beeping sounds, the Ludicolo was successfully caught. The Ludicolo, a carefree Pokémon and the evolved form of Lombra, is said to start dancing upon hearing cheerful music and is drawn to the songs of children picnicking outdoors. This particular Ludicolo was at level 19, with water and grass typing. It was male, standing 1.3 meters tall and weighing 50 kilograms, though it was underdeveloped and malnourished. Its hidden ability, Own Tempo, was notable, and it had mastered moves including Bubble Beam, Water Gun, Growl, Nature Power, Astonish, Absorb, Mega Drain, Teeter Dance, and Double Slap, along with the inherited move Sweet Scent. Heiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a hint of surprise. Despite its underwhelming development and premature evolution that squandered some potential, the Ludicolo's hidden ability, Own Tempo, stood out. While it was not as impressive as Swift Swim or Rain Dish, when paired with Teeter Dance, it could still serve as a reliable control skill. Additionally, its inherited move Sweet Scent was rare among Pokémon, allowing it to release an alluring fragrance that attracts wild Pokémon. This Ludicolo had decent potential. Although Heiyu had no intention of keeping it, he estimated it could sell for tens of thousands of Pokedollars. If sold to someone specifically seeking Sweet Scent, its value could even reach 200,000 Pokedollars, especially among Pokemon hunters who capture and sell Pokemon in the wild. However, Pokemon hunters were less active in the Hoenn region, with most of them operating in the Sinnoh region. Heiyu released the unconscious Ludicolo from its Pokeball to treat its wounds briefly before recalling it. Throughout the process, the Ludicolo remained unconscious. Meanwhile, Crawdaunt stood alert and vigilant, guarding Heiyu like a loyal bodyguard. After taking a moment to recover, Heiyu resumed his journey to explore the cave, stepping deeper into the darkness. As he ventured further, the air grew increasingly damp, and the floating bubble began to show signs of excitement. Heiyu thought to himself that this was likely not a trap, but something drawing the floating bubble's attention. Could it be a water stone? The sound of rushing water echoed through the passageway as Heiyu noticed the wild Pokémon he encountered becoming stronger. He faced two Pokémon above level 20 in quick succession, both of which were effortlessly defeated by his Crawdaunt. Heiyu could clearly sense the increasing strength of the Pokémon, and even Crawdaunt had reached level 35. Since surpassing level 30, leveling up had become significantly slower, and the basic energy cubes now had minimal effect on Pokémon of this level. For an average trainer, consistently providing energy cubes for all their Pokémon would already be considered a great achievement. But for Heiyu, it was far from enough. Unfortunately, his crafting skills were not advanced enough to produce intermediate Dark-type energy cubes, so he had to rely on purchasing them. Luckily, as a member of the Breeders' Guild, he could enjoy some discounts. Meanwhile, Murkrow had also surpassed level 20, as it was the main focus of training throughout the journey. The sound of dripping water echoed from the rocks nearby, and the dampness underfoot became increasingly noticeable. Fortunately, Heiyu wore specially designed expedition shoes with anti-slip properties, allowing him to move nimbly across the challenging terrain. The passage itself resembled the neck of a gourd, gradually widening as he ventured further. Finally, after navigating the last narrow stretch, Heiyu arrived at a vast opening about 10 meters wide. He jogged forward and, as expected, found an underground river. The rushing water battered the rocks, sending sprays of mist into the air that fell along the riverbank. Approaching the river instinctively, Heiyu noticed wisps of steam rising from the water. His pokeball shook at his waist, and Heiyu released the floating bubble. As soon as it emerged, the floating bubble joyfully darted above the river, gleefully absorbing the steam like a tiny vortex. It was then that Heiyu finally had the chance to observe his surroundings. The river emitted thin strands of steam that rose to the cave's ceiling, where several sky-blue ice pillars hung like steel spikes, embedded firmly above. Heiyu cautiously extended his hand into the river, immediately feeling a wave of warmth spread through his body. He couldn't help but think, two extremes, fire and ice. Within the same cave, the upper section was freezing cold, while the river below was as warm as a hot spring. The ice pillars above dripped water into the river, which then released steam that rose back to the ceiling, where it froze once more, creating a self-sustaining ecological cycle. No wonder Floating Bubble has such a profound understanding of weather-related skillset must come from living in this awe-inspiring, almost otherworldly environment. Floating Bubble joyfully absorbed the water vapor in the air, and Heiyu could clearly sense that the gases lingering in the cave were unlike anything he'd encountered before. Could it be that Floating Bubble's ability to freely transition between three forms and its exceptional grasp of weather-related techniques were directly influenced by this unique environment? Although the Floating Bubble Heiyu had captured was of average potential, its extraordinary affinity for weather-related moves and its seamless transformation between forms left Heiyu astonished. He had initially thought it was due to Floating Bubble's innate intelligence, but now he realized there was more to consider. Heiyu slowly extended his hand, gently stroking the enchanting gases floating around him. Blue and red hues shimmered in the air currents before his eyes. Floating Bubble cheerfully approached Heiyu's hand, its body emitting a suction force that instantly absorbed the swirling air. Witnessing this, Heiyu lowered his head in thought and retrieved a few bottles from his spatial backpack, carefully collecting the gas strand by strand. He was convinced this was a new, extraordinary material, something that could even be regarded as a treasure of nature. If, in the future, 100 floating bubbles could inhabit this place, using the gases to master weather-related techniques and form transformations, they could become an unparalleled weather-controlling force. Just imagining 100 floating bubbles summoning rain simultaneously, could it rival the torrential downpour caused by Kyogre? And if 100 weren't enough, what about 1,000? 10,000? A bold idea surged through Heiyu's mind, sparking countless wild speculations. Yet, his movements never faltered. He continued until all the bottles were filled with this special gas before he finally stopped. Suddenly, a thought crossed Heiyu's mind. Could this underground hot spring be connected to Lavaridge Town? After all, Lavaridge Town was renowned for its natural outdoor hot springs. Or perhaps it was influenced by MT Chimney. The dormant volcano, with its underground magma and lava, wasn't far from here. Pondering this, he pressed onward, eventually reaching the riverbank. Scanning the waters, his gaze caught traces of Pokémon activity. However, to his disappointment, most of the Pokémon he spotted were Phoeba and Magikarp, species known for their resilience and adaptability. Whether in pristine streams or polluted waters, they could thrive with remarkable tenacity. Heiyu spent an entire day and night exploring the area without encountering another soul. This only confirmed that this place was an ideal hideaway. A strong sense of possessiveness welled up in his heart, the longed to claim this place as his own. As time passed, his greed grew more intense. After some exploration, he concluded that the original cave was the only entrance and exit. If he could seal it completely, this location might remain a secret forever. Heiyu contemplated silently. He had never pretended to be a righteous man. He had always been a thorough pragmatist, prioritizing his own interests above all else. To him, this mysterious, profound cave had already transformed into his personal domain. In the end, Heiyu returned to the cave he had first entered. Standing at the entrance, he moved a few pieces of reef rock and had the iron-clawed lobster use its pincers and skills to grind them down, making them look as though they had formed naturally. This will be my secret base, Heiyu thought to himself with a sense of satisfaction. The entire underground river wasn't very long. After exploring for a full day and night, Heiyu finally reached its end, finding almost no traces of other spirits. He was very pleased with this prime location, especially the mysterious red and blue airflow within. Sitting on a polished reef rock inside the cave, Heiyu took out a series of materials and tools from his spatial backpack and began studying the airflow. After racking his brain with analysis and using a set of data as support, Heiyu combined his findings with the first-hand experience of the floating bubble spirit. He finally determined the specific function of the red and blue airflow. It could enhance a spirit's understanding of rainy and sunny weather, indirectly improving their mastery of the rain dance and sunny day skills. As this was the first time such red and blue airflow had been discovered in the world, Heiyu decided to name it Clear Rain Harmony. He planned to register this material's name with the Breeders' Guild at a later time. Although the material's function was relatively singular and not particularly rare, as the sole supplier, Heiyu could manipulate its price at will. By releasing small amounts at a time, he could easily profit from breeders' curiosity about new materials. However, Heiyu decided to use it for himself first. With his current strength, monopolizing this trade would likely attract unwanted attention from others. Heiyu quickly dismissed these distant concerns from his mind, as he was about to reach a new town, Laveridge Town. Located at the heart of the Hoenn region's mainland, Laveridge Town sat at the base of Mt. Chimney, surrounded by open-air hot springs. The number of elderly people here rivaled that of Verdanturf Town, as many came to retire in this serene location. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Heiyu immediately booked a room and rested on the bed for the entire afternoon. Surviving in the wild was indeed unappealing to most trainers. Not only was it fraught with danger, but it was also a significant test of both physical and mental endurance. It wasn't until evening that he went to the dining area to satisfy his hunger. Heiyu thought to himself that he should first check the mission board at the League's task center to see if there was a quest for catching a Ludicolo. If he could prioritize completing a mission for the League, it would be ideal. After all, Heiyu was reluctant to resort to the black market just to capture a Pokémon. Moreover, what if the League's mission offered League points as a reward? The League provided a platform for trainers to trade and buy Pokémon under the guise of regulation to prevent Pokémon hunters from committing crimes. However, the League would also take a cut of the rewards as a handling fee. After all, the most profitable business in this world was always tied to Pokémon, and the League certainly wouldn't allow other forces to seize a piece of this lucrative market. Scanning through the requests for Ludicolo, Heiyu noticed that nearly all of them were to be settled in League credits. The Lotad that Kuroha held in his hand, though capable of providing a few points as rewards, had certain requirements. It either needed the Swift Swim or Rain Dish ability, or it had to possess inherited moves or exceptional potential. After some thought, Kuroha decided to keep it with him for the time being. He wasn't short on money, and the Lotad's sweet aroma might prove beneficial to him. As night fell, Kuroha decided to experience the open-air hot springs in the area. Rubbing his temples, he felt utterly exhausted after days of surviving in the wild. The underground river exploration had left him with barely any time to rest. At this moment, a hot spring was the perfect remedy for his fatigue. The hot springs in Cane Town came in many varieties, ranging from privately run facilities to those operated by the Pokémon Center. The most popular, however, was undoubtedly the Cane Hot Springs, established by the local gym. Riding his bike, Kuroha arrived at the entrance of the hot spring facility. He saw people coming and going, towels draped around their necks. Burly men walked around shirtless. Good evening, and welcome to Cane Hot Springs. A sensual woman in light, breezy attire greeted guests at the entrance, where a few bottles of creamy moo milk were displayed on the table. Kuroha spent 2,000 Poke Dollars to purchase the deluxe hot spring package, earning himself a complimentary dozen bottles of moo milk. The milk was indeed incredibly white. After a quick glance, Kuroha shifted his gaze. Though the woman had an impressive figure, her looks didn't quite compare to Nurse Joy. Guided by the staff, Kuroha stepped into the unique open-air hot spring pool, surrounded by sturdy wooden planks that formed a wall-like enclosure. As he entered the hot spring, the warm, humid air enveloped him, prompting a contented sigh. "Ah, this feels amazing." He carefully stepped forward, slowly immersing himself into the crystal-clear water. Gentle ripples spread across the surface as his body sank into the warmth. With his shoulders and head above water, Kuroha's refined face radiated a smile of pure satisfaction through the misty steam. The healing reputation of these hot springs, rumored to cure countless ailments, was well-deserved. While the claims were somewhat exaggerated, Regular visits to these springs were undoubtedly beneficial for one's health. Kuroha could faintly detect a light herbal scent in the air. Subtle as it was, his keen sense of smell didn't miss it. Meanwhile, his Evie paddled in the spring, her damp fur clearly making her uncomfortable. Haha, Evie, why don't you head over and let Crawdaunt give you a rinse? Kuroha lifted Evie out of the water and placed her on the shore. Crawdaunt, upon hearing the command, gathered steam between its pincers, forming a small cloud. Tiny raindrops began to fall from the cloud like delicate threads of cotton. Over time, the rainfall intensified. Crawdaunt had previously ingested sunny rain mist, a special substance that greatly aided its mastery of the rain dance move. With Floatzel's meticulous guidance, Crawdaunt's proficiency in rain dance had improved rapidly. Though not yet as effortless as Floatzel's execution, Kuroha was confident that Crawdaunt's progress would only accelerate in the future. He envisioned using the new material, Sunny Rain Mist, to develop an energy cube that could assist Pokémon in learning both Rain Dance and Sunny Day. If successful, the profits would far surpass selling the raw material itself. Even if others obtained the energy cube, Kuroha's advanced cultivation techniques would allow him to deduce its precise components. However, as long as the primary ingredient remained monopolized, no one, not even the most skilled breeders of the era, would be able to replicate it. As Kuroha was constructing a rough outline of the formula in his mind, the nearby EV, which was drying off, suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. The pure brilliance of the light was particularly striking against the dark night. Kuroha was startled. Could it be evolving? Without even wiping the water droplets off his body, wearing only a pair of briefs, he hastily stood up from the hot spring and rushed to the shore, water splashing under his feet. He couldn't believe it. EV was evolving in such an unexpected situation, just from soaking in a hot spring. But then again, it made sense. After all, the process of Pokémon evolution has always been shrouded in mystery. Even now, the scientific community's understanding of evolution remains quite limited. Various factors could influence the process: insufficient energy levels, lack of battle stimulation, or even emotional fluctuations. Each case is unique. Some Pokémon evolve after intense battles, while others transform in the midst of deep slumber, and some even evolve while eating, mid-bite. Although Eevee's evolution surprised Kuroha, he quickly composed himself. It was nighttime, and there were no evolutionary stones like Moss Rock or Water Stone in the vicinity, which meant its evolved form would be Umbreon. Kuroha felt a hint of nervous anticipation as he quietly waited for the white light to fade. Even though this wasn't his first time witnessing a Pokémon evolve up close, the mysterious transformation of a species still left him in awe. Soon, the white light gradually dissipated, revealing an Umbreon with an aura of cool elegance standing before Kuroha. Its body was similar in shape to the original Eevee, but its fur had turned black, symbolizing its dark type. Golden rings adorned its forehead, legs, tail, and ears, a regal contrast against the sleek black fur. Its ruby-like eyes sparkled in the darkness, exuding a captivating charm, like a spirit born of the night. Umbreon. The slightly aloof expression on Umbreon's face carried a hint of adorableness as it wiggled its newly evolved body, seemingly still adjusting to the changes. Compared to Eevee's fluffy, dense fur, Umbreon's coat appeared incredibly smooth, and its tail, accented with a golden ring, looked like a pillow, adding to its ethereal, night-born elegance. Suppressing his excitement, Kuroha approached Umbreon and instinctively reached out to pat its head, but Umbreon dodged him. Kuroha froze for a moment before realizing his mistake, slapping his forehead in frustration. I forgot. Umbreon secretes a toxic sweat from its pores when it gets emotional. He glanced at Umbreon, who now looked slightly upset, and his affection for it grew even stronger. Umbreon, feeling dejected from being unable to be petted by its trainer, drooped its ears like a disappointed kitten. Kuroha crouched down, his face softening into a doting smile as he gently said, Umbreon, it's okay. Once you learn to control your Botus secretions, we'll be here waiting for you. He made this promise beside the hot spring, his face illuminated by the moonlight. Umbreon padded gracefully over to Kuroha, standing by his side. Uebu let out a soft call and gracefully stepped into the warm spring water. When she surfaced again, her sleek body was drenched, and the toxins and sweat had been thoroughly washed away. Joyfully, she ran to Heiyu's side, rubbing her soft fur against his leg. Under the moonlight, this moonlit Pokémon gave the young man an affectionate smile. After completing the checkout process for the hot spring, Heiyu hurried back to the room at the Pokémon Center. He said to Uebu, I'll need you to stay in the Pokeball for a little while, so I can perform a quick data check. With a beep, Uebu's information appeared. She was a Moonlight Pokémon, level 20, female, with a Dark-type attribute. She stood 1.2 meters tall, weighed 30 kilograms, and was in excellent developmental condition with good potential. Her learned moves included Tackle, Tail Whip, Helping Hand, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Quick Attack, Confuse Ray, Feint Attack, Pursuit, Shadow Ball, Protect, double team, refresh, and inherited moves such as yawn and wish. The following morning, Heiyu tidied himself up and left the Pokemon Center. Uebu, who still disliked staying in the Pokeball, was naturally not forced to do so by Heiyu. Together, they headed toward the MT Chimney Gym. When they arrived before the grand and majestic gym, Heiyu gazed at the towering red walls and imposing structure, marveling at its splendor. It was truly fitting for a gym that had produced a member of the Elite Four, standing for centuries on the Hoenn region's soil with a profound legacy. Unlike the newer Pedleberg Gym, the MT Chimney Gym occupied an area several times larger than Mr. Norman's gym and was decorated like an ancient palace. Perched halfway up the mountain, one could overlook the entire gym from above. In contrast to the gym's grandeur, the street outside the entrance had a group of elderly men standing under the shade of trees, seemingly enjoying a leisurely chat. Heiyu approached them politely and asked, "Excuse me, gentlemen, is this the MT Chimney Gym?" The group turned their attention to a portly man wearing a brown shirt, with white hair and glasses resting on his nose. The man smiled warmly and replied, "Young man, welcome to the gym challenge. We're residents of the town, and yes, this is the MT Chimney Gym." Heiyu bowed respectfully and stepped through the gates, spotting gym apprentices inside as expected. Before proceeding further, he glanced back at the portly man and thought to himself, "As I suspected, that must be the former Elite Four member of the Hoenn region and the gym leader of MT Chimney." A slight smile played on Heiyu's lips as he felt relieved that he had maintained a courteous demeanor earlier, portraying himself as a polite trainer. With memories spanning 2 lifetimes, certain knowledge from his past life often brought him unexpected advantages. The MT Chimney Gym leader was named Mura, a warm-hearted and straightforward man with a fiery personality. Once a member of the Elite Four, he had retired and taken over the gym. Heiyu mused that his habit of greeting every elder he passed on the way had finally paid off, as he had encountered the very person he was looking for. Although there wasn't an opportunity to engage with Mura directly this time, leaving a favorable first impression was still worthwhile. Heiyu reflected that to truly stand out in this world, one must learn to utilize every available resource and seize every opportunity, no matter how slim the odds. This was the belief that drove him forward. As Kuroba entered the dojo, the large doors slowly closed behind him, and the few elderly men watching from the entrance turned their gazes away. One of the old men jokingly said to Mura, "Hey, you're not even retired yet, and you're already comfortable handing over the dojo to her?" Mura shifted his slightly plump body, lounging lazily in a grand armchair, and replied with a relaxed tone, "Each generation has its own blessings. I've done what I can for her. Just recently, I went through a lot of trouble to acquire a well-qualified Pokémon hatchling from the league. Besides, I'll be leaving the Hoenn region soon. After reading Caxiu's poetic musings about Pokémon, I decided to travel to the Johto region. For now, I'll let her gain some practical experience. A few years from now, when I officially retire, I'll hand over the dojo to that kid, Asha." Mura casually picked up a newspaper and placed it over his face, but a faint sense of unease lingered in his mind. He noticed a familiar scent on Kuroba, one that he found unpleasant. Could it be similar to the smell of that brat Genji? His curiosity got the better of him, and he checked the Pokemon information Kuroba had registered at the dojo. When he saw the Crawdaunt and Sharpedo, both water-type Pokemon, he suddenly understood. "Ah, I knew it. It's that annoying water smell, just like Genji, the captain who spends all his time sailing the seas. That salty, fishy smell is so unpleasant." Mura had always looked down on Genji, a fellow member of the Elite Four, believing that the favorable impression Genji had left on the league's higher-ups was nothing more than a calculated act. To Mura, any positive impression Kuroba might leave was likely part of a similar plan. Even if it didn't achieve much, a good impression was always useful. Before challenging the dojo, Kuroba had completed his Pokemon registration and was now waiting patiently, as there were 2 challengers ahead of him in line. Compared to the 2 new or recently restaffed dojos he'd visited earlier, the Flannery Dojo appeared far more established. Its leader, Mura, had an excellent reputation online, being a former Fire-type Elite Four member who took over the dojo after his retirement. While a few people criticized his laid-back personality, the majority of reviews for the Flannery Dojo were overwhelmingly positive. For this challenge, Kuroba had signed up for the intermediate-level dojo competition. A successful challenge would earn him rewards, though the entry fee was somewhat steep at 5,000 Poke dollars. For an average trainer, this might be a significant expense, but for Kuroba, it was just a small price to pay. The experience of battling a dojo leader alone was worth the cost, not to mention the potential prizes he could win. "Challenger Kuroba, please proceed to the battle arena," the announcement repeated over the speakers. Kuroba stood up and walked toward the nearby passageway, pushing through several doors until he arrived at an open-air battle arena. The rectangular arena was surrounded by towering red walls, a design reminiscent of the aesthetics cherished by older generations decades ago. Around the arena were several rows of spectator seats, though they appeared unused. After all, The Flannery Dojo was not a newly established venue but a long-standing institution in the Hoenn region, with a history spanning centuries. It had no need to rely on ticket sales for income. Heiyu stood just outside the white line of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the grand scene around him. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Just then, a clear and lively female voice rang out from within the arena. "Hello, trainer. I'm Asha, the apprentice gym leader of the Lavaridge Gym." Her voice was as bright as the morning sun, immediately capturing Heiyu's attention. Asha stepped out onto the field, dressed in light, breezy attire that highlighted her youthful energy and stunning beauty. What stood out the most was her fiery red hair tied into a ponytail, flaring out like flames. "Tell me, Heiyu, how many badges have you collected so far?" she asked directly, wasting no time. "2." Heiyu replied without hesitation. "Only 2," Asha said, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "Which 2 gyms did you challenge?" she pressed further. Heiyu frowned slightly, reluctant but truthful. "The Pedleberg Gym and the Rustboro Gym." "Pedleberg Gym? Really?" Asha's eyes lit up as she murmured to herself. "Even my grandfather has great respect for Norman. Looks like you've got some skill, kid." Heiyu silently observed this straightforward and slightly brash woman, thinking to himself about how he had read online that some gyms gauge a trainer's strength based on the number of badges they've earned. It seemed the rumors were true. "Heiyu, I heard your registered Pokémon are water types. But if you think you can rely on type advantage alone to defeat my Pokémon, you're sorely mistaken," Asha declared firmly, her expression serious as she emphasized the power of fire types. "He'll show you what it means to wield the fiery strength of a volcano." At that moment, the referee quickly announced the start of the match. The rules for the Lavaridge Gym Badge Challenge were clear. Each side could use up to 3 Pokémon, with a level cap of 40. The first side to have all their Pokémon lose the ability to battle would be declared the loser. During the match, the challenger was allowed to switch Pokémon, but Asha, as the gym leader, could not. Heiyu glanced at his Umbreon, nodding to himself in preparation for the battle. "The Gym Badge Challenge begins now," the referee declared, and Asha was the first to release her Pokémon. "Burn Bright, Slugma," Asha called out. With a flash of white light, a slug-like Pokémon appeared, crawling across the ground. Its body, made of molten magma, radiated intense heat, and the flames licking its surface seemed ready to consume the battlefield. Slugma, the lava Pokémon, had a body composed of magma that would harden if it stopped moving, so it constantly had to stay in motion. "Slugma, use Incinerate," Asha commanded. Slugma unleashed a fierce blast of flames from its mouth, roaring with the intensity of an engine. "Umbreon, use Double Team," Heiyu quickly countered. Umbreon instantly created a duplicate, with one standing on the left corner of the field and the other on the right. "What?" Asha exclaimed, momentarily caught off guard. She quickly regained her composure and instructed Slugma to target the left clone. As a skilled gym trainer, her sharp eyes swiftly identified the real Umbreon. Umbreon took the hit from the Incinerate attack, but barely flinched, thanks to its impressive special defense stat of 130. Even as it moved nimbly through the flames, it remained unscathed and composed, ready to take on the next move. Umbreon used Shadow Ball. With a few graceful leaps, it swiftly evaded the flames and formed a dark energy sphere. Once the sphere grew to a sufficient size, it launched it decisively toward Magcargo. Magcargo's body, glowing like molten lava, shimmered under the sunlight. Yasha, disregarding her image as a gym trainer, flailed her arms in exaggerated movements, commanding Magcargo. The primal energy within Magcargo materialized into rocks that collided with the Shadow Ball. With a resounding boom, smoke billowed in all directions. The two sides were evenly matched, as both Pokémon had extremely low special attack stats and were using non-stab moves. "Not bad, huh? Now how about this move?" Yasha shouted. Magcargo used Smog. Magcargo exhaled a thick, filthy cloud of smoke that spread ominously toward Umbreon. The scene looked eerie. Heiyu smirked faintly and commanded, "Umbreon, take the hit, Hedon." Yasha seemed puzzled but enthusiastically continued, "Magcargo, intensify the attack." As the purple mist engulfed Umbreon, the poison-type move lived up to its reputation, quickly inflicting damage. Purple markings began to appear faintly on Umbreon's body, indicating it had been poisoned. Yasha was secretly delighted, thinking her luck was good. One move had successfully inflicted a poison status. However, Heiyu smiled knowingly. Umbreon fixed its gaze firmly on Magcargo, and before long, purple markings began to appear on Magcargo as well, revealing Umbreon's synchronize ability. This ability allows status conditions such as poison, burn, or paralysis to be transmitted to the opponent. Yasha's poison-type attack had backfired, which explained why Heiyu had not ordered Umbreon to dodge. "Umbreon, use Refresh," Heiyu commanded. This supportive move, learned in its EV form, can cure abnormal statuses and restore the user's vitality. Paired with the Synchronize ability, it was the perfect combination. As a white light enveloped Umbreon's body and faded, the purple markings disappeared, and the poison status was lifted. However, Mad Cargo remained poisoned. It's all or nothing now. Yasha shouted. Mad Cargo, use Inferno. Far from feeling cornered, she passionately commanded the attack. This move, with a base power of 100, guarantees a burn status on the opponent. Heiyu couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Mad Cargo can only learn this move through breeding, and it was releasing its full power. Protect, Heiyu ordered. At this moment, the Protect TM equipped on every Pokémon came into play, ensuring that Umbreon could shield itself from an all-out attack from an opponent of the same level. As flames erupted across the battlefield like a fiery inferno, pillars of fire surged toward Umbreon from all directions, converging and shooting skyward. Umbreon struggled to maintain its green protective barrier as sparks flew, and the fiery glow illuminated the entire arena. Unfortunately for Mad Cargo, its powerful strike seemed to be completely blocked by Protect. As Mad Cargo attempted to gather energy for another fiery attack, it was visibly weakening. The poison continued to spread through its body, and the toxic markings on its surface deepened. Finally, Mad Cargo collapsed, unconscious and unable to battle. Mad Cargo is unable to battle. Umbreon wins. The referee, without hesitation, announced the result of the match. What an incredible battle that was. The combination of skill usage and ability synergy was absolutely thrilling. Yasha waved her hand, undoing the tie that held her hair in place. Her long, crimson hair cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing gently in the breeze. You're up next, Numel, she called out. A muffled Numel echoed as a seemingly lazy camel-like Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, its eyes dull and unfocused. Heiyu's gaze sharpened slightly, and he thought to himself, this could be tricky. Both of its abilities are tough to deal with. Numel's two common abilities, aside from its hidden one, are Oblivious and Simple. Oblivious isn't too concerning, as it prevents the effects of infatuation and taunt, but Simple is downright terrifying. This ability doubles any stat changes, meaning a move like Dragon Dance could boost both speed and attack by 2 stages, essentially doubling its power. Luckily, though, Numel doesn't have many stat-boosting moves in its arsenal, with the exception of Amnesia, which raises its special defense. This realization allowed Heiyu to relax slightly, though the cautious glint in his eyes remained. Umbreon, return for now, Heiyu said as he called back his Umbreon. The opposing Numel's energy was at least level 30, and Umbreon, already somewhat fatigued and lower in level, wasn't in the best condition to continue. Heiyu decided to send out his Sharpedo instead. As soon as Sharpedo appeared, water surged around its body, suspending it midair. Its ferocious expression was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Ugh, not again another annoying water type. Yasha groaned, clearly not hiding her disdain for water types. The eternal rivalry between water and fire has always been a hot topic among trainers in the Pokémon world. As the referee signaled the start of the battle, Heiyu wasted no time. Sharpedo Aqua Jet. The water move, with its quadruple effectiveness against Numel, packed an immense punch. In a single swift strike, Numel was sent flying across half the battlefield, skidding several meters along the ground. Its dull expression remained unchanged. Oomph, such speed. It must have the speed boost ability. We can't lose to that. Numel, flame charge. Upon hearing the command, Numel's body ignited in flames, channeling energy to increase its speed. The once sluggish Numel suddenly shot forward like a cannonball, charging at Sharpedo with incredible velocity. With its simple ability, the speed boost from flame charge was doubled. Meanwhile, Sharpedo's speed boost ability continued to stack, and the two Pokémon began an intense speed duel. Numel, use Smokescreen. Lava boiled within Numel's body, and with its charge complete, it unleashed a fiery attack aimed at Sharpedo. However, Sharpedo, still cloaked in the water from Aqua Jet, bit through the flames effortlessly. Heiyu remained calm and composed as he directed the battle. Sharpedo's entire body was enveloped in swirling water, and the shadow of a massive, menacing jaw appeared behind it. The Dark-type's ferocity was on full display. The aquatic predator relentlessly attacked Numel with its razor-sharp teeth. Numel's body was battered, and molten lava began seeping from its wounds. Go all out. Use Earth Power. Yasha gritted her teeth as she issued her command. She hadn't expected to face such a difficult opponent, not only her least favorite water type, but also one with speed boost. Numel, with its quadruple water weakness, stood almost no chance. As expected, its desperate Earth Power attack caused barely a ripple and was effortlessly countered by Sharpedo. Yeah, this is so frustrating. Why is it always water types and protect moves? Can't they fight with fiery aggression like I do? Yasha lamented loudly. Her battle philosophy revolved around relentless, fire-like offense, firmly believing that the burning passion of flames could overcome any foe. She despised water and rock types, as well as Pokémon that excelled in defensive or tactical maneuvers. The debate between offense and defense has always been a contentious topic among trainers. Unleash your fiery passion, turn the tables, and take down all three. It's all up to you, Torkoal. Asha shook off her earlier slump, her soaring enthusiasm reigniting her excitement. Kuroba's move to recall Sharpedo left Asha stunned. But for Kuroba, this battle was already in the bag. Decided to use the opportunity to give more of his Pokémon some experience. Crawdaunt, you're up for the final stretch. The two Pokémon locked eyes on the battlefield, the tension palpable. Asha's ace was her Torkoal, a pure fire type with an impressive base defense stat of 140 and a speed stat of 20, embodying the extremes of defense and speed. Kuroba felt the temperature around him rise, the sun above blazing even brighter, and thought to himself, as expected, it's the drought ability. Torkoal's other abilities were White Smoke and Shell Armor. White Smoke prevents the opponent from lowering its stats, a rather unremarkable ability that rarely comes into play during battles. Shell Armor increases defense and protects against critical hits, making it a solid choice. However, compared to these, Drought was the true game changer. Kuroba had done his homework before the match and already knew Torkoal's ability was Drought. Torkoal, use Sunny Day. Asha's command was loud and resolute. Crawdaunt, Rain Dance. Kuroba and Asha simultaneously issued matching orders, vying for control of the weather. Weather and terrain were like Dominion in a game neither could afford to let the opponent seize it uncontested. The only way to counter weather effects was to use weather moves of your own. Torkoal was already benefiting immensely from its drought ability, and if paired with Sunny Day, the type advantage could be completely overturned. As the drought effect intensified, the air grew drier, and the sun burned brighter. Meanwhile, Crawdaunt's Rain Dance began to take effect, with dark clouds forming in the center of the field and light raindrops starting to fall. The Pokémon on both sides remained motionless, but the fierce struggle was evident in the clashing weather effects. At this point, Torkoal seemed to have the upper hand, while Crawdaunt could only maintain control over a small section of the battlefield for itself, struggling to extend its Rain Dance beyond that. Sure enough, the opponent's Sunny Day was more practiced and complemented by the drought ability, giving them a significant edge. Kuroba's expression remained neutral, but inwardly, he was impressed. A gym leader might seem carefree on the surface, but they were never to be underestimated. In that case, Crawdaunt scowled. Kuroba decisively shifted tactics, abandoning the weather battle. Continuing to contest the weather would only lead to being overwhelmed. Instead, he opted for a direct attack, thinking, if I can't control the weather, neither should you. With determination, Kuroba resolved that if he couldn't have the advantage, neither would his opponent. No one would dominate the battlefield with weather. Boiling hot water surged toward Torkoal. Asha gave a knowing smile before issuing her next command. Torkoal, use that move. Torkoal's head and limbs instantly retracted into its shell, and it began spinning in place like a top. With a swift spin, the scalding water was deflected. Heiyu remained composed and commanded. Crawdaunt, use Dragon Dance. The Torkoal's speed was as sluggish as a tortoise, completely incapable of interrupting Crawdaunt's power-up. As Crawdaunt performed an intense and enigmatic dance with peculiar movements, its aura suddenly intensified. Since Scald didn't work, let's try Rock Slide. Following Heiyu's order, Crawdaunt's massive pincers slammed into the ground, sending a barrage of rocks hurtling towards Torkoal. Torkoal, Flame Wheel. Despite being buried beneath the rocks, Torkoal quickly gathered its strength, breaking free from the rubble and charging toward Crawdaunt. However, Crawdaunt, resistant to fire-type moves and adept at close combat, showed no fear. Under Heiyu's command, it immediately counterattacked with Razor Shell. Crawdaunt swung its claws fiercely, meeting the spinning, charging Torkoal head-on. Asha clearly didn't want Torkoal to engage Crawdaunt directly. After all, a Crawdaunt empowered by Dragon Dance was no small threat. Asha intended for Torkoal to buy time, hoping Crawdaunt would exhaust itself, leaving her in a favorable position. But how could such a simple ploy escape Heiyu's notice? Crawdaunt, Aqua Jet. Knock it away. Torkoal, still spinning in its flame wheel form, couldn't perceive Crawdaunt's attack direction and was sent flying by the water-encased Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt, use Razor Shell. Heiyu quickly ordered. His strategy was to capitalize on the Dragon Dance boost and end the battle swiftly. As a gym leader, Asha had excellent control of the battlefield and countered. Torkoal, use Flamethrower. Keep it at bay. A blazing column of fire swept across the field with overwhelming force. The ground, scorched by the flames, blackened and crackled, transforming from its original earthy yellow to charred black-brown. Impressive. Even without Sunny Day, Torkoal's drought ability is gradually tipping the scales. Heiyu licked his dry lips, sweat dripping from his brow as the arid heat filled the air. The drought ability, even passively, could alter the battlefield's temperature significantly. However, Crawdaunt, honed by its battles in the wild, possessed exceptional resilience. A little heat could do nothing to it. Heiyu pressed on. Use Aqua Jet to get close, then Razor Shell. This time, even as Torkoal unleashed Flamethrower, it couldn't stop Crawdaunt's approach. Crawdaunt charged through with Aqua Jet, enduring the attack thanks to its formidable defenses. Despite the fire's type advantage and Torkoal's high defensive stats bolstered by the weather, Aqua Jet's base power of 40, even with Dragon Dance, Stab, Adaptability, and Mystic Water, still had limited impact. Torkoal was just too tough. Crawdaunt, Razor Shell. Torkoal, Iron Tail. Crawdaunt, Razor Shell. Torkoal, Flame Wheel. Crawdaunt, Razor Shell. Torkoal, Euro Ball. The battle devolved into a grueling stalemate. Crawdaunt, leveraging its type advantage and boosted power, relentlessly pressured Torkoal. Yet, Torkoal, fortified by its weather ability and exceptional defensive stats, managed to endure every blow. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Understood. Please provide the Chinese sentences you'd like me to translate. The fierce, blow-for-blow battle between the two Pokémon set Yasha's blood ablaze. Her long, crimson hair flowed like a waterfall in the breeze. Attack, attack, attack. The Coalossal suddenly raised its front legs and stomped down hard, causing the ground to ripple like ocean waves. The undulating force surged toward the Crawdaunt's position. Use substitute. Heiyu commanded. The Crawdaunt stood firm, but a protective layer resembling a second skin enveloped its body. The force of the earth power struck from all directions, yet the Crawdaunt remained unscathed, its substitute absorbing the blow. Next, the Coalossal used Sunny Day. Yasha wanted to replicate her earlier strategy, creating favorable weather conditions for her Pokémon. As an experienced gym leader, her timing was impeccable. The Crawdaunt had just finished using substitute, making it the perfect moment to act. Furthermore, the power of Dragon Dance was gradually fading, and the Crawdaunt could not afford to delay any longer. Heiyu, unwilling to engage in a prolonged battle against such a defensively formidable opponent, ordered the Crawdaunt to follow up its Dragon Dance with Aqua Jet. The Coalossal raised its head high, letting out a deep, resonant roar as it activated Sunny Day. Meanwhile, the Crawdaunt brandished its powerful pincers and began a mysterious and fierce dance. The Dragon Dance boosted its strength once again. Erupt under the sunlight. Use smokescreen. Yasha's voice rose with excitement. Her face flushed as she commanded. Razor Shell. Heiyu's stoic expression began to show faint signs of tension, his gaze locked on the center of the battlefield. The Coalossal's body ignited with an overwhelming blaze, flames surging like a torrential flood across the battlefield and embedding themselves into the ground. It was as if the earth itself was about to rise. Smoke began to billow from the ground as the energy beneath the surface accumulated and finally erupted. Countless fiery pillars shot upward with a deafening roar. Protect! Heiyu called out loudly, his voice cutting through the smoke-filled arena. Dust and ash swirled around, fragments of stone scattered in every direction, and faint traces of water mixed into the chaos. Red and blue energy waves flickered intermittently, and shadowy figures could barely be seen through the haze. As the smoke gradually cleared, Yasha and Heiyu anxiously watched the center of the battlefield. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view. The Crawdaunt was still standing. Against the overwhelming power of Sunny Day-enhanced flames, it had successfully defended itself. Meanwhile, the Coalossal, its body still cloaked in flames, began to falter. The fire on its body slowly extinguished as it collapsed weakly onto the ground. The Coalossal was unable to continue battling. The winner is the challenger, Trainer Heiyu, the referee announced, astonished. As a veteran who had spent decades in the gym, the referee was privy to certain secrets. This Coalossal had been specially obtained by the previous gym leader from a unique location where the league bred and raised fire-type Pokémon. As it turns out, this coal turtle's potential is indeed extraordinary. So far, it has proven nearly unbeatable against other Pokémon of the same level. Especially in weather battles, it seems to have no rival. Even some fire-type Pokémon over level 50 cannot match it in weather control. Yet today, it was defeated a rare and surprising occurrence. However, this had nothing to do with the small referee, who quietly disassembled the battle recorder and uploaded the data into the league's database. I lost. Yasha pouted, her face filled with frustration. Nevertheless, her carefree personality quickly brought her back to her usual spirited self, radiating a fiery determination. In this regard, she seemed quite similar to a certain goofy individual. I can't lose heart. I need to push forward, like an unstoppable flame. Yasha recalled her Pokémon and handed it to the medical staff before walking over to Kuroha with a businesslike expression. As a fire-type trainer, she didn't particularly like trainers who used rock or water types. She handed the flame badge, earned from challenging the Kamayan gym, to Kuroha. Kuroha didn't mind Yasha's slightly cold demeanor and accepted the badge with a quiet smile. The flame badge, shaped like a flickering flame, gleamed brilliantly. After offering a polite bow, Kuroha returned to the gym's front desk, registered the battle data, and claimed his reward for the challenge. Since he had chosen the second-tier challenge, which limited Pokémon levels to 30-40, he received a more generous reward compared to the lowest-tier challenge. Of course, obtaining the reward wasn't his primary goal. Kuroha willingly spent extra money to challenge the second tier because he wanted to battle the gym trainers directly. After all, the lowest-tier battles were only against apprentices, and one had to defeat 3 apprentices before earning the chance to face the gym leader. Kuroha didn't want to waste time on weaker opponents, so he opted to pay and directly challenge the gym leader. A specially made fire-type Pokemon food, huh? Too bad it's useless for me. Kuroha thought with a hint of helplessness as he received the gym's reward. He carefully placed the flame badge into his badge case, where 3 distinct badges were neatly arranged. Since the gym challenge had gone smoothly, he noticed several trainers registering for challenges as he left the gym. However, they all seemed to be signing up for the lowest tier battles against apprentices. While completing his paperwork, a few people gathered around to get a look at his badge. Politely smiling, Kuroha declined their requests and left the gym. As he stepped outside, Kuroha saw the group of elderly gentlemen still basking in the sun. The moment he emerged, they turned to curiously size him up. Since the gym's battle arena was outdoors, the commotion from the earlier fight had naturally caught their attention. Kuroha, with a shy smile befitting his youth, greeted them politely before heading back to the Pokemon Center. The elderly man, standing in the shade of the trees, watched his retreating figure and remarked, "What a good kid, so polite, truly impressive." At the Pokemon Center, Kuroha immediately handed over his battle-worn Pokemon to Nurse Joy for treatment. After all, the recent battles had left them with various injuries, including burns here and there. His Umbreon had even been poisoned during the fight. Though it had used a move to recover and clear the poison status, there was a chance some toxins had lingered in its system. While the effects might not be immediately apparent, they could pose risks to its future development. To be safe, Kuroha asked Nurse Joy to perform a thorough examination on his Umbreon. Thankfully, the results were positive, and the comprehensive checkup was completed in less than half an hour. Umbreon, moving gracefully, approached Kuroha. It instinctively tried to leap into his arms, but quickly realized its size was no longer suitable for such an action. Looking pitiful, it rubbed against Kuroha's leg, exuding an endearing charm. Welcome back, everyone. On a bustling street in Fuyin Town, a long line of people stretched down the road, with all the trainers' eyes fixed on an unassuming herbal medicine shop. Among the crowd was Heiyu. This shop was renowned for its unique ingredient, the revival herb, used in crafting vitality items. It was said that the shop owner had inherited a secret technique for cultivating medicinal herbs passed down through generations. Heiyu slowly stepped into the quaint shop, greeted by the rich aroma of traditional herbs. On the counter, he spotted an array of familiar materials, including the rare vital powder and energy root, all neatly displayed. A wave of excitement surged in his heart. This trip had certainly proven worthwhile. Without hesitation, he purchased all the available energy roots, even though each one cost a hefty 100,000. As a breeder, Heiyu understood just how scarce these materials were in the wild. Energy roots required an incredibly specific environment to grow, with precise soil and humidity conditions, and they had to be protected from the damage caused by wild Pokémon. This made each root exceptionally valuable. Carefully examining the subtle differences in the roots he held, Heiyu marveled at their quality. The shop was run by an elderly couple who, despite their age, possessed unrivaled expertise in herb cultivation. It was rumored that a few years ago, a large corporation attempted to forcibly acquire the shop, only to be driven away by a powerful Altaria. The incident even caught the attention of the local police force, and it was eventually resolved under Officer Jenny's mediation. This event solidified the shop's reputation, not one to meddle in worldly affairs, yet not one to be trifled with. After spending nearly 1,000,000 alliance credits on the herbs, Heiyu left the shop feeling satisfied. While the cost was steep, the elderly couple seemed unfazed, quietly packing his selected items with care. Initially, Heiyu had 2.7 million alliance credits, but now nearly 1 million had been spent. Being a breeder was undeniably an expensive profession. However, coming across such rare materials made him feel it was well worth the expense. He carefully placed the neatly packed herbs into his spatial backpack. Precious materials like energy roots were so rare that even the Breeders' Guild in Kanas City would struggle to acquire them, so extra caution was warranted. Outside the shop, the line of people remained just as long, all seemingly eager to purchase rare medicinal items. It was said that the shop also offered pre-order services, but anyone hoping for the next batch of herbs would need to wait several years. Considering the elderly couple's age, many doubted whether they could continue their craft for that long. However, rumors suggested the couple intended to pass down their lifetime of herbal cultivation knowledge. This ambition had attracted numerous apprentices hoping to learn their secrets. The shop assistants Heiyu had seen earlier appeared to be among these eager disciples, but he had no interest in such things. Back at the Pokemon Center, Heiyu devised a training plan for his Pokemon and then immersed himself in developing energy cubes. Kuroha unfolded a large sheet of paper and began scribbling down various herbal formulas and experimental results in a chaotic manner. His method was simple yet effective: systematic elimination through reverse deduction. Through his experiments, he discovered a conflicting reaction between Qingyu Luyun and Muxiang powder, while Qingyu Luyun and Rongwang water surprisingly promoted plant growth. Even more astonishing was the violent explosive reaction triggered by combining Qingyu Luyuan with Huijin liquid. For 3 whole days, Kuroha didn't leave his room. He ordered food deliveries when he was hungry, and his daily needs were entirely managed within the small space. Due to the nature of his experimental materials, the room had become an absolute mess. After testing hundreds of materials and their interactions, Kuroha finally outlined a rough framework. He found that Qingyu Luyuan required the combination of yuanqi powder along with the complementary elements of water and fire to achieve its full effect. As for the more minor auxiliary ingredients, he had yet to figure them out. Each energy cube represents the painstaking effort of breeders, and mastering it completely in just a few days was clearly impossible. The fact that Kuroha could piece together this framework already demonstrated his exceptional talent. However, after 3 days of confinement, he felt stifled and decided to step outside for some fresh air. He pulled back the curtains, and the dazzling sunlight instantly flooded the room, making him instinctively shield his eyes. During these 3 days, Miss Joy had visited multiple times, worried that he might have perished inside, leaving Kuroha both amused and exasperated. After all, Miss Joy had also received word from her family, knowing that Kuroha was a key investment prospect, and naturally paid him special attention. Nevertheless, Kuroha didn't linger long in Fuyin town, as a sense of unease loomed over him. After all, the headquarters of Team Magma was located within Chimney Mountain. The next day, Kuroha checked out of the Pokémon Center and headed to the Jagged Pass, the only path leading to the summit of Chimney Mountain. The trail was littered with uneven rocks, but Kuroha's mountain bike proved to be perfect for navigating the obstacles with ease. His goals for this journey were twofold: to train his newly evolved Umbreon and help it adapt to its new body, and to collect materials for researching Qingyu energy cubes. After all, this area was renowned as a sanctuary for fire-type Pokémon, making it rich in fire-related materials. Kuroha crouched on the ground, collecting a type of ash from the rocks known as volcanic ash. This ash originated from Chimney Mountain and had been mentioned in the notes of a certain breeder. It was said that volcanic ash could be used as food for some Pokémon. There were even rumors that fire-type Pokémon raised on this ash from a young age would exhibit enhanced power in their fire moves. Though skeptical and suspecting it might just be hearsay, Kuroha still gathered the valuable volcanic ash, intending to study it further. It might just be the key to creating the Qingyu energy cube. As he ascended toward the mountain's summit, the fiery patterns on the surrounding rocks became increasingly vivid, until he reached the midsection of the mountain. Here, the stones were almost entirely streaked with fiery red markings, seemingly influenced by the intense heat of Chimney Mountain. After collecting a sufficient amount of volcanic ash, Heiyu continued searching through the rubble for other rare items. He came across a peculiar plant, glowing red like molten lava, clearly a unique product of Chimney Mountain. Just as he was delighted at the prospect of expanding his collection of material specimens, the nearby Pokémon displayed tense expressions, looking uncomfortable as they directed their gazes toward a pile of rocks. Following their line of sight, Heiyu noticed a group of seemingly adorable Spoink bouncing out of the rubble. Leading them was their evolved form Grumpig. These Pokémon are particularly unique to the Hoenn region, rarely seen elsewhere, and typically inhabit remote, rugged mountains. Despite Spoink's seemingly silly appearance, they are pure Psychic-type Pokémon. It is well known that Psychic types are rarely unintelligent, and Slowpoke becomes remarkably clever after evolving into Slowking. Heiyu thought to himself that this might be the first time he had encountered Psychic-type Pokémon in the wild. Known for their mysterious and powerful abilities, anything related to Psychic types often commands a high price. Even Psychic-type food items in Pokémon stores are 2 to 3 times more expensive than others. At that moment, the Grumpig let out an angry roar, shaking its bulky body as it snorted furiously, exhaling bursts of air from its nostrils in a menacing display. Heiyu quickly realized that this pile of rocks might be the territory of this particular group. However, instead of feeling remorse, a greedy spark ignited within him. Psychic-type Pokémon are highly valuable, especially the pink pearls atop Spoink's heads. These pearls are rumored to contain special energy that helps Psychic types level up, akin to a unique nutrient for them. Even more precious are the black pearls that Grumpig carry. These are said to be their energy source, capable of enhancing psychic waves to manipulate opponents. To Heiyu, the Spoink before him were practically walking fortunes. Although their numbers were significant and the Grumpig's level was near 40, Heiyu felt no fear. After all, his Pokémon were all Dark-type, immune to most Psychic-type attacks. In this tribal war, Heiyu was fully aware that a newborn Dark-type Pokémon stood no chance against a King-level Psychic-type Pokémon. While immunity abilities could be effective in battles of equal levels, a significant level gap allowed the accumulated power of a Psychic-type to easily overwhelm its opponent. At this moment, however, the level difference between the two sides was negligible, giving the Dark types an absolute advantage. Grumpig, as a species, could not learn the move Miracle Eye, rendering it almost powerless against Dark types. Since Miracle Eye was ineffective on Dark-type Pokémon, and considering the high evasion rate of his team, Heiyu felt fearless. Even his slightly weaker Murkrow and Umbreon were ready to fight without hesitation. Heiyu quickly commanded his 4 Pokémon, devising a battle strategy. Unlike the conventional Onionon or Tuntuo battles, this kind of wild group skirmish relied heavily on the Pokémon's independence and adaptability, with the trainer only providing general guidance. Crawdaunt, being the strongest in the team, initiated the attack with Night Slash, directly targeting the Grumpig. Grumpig steeled itself, determined not to retreat for the survival of its tribe. Recognizing that its Psychic-type moves were ineffective, the Grumpig used Power Gem, aiming for the airborne Murkrow. Protect, Heiyu commanded, and a shimmering green barrier instantly materialized, shielding Murkrow. Grumpig's expression darkened as it realized its tribe was under relentless assault. The Psychic-type moves it once prided itself on were useless against these dark types. At that moment, a Sharpedo in Heiyu's team accidentally struck too hard, causing the first Spoink to fall. This triggered chaos among the Grumpig's tribe. However, under the overwhelming dominance of the dark types, the Psychic types were unable to fight back effectively. Ultimately, over half of the 30-plus Spoink were defeated, and 2 were fatally injured in the frenzy. The Grumpig leader, realizing the dire situation, fled with the remaining members of its tribe. Heiyu watched their retreating figures at the foot of the mountain, a chill running through his heart. He recalled the Grumpig's parting move, Zen Headbutt, which had been aimed directly at him. The protect barrier shattered, and if not for Umbreon stepping in to shield him, Heiyu might not have survived. He couldn't help but reflect on the perilous nature of the wild, especially when facing such intelligent Psychic types. His wariness towards Psychic Pokémon grew, and he felt a deep sense of regret for underestimating the danger in this encounter. Surveying the unconscious Spoink scattered across the ground, Heiyu began collecting the pink pearls atop their heads. He then tossed out several Pokeballs. These Psychic-type Pokémon would undoubtedly be highly sought after in the black market. Let's explore here, but going any higher might be dangerous. Standing on a massive boulder, Heiyu gazed up at the towering Chimney Mountain, its peak disappearing into the clouds. The entire mountain stood at an impressive 1,500 meters, and Heiyu was currently at an altitude of just over 400 meters, situated on the lower part of the mountainside. Even so, the Pokémon at this height were typically between levels 20 and 30, which already pushed the limits of Heiyu's abilities. Climbing higher would almost certainly bring encounters with Pokémon exceeding level 40. From the map or a distant view, Chimney Mountain appeared relatively small, but being here in person, Heiyu could grasp its vastness. Even at this lower elevation, he was beginning to feel short of breath. Apart from the altitude, the unique environment of this dormant volcano contributed to the lack of oxygen. The air was heavy with volcanic ash, making it suffocating. Heiyu had to rely on his Murkrow to constantly purify the surrounding air while using the oxygen mask he had prepared in advance. He noticed that the Pokémon here were not exclusively fire-type. Species like Mytina and Machop, among others, were also present in significant numbers. What surprised him even more was the presence of Pokémon from the Hoenn region and beyond. Most Pokémon lived in groups, while solitary ones were rare. It made sense surviving in such a harsh environment, as Chimney Mountain required the protection of numbers. As night slowly descended, Heiyu found a patch of exposed rocky ground to set up camp. The area was covered with bare rocks, their reddish streaks likely caused by the intense heat of Chimney Mountain. This terrain was a favorite habitat for rock and fire-type Pokémon. After a day of intense training and battling wild Pokémon, his Murkrow had leveled up again, reaching level 22. Just as Heiyu was about to set up camp, the flicker of firelight from the mountainside caught his attention, putting him on alert. What was going on? He was certain he had already cleared out the wild Pokémon in that area. Instinctively, Heiyu glanced at his Murkrow and quickly packed his gear into his spatial backpack. When camping in the wild, the top priority was avoiding attacks from wild Pokémon. With signs of Pokémon activity nearby, this spot was clearly unsuitable for camping, either had to find another location or drive the Pokémon away. Murkrow, understanding the situation perfectly, flapped its wings and flew off to scout. Meanwhile, Heiyu cautiously moved across the rocky terrain, clad in his night gear, silently approaching the source of the firelight and blending into the darkness. After navigating through uneven piles of rocks, he finally spotted the origin of the light. Concealing himself behind a large boulder, he observed from a distance. 2 figures dressed entirely in red were commanding their Pokémon to attack a wild Torkoal. Their red hooded outfits completely covered their bodies, with their faces hidden under the hoods. Black emblems were printed on their clothing, resembling a small mountain or the letter M from afar. Team Magma. Heiyu immediately recognized their true identity. They were members of Team Magma, the same group he had encountered earlier in Verdant Tunnel. Heiyu pressed his back tightly against the rocky surface, his expression grave. He hadn't expected the storyline to advance by several years. Team Magma had already taken MT Chimney as their base. Or were they still in the exploratory phase? Heiyu didn't dare underestimate the situation. His mind raced as he tried to determine how many Team Magma members might currently be on the mountain. Were these two scouts sent ahead to survey, or had they only just arrived? Gesturing silently to his Pokémon, he signaled the Murkrow to circle around from the side. Before taking flight, the Murkrow had been equipped with a small night vision device. After a brief hesitation, Heiyu began crawling forward, blending into the darkness with his nightwear and the cover of night. His greatest advantage was being hidden while the enemy was exposed at a critical edge, especially in nocturnal ambushes. For Moonlight Espion and Murkrow, the night was their domain. As Heiyu crept closer, he could barely make out the conversation between the two men. The younger, shorter man spoke excitedly. "Big bro, you're amazing. You took down that level 30 Torkoal so easily." A rougher voice responded with a laugh. "Haha, don't worry. Stick with me, and you'll always have a share of the spoils." "Ah, but luck wasn't on my side who got stuck with guard duty." The shorter man asked curiously, "Big bro, why does the organization care about a place like MT Chimney? It's so hot here. If it weren't for Damulang's ice-type Pokemon cooling things down, I wouldn't be able to stand it." The gruff man replied, "Who knows? But I heard something from the squad leader. Seems like they're collecting something." His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "What? Could it be?" The shorter man interrupted himself, saying, "All right, enough guessing. Sneaking off during a break to earn some extra cash is clearly against the organization's rules. Let's head back before we get caught." The two quickly cleaned up the scene and left with the captured Torkoal. Hidden behind the rocks, Heiyu's heart pounded fiercely. From their conversation, he had gleaned several crucial pieces of information. First, Team Magma seemed to have already designated MT Chimney as their headquarters and were gradually relocating there. Second, they appeared to be collecting some kind of item. While the former was manageable, the latter deeply worried Heiyu. He knew they were likely searching for a meteorite-like artifact in an attempt to awaken Groudon. However, this plan wasn't supposed to unfold until the storyline began, which was still 7 or 8 years away. Heiyu now had to figure out how to leave MT Chimney. Judging by their words, the mountain seemed to be crawling with Team Magma members, yet he hadn't encountered anyone on his way up. Could he really just descend the mountain directly? Heiyu found himself torn and deep in thought. As he struggled to decide, the ink-black Murkrow returned, its wings flapping as it landed gracefully on a large boulder. The gust stirred by its wings rustled the air. Seeing this, Heiyu quickly approached and removed the night vision device from the Murkrow, activating the recording function and focusing intently on the screen. Heiyu had sent the Murkrow to scout the surrounding area for two main reasons. First, to confirm if there were other Team Magma members nearby, as acting rashly could easily draw attention, and second, to survey the terrain. While daytime visibility was manageable, navigating in the dark was far more challenging. As Heiyu reviewed the footage, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. The dimly lit video revealed red dots scattered across the mountain, clearly Team Magma members. Wait, was that a path? Hunching his body, Heiyu moved toward the small trail. A nearby sign bore the words, "Fiery Path." Not long after Kuroba left, the spot by the rock where he had been was suddenly surrounded by several members of the Magma team. Dozens of mighty hyenas sniffed the ground around the rock intently. "Captain," one of the soldiers from the Magma team reported, "it seems there was an outsider sent here just now." The squad leader hesitated and asked, "Could it be that one of our members forgot to apply magma powder?" The team members quickly dismissed the idea. "That's unlikely. Applying magma powder is how we identify our own people in the field. Anyone without it would be treated as an enemy. No one would forget something so important." After hearing their explanation, the squad leader, though reluctant to cause a commotion at night, had to admit they were right. Resolving to act, he said, "I'll report this to the commander. Meanwhile, you all scout the area nearby." In the dim tunnel, only the sound of footsteps echoed as a shadow darted by a Murkrow flying through the narrow mountain passage. Kuroba, wearing an explorer's hat, shone his flashlight ahead, illuminating the path. He thought to himself, the altitude is dropping? Looks like this tunnel leads downward. Walking through the dark passage, he felt a sense of unease. Sure enough, before he could catch his breath, a Pokémon suddenly appeared in front of him. The creature had a rocky appearance, a conical horn on its head, and a navy blue body with a hexagonal yellow hole in the middle that seemed to serve as its ears. Kuroba immediately recognized it was a Roggenrola. His memories of this Pokémon from his past gaming experience were vivid. Snapping back to the present, he quickly commanded, "Murkrow, use Drill Peck." In the confined space of the cave, Murkrow began spinning its body, its beak sharpening into a bullet-like point as it dove toward Roggenrola. Roggenrola, however, wasn't to be underestimated. It quickly fired several small stone spikes in retaliation. Though small, the projectiles forced Murkrow to instinctively dodge and temporarily abandon its attack. The type disadvantage was evident. Rock types were tough against flying types, making the battle tricky. Not wanting to waste time, Kuroba swiftly summoned his ace Pokémon, Crawdaunt, to end the encounter quickly. However, to his surprise, when Crawdaunt launched a scalding jet of water directly at Roggenrola, the Pokémon emerged unscathed. Kuroba's mind immediately recalled its sturdy ability, which allowed it to survive an otherwise fatal attack. "Humph, Crawdaunt, Use Shell Blade. Kuroba commanded decisively. As expected, this time Roggenrola couldn't hold out and was shattered on the spot. Defeated, Roggenrola's remains scattered, and Crawdaunt scratched the star-shaped mark on its head with its claw, looking slightly embarrassed for not holding back. Kuroba's face stiffened briefly. While he didn't feel regret, he knew he needed to leave this area quickly and continue his journey. He casually picked up the energy core from Roggenrola's remains. Like most rock-type Pokémon, Roggenrola's energy core was hidden in its hexagonal yellow ear hole. As soon as Kuroba picked it up, he felt a wave of warmth. For other rock-type Pokémon, this energy core would be a highly valuable resource. Heiyu didn't linger for long. He quickly stored all of the stone marble's remains into his spatial backpack and meticulously cleaned the scene before hurrying deeper into the passage. He had no idea how long he had been exploring the tunnel, but could sense the altitude gradually decreasing, as though he had already reached the underground. The feeling of oxygen deprivation had disappeared as well, suggesting the exit might not be far off. Surprisingly, not a single Pokémon had crossed his path during this time. This wasn't due to sheer luck, but was thanks to the skill of the cheerful Kappa Pokemon Sweet Scent. An idea struck Heiyu, and he swiftly crafted a makeshift sachet, carefully capturing the alluring fragrance within. With a forceful toss, he threw it in the opposite direction of his intended path. This clever move diverted the attention of any keen-nosed Pokémon to another route, allowing Heiyu to proceed unobstructed. Who could have imagined that the seemingly insignificant cheerful Kappa Pokémon from before would now play such a vital role? Thinking of this, Heiyu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Dark Crow, are you sure? Is the exit really ahead? He muttered, wiping the sweat pouring from his forehead and patting his sweat-soaked clothes. The Chimney Mountain truly lived up to its name. Even in its underground passages, the heat was suffocating. If Heiyu were to wring out his clothes, he could probably fill an entire bottle with water. Kaka. The Dark Crow's cry gave Heiyu a sense of understanding. As a flying-type Pokémon, it was highly sensitive to the wind. The Dark Crow could feel a faint breeze ahead, indicating that an exit was nearby. Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement lit up Heiyu's face. His previously exhausted body found renewed energy, and he quickened his pace. Finally, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Heiyu rushed forward and emerged from the dim cave into a vast, boundless plain. Wait, where am I now? Is this still Chimney Mountain? Heiyu muttered, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He quickly opened his Pokémon guide, which now had a signal, and checked his current location. To his surprise, he was at the northwest corner of Chimney Mountain, connected to the central plains of the mainland Ingfeng Plains. Seriously? Did I go the wrong way? Heiyu stared silently at the endless expanse of the plain. The Hoenn region primarily consists of a massive mainland and countless smaller islands, most of which are concentrated in the southeastern seas. Even the Alliance's headquarters, Lily Cove City, is located on one of these islands. As a result, the region's most prosperous cities are either near the coastline or situated on islands. The farther inland one goes, the poorer and more desolate the towns become. The nearest settlement to Heiyu's current location was Dingfeng Town, and he decided to head there to replenish his supplies. At the same time, he made a mental note never to return to Chimney Mountain. Who would have guessed he'd have such bad luck, encountering Team Magma on the very first day of exploration? Unbeknownst to Heiyu, Chimney Mountain was already in chaos due to his intrusion. Team Magma had launched an internal purge. An intruder? Could it be an Alliance investigator? Search. We must investigate thoroughly. There must be Alliance spies within Team Magma. Need to clean house. With that order from Tabitha, the entire Team Magma base in Chimney Mountain was thrown into turmoil. Paranoia spread like wildfire, with everyone fearing they might be accused of being a mole. However, the chaos did yield some unexpected results. Team Magma uncovered several operatives planted by the Alliance, including one who had risen to the rank of squad leader. Tabitha felt a chill run down his spine as he read the report. A squad leader was a pivotal role, someone who could be considered mid-level management and privy to certain localized plans, though they wouldn't know the details of Team Magma's ultimate scheme. Recalling the losses suffered during the last attack on Verdanturf Tunnel, particularly the loss of Camerupt, Tabitha's hatred for the Alliance deepened. Fortunately, their leader Maxie had compensated him with a highly talented Cyndaquil. Thinking of the exceptional potential of this starter Pokémon, Tabitha's plump, bloated body quivered slightly, and he felt a bit more at ease. Walking across the vast, endless grasslands, Heiyu observed numerous migrating Pokémon groups along the way, such as Tauros, Beautifly, and Swellow. Standing atop a small hill, he gazed out over the expansive plains, where the harsh reality of survival of the fittest among Pokémon was even more pronounced. Most of the resources on the grasslands were controlled by a few dominant groups, making it extremely challenging for solitary Pokémon to survive here. However, things seem to have changed recently. These once dominant groups were no longer as rampant as before, and the presence of trainers had become increasingly frequent. Heiyu quickly realized that the migration season for Cottony and Jumpluff had arrived, forcing the dominant groups to temporarily retreat. After some research online, he soon understood the reason. Cottony and Whimsicott were among the most ideal choices for beginner trainers. Thanks to their grass-type abilities, they could survive simply by basking in the sun or absorbing nutrients from the soil without needing to be fed. Jumpluff, in particular, was highly favored for its grass and flying dual typing, which gave it a broad offensive range and allowed it to learn a variety of attack, defense, and support moves, with virtually no weaknesses. In comparison, Cottony was less popular, as evolving it into a Whimsicott required a Sunstonia cost that was often too high for ordinary trainers. Heiyu silently noted to himself that the fairy type had seemingly not been discovered yet, as the league still classified it under normal type. The Pokédex listed Whimsicott's typing as grass rather than the grass and fairy combination he was familiar with. He had previously searched online about the fairy type, which appeared to remain undiscovered, and there was no trace of fairy type energy in the air. Fairy type moves were supposed to emit pink energy, yet currently, moves of this type released a milky white energy instead. Heiyu speculated that this might be related to Xerneas, the only fairy-type legendary Pokémon, which had the power to influence fairy energy across the entire Pokémon world. Ah, those mischievous cotton balls, Heiyu muttered to himself, recalling the terror of being dominated by a prankster Whimsicott in his past lives games. Looking out at the lush green grasslands, he noticed a few Cottony already starting to drift through the air. Their fluffy, cotton-covered bodies were adorned with two leaf-like appendages on either side, helping them maintain balance while flying. As a gust of wind swept across the plains, Heiyu knew the main migration group was on its way. Standing on the hill, facing the wind, he saw several other trainers in the distance, each observing silently without disturbing one another. Heiyu picked up his monocular and carefully examined two nearby trainers, ensuring the area was completely safe. Once reassured, he sat quietly on the hillside, patiently waiting. Because Cottony and Jumpluff traveled with the wind, they typically moved in large, tightly packed groups of dozens or even hundreds. Due to their peculiar body structure, they became immobile if they got caught in the rain. It seems only the cotton puff Pokémon living in collective groups can peacefully float through the air. Whenever they spot their companions, they quickly gather together, forming a cluster that resembles a storm cloud from afar. At this moment, Heiyu noticed a fluctuation of energy ahead. Someone was clearly attacking the group of floating cotton puff Pokémon. A few hundred meters away, on a small hill, a burst of lightning suddenly shot out. The attacked group of cotton puff Pokémon didn't panic. Instead, they scattered a cloud of powder, seemingly as a defensive mechanism. Following the wind's direction, they swiftly floated away from the danger zone. Unfortunately, they soon drifted into another trainer's attack range, and a pillar of fire erupted into the sky. Heiyu waited patiently for this group of Pokémon to approach. His Murkrow was already prepared, as his other Pokémon couldn't fly, and water-based long-range attacks were ineffective in this situation. Heiyu silently thought to himself, "Murkrow, it's all up to you. Use Gust on that lone Cottony." At his command, Murkrow instinctively activated Tailwind and dove swiftly. By now, activating Tailwind during battle had become second nature to Murkrow, deeply ingrained in its mind. With a powerful flap of its wings, Murkrow summoned two gusts of wind, targeting a single isolated Cottony. The attacked Cottony wobbled and fell, but quickly used the wind to float back up again. Suddenly, it released clusters of cotton-like fluff from its body, resembling identical copies of itself. Heiyu smirked coldly, thinking, "Do you think such a little trick can fool me and help you escape? I'm not some novice trainer." When attacked, Cottony would immediately release cotton decoys resembling itself, attempting to escape while the enemy mistook the decoys for the real target. Charge in with Drill Peck. Murkrow narrowed its sharp eyes, instantly identifying the real Cottony among the decoys. In a flash, it pierced through the true target. The small body of the Cottony bled, unable to float any longer, and fell straight to the ground with a dull thud. Heiyu quickly threw a Pokeball, capturing the injured Cottony. Without stopping to check its details, he directed Murkrow to continue patrolling the skies, targeting the drifting cotton clusters. The scene before him was spectacular, but Heiyu had no time to admire it. He kept commanding Murkrow to attack the lone Pokemon. These stragglers had failed to stay close to their group, and their inadequate flying skills left them vulnerable. Meanwhile, his Crawdaunt and Umbreon were providing long-range support for Murkrow in the air. The Sharpedo, however, was powerless in this situation, as it lacked any long-range attacks, and couldn't reach the airborne Cottony. "That's enough, Murkrow, come back now. Don't chase them any further." Most of the Cotton Puff Pokemon had already migrated, leaving only a few stragglers at the rear. Many trainers mounted their Pokemon, preparing to continue the pursuit, but Heiyu had no such intention. He decided to first evaluate the Pokemon he had captured. Returning to the campsite on the hill, Heiyu entered his tent and stationed Crawdaunt nearby as a guard. Normally, this duty fell to Murkrow, but it was exhausted from the battle, so Crawdaunt took over for now. Beep, beep, beep. Cottony, the cotton puff Pokemon. When attacked, it sprays cotton from its body, using it as a decoy to escape while the enemy mistakes the cotton for itself. Level 11. Gender: female. Type: grass. Ability: prankster. Height: 0.3 meters. Weight: 0.6 kilograms. Development: normal and steady. Known moves: absorb, helping hand, fairy wind, leech seed, stun spore. Heiyu examined all 4 Katani he had captured and found that only one possessed the prankster ability. The other 3 were entirely ordinary, with no outstanding traits or inherited moves. It seemed that large-scale migrations of Pokémon rarely included individuals with exceptional potential. Silently, Heiyu placed the Pokeballs of the Katani back into his spatial backpack. He then gazed out at the sky beyond the tent, beginning to plan his journey for the next day. The windproof grassland where Heiyu found himself was one of the largest and most renowned grasslands in the Hoenn region. In addition to its vast plains, the area boasted small patches of forests, wetlands, and swamps, creating a diverse and complex terrain. This rich environment was home to countless species of Pokémon, including some rare ones. Adventurous trainers flocked to this place, all hoping to capture these elusive creatures. As Heiyu trekked across the grassland, he encountered several groups of trainers traveling together. For safety reasons, both sides merely observed each other from a distance without approaching. Any seasoned trainer knew the risks of interacting with strangers in the wild. However, some novice trainers, having connected online, formed groups to explore dangerous areas together for added security. As a result, more and more people were venturing here. Not far away, a large campsite came into view. Dozens of colorful tents stood on the flat ground, creating an impressive sight. The flickering energy bursts and sound waves from Pokémon training filled the air. Up close, trainers could be seen sitting together, sharing their experiences in raising Pokémon and exchanging fascinating stories. Heiyu's arrival caught the attention of some, but most didn't pay him much mind. After all, this camping spot was well known online as a supply hub for adventurous trainers. Heiyu scanned the Pokémon levels of the trainers around him and noticed that their energy fluctuations were generally low. Most of them were novice trainers, with very few Pokémon exceeding level 30. To avoid unnecessary attention and trouble, he decided not to release his Crawdot. After all, he was only here to replenish his supplies and would leave soon. His stock of compressed biscuits and emergency items had nearly run out during his journey through Fiery Path and MT Chimney, making this small campsite a timely stop. He quickly purchased the supplies he needed. Since most of the trainers here were members of the Pokémon League, there were no incidents of extortion or price gouging. After securing his provisions, Heiyu set up his tent, planning to spend the night before continuing his journey. He retrieved a Pokeball and softly said, "Come out, Umbreon." With a flash of white light, his Umbreon emerged. At this campsite, Umbreon's level in the 20s made it a standout, and showcasing a bit of strength was sometimes necessary. As night fell, the trainers at the campsite retreated to their tents, and Heiyu did the same. He left his tent's window slightly open, just big enough for a Pokémon to pass through. Before long, a shadow darted in as Murkrow flew through the opening. Heiyu had grown accustomed to having Murkrow scout the area from the shadows during his travels, while Umbreon remained by his side to guard him. He asked, "How is it, Murkrow? Is there any danger nearby?" Hirohane removed the night vision device from the chest of his Dark Crow, disassembled it to extract the camera, and inserted it into his catalog to replay the video recorded earlier. Through the reconnaissance conducted by the Dark Crow's flight, Hirohane could clearly assess the surrounding terrain, especially the difficult-to-navigate areas such as swamps and other harsh landscapes. After completing the mapping of the area around the campsite, he planned the route for the next day's departure. The size of the Dingfeng grasslands was moderate. Traveling on foot would take at least 2 days and 1 night to cross, whereas riding a mountain bike would take just over half a day. However, Hirohane needed to avoid the territories of various tribes and powerful Pokémon, as the territorial awareness of Pokémon in the grasslands was particularly strong. There were numerous accounts online of trainers accidentally entering Pokémon territories and being attacked, and Hirohane was well aware of the risks. "Umbreon, you'll be on guard for the first half of the night, and Dark Crow will take over for the second half." Hirohane instructed his Pokémon before crawling into his sleeping bag and falling into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, he slept exceptionally soundly. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sounds of a battle outside his tent woke him, that he realized it was already past 9. Looking out, he saw a group of League trainers engaged in a battle, and Hirohane couldn't help but think to himself how sheltered they seemed. A crowd had already formed a circle around the combatants. Hirohane squeezed in to watch, but he quickly found himself disappointed. 2 low-level Pokémon were battling, and their trainers' commands were utterly chaotic, lacking any semblance of strategy. Shaking his head in disapproval, Hirohane began packing up his tent and belongings. "Dark Crow, stay behind me, and continue reconnaissance from the shadows," he instructed before releasing the Dark Crow in a hidden spot and setting off on his journey. Hirohane's destination was to head north, past Dingfeng Town, and reach Akaba Town. This small agricultural town, located near Chimney Mountain, frequently experienced volcanic ashfall, which enriched the soil and boosted agricultural development. The organic produce from Akaba town was highly sought after by the wealthy elite. The town was also home to numerous researchers studying ancient Pokémon and fossils. Hirohane had often seen mentions of professors and scholars visiting Akaba town online. Following his planned route, Hirohane traveled north. He rode his mountain bike across plains and walked through rugged terrain when necessary. After passing through a small wetland, the scorching midday sun forced him to stop and rest after trekking for over 2 hours. Nearby, he spotted a small patch of desert and debated whether to cross it directly or take a detour. Just as he was about to call on Dark Crow for reconnaissance, Hirohane sensed something amiss. His sharp instincts, honed from a year of drifting at sea, immediately heightened his vigilance as his eyes scanned the surroundings. "Show yourselves," he called out to 2 withered trees nearby and released his crawdaunt. The area remained eerily silent. Hirohane smirked coldly and taunted. "What's the matter? You've been lying in wait here for so long, hoping for a prey foolish enough to enter the desert, haven't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man and a woman emerged from beside the 2 withered trees. The man was tall and wore a turban on his head, while the woman, though attractive, maintained an expressionless gaze fixed on Hirohane. "Hey kid, how did you find us?" The tall, burly man's face flickered with a hint of confusion before he scanned Heiyu up and down with a mocking gaze. His tone was full of disdain, as though he had already regarded Heiyu as prey. Heiyu stared at him impassively, his jet-black eyes glinting with a cold, detached light. The location they had chosen was indeed secluded at the entrance of the desert, where withered trees intertwined with lush foliage, offering ample cover. Yet their disguises were laughably inadequate. Perhaps they could fool some of the Alliance's rookie trainers, but Heiyu, having endured countless storms aboard pirate ships, was no greenhorn. "Enough talking. Let's finish him off quickly and get out of here after this job," said the attractive woman bluntly, her voice dripping with contempt. Heiyu caught onto some useful information. These 2 weren't purely underground operatives. Outwardly, they posed as legitimate Alliance trainers, but in the shadows, they engaged in occasional black market activities, such as ambushing ordinary trainers in desolate areas. Both sides reached for their pokeballs almost simultaneously, but Heiyu had an ace up his sleeve, a Murkrow hidden in the shadows. In an instant, a dark blur zipped past, and a bloody line appeared on the burly man's neck. His head tumbled to the ground like a soccer ball. He didn't even have time to release his Pokémon before being taken out. Such was the brutal reality of wild battles. The woman, horrified, hastily released her Pokémon and commanded it to use Protect. Heiyu quickly assessed the situation. Unlike the typical Alliance trainers, these individuals who operated in the gray areas of morality were weaker in terms of raw strength, but had better adaptability in battle. A Venomoth and a Stunky radiated energy that was clearly stronger than his Murkrow, but still inferior to his Crawdaunt. Heiyu smirked coldly and gave a command. "Umbreon, use Shadow Ball." The woman's face darkened. She had assumed Heiyu was just an inexperienced rookie from the Alliance, but now she realized she had severely underestimated him. His ruthlessness in combat was far beyond her expectations. "Damn it! Useless fool! Killed so easily by a sneak attack," she cursed at her deceased partner, enraged. What should have been a Togegenstone advantage had flipped into a dire situation. Heiyu, unfazed by her outburst, continued issuing orders. "Murkrow, Tailwind to boost the team. Umbreon, keep attacking. Crawdaunt, use Aqua Jet." Following his commands, the Pokémon sprang into coordinated action. "Venomoth, quick, use Light Screen," the woman shouted, desperate to mount a defense. But highest Pokémon were already in perfect sync, their tactical prowess honed to the point that they could adapt seamlessly even without explicit instructions. The black wall could only form a single barrier. Did she expect it to protect 2 Pokémon at once? The Dark Crow and the Iron-Clawed Crawdaunt exchanged glances, instantly grasping each other's intentions. They swiftly adjusted their attack trajectories, crossing paths to launch a coordinated assault. A faint air current began to swirl around the Pokémon, and in an instant, their speed increased. With the Tailwind effect in play, the entire team gained a boost. The opposing woman's commanding skills were equally impressive. After deploying the light wall, she immediately ordered her Pokémon to counterattack. The Venomoth used Psybeam to block the Shadow Ball, while the Stunky sprayed acid. Although her Pokémon hadn't reached the level of perfect synchronization, their teamwork still displayed a degree of coordination. While directing the battle, Heiyu cautiously retreated, striving to put distance between himself and the enemy Pokémon, all while scouting for advantageous terrain. He knew that even with the upper hand in a wild skirmish, a single fatal strike to the trainer could instantly turn the tide. Facing adversaries who operated in the gray areas of morality, he understood the need for extreme vigilance. Any slip could be disastrous. As expected, the opposing woman grew increasingly frustrated with Haiyu's cautious maneuvering. She cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this kid's as slippery as an eel." He doesn't act like a league trainer at all, more like a turtle hiding in its shell. Realizing her plan to ambush and eliminate him had failed, her demeanor shifted. She issued a cold command. Come out, Haunter. Use hypnosis. From the shadow behind her, a Pokémon slowly emerged. It was Haunter. During the earlier battle, Haunter had been concealed in her shadow, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike when Heiyu let his guard down. However, the young trainer, despite holding an advantage, remained steady and methodical, showing no signs of overconfidence. Dark Crow, use Gust. Iron-clawed Crawdaunt, try Razor Shell. Take out the Venomoth first. Haiyu's eyes flickered with surprise upon realizing his opponent had been holding back a trump card. The Umbreon leapt into action, shielding the two Pokémon from hypnosis, and fell into a deep sleep itself. Stars of white light appeared on its fur, giving it a renewed, radiant appearance. Dark Crow, Drill Peck. Iron-clawed Crawdaunt, Water Jet. Sharpedo, stay by my side and guard me. Heiyu commanded relentlessly, pressing the attack. The battle tipped further in his favor, becoming increasingly one-sided. Haunter, what are you doing? Damn it. Get back here now. The woman shouted angrily. To her dismay, Haunter had abandoned the fight and was fleeing into the depths of the desert. Noticing his opponent's focus had shifted, Heiyu seized the moment to continue his offensive. Venomoth was quickly defeated. His Pokémon gradually formed a circle, closing in on the exhausted Stunky and its trainer. The woman stared in despair at the scene unfolding before her. She had never anticipated that the Pokémon she captured would betray her in such a critical moment. Regret surged in her heart. Her first two Pokémon, raised from infancy, were fiercely loyal. But Haunter, captured mid-game at level 20 for its rarity, had proven to be a costly misstep. It's all a misunderstanding. I swear, it was all that scoundrel's idea. I was coerced. I didn't mean to offend you. The woman's face was pale with fear, her voice trembling as she pressed herself against a withered tree, seeking any semblance of safety. Please spare me, she pleaded. Then, as if struck by an idea, she slowly raised her hands and unclasped the buttons on her chest, pulling her garment open. Her pale, snow-like skin and alluring figure were revealed under the moonlight. If you let me live, I'll serve you however you wish. I'll do anything to repay your mercy, she said, forcing a seductive smile. She struck a provocative pose, her slender legs gleaming under the moonlight. Inwardly, she thought, let's see if you can resist me now. Kuroba gazed at the woman before him with an expression that was both peculiar and unreadable. Though her figure was undeniably alluring, her looks were merely above average, far from the stunning beauties he had encountered during his travels. As he observed her flirtatious demeanor, a thought crossed his mind. Was she trying to seduce him into a wild tryst in this desolate place? Before he could delve deeper into his musings, the woman spoke in a coy and sugary tone. Sir, I'm really good at this. Her words made Kuroba's expression turn icy, his voice cold and sharp as a blade. Turn around, he ordered. The woman's heart leapt with relief, misinterpreting his command. She thought to herself, so this young man is letting me go after all, though it seems he prefers things from behind. She rolled her eyes subtly, casting him a flirtatious glance. Leaning onto a withered tree branch, she swayed her hips provocatively and teased. Sir, just make sure to be gentle with me later. But before she could finish her sentence, a flash of cold steel cut through the air. A razor-sharp dagger pierced her delicate throat with lightning speed. Blood sprayed violently, staining the ground with crimson, like grotesque flowers blooming in the dirt. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief as her body slowly crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Kuroba's lips curled into a cruel smirk as he swiftly turned her over, searching her belongings until he found the Skuntank's Pokeball. Did you really think I'd fall for your flimsy charms? He thought coldly. His feigned compliance had been nothing more than a ruse to buy time and ensure the Skuntank didn't activate its explosive ability. He quickly secured the Pokeball, locking it in place. The reason Kuroba hadn't neutralized the woman earlier was precisely because of the Skuntank. It possessed 3 abilities: Stench, Keen Eye, and Aftermath. Kuroba couldn't afford to take any risks, no matter how slim the odds. Nearby, his Murkrow circled overhead, keeping a vigilant watch, while his Umbreon obediently gathered the Pokeballs of their defeated opponents. After ordering his Pokemon to clean up the battlefield, Kuroba wasted no time leaving the treacherous area, disappearing into the vast expanse of a small desert. As night fell, the desert's scorching heat gave way to a biting cold. Without proper insulation, one could easily succumb to illness. Inside a silver tent, Kuroba sat cross-legged, meticulously examining the spoils of the day. With a rustling sound, he emptied the belongings of his fallen adversaries onto the floor, sorting through the loot. Among the items were 2 Pokemon, both around level 20, Venomoth and the Skuntank. Noting that the Skuntank's ability was merely Stench, Kuroba realized his earlier caution had been unnecessary. Heiyu was astonished to discover that the Dustox was actually a hidden ability Compound Eyes variant, making it highly valuable. He pulled out his most recent Pokédex from his pocket and began inspecting the Pokeballs one by one. In stark contrast, The man who hadn't even released his Pokémon had two rather ordinary ones by his side, Gloom and a Venonat, both only at level 22. Even compared to the woman's Pokémon, they seemed unimpressive. This is actually. Heiyu rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items and pulled out a small buccal was a marriage certificate. Upon opening it, he confirmed it belonged to the man and woman from earlier. No wonder they were traveling together, committing robberies as a pair, and training only poison-type Pokémon. Turns out, they were a married couple. Heiyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he shook his head slightly. He casually tossed the marriage certificate into a corner and continued searching through the other items. It seemed the couple had been camping there for quite some time, as their basic supplies were nearly depleted. Most of what they had left were bottles and jars filled with various potions. Heiyu opened them one by one and found they were all antidotes. It made sense since both of them trained poison-type Pokémon. They were likely to come into contact with toxins if they weren't careful. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Poison-type Pokémon were tough to deal with, and most ordinary trainers avoided them, but they did have their disadvantages. Aside from the potions, the rest of the items were standard survival gear, such as ropes, insect repellents, and a simple tent. None of these were of any use to Heiyu, so he had his Crawdaunt dig a hole to bury them. However, in the woman's space backpack, Heiyu stumbled upon something that genuinely surprised him. A lump of black sludge resembling mud fell to the ground, instantly staining the fabric lining the tent. Within seconds, the fabric was corroded beyond recognition. Heiyu quickly pinched the corners of the fabric and carried it outside the tent. The black sludge fell onto the ground, where it immediately turned the surrounding sand black, creating an eerie sight. Black sludge. Heiyu identified the item instantly. It was a Pokémon-held item that gradually restored the health of poison-type Pokémon, but acted like poison when held by any other type. Unfortunately, its quality was subpar. Heiyu retrieved a pair of specially made gloves from his bag, carefully scooped up the sludge, and muttered to himself, for two people with such weak Pokémon, having something like this is truly unexpected. He decided to collect it for potential future use. Finding a glass bottle, he cautiously deposited the black sludge inside. In the corner of the space backpack, Heiyu also found a mid-tier dusk stone and several bottles of Earth Pulse elixir. As for the black sludge, Heiyu already had a plan. The simplest option was to sell it on the black market. Despite its mediocre quality, it was still a rare item and could easily fetch several 100,000. Alternatively, he could use it to craft specialized potions or poisons. However, since Heiyu didn't train poison-type Pokémon, the first option was out of the question, leaving him with only the latter. Poison making a silent killer's weapon of choice was highly coveted among mercenaries and assassins. Heiyu instinctively turned to look at his Umbreon. When excited or tense, Umbreon's body secreted a toxin-laced sweat. If I'm going to make a poison, it'll be one often something no one can ever counter. A cruel smile spread across Heiyu's face, and his jet-black eyes gleamed coldly under the moonlight. The next day, Heiyu set off on his journey. He wasn't in a hurry to create poison, as his cultivation plan still included the development of a Sunny Rain energy block, which was yet to be completed. Moreover, the current circumstances didn't provide a suitable place to collect experimental materials for his research. However, if he came across poison-type Pokémon, he could collect their toxins to slightly replenish the poisonous properties of the black sludge. The black sludge was evidently a relatively inferior item, as its toxins had little to no effect on Pokémon above level 30. Collecting some toxins to enhance the potency of the black sludge was one of his objectives. However, poison-type Pokémon were scarce in the desert. Heiyu had been walking for several hours without encountering a single poison-type Pokémon. Most of the Pokémon he came across were ground or rock types. After crossing a mildly sloped sand dune, Heiyu paused and carefully surveyed his surroundings. The desert, often referred to as one of humanity's forbidden zones, had earned its reputation for good reason. Even in this small desert within the plains, hidden dangers such as sand traps were common. What appeared to be ordinary sand might actually be hollow underneath. Falling into one could lead to being swallowed mercilessly by the sand, leaving no chance to call for help. Heiyu proceeded with extreme caution, testing each route with his Pokémon's abilities, which significantly slowed his progress. Fortunately, the scarcity of Pokémon in the desert meant he didn't have to worry about wild Pokémon attacks or take detours to avoid them. Cutting straight through the desert was his chosen path not only for its convenience, but also out of a curiosity to explore diverse terrains. For instance, the patch of sand he was currently passing through featured an ancient, withered tree at its center. Though small and lifeless, the tree stood out. As a breeder, Heiyu's keen instincts told him that this tree might be a unique species adapted to the desert environment. Using his Murkrow's drill peck, he scraped off a small piece of the tree bark to use as a research sample and stored it in his spatial backpack. Then, he pulled out his Pokédex to check his location and realized he was halfway through the desert. He estimated that, with less than half a day's journey, he would be able to leave the desert behind. Nevertheless, his mind remained on high alert, a habit cultivated over years of experience. As he continued his journey, he noticed an increase in the number of Pokémon, likely due to entering the central area of the desert. Among them, Diglett and Sandshrew were the most common. Diglett posed little concern, as the tunnels they dug were usually shallow, only 1 or 2 meters deep, and their excavated areas were visibly raised, making them easy to spot. The most troublesome creatures for Heiyu were the Sandshrew. These little Pokémon not only dug burrows deeper than others, but were also exceptionally good at hiding, making them difficult to detect. As a result, Heiyu had to cautiously use Pokémon skills to scout ahead with every step he took. Some mischievous Sandshrew would even launch surprise attacks on him, only to be defeated under the scalding hot water from Crawdot. A few of the faster diggers managed to escape hurriedly underground. The sun blazed fiercely at noon, the heat oppressive. As Heiyu prepared to cross a sand dune, a sudden and distinct sound of battle reached his ears. Along with it came faint traces of human commands carried by the ripples of Pokémon moves. Encountering a trainer in such a remote area astonished Heiyu. To survive in the desert, such a trainer must possess extraordinary skills and a deep knowledge of wilderness survival. Moving cautiously with his Pokémon, Heiyu approached the source of the sound, keeping a low profile as he circled around the sand dune. Bang! Boom! A series of explosions echoed as Pokémon moves struck the sandy ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Then, a crisp voice rang out. Skarmory, use air slash. Heiyu's eyes narrowed as he followed the direction of the voice. He saw a young man dressed in an expensive suit commanding a gleaming silver steel bird in the air to attack a sand slash below. What truly caught Heiyu's attention, however, wasn't the young man or the Skarmory, but the elderly man standing beside him. The old man, dressed in a black casual outfit, had a kind expression, but the unique Pokémon at his side exuded an intense energy. Even from a distance, Heiyu could tell that this Pokémon had an incredibly high level, far beyond his expectations. Its face resembled a solid stone shield, its massive body primarily yellow with a gray Hyata Bastiodon, the shield Pokémon. Heiyu quickly deduced their identities, the young master of a prestigious family and his attendant. The deference the elderly man showed the youth made this evident, and Heiyu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe toward the Bastiodon. Spying on a trainer was undoubtedly impolite, and Heiyu had no intention of causing trouble. He quickly averted his gaze and prepared to retreat quietly. However, the old man suddenly turned his head sharply, his piercing eyes sweeping over the sand dune where Heiyu was concealed. The young man, with an air of refinement, looked puzzled and asked softly, Uncle Nagashima, is something the matter? The old man bowed respectfully to the youth, his expression warm and gentle, and replied, Haha, it's nothing, just a little bug hiding in the shadows. As he spoke, he abruptly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and shouted sternly in the direction of Heiyu's hiding spot, Bastiodon, use ancient power. At the elder's commanding and authoritative voice, several massive boulders materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Heiyu's hiding place with astonishing speed. The rocks were not only massive but also approached from angles so cunningly calculated that they formed an inescapable net, leaving no room for evasion. Completely caught off guard, Heiyu had no chance to dodge. Protect! A desperate shout pierced the air. What followed was an earth-shaking crash as the massive boulders smashed into the sand dune, collapsing it instantly. A torrent of sand surged upward like a furious wave, forming a small but devastating whirlwind that swept countless tiny sand particles into the air. Such a seemingly casual attack had unleashed a terrifying display of power and destruction. The young man in the ornate suit stared at the targeted spot with a face full of doubt, observing the aftermath. After some time, as the dust and sand settled, Heiyu emerged, kneeling on one knee in his adventurer's gear. His Pokémon, all showing signs of exhaustion, stood by his side. Only by combining all their strength to use Protect were they barely able to withstand the devastating attack. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.